Look, I'm permitting for you a raven. In other words, so Rabbi would say, it's not so clear that this animal is kosher, right? So that the sheep is kosher. So look, I'm permitting for you a raven. Or when there would be a reason for an isur, look, I'm prohibiting to you a Yonah. Whereas Rabbi said a little tongue in cheek, I won't say what's the reason about the story. Here, in the doctor's household, they disparaged the Rabbanim. What? When they needed them, they showed up. They showed up. I'll say it's such a profound, it's always easy. It's always easy to knock down leadership. This in general, and this is very society. For whatever reason, we have an overwhelming preoccupation with knocking people off pedestals for whatever the reason that is. So again, especially when it comes to it's easy to everybody can be knocked off a pedestal because everybody's a human being. Everybody has their faults and deficiencies. But incredible else, a baby in Seir, Binyamin Asya, they're speaking trash about the Rabbanim. So yeah, you can when they need Rabbi, when they have a Shaila, suddenly again they need it. Incredible. Gemara goes weiter. The Gemara says as follows: Rabbi Amar can go into Amar Hani Rabbanon. What's an example of an Apikoris? Apikoris is an example of a person. It says those rabbis. Those rabbis. In other words, again, if you notice, by the way, the theme over here is that Apikoris is someone who speaks disparagingly about Rabbanim, about Talmidei Chachamim. That Papa Ishtali, Amar can go into Hani Rabbanon. My Papa was once engaged in a discussion, and he forgot for a moment, the proper way to refer to the Rabbanon, and he said those rabbis. And after he said it, he said Betanisa. Incredible. Levi Bar Shmuel V'Ravuna Bar Chia, Haluk Kamatakni Matechos Sifrei D'Rei Yehuda. Levi Bar Shmuel and Ravuna Bar Chia were changing the covering of the scrolls in the yeshiva or in the house of Rabbi Yehuda. Kimat Megillas Esther. When they got to Megillas Esther, they said, "Hi Megillas Esther lo bay mitachas." Megillas Esther doesn't need a cover. It's in the cover. Amar Lahu Ki Gavna Nami Mexi Kapikorsa. A statement like this without attribution to their Rabbi also has the appearance of Apikarsus. Incredible. Rav Nachman Amar Zad Korei Rabbo B'Shmo. What's Apikarsus? Calling your Rabbi by his name. That's Apikarsus. The Amar Yochanan nickname Man Ne'enash Gechazi. Why was Gechazi? Gechazi, remember again, was the Gabbai. Was the Gabbai of Elisha. Why was he punished? Because he called Elisha by name. Shneimar V'yomer Gechazi Adonai Melech Zosa Isha V'zebina Asher Hefia Elisha. Can't call your Rabbi by his first name. So therefore, introduce those Apikarsus. That's Rabbi Yirmiyah, Hamid, Rabbi Zer, Rabbi Yosef, and Kalmar. Asya Kadosh Baruch Hu is beautiful. This is beautiful. Asya Kadosh Baruch Hu L'Hotzi Nachal B'Beis Kachi HaKadosh. In the future, I will say, usually Asya means the Melech Mashiach. Right? The Rebbe will bring a river or a stream from the Kodesh HaKadoshim. It's going to be a stream that from the Kodesh HaKadoshim. I love culminating the garden, and by the sides of the stream, all types of delicacies are going to be growing. So again, from this stream, on its banks, all types of beautiful trees, fruit trees will spring up. Its leaves will never wither. And every month, especially the trees will bring forth new fruit. Because again, the waters emanate from the mikdash. Its fruit will be for consumption, and ultimately its leaves will be for healing purposes. Incredible. So we'll say, so what happened? So remember, this is Rabbi Yirmiyah was sitting in front of Rabbi Zera. Rabbi Yirmiyah said over this passage, he said over the drasha, he said in the future a stream will come out from the Beis HaMikdash. He quoted this passage. He says we're having this conversation. It was an older gentleman who was sitting there as this was being said, and he said, Shkoyach, Yosher. He said to Rabbi Yirmiyah, yeah, Shkoyach, beautiful. This appears like Apikarsus. It's like we're really getting to a very strict definition over here. So in other words, I don't know, everybody likes a shkoyach, right? But apparently, again, when the shkoyach is given to the gadol, it has the, I guess it depends who you give the shkoyach to and what you give the shkoyach for. But if Rabbi Yirmiyah says something and just some guy says shkoyach, that Rabbi Yirmiyah doesn't need the shkoyach, right? That's not the way to give the shkoyach. Arole, hi, see you, come say. But again, no, the shkoyach is an affirmation over here. In other words, what the older man was affirming, that which Rabbi Yirmiyah was saying. So what could be wrong with that? Rabbi Yochanan dashes the Bible. Say, if you want to see an example about the curses, there's so much to say about Gemara with the stream coming out of the Kodesh HaKadosh. Like, what is that? What is that? A stream coming out of Kodesh HaKadosh. So let's say, so again, I want to point out something amazing. What does water represent? What does water represent? Water represents Tara, right? Water, right? And what should this water represents everything. Essentially, water is one of those things with multiple layers of symbolisms, right? Again, it represents Torah, it represents life, it represents this notion of Tara. Why does water represent Tara? A person's Tara, they go into a body of water, they become Tara. Why does water do that? This is a beautiful interpretation. So explains his lesson is water is the primordial substance of creation. Meaning what? I don't know what primordial means, but for myself, right, but it sounds so good. It's a primordial substance of creation. One more time, primordial substance of creation. If you throw in the hand motion, this is a very purpose of it. So the Maisa, why? Originally, all the earth was water. So it's the Levitic system is so beautiful. When you immerse yourself in water, you are surrounding yourself by the very substance of creation. So I go in Tameh and I come out someone else. That's why it's only water that can affect Allah. Because water is the initial. Water is the substance of creation. You can recreate yourself in water. What does it mean that Lamaisa, a stream comes out of the Kodesh HaKadosh? Most like when you think about Kodesh HaKadosh, what do you think about? Kodesh HaKadosh is like, that's like the top of the mountain. I mean, quite literally, it's the top of Har HaBayis, right? That's like the peak of Kedusha. If somebody were to ask you, so where do you go past the Kodesh HaKadosh? There's nowhere, at least not in this world, but there is. There's no such thing as reaching the ceiling of Kedusha. Even if you're in the Kodesh HaKadoshim, there's a stream that comes out of the Kodesh HaKadoshim. What does the stream represent? The stream is Torah, the stream is water, the stream is creation, the stream is recreation, the stream is building. Even from the Kodesh HaKadoshim itself, there's places to go. There's water to immerse yourself in. There's no such thing as a ceiling when it comes to our growth. Even after you make it to the Holy of Holies, there's still more to do. Incredible. So the Gemara is like there. Let's see a story about Apikarsis. So we've actually seen this story before. Listen to this. In the future, Messianic era. In the future, Moshe is going to bring precious stones that are 30 amos by 30 amos. And what happens? Moshe is going to go ahead, and he's going to chisel out these stones into entrance ways of 10 amos by 20 amos. 20 amos by 10 amos, right? And what happens? And these are going to be the entrance way to Yerushalayim. Okay, so Rabbi Yochanan is giving this over. So there was a Talmud saying in here, and he chuckled. He chuckled at this. He said, essentially, like, that's ridiculous. So I don't understand. Today, you can't find precious stones that are the size of the eggs of small birds, or small eggs of birds, eggs of small birds, right? So in other words, how people say, come on, you're going to find precious stones that are 30 amos by 30 amos. That's big stones, you understand? It's very big stones. Right? It's like 45 feet by 45 feet. Like, what you can find stones that are that big? So you can't even find small stones like this. Okay, that's the end of the story. What happened? So the Gemara says, the Yamin, first white line, the Yamin, one day this Talmud was traveling by sea. And what happened? Hazunu Malach and tries to come and ask you, he saw in the midst of the ocean angels that were there chiseling out stones. So the Talmud says, no, who is this for? Says the Malachim said, oh, these are the stones that HaKadosh Baruch Hu was creating for the entranceway to Yerushalayim, which I will say, by the way, is such a beautiful idea. You see this motif over and over and over. The Rebbe Shalom is preparing every day for the Beis Hamikdash. Right? In other words, let's be honest. How long would it take HaKadosh Baruch Hu to fashion these stones? You could snap his proverbial fingers and you're done. We're done. The idea is the Rebbe Shalom waits for us. We wait for him like we saw before. Everybody's waiting for Mashiach. The is waiting, Klal Yisrael is waiting, the world is waiting, everything is waiting. All the pieces are here. We just have to push ourselves a little bit more, just to do a bit more, just to grow a bit more, learn a bit more stuck, a bit more chesed, and we can bring this. But again, the Malachim are working on it. As we sit here, the Malachim are working on the gateway to Yerushalayim. So what happens? The kid comes, the Talmud comes back. So again, the Talmud comes back to this medrash. He finds Rabbi Yochanan is darshaning. Amalei Rabbi, drosh ulecha na'a lidrosh. Right? Talmud comes in and says, Rabbi, preach, right? Preach. Continue to preach, and you guys shkoyach to you, right? You're doing a great job. After Kashem Shamarta Kafra Isi. Exactly what you taught in Shir, I saw it with my own eyes. I saw the Malach making the entranceway. Amar lo Reka. So the Yochanan says to him, tell me, you empty one. And had you not seen it, you wouldn't have believed it. Do I want to disparage the words of Chazal? Yohev be'enei ba'asad gal shalat saros. Rabbi Yochanan set his eyes upon him and he became a pile of bones. So again, first of all, we've seen before, the general when the Gemara talks about becoming a pile of bones, what exactly does that mean? Does that mean death? Does that mean just the person, unfortunately, again, is deprived of their holiness? If you're leaving out, just take the Hashem Shabbat here. That was the Baruch Gemara. The whole essence of Yiddishkeit is to believe what you can't see. If you can see it, then it's not belief. If you can see it, then it's not belief. The most beautiful, the hardest thing about Yiddishkeit, which ultimately is the most beautiful thing about Yiddishkeit, is the ability to believe in things that you cannot see, but to believe them no less than the things you can actually see. So the Rabbi Yochanan says, there's no great difference in believing that the Malachim are preparing for Mashiach if you see it with your own eyes. That's not spirituality. That's not Avodas Hashem. The entirety of Avodas Hashem is to believe with all of my heart in the things that I cannot see, but to believe in them no less than the things that I actually see. Incredible. Let's go back to Meisvei. So again, I will say nothing more questions. So remember, according to one of the takeaways over here is that the entrance ways to Yerushalayim are going to be 20 hours by 10 hours. So I think Baruch is the kasha. I'll bring you upright to Yisrael. Rabbi Meir Omer, Masayim Amot Kishtei Kamot Shel Adam HaRishon. The entrance ways to Yerushalayim will be 200 amos high, twice the height of Adam HaRishon. Where according to the Maimar Chazal, Adam was 100 amos high. 100 amos tall. So I'll say, so by the way, just as an aside, what do you do with that? Other was 100 amos tall. So the Maral brings that he says, doesn't have to take it literally that was his height. Rather, again, we'll say often what height is metaphorical for is potential. Adam had a height of 100 amos. What Adam could have done, and we'll say maybe we'll start to revise about Adam and Cain and Shuvah, what Adam could have done. With all of that potential. But in the future, what does it mean that the entrance to Yerushalayim is going to be twice the height? It's beautiful. Let's listen to this. That in the future, the entrance to Yerushalayim is going to be twice the height of Adam and Rishon. It means that again, in the future, the potential that we will be able to unlock within ourselves is infinite and overwhelming. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yehuda Omer, Kof Amat Keneged Heichal, the coastline, 100 amos. Shnei Amar Sher Baginu Kinetim Gidalim Bidorem, Rasenek Kizavios Bekukalos Tabnis Heichal. So I'll say, so which one is it? So there's a contradiction. We just said before that the entrance way is 20 amos by 10 amos. Now we're saying it's 200 amos. What's going on here? So the Gemara says, no. Kikam Rabbi Yochanan, the Kabbalah Zeka. Rabbi Yochanan was talking about the windows. Whereas we'll say in the entrance ways, because we're going to be so tall, we want air circulation. The air ducts will, so to speak, be at a height of 20 amos. But the gates themselves will actually be much taller. So my value of the truth, going back to the stream coming out of the Kodesh HaKadoshim, what does it mean that the leaves that grow from the stream will be for medicinal purposes? One will say that consuming those leaves, if a person is mute, will give them the ability to speak. Others say that if a woman is barren, it'll act as like a fertility treatment. Rabbi Yochanan the truth of mamish. So Rabbi Yochanan says mamish from medicinal purposes. Not a truth. What does this mean? But ultimately, again, it will make the Talmidei Chachamim even more handsome, even more beautiful. That's incredible. Whoever blackens his face over words of Torah in this one. What does this mean, blacken my face? What it means is these are statements of deprivation. Generally, again, a person doesn't eat the way they're supposed to eat, so the complexion becomes like a little bit ashy. So the idea over here is a person who indulges a little bit less, deprives himself a little bit more in order to put his focus on Torah. So therefore, again, I don't have the full measure of physical enjoyment in this world because I'm devoting myself to Torah. So what happens? HaKadosh Baruch Hu mafik zivav li'olam haba. Moshe gives him a radiant countenance in the world to come. Shnei Mar Ma'er Kilobalon Bachon Karos Marol Tanchom Bachaloi Chalamariv Asmal Divrei Torah. So literally again, a person literally translated starves himself in Torah. What does that mean? It means that literally again, my whole focus is drawn to the point that I neglect or I just don't focus on certain material things. The Gemara says, so if I'm missing meals, so to speak, for Torah in this world, so Baruch will satiate me in the world to come. Shnei Amar, Yer B'Yom Yideshin B'Secha, Enecha Adanecha Sashkin. So I will say, again, what's the meaning of it? As I said before, to grow spiritually requires sacrifice. You have to give up certain things, whatever those things may be. A lot of times, these things in the material. I will say, destroy every aspect of our use. I will say, can you imagine, by the way, imagine for a moment, if you didn't have to pay tuition, or imagine just imagine you didn't have to pay tuition. I just imagine for your lifestyle what that would look like. What that would look like, right? We having you in a yacht, right? Or something like that. You know, right? Imagine, right? Imagine what it would look like. Let's say, and again, it's not just for tuition. There's a lot of things that really cause us to sacrifice. What you want to know is just understand that every sacrifice you make to in this world, the Ribono Shel Olam will give it back as well. Just understand, right? So whatever. So in other words, we give up time to learn Torah. We give up other things to learn Torah. We give up our money for tzedakah. And again, I will say, sometimes it's easy, sometimes it's really difficult. Just understand, whatever you sacrifice for the Ribono Shel Olam in this world, He will use back multifold in the world to come. It's incredible. The Gemara goes like this. It was Kesar Dimi Amar. In the future, by us, HaKadosh Baruch Hu will give us bracha, a handful of bracha from Him. Shneimar, Baruch Hashem Yom Yom, Ya'amos Yom Lanu, Akel Yeshua Seinu Salah. I'm going to buy the cash on the game. I look for some seeds. I look for Neimar. Mi Madad B'Shalom Mayim B'Shamayim. Mayim B'Shamayim B'Zeres Tachin. So the Gemara says, HaKadosh Baruch Hu gives us a handful. The Moshe's handful is massive. So how could it be that the Moshe is going to give me a handful? I can't contain his handful. I look, Gemara says, Amar, my time no shchichas ba'agarata. Why did you not show up for Shir? In Shir, we're learning about Agarata. Rabbi said, Sham Shmei Rabba, Mari, HaKadosh Baruch Hu Litin Tzadik, Gimel Mea Ba'asar Solamos. In the future, the Rosh will give every single tzaddik 310 rolls. Shneimar, Lahanchil Ave Yesh, both were saying Amalei. Yesh, Gematria, plus Mea Ba'asar. So say whatever this means. Once again, what it means is it's understood that the tzaddik lives a life of deprivation. I will say that all of us are tzaddikim, and we all know that to grow in Torah, to be Oved Hashem, I have to sacrifice, and we're making sacrifices consistently and daily. I promise you, whatever you sacrifice here, I will absolutely give back to you. Tanya Rameir says, the way in which you act, acts towards you. Good. Is that possible? But Gemara says, "Adam no similar omso ani ba'alu Shprachu no similar omso li olam." So what's the could it be that if I give a handful to a pauper in this world, Hashem gives me a handful back in the world to come back? Sit. Shemayim bizarre talking. The handful of HaKadosh Baruch Hu is so much more than mine. In other words, if you say mita k'neged mita, what that means is whatever I give, I'll get. But if I give it only a handful in this world, I get back to the HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Which the Gemara says, "Ba'atim yato omekin eizu mida meruba, midas tova mida." Eizu mida meruba, mida tova meruba, or mida paranos. So again, remember, even though we say mida k'neged mida, right? That there's reciprocity. At the end of the day, for what is there a greater measure of reciprocity? reciprocity. For good or for bad. Omid days, we're say, Omid days, have it flying. Have it Omer, Mida Tova Meruba Medidas Paramas. So say we know the answer to this. That Mida Tova always eclipses Midas Paramas. In other words, there's always reciprocity. But when it comes to reciprocity for bad, in other words, if I do bad, you're going to visit bad upon me. That's the way it works. But the reciprocity for that is a much more equal math. On the other hand, when I go ahead and I do good things, the reciprocity for that is even more. The devotion gives me back more than I have given. The Gemara says, "V'midas tova siv v'yitzav shakim imau v'daltei shamayim pesach v'yamter aleihem lechol v'midas parnas u'omer ta'arubas hashem niftechu midas parnas siv v'yetzu v'rol v'hegel sifkan." So the Gemara says, you see over here that the midah tova is even very good midah love. The Gemara says, midas parnas siv v'yetzu v'rol v'hegel sifkan. He both told Asam Mosamos, but Asham was sick back. Vayuti Ro, Lechol Basar. I am Mercy Valo, Absamos is talking about the Evangelist of Mashiach. We're ultimately, again, after we see the arrival of Mashiach, we're going to see there's going to be a valley of corpses where all of those who died in the war of Gog and Magog will be called. Mercy Valo, Adam, Moshe, Etzba, Orba, Orba, Olam Azeh. The person sticks his finger in fire in this world, he's burned immediately. This is beautiful. In the same way that the Ribono Shel Olam gives the cost for a show to receive their punishment, Kadosh Baruch Hu gives cost to the tzaddikim to receive their reward. But the internal part of here is as follows: that even though we believe in the system of mita kineged mita, reciprocity, right? The reciprocity for good is much greater than the measure of reciprocity for bad. In other words, I know that when I do Averos, there's going to be punishment for those Averos. I'll say that's the way it works. And whatever I do in this world, there's going to be reciprocity for it in the world to come. So whatever I did wrong, there's going to be reciprocal punishment for my misdeeds, assuming that I didn't do tshuva. If I do tshuva, then of course I can erase everything. But assuming I didn't do tshuva, there's reciprocity. But for tova, for good, I will say, there's not just simple, direct reciprocity. Whatever good I do in this world, the Moshe gives me schar, gives me reward, and the reward I get from HaKadosh Baruch Hu far outweighs the good that I've done in this world. Incredible. Let's go ahead. Rabbi Kiva Omer, at the card of Sram HaChitzoni. So Rabbi Kiva says, even if someone who reads Sram HaChitzoni is called Rabbi Koris. What's the Sram HaChitzoni? Tana B'Sifri, Tana B'Sifri Tziddikim. It refers to the books of the Tziddikim. Remember again, who is the Tziddikim? The Tziddikim, when people do not believe the Torah about that. Rabbi Yosef Amar B'Sefer Ben Sira Nami Asur. So again, Rabbi Yosef says it applies also to the book of Ben Sira. As we're going to see, the book of Ben Sira was a book of knowledge that was compiled by this guy Ben Sira. So the Gemara suggests over that that's also called apikarsis. So the Gemara says, I'm going to buy my timer. Now, what's the reason? Right? What's so bad about the book of Ben Sira? Right? What is it that it has in there that's so bad? So maybe it means, because it says, do not skin a fish. Right? Don't take the skin off of a fish. Rashi says, Rashi on the right hand side, don't peel off the skin of the fish, because if you peel off the skin of the fish, you're going to waste the skin. Let's stop over for today. A little bit of a cliffhanger. By the way, we did excellent. So we did a block. Wrong block. Right? But we did most of the wrong block. Let's say Rest Hashem, incredible Gemara. We'll continue picking up with Ben Sira tomorrow, Mirz Hashem. All right, Chavra, have a great day, everyone. Jerry, you're the closest to that stream coming out of the Kodesh of Mirz Hashem. He's hoping to see you soon. Okay, we'll say good morning, let us begin by taking all of our sponsors for this morning to days. Our annual coming to response, the touch care, we need to consider E5, the country's not very yourself. Dedicating everything adjustments of this year, as it is August to the source for the Solomon Israel, and the other sponsors for the month of Adar, Terry and Steve Zim, lovingly of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Sweeper, Ben Yosef HaKohen, Ziv Levin and Berman families, in memory of William Ziv, Zed Shmuel Ben Yisrael, Nathan and Beth Ann, in memory of Judy Golden, Yehudis, Esther Bas Alazar, and Gadi and Shimon Cohen, got doing sponsors for today, Rachel of the Architect of Gadi's grandfather, Alvin Cohen, Avram Ben Yaakov Cohen, Zichron Mizrach, New York, and Merit. Other Atomic all of the Mishals having on the families in the summer, all those who should have on the home Holy Israel, which the Yetz Hashem bring home our hostages and our holy soldiers to be successful in all Nasir Day. And with that, let us move a lot to the Baruch Hashem. Really incredible Gemara, like I said, and running out of adjectives, I never even describe anymore. Just how enormous and how incredible this Gemara is. It's also fascinating. And just because of that number is a 7.5-year cycle, you forget, like, cycle to cycle, just how incredible all of this Gemara is. Anyway, as Moshe says, today's daf is Sadik Tes 99. We are picking up the Meretz Hashem on Sadik Tes Amid Beis. We are taking up it's about 20 lines before it gets wide. The Yochanan says, I believe that it's only Meretz Hashem through the coming of Mashiach, but I don't want to see it. And this echoes the sentiment. Let him come, but I don't want to see it. This echoes the sentiment that we began to see yesterday's of these people of Rabbanim. We're first believing all of their hearts about Mashiach, but also know all of the pain and difficulty and suffering that is going to receive in this era. So essentially, you see, you know what? Let Mashiach come. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it. In other words, I believe it. I want it to come, but I don't want to see all the pain and suffering that is going to precede Mashiach. I mean, it's Turkish. So it's like, first of all, so it's just a very dramatic statement. Like so much of our whole lives is, I want to see Mashiach. I want to see Gula. Let him come. But I don't really want to see the misfortune and the difficulty that is going to precede it. I mean, you're Turkish. Right time. It's like you're saying, what's the problem? What is it that you're concerned about? Even in Mishum B'Sid, Kashayanis Ishmete Hari, Upaga Hadosh, Upaga Lai Solat Yadwa Lakir B'Nosh Kol Nefesh. So it's like this, you know, the way that the Rabbi describes. The way the Rabbi describes a little bit of the Messianic era, or the pre-Messianic era, is that there's going to be a constant flow of difficulties, trials, and tribulations. So, for example, that a person will run away from that lion and will run into the bear, and then he'll come home, he'll put his hand on the wall, and the snake will bite him. The witness in what he's describing it is essentially the pre-Messianic era. You go from challenge to challenge, from difficulty to difficulty, from the lion to the bear to the snake. So what you say is, is that what's bothering you? In other words, is that the one nature of challenge to challenge, difficulty to difficulty? Is that what's making you say, let Mashiach come and I don't want to see it? So this is so profound. The instructor says this pretty much characterizes our life in this world. This is, for example, Shadam Letzil Sada, Upagabo Santa. Person goes out into the field. He goes out into his own field. And who's he finding his own field? The surveyor. That actually points out who is the surveyor. This was the guy in the government whose job it was to figure out how to appropriate fields from private people and make it part of the government. In other words, pretty much you go out into your field and you find someone essentially trying to take your stuff. Don't make sure you can the body. It's just like you can't bring a lion. Just like a lion is a predatory animal constantly trying to devour up. So you walk into your field, you see someone trying to devour your property. Then you come into the city, Rabbi, you run into the tax collector. And the tax collector, when he sees you, he's not interested in Shalom Aleichem, right? He's interested in taking your money. So once again, the Gemara says, it's like running into the bear. So you come into your field, you run into the surveyor, so you run into a lion. Then you come into town, right? And you run into the tax collector. And it's like running into a bear who wants to devour from you. Nichnas lebeso, u'motza bonav u'benoso, muterim b'ra'av. Then you come home and you find your children, unfortunately, again, are hungry. Again, I was like, well, what this is highlighting over here? But I can just, even now, even now, everywhere I turn, there's challenges, there's difficulty. There's no surveyor, in the town there's the tax collector. And then I come home, and my family has its own set of problems. And it's just like being bitten by a snake. So let's say, so there's two things I think are coming out of Rish Lakish's statement. Number one, what Rish Lakish is saying is, you're so concerned about the yesterday. You're so concerned about the misfortunes of the difficulties, the challenges that Guinness newsflash. There's plenty of difficulties and misfortunes and trials and tribulations in day-to-day life. We have this stuff now. It's not like now life is easy, the Guinness becomes difficult. Life is challenging right now. So that's another understanding of it. There's also another thing from this, which is incredibly important. One of the most potentially damaging mindsets that a person could have as they go through life is the expectation that somehow life is supposed to be easy. And for some reason, we have this notion like that life is supposed to be easy. Life, the pieces are supposed to drop into place, and things are supposed to be okay. And when they're not okay, that's like an aberration. That's the abnormal piece. And the Rish Lakish is highlighting is that is not true. Don't walk around life with an expectation that it's easy. Life is not easy. Life is filled with constant challenges that come upon us one after the other. Are there moments of tranquility in the midst of a sea of challenges? Yes, there are. There absolutely are. But the de facto state of life is one of challenge. You go into the field, there's a challenge. You come into the town, there's a challenge. You come home to your family, there's a challenge. And that's okay. It doesn't mean you do something wrong. Just know that is the reality of life. And I want to say sometimes when we go through life, and we expect things to be tranquil, and we expect things to be easy, and when they're not, we become so disillusioned and so upset and so broken. What happened? Where did I go wrong? Because my expectations are flawed. Everything is like, it's very selfish. You see, to your point, life is hard. It's hard now. It's pre-Messianic era. That's the way it is. But if you embrace it, and you go into it, and you understand it, and you accept it, and at the end of the day, you figure out how to maximize it. Such an incredible Gemara. Alors, we should have said, Shalom, in Yalav Zachar, Ador, Yisiko, Yalav Zachar, Jireka, the natural company of Yalav, rather, it's going to say, you're going to make your band by power possible. What is it possible? My Raisi Kogeber, what does that mean? I've seen all men. Now, listen, I'm interested in the number of years describing is interesting. Once again, all of these specific things are describing as being true as Rabbi, and it's like a man who grasps his stomach, right, and his tail like a woman with a pregnant woman. The pregnant woman. So the Gemara says, my Raisi Kogeber, everything I've seen all men. I said that for his father. Okay? Your mind naturally company miracle. And what does it mean that the Rebbe thinks what is that mean? What refers to it like this? The literally again, Hamali means the palace. The celestial palace, the earthly palace, what does this mean? It's incredible. The Shash Amrak Kadosh Baruch Hu, Halu Masi Yadai, it's a Halu Masi Yadai. Hit Evad Elu, Yitne Elu. So let's listen to this. Most something like this. These are my creations, and these are my creations. How can I destroy these before these? And let's say, this is an incredible Gemara. Gemara is heavy like this. Messianic era is incredible. Why? Because it represents the success of Klal Yisrael and the downfall of other nations. It's important for us to understand that as much as Hashem wants to bring about our success, when Hashem brings about the downfall of other nations, it is painful for him. But why is it painful for him? Because we are all God's children. This is incredibly important to remember. Jews have not cornered the market on God. God, the devotion belongs to everyone. And everyone belongs to the Ribono Shel Olam. and he loves everyone, and he cares for everyone, and he wants the success of everyone. It's true. As a people, as a nation, we have a different and unique relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But the relationship is for all of humanity to have. This is why I also described that before. When we get over it's hard to remember anything but I got a person that you'll be right now. Remember again, once upon a time when we learned like tomorrow. So you remember again, you had the whole city of Shem Sesbene Noah. Like, how do you live in a country where love everyone? It goes from every next level, so you have a mixed up of process license. You can break the world. Yet amazingly enough, we don't. In fact, just the opposite. Like that, we don't convert. You let some mitzvahs, do that, you have some love. You don't need to do what we do. You don't need to do what we do. And everybody goes out and follows you. So in this kind of hour comes, and God Yisrael is lifted up, and the other nations are punished, then it's hard for Hashem. It's hard for the people to have to punish any of his children, even if they're deserving of it. So the Gemara says, from Rabbi hands down the issue, he's the British adage, right, you said that, it's the British adage that when your ox is running and it becomes injured and it can no longer feed from its trough, put your horse by that trough. So what's the problem? What's the problem? Then when the ox is at a floor shalema and it's ready to go back to its trough, the problem is you feel bad for taking the horse away from the trough. Okay, so the metaphor, of course, is that Klal Yisrael had greatness. We lost our greatness because of a variety of different life mistakes. Those are our positions in the nations of the world.
Why not? Whatever. It's 13th of Shabbat, 57
But it's difficult for us. Let's say a really profound demand. Difficult for the Shalom to go ahead and do this.
We're just going to roll with it, baby. Like Steve Woodward, roll with it, baby. Alright, so no one really knows for sure. A little bit, Elu, Divrei, Elohim, Chaim. But this is the majority we live by. And you just do whatever the fuck you want. Do as thou wilt, just don't fuck up. Alright, I wanted to say this before I start. Kabbalah sucks and everything sucks. Really, yeah. Okay, anything else? I was doing a lot of singing, and I think people will find this funny. Elvis, who became arguably the biggest music sensation of the 20th century, arguably. Frank Sinatra, the Beatles, arguably Elvis, bigger than both of them, and everybody else. Failed music, and allegedly for kids, I failed music. And I'm not saying I'm Elvis, but better, obviously. I also failed. That's fine. And
we reject Rabbi Hillel. In fact, the glorious benefits of
I don't know if you're learning from the right guy. I didn't fail. Did you really? Yeah.
It was worth it for the Rebbe Shalom to create an entire world just for David.
Because it's boring as fuck.
Just for David.
Foreign language.
It was worth it for Hashem to create an entire world just for Moshe Rabbeinu. Rabbi Yochanan says it was worth it for Hashem to create an entire world just for Mashiach. So Rashi points out over here what's in David. Because David went ahead and said, beautiful shira, beautiful song. Moshe brought down the Torah.
That's another thing. People may wonder, hey Rabbi, you talk about being athletic, and we obviously see how athletic you are. The sports dynasty here. Agility, you lose agility. I'm like, yeah, I know, bro. But I was never academically eligible for it. Really? When I get older, I will be.
It is worth it for the Rebbe Shalom to create the entire world for one person to actualize his potential. And the truth of the beauty of that Gemara is one more phrase. The additional phrase is, insert your name here. It was worth it for Hashem to create a world for David.
Yeah, and I would say the big reason why I failed music, I was
and now let it be that it was worth it for Hashem to create the world for you.
I didn't know how to play
piano. You maximize your potential.
And I didn't really know anything about piano. And I can tell you the kids who did badly in class, we just didn't have pianos. We didn't have keyboards. I've actually never seen a keyboard. Piano wasn't a thing. My cousins had a piano.
So
It's just like a thing. Like everybody's piano. It's kind of
Mashiach is much more of a
very few people like
descriptive
actually
term
take piano.
of someone
My
who's
mom
going to
took
go
piano.
ahead and bring
My
about
mom can play
salvation.
piano, but
Or I should say, Mashiach really means like anointed one.
and I always wanted to learn.
Like what's his name? So the Rabbi Shiva.
So when the other kids were like learning music composition better, and they could use the piano as a tool to be able to like know where different notes were, the kids who did not have a piano were fucked. So Israel, if anything, get your kids. But I have like this floating piano that you've seen me use drive 118 miles an hour while playing. Get your kids a floating piano and just so they know. And the other instruments, that was another thing why I did badly. We never had instruments. Even kid instruments are fine, like just plastic instruments, something that makes noise. I would say there was always an issue in our home that you never want to like piss off the parents. You never want to be super loud. And instruments are loud. And I can remember, this is a sad thing. This is like a sad moment. I was trying to learn a song, the cuckoo. Really, yeah. And I didn't even want to learn it. I just played my own version on the recording. And I was very stressed as a child. I could hear it. My parents never fought with each other. Really, really, I mean, not really. We'll say for these purposes, but they were just, I could hear them stressing, and I would sit on the stairs, and instead of doing the work, I would blast on that fucking recorder, and I chew on it, fucking chew on it. I remember my teacher chewed on it, yeah, bitch, I know. And it was just stress. Yeah, I layer on this fucking recorder, not knowing the right
leper, essentially a leper from the house of David, a leper from the house of Rabbi. Incredible. So the Gemara says,
I remember like the teacher would like show us how to play the song, and I would just, it got more complicated at the end, and I was just not good at it. And there were other kids who were really, really good because they played instruments. And this is the first instrument I really ever had. Aside from, I had a keyboard as a little kid, so I shouldn't say that. But it was a keyboard that I would use. I'll never forget this. It was funny to me. Because as my grandparents had. And I always wanted my grandparents to take us to school. And so I had this keyboard. And there was you play it and it'd be like, dun, 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 whatever. And there was this mode on it though that you could turn on, and it would play it would automatically play a song. And I'd go to my grandparents.
It's interesting to think about this.
And they'd be like singing out some kind of prodigy. And I'd be like,
with connections and with Torah.
Thinking I was okay, and then I shut it off. Like, no, I can't do it anymore. I can't do it anymore. It's just... And they were like, did you see that? And they're like, they were 80 years old. They're old. And if that's not old today, whatever. But and it isn't as old as it once was. But back then, when people are drinking every night, smoking cigarettes every day, that's old. Really? Yeah, everybody did that shit, kids. I don't think people understand how prevalent smoking was back then. Really? It's very common in Jewish households than other households.
They both suffered. Rabbi suffered from terrible intestinal illness that ultimately claimed his life. And Daniel suffered a lot in his life also, by being the trusted servant of Nebuchadnezzar. It was not easy. Not easy. So the idea over here, the Gemara saying over here, is Mashiach is someone who is battle tested.
I'm thinking that's so cool. So I went home one day and I didn't know this from my great uncle brought my cousin got his hands on it. He's a little older than us. He got his hands on this fucking piano and he was able to do this. So then when I come back to my grandparents' house, they're like, hey, little Mozart. We're on your fucking scam. And that was like the first time I want to say I was like dishonest ever to my grandparents.
I really became who I am because of the brachos that I have.
I remember being like, oh, they're gonna love me so much if I can play this like this.
Excellence. In fact, it's often just the opposite.
They're like, yeah, we suck.
The challenge with brachos is
Anyway,
brachos
is that the end of your story?
have the danger of keeping us tethered to mediocrity.
So just, it's like one of those things. If I had the ability, I had children today, how would you raise them? How would they be the best fucking kids? How would they be prodigy? But what would you do? I would, my
you can't become a
I don't want to say I didn't have this, but I would get them balls. I would get them golf clubs. I would, like, even plastic, just everything, plastic, everything. And what else? Tennis racket, pickleball racket, football, basketball, baseball bat. That'd be huge.
It's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. We so often spend our lives running away from
I would teach them about sports. That's another thing. Like, I didn't know what cross country was until a lot of people don't, but I didn't even know what it was until like I was an adult. Like, oh, you mean there's different types of running? I figured that, and I'd seen the Olympics, but I was always like, cross country never got anything. And my school didn't have cross country, even though it's the easiest sport to be able to manage. I think it's just shoes and shorts. If you're a man, you need shoes and shorts. That's it. And you can run. Socks. Like, it's literally to be a cross country runner in warm environment. You need shoes, socks, underwear, and shorts. Like, you don't even need a shirt, and you just fucking run. And really quickly, just tell this. I gotta get into this. I was running with a friend of mine who supported and he and I were never competitive when it came to running, but we could run at the same level, and we'd run like 10 miles. It's really pretty far. Sometimes like 13 miles, just for fun. The thing is, when you're running a lot, it just takes a lot of time. It really does. It's not like even about once your body's in a certain position, it's not even about the pain or anything like that, because you become numb to it. It's just, dude, I've got to fucking run for an hour and a half or whatever. It's like, it takes a lot of time. And we were running past this college, and I was getting catcalled by chicks. And I remember being, I used this to say that. Anyway, what else would you get your kids? I'd get them music toys. But again, I'm not saying I didn't have that. It's just, I remember I had a flute. I had a recorder maybe. I had a guitar. Here's the thing. Never a real guitar, like maybe like a plastic guitar. But my family loved music, but it just wasn't. We just knew that like music wasn't going to be my thing. What was going to be my thing? I don't really know. I don't think my parents ever knew. And you will write, and you will serve David, who I will establish your future tense. Really? Yeah. And I get them computers very young. Like I would. Would you give your kid an iPad? I'd have them with that leapfrog shit really early, and I would figure out a way to lock down an iPad and give that fucking kid an iPad all the time. And they'd be learning and doing flashcards and all kinds of shit like that. I think that's really healthy. If you give a child an iPad, I mean, I've had it in my life where I haven't had electronics, and then I had the opportunity to have a fucking tablet, and it was precious. Like, I don't know how else to describe it. It was absolutely precious. And people get into, well, their screen time and all this other shit. Dog, my parents would fucking, I'd just sit in front of Sesame Street and, like, right up next to the TV, not right up next to it, but, it was, let's just
So what is this?
So when people say screen time, they didn't have a word for that when I was a kid. It was called you're watching too much TV. That's what it was called.
It'll be a day of light, darkness,
all right,
and not
come
light.
on, you got to get into this. I know, but these are like little anecdotes that I feel are good. So what would you tell Israel? I would say there just needs to be like a starter pack that's affordable. That's all the. What other instruments do you have? Drums. I got drums. I had a little drum though, so I don't want it to sound like I didn't have this stuff. It's just I didn't. I wasn't able to make the connection between that and music composition. And can you read music?
That's my thing, right?
Yeah, I mean, I can look at music and tell you what the notes are in either like treble clef or bass clef. Really, yeah. I used to be able to do it better. That's the one thing that I like. It was every good boy does find GGBDF and FAC. That's all I fucking remember. And that's all I really needed to know, but I wasn't able to put that on a keyboard. And that was a big thing. Like, there should be keyboards. I've seen them before. I even bought them. Like, where they put, it's like an overlay that you have the keys. But I just wasn't able to make that connection. And when you're starting, like, when things are, it's just one thing after another. I went from moderately challenged in school to overwhelmingly challenged, way too much homework. Way too much. That's another thing. If anybody ever sees this in the future, I would be a very major proponent of no homework. No homework. Homework should be time for homework. You should be with your family. You should be able to play sports. School, there's enough time in school for teachers to be able to get all the homework done. And it's just it's overwhelming. There are ways I feel that, because here's the thing. Here's what happens. You have one kid who goes home to a two-parent household and has a computer and has a laptop and has a PC and a laptop and has parents who went to excellent schools and they might even have a tutor or whatever. And then you got some kid whose mom's working at Walmart who's like a latchkey kid, doesn't have any chance, or very little chance, and he's got to babysit his siblings, or she's got to babysit her siblings, and then Monday morning they are supposed to come in and have the exact same work done. That is totally not fair, and that's where kids get dropped back. Alright, anything else you want to say about this? Yeah, I would just be an advocate. No more. We don't need homework. You're in school for 8 fucking hours. Get the shit done then. You don't need it. Like, how would I just remember when I was in school, they would say, each class is supposed to give you an hour worth of homework. Well, bitch, I've been in 6 classes today. That's 6 hours worth of homework. I get home at, not right at 3, there's like fucking other shit, like, you know, maybe I might get home at 4 or something like that. So if I don't eat dinner, that means I'm done at 10. Like, that's ridiculous amounts of homework. They wouldn't ever, they'd be like, well, 45 minutes to an hour. It's like, shut up. What if it takes me longer? What if one thing takes me longer? And another thing, I've never been good at memorizing things, ever. And I have to really work hard to memorize things. I think harder than the average person. People just say, you memorize shit all the time. It's come with a lot of work. And if you have a situation where, so you wouldn't have, if you have a situation where you have, like, let's say 2 assignments, one you have to memorize something, and the other you have to do a worksheet or something. And some kids might take an hour to memorize something, other kids might take 5 hours to memorize something, like, to get it down really well. And maybe they never just even memorize it. And then you expect that worksheet to be done on the same level. I feel that school has enough time to be able to teach children, and there should be no homework at all. Would you make it illegal? Yeah, I'd make homework illegal. I think a lot of kids would think that would be great. How do you get around that, though? I mean, you could always study more. There's nothing against that. But you would not get in trouble if you did not. Like, once you left from school, you would not get in trouble if you didn't do anything from that point until the next day. You might not do as well in school, but you wouldn't get in trouble. I can remember being in school, and I remember this one kid, very, I don't want to say very smart, very, he was the most diligent kid that we had in terms, he wasn't that bright. I think he became some fucking engineer or something.
That ultimately will have simcha like years of our affliction. Affliction went on for 400 years.
Government contract or something. But I went to school with this kid for like 11 straight years. And he always did his homework, always did everything. Like, he didn't have a fucking personality to save his fucking ass. Nothing. But always did his homework. And I was something, fuck that shit. Anyway, and one day, and this is how teachers are, and they don't realize it. It's really unfortunate. They'll go up to the board and they'll be like, maybe like home. I mean, it's different today, but like they'll be like home. Back in my day, they wouldn't even write it on the fucking board. They would just be like, all right, yeah, you have to read pages 100 to 200 by tomorrow. And they say, okay, fine. But if there'd be like kids getting up and all kinds of other shit, and the teacher would not be on their A game, and they'd be like, oh yeah, you gotta read pages 100 to 200, and like call out, and then the next day, half of the kids did it, half of them didn't, and the teacher's over there like, why didn't you do this shit? And it's like, motherfucker, all you had to do was write this on the board. Or if anything, we had this thing, this assignment book. Okay, no one ever used it except this one kid. Everybody would just write it in their notebook or something like that. There's just a, and I remember this kid one time did not have his homework done for something, just one time. And wouldn't you know, for the next 5 fucking years, whenever the teacher would go up and be like, all right, have a nice day or something, this kid would raise his hand and say, do we have any homework? Because he wanted to write in his book, because he didn't fucking, and his book was fucking pristine, and it was unbelievable. Anyway, I think today they send the homework like on it, it's like online, so it's like you don't have to write anything down, but I don't think you need that. I think I could teach school. I have. I never gave out homework. Now, it was for different reasons, but there's enough time in school to be able to go through everything. If you're teaching efficiently, you know, I'm going to finish with this. I learned American history, and I did not learn it in the way that I was supposed to learn it. And I know it pretty well. And I had a talented teacher, but this is how the teacher would teach. For 2 hours, he would go up to the board and just write notes. And we were to be copying those notes. And I would argue with him a lot. Why don't you just make a copy of your notes, give them to us, and then we can discuss them? Because that's how, it wasn't exactly how it's supposed to work, but we're supposed to have many discussions. And this teacher did not want to have the discussions. He didn't want a bunch of 9th grade boys who were going to argue, but the other class got to argue, and I feel like we were at a disadvantage. Once we got their teacher the next year or something like that, or maybe 2 years later, we loved it. We loved it because it was like engaging and stuff. And I remember thinking to myself, my parents did not pay for me to do this. They're not paying for me to sit here and fucking copy notes. Like, and it would be every single day. All we would do is copy notes. There would be no discussion, or very little discussion. And this teacher, he and I many times did not see eye to eye, and actually I had a friend of mine and I who went to the dean of all the boys, and we complained, and we said, look, this is not how it's supposed to go. The other class is having open debates and discussions on these topics, and they don't have to sit there and take them something. And here's what would end up happening. Teacher would go up to the board, and I would fucking play around. We did all kinds of shit. We had little army men. Like, we're fucking way too old for army men, but we'd be shooting them at each other. There's a new kid. I'd fucking kick this kid. Why? I would do this thing where I'd go like this, and because he'd make this huge reaction. You couldn't keep your hands to yourself. Dog. You wouldn't be able to either if you had this fucking kid. He would just, anyway. But it would be like, dude, teacher's back's turned. Let's fucking fuck it up. Anyway, is that the end of your story? You've got a lot to review. I know. So what would you do? I'd get kids instruments. I'd get kids lockdown tablet. where they couldn't view the whole internet, but they could. At what age would you let them see the whole internet? That's a good question. Maybe 18. So whatever the age of consent. If they're going to get it other ways, it's fine. But I would have software. I would be the parent who would have software that would watch it. Really? Yeah, if they could. That to me, there should be like a free service in the United States where you download the software and it locks your shit down. And they're paid currently, but I don't understand that. All right. Is that the end of your story? No, I want to talk about getting your kids instruments, teaching them the music theory early, and how the different notes on the different instruments work. And like that would be another thing. And just becoming ambidexterity is important. Dude, anyway, anything else you want to say? No. That's fine. Alright. There you go. No. Okay, we got some Yiddish to go. So I find it hilarious that like the absolutely righteous person who perhaps I don't know how talented I am with music and all this like lip syncing using air instruments, but who is greater? And I will say this is a fundamental machlokas. Probably using music. Fundamental machlokas between Rabbi Yochanan and ultimately again Rabbi Avo. All right, so we had Chai. That's what Rebbitzin says after she gets stuck by this motherfucker. That's something so pleasurable when it could revivify it dead. Halavai, that means like, if I'm Irish, Yiddish got that. Jewish had Yenta, it's kind of a fetish of mine. It's a talkative bitch. Tachlis, that's brass tacks, motherfucker. Nosh, that's what I do. I snap his cookies. Bashert, so there's the shirter, which is male soulmate. Bashirta, which is female soulmate. Bashert is soulmate. Mishmash. I was taking a bath. That's like a bunch of shit. Everybody knows that. Bupkiss, that means nothing. That means beans, good yontif, that means Chaim means life. Parv. This is an interesting one. I mean, because it looks like it should be parve, but it's parv. Pronounced parv, or do people do pronounce it parve? Never heard of parve. Parv is Yiddish, and by extension Hebrew is a Yiddish, and by extension Hebrew term for something that is neither meat nor dairy. This is significant because Jewish law does not allow one to cook or consume meat together with milk products. Parv food, however, may be eaten together with both meat and milk. Examples would be water, eggs, fish, and anything that is plant-derived, such as fruit, nuts, and veggies. Thus, a cookie labeled as parv can be eaten together with cream-laden coffee or after a steak dinner. Since meat and dairy utensils are also kept separate, dishes that are used for neither meat nor dairy are known as parv. Some important parv information. Eggs. Although eggs come from an animal, eggs are still parv. Why? Think about it. Milk comes from an animal too, and it isn't considered meat. Yeah, but it is considered dairy. So. Fish is parv. However, because of health concerns, the sages of the Talmud prohibit eating it with meat. There are varying customs about eating fish with meat. However, fish may be prepared on either milk or dairy utensils and eaten right before or after meat or milk with no concern, as long as one washes one's mouth out. There is a custom not to eat fish with meat, which you can, but like, what about wasps? That's the thing. These fucking rules make sense to a certain extent, and then they don't. And it's just like tradition. Like, oh yeah, but that's just how it is. Bread. Almost all bread is parv, recognizing that dairy bread could easily be taken for parv and eaten with meat and vice versa. The sages forbade the production of bread with milk or rendered fat, unless it is clearly marked, or if such a small amount is produced that it will be served only to people in the know. Faux meat or dairy. Soy burgers and almond milk are often parv. Soy burgers and almond milk are often part, but onlookers may be misled if they see you sipping milky coffee with meat or topping your burger with cheese, not realizing that milk or meat they are seeing is not real. Thus, the sages decreed that these products must be specially marked if they are to be consumed with something that appears incompatible. For example, an almond floating in your almond milk would allow you to serve it with a beef dinner. A more contemporary application would be to leave the almond milk container on the table so that everyone knows what it is. Other uses. In common parlance, parv has come to denote neutrality in other contexts as well. Here are some examples. I find both politicians equally boring, so my feelings about the election are pretty parv. I've learned to get along with my mother-in-law, but our relationship is still far from warm. You can say it's parv. So I have lots of stories, but one, my mom and aunt and I were going to Steven Spielberg's mother's milkshake restaurant. It's known as the Milky Way. I've done videos from there. My favorite milkshake restaurant. It's really small, but pretty small. And those were I see. All right. So
and then, interestingly enough, the Mishnah then went on to enumerate the people who don't have a portion of all to come. So one of those people was, Homer in Torah Hashem. This person says Torah is not divine.
Okay. Yeah.
Person says Torah is not from Hashem. Torah is not divine. Such a person does not have a portion in the world to come.
We get there. And
I said the Gemara, Rabbanan, Kidvar Hashem Biza, Mitzvaso,
we're talking or whatever. And the server comes up to us, okay, what would you like? And I always get the same thing, which is lasagna. Why? It's like the first thing that I ever got there, and I really liked it. And I don't even really like lasagna, but I liked it. And somebody who would do that at a restaurant, if I find something I like, I will eat that from now until the day. Okay. Here my aunt go, I'll have the cheeseburger. And I'm like, what? And I didn't see that there was an Impossible Burger on there. And the server's like, okay, well, how would you like that? And I'm like, where's your cheeseburger? And why is that funny? Cheeseburger, the burger part would be carved because it was an Impossible Burger. And the cheese on top was milk from the restaurant. And I was just shocked. It was like, how could you order a cheeseburger at a milk from the restaurant? Because it's on the menu. Even though such a person has Torah Ma'asim Tovim, anyway, that was a really great story, Rabbi. Kind of boring, but it's really great. All right. I have a dream that all food will be carbs.
This is the person who says Torah is not divine.
Really?
Not only that,
yeah, I think I can do it. I think I can figure it out. I can figure it out.
Let's see when the person says the entire Torah is from Hashem, but one person says, oh, Hashem didn't say this. This must have been Moshe who said this. This is also called degrading the word of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and ultimately, again, it doesn't divorce the world from back. Even if a person says, the entire Torah is from Hashem, but this deal, this Shava, this Kavachomer, that is ultimately, again,
I also want to feel
such a person forfeits his portion in the world to come.
I think I failed the fourth thing. 3 or 4 things, like my first semester. I was
what does it mean? It's a person who learns Torah but doesn't teach it. This is
all the kids generally were pretty new to me, and they all kind of knew each other.
The Torah we learn is not just for us. The Torah we learn is meant to be shared. And if a person learns it but doesn't share it, there's a pigam, there's something missing in their Torah. I want to say also, by the way, if you learn and you don't share, it means that Torah you didn't really feel the full excitement of Torah. When you hear something beautiful, you hear good news, you hear something wonderful like definition, you want to share it with whoever you can. How do you know if Torah makes a true impact on you? If you learn it and you want to share it, if you learn it and you want to give it over to someone else, that means that Torah has done this in you to the Neshama. If you hear it, you're like, oh, that's nice. No, that's nice, and you have no desire to share it, which means Torah's not having the full effect on doing what you are. And that's something else he says as follows. Thus says, Kol Yisrael Mashgiach Al Mishnah. So, sorry, I read inside. Rabbi Yossi Omer, Kol Yisrael Mashgiach Al Mishnah. And there it says, what's the Baal Shem Tov? Now, what is that referring to? That refers to someone who is not careful with the interpretations of the Mishnah. You know, right? I'm like, Kosh Eshalato B'Tava Ein Al Seh. Wow. I mean, what does it mean to degrade the word of Hashem? If you can learn Torah and you don't do it, that ultimately, again, is degrading the word of Hashem. That's incredible. You have the opportunity to do so. Failure to seize the opportunity to learn Torah is in of itself a degradation of your Torah. Bishmor is all the upward is common. These are first opening Torah, which is idolatry. My Hashem turns very strong. You devour Hashem result. Zeham of thy good people. This refers to one ultimately again who degrades the very word of the Rebbe from Shemar. Shemar Lo. Lo the most Shemar No Creation. Lo Yadachar Kimakri. Last two lines. Someone learns and doesn't chazir, doesn't review. The Gemara says, "Zoma la'adam shezorea be'ena koseh." What is beautiful? This refers to someone who ultimately, again, I said, learning thing is been a little shock lately. And it's interesting. I'm not outing anyone, but it's been a little bit. What's the word I'm looking for? Non-existent. Right, that was what I was looking for. Right, it was going good for a little bit of time, and then last couple of days, it's really been losing significant affliction in the night. Right, I'm sorry? 5:43, sorry. But again, but it was counting. If for 10 minutes, say, or 7 minutes, there's something wrong. I'm just saying, right, but well, why is it important? Well, even again, I'm here, but maybe it's not 5:40 in the morning. We'll say, I want to point out something very interesting, and I think this is something that we have to take into account a little bit. We live in such incredible times. There's such a proliferation of Torah, such a Torah, and like there literally is like more yomim than a person could keep up with, which is beautiful and incredible. I will say, but there is this interesting balance between sometimes more is less. And a person sometimes has to just try to figure out, should I be doing more things? Or perhaps focusing, doing a little bit less, but focusing more on the things that I'm doing. And again, all of us are different. People learn differently, people absorb things differently. But I think a lot of times what ends up happening is I'm learning 15 things, and so there's a lot going on, but I'm not really acquiring anything. I'm not really acquiring anything. On a given day, I'm getting through like a whole bunch of different stuff. But like, what's mine? What's mine? And this is something that we have to contemplate for ourselves. So the children got again, and it's so kind of look at it says if you learn and you don't have, you know what it's like? It's like planting and not harvesting. Planting but not harvesting. So you planted something beautiful, it's incredible. And now it's like the produce, it's right there. It's sitting for you. But if I don't conquer, I don't harvest it, I don't reap it, I don't get I don't reap what I sowed. It's so interesting. Just some, again, different things work for us in learning, and different things work for us in listening. So everybody kind of find the right balance. For some of us, it's good. The energy of constantly moving forward on multiple fronts. Even if I'm not retaining everything, maybe it's what I need for myself in life. But I think at least to retain something, to conquer something, to hold on to something. Because otherwise, I'm planting all of these beautiful things. And listen, the imagery is so profound. My beautiful personalistic spiritual field is thriving with so many beautiful spiritual saplings. But everything is sitting in the field. I'm not harvesting anything because I'm not harvesting. Because I'm not ultimately taking something for myself to retain. Incredible. But we saw all our resources. Someone who learns Torah and then forgets what he learns is similar to a woman who gives birth and then buries her child. And what is that? So again, the metaphor is meant to be shocking. And then ultimately, what is it saying? Is that when I learn Torah, we'll say the beautiful part about learning Torah is you birth something. You birth something. But if I don't remember it, or I don't take the time to try to remember it, I birth something, and then what I birth simply disappears. Simply disappears. If I'm going to take the time to birth beautiful Torah, it is to take the time to try to hold on to that beautiful young child, to appreciate him, to nurture him, to understand him, and to raise him as my own. Very profound. Rabbi Kiva says, all days, this is beautiful. Rabbi Kiva Omer, Zena b'chol yom, Zena b'chol yom. Sing every day, sing every day. And I will say, what does this mean? Rashi says over here, הרי מסדר לימודי, אבא פי שסירי בגיבה, כזמר, וגידון בפרקטיקי לעולם הבא בשמחה בשבילי. So again, it appears at first glance that the keep us continuing on the same theme. That little bit again, make your learning like a song. What does that mean? I think most of everybody has their favorite song. And what's the thing on your favorite song? You know the notes, you know the music, you know the words. But the Akiva says, make your Torah like a song. Make your Torah like a song. So once again, same idea. Enjoy yourself in your Torah, chazin your Torah, make your Torah yours. Make your Torah yours. But there's also, we'll see more. Well, let's just finish up. Omer Yitzchak Bar Avudini. Micro, what's the pasuk?
Alright, so this Lozado dude, he's a father of modern Hebrew literature. Alright, following article channel portrayed by Ron Koch, Shimson, the story of Samson, Lashon, the medium, Atom, teaching, Middle Oz, the Torah, Zohar, Kohelet, Zohar to the book of Ecclesiastes, Shivim, Tikkun, 70 Tikkun, which parallels the 70 Tikkunim, Zohar to Yana, the second Zohar, Noah verses, Kala,
What a beautiful and incredible idea.
or Kalu Kahalim, principal elements of the tree of life and synopsis of the Ari's basic work of Amar Hashem, the discourse of God, Amar Ham, Makaba, the discourse of the chariot, Ma'amar Shem Ben Bet, the discourse on 42 of the name of God, Ma'amar Hadim, the discourse on divine judgment, Ma'amar HaChokmah, or Ma'amar HaChokmah, a discourse of wisdom, focuses on Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, and Passover from a Kabbalistic perspective, Ma'amar HaGula, a discourse on the redemption or the great redemption, Ma'amar HaGula, a discourse on prophecy, Mishkanei Elyon or Mishkanei Elyon, these altar towers a Kabbalistic understanding of the Holy Temple, with a depiction of the third temple's dimensions, in Yisrael, the well of Israel, in Yaakov, the well of Jacob, Milchamot, Hashem, the wars of God, which defends, Kabbalah against its detractors, Kinao, Kidil, Hashem, Zvakov, or Kinat, Savao, ardent defense of Hashem, offers details about the redemption of Mashiach, Hadir, Ramamon,
so in other words, when you learn, make sure to chazan. Because if I don't chazan in some way, to chazan something,
a commentary on the
Rabbi, and I'm not
the great
harvesting.
threshing room
Make
section
Torah like a
of
song. In
Zohar,
other words, again, which means your Torah should be present, should be beautiful. Understand, when you birth Torah, so you're going to take care of that Torah. If you take care of your Torah, ultimately, your Torah takes care of you. Both in this world as well as that. So there's also a beautiful idea.
Explains certain hereditic principles of Jewish faith,
Rabbi Kiva
according
says,
to Kabbalah, an esoteric commentary to the biblical work. Tip 2, Tefillah, 115 prayers focuses on prayers for the revelation of sovereignty. Kitzur, Kalavano, abbreviated intentions allows the reader to overview the Ari's recorded prayer intentions of Amar HaGula, a discourse that serves as the argument pit to the Kabbalists against the rationalists as each tries to defend his way of thinking. Chok, Piche, Chokmah, or Kala, Piche, Chok 138. Openings
One of
to
the most
Wisdom,
important
one of
yesodos
ROTHSCHILD's
in
most
Yiddishkeit
important
is
works, in
happiness
that it
is
lays out his
choice.
thinking about the
I choose to
symbolic
be
nature of
unhappy.
the
I
artist
choose to be
and
happy. I
ROTHSCHILD's
can't
own
choose a lot of my
explanations of these
circumstances, but
symbols.
I choose my
Archat
emotional
Wailot
disposition. And what Rabbi Akiva is saying is, choose
Elon,
happiness.
a dictionary
Zana
of the
b'chol
principal
yom,
elements
zana
to the tree
b'chol
of
yom.
life.
Sing, just
Following
sing.
principal
Because
elements, a
again,
series of
what's the alternative?
short
You can
and
choose to be
pithy
happy, or you can choose to be
presentations of
unhappy.
the main
Choosing to be
principles
unhappy is a
of the
miserable,
Kabbalistic system
horrific
set outright.
existence. Choosing happiness does not
Da'at
fix all of my
Tevuno
problems,
or
but at
Da'at
least it
Tevuno,
gives me a
the knowing
positive
heart,
disposition.
or knowing the
Now
reasons,
listen, you
a work that
appreciate
explains the
everything Rabbi
duality of
Akiva
positive and
went
negative
through life.
that exists on
Everything he
all
went through.
levels of
From the
reality.
time he was young, literally again, until the moment he died.
That
Difficulty, adversity,
this
poverty,
is the
delusion,
basis
all
of
these
God
different kinds
showing
of
his
things.
face,
And Rabbi
hiding his
Akiva is
face
saying,
to
choose a life of
and from
sorrow. Choose a
humanity
life of
and
simcha.
to the
How
existence of
profound
good
and
and evil.
overwhelming that really is. Rabbi
Here
Moshe,
is
stop over here today. You're
Midrash
doing
Rabbah, a
great.
commentary
Incredible.
on Midrash Rabbah that
Ridiculous.
is not Kabbalistic so much as symbolic.
Ridiculous.
Derek Hashem, the way of God, one of the best known works, one of his best known works is the succinct laying out of the fundamentals of the Jewish faith, touching upon mankind's obligation to this world and its relations to God. Ma'amar al-Haggadot, a discourse on Aggadah, which is an explanation that Aggadic literature is not literal but metaphoric. Ma'amar al-Kurim or Ma'amar al-Karim, a discourse on the fundamentals, a short and succinct laying out of the fundamentals of the Jewish religion like the way of God that touches upon certain other themes. Derech Chachma or Sefer Derech Chachma, the way of wisdom, which serves as a dialogue between a young person and a sage, if the latter setting out a
dedicating all
lifetime
the Drashos this
course
year
on
as a
Torah
chus
study,
from
culminating
Saros
in
to
the
Rosh
study
From
of the
Torah
Torah.
sponsors for the month of Adar, Terry and Steve Zinn, in loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Tzvi Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen,
the argument
Ziv
between the sage
Levin
and the
and
pious
Berman
man,
families in memory
which
of
is actually
William
a first
Ziv,
draft
Zev
of
Shmuel Ben
Mesilat
Yisrael,
Yesharim
Nathan
that
and
only
Beth
resurfaced
Adler in memory
recently.
of Judy Golden,
Mesilat
Louise
Yesharim
Astor
or
Bas
Mesilat
Elazar, Gabi
Yesharim,
and
the
Shimon
path
Cohen,
of the
Tatshuini
just,
sponsors for
his
today,
most
in relation
famous
of the
work
yard
that
of Gabi's
enables its
grandfather,
readers to
Alvin
grow
Cohen,
in piety
Avram
step by
Ben
step,
Reb Yaakov
was
Cohen,
written
Zichron
when he
Libracha, we
was
have them in America.
33
Of
in
our Talmud Torah,
1740.
all of the Neshamas have
Sefer
families
HaDikduk,
in
the
Chama, all
Book of
those who need
Grammar,
refuah should have
Sefer
input of Kol Yisrael.
HaHigayon,
The Baruch
the
Hashem,
Book of
Yetz
Logic,
Hashem, bring
lays out
home
the
our
correct way to
hostages and
think
our
and
holy
analyze.
soldiers should be
Ma'amar
successful. B'chol Nasi
al-Hadrasha,
Yedehem.
a discourse
And
on
with that,
homilies,
let us learn a
encourages the
lot
study of
through today,
Kabbalah
Baruch
and
Hashem.
Musar.
Really
Sefer
like incredible
HaMalitza, the
Gemara.
Book of
Like I
Style,
said on
offers
Chayes, I ran
the
run out of
art of
adjectives.
accurate
I have
writing
nothing
and
even to
expression.
describe
Derek
anymore.
Tevuno,
Just how enormous and how
the way
incredible
of
this Gemara
understanding,
is. It's also
explains the Talmudic way
fascinating.
of thinking.
And I think we covered
Le
that number 7.5
Yesharim
year
Kehila,
cycle.
praise be
You
to the
forget is a
like
dramatic word.
cycle
To cycle,
So
just
this is
how
cool.
incredible all of this Gemara is. Anyway, it's supposed to say, so today's
Is
daf
it?
is Tzadik
No, it
Ches
sucks.
99. We are picking up in Miras Hashem on Tzadik Ches Amud Beis, and we are picking up B'chin Amar Rabbi Yochanan. It's about probably about 20 lines before it gets wide. B'chin Amar Rabbi Yochanan. Yaisi v'lo yichayimina. Rabbi Yochanan says, I believe and I look forward to Miras Hashem to the coming of Mashiach, but I don't want to see it. So this echoes the sentiment. Let him come, but I don't want to see it. This echoes the sentiment that we began to see yesterday of this Kupa Rabbanim, who of course believe with all of their hearts about Mashiach, but also know all of the pain and difficulty and suffering that is going to precede the Messianic era. So essentially, you see, you know what? Let Mashiach come. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it. I believe it. I want it to come. But I don't want to see all the pain and the suffering that is going to precede Mashiach. I'm going to use Lakish. So let's say, first of all, it's a very dramatic statement, right? So much of our whole lives is, I want to see Mashiach. I want to see Gula. Yeah, Rabbi Yochanan saying, let him come, but I don't really want to see the misfortune and the difficulty that is going to proceed. I'm going to be Lakish. My time on. Rish Lakish and Rabbi Yochanan, what's the problem? What is it that you're concerned about? You think we shouldn't see it. Hashayanos ish mutnei hari, upaga hadof, uba by shomet gadol akir v'nash kol nachash. Think it's like this, the way that the Navi describes. The way the Navi describes a little bit of the Messianic era, or the pre-Messianic era, is that there's going to be a constant flow of difficulties, trials, and tribulations. So, for example, that a person will run away from that lion and he'll run into the bear, and then he'll come home, he'll put his hand on the wall, and the snake will bite him. So the way that the Navi is describing it is essentially in the pre-Messianic era, You go from challenge to challenge, from difficulty to difficulty, from the lion to the bear to the snake. So Rabbi
That's
said,
interesting.
is that what's bothering you? In other words, is that overwhelming you from challenge to challenge, difficulty to difficulty? Is that what's making you say, let Mashiach come, but I don't want to see it? So supposed to be so profound.
That's interesting too.
Rish Lakish says this pretty much characterizes our life in this world. For example, person goes out into the field. He goes out into his own field. And who does he find in his own field? The surveyor. Rashi points out who is the surveyor. This was the guy in the government whose job it was to figure out how to appropriate fields from private people and make it part of the government. In other words, that he was just you go out into your field and you find someone essentially trying to take your stuff. Don't make sure you need to put the Barbie, just like it comes in a lion. Just like the lion is a predatory animal constantly trying to devour us. So you walk into your field, you see someone trying to devour your property. Nichnas la'ir, then you come into the city. Pagabal gabai, you run into the tax collector. And the tax collector, when he sees you, he's not interested in Shalom Aleichem, right? He's interested in taking your money. So once again, Paga, the Gemara says, it's like running into the bear. So you come into your field, you run into the surveyor, it's like running into the lion. Then you come into town, right, and you run into the tax collector, and it's like running into the bear who wants to devour from you. Nichnas lebeso, umatza banav ubenosav, mutalim berav. Then you come home, and you find your children, unfortunately, again, are hungry. And you're about to say, well, what is this highlighting over here? But often just even now, forget about Moshe Mashiach, even now, everywhere I turn, there's challenges, there's difficulty. In the field, there's the surveyor. In the town, there's the tax collector. And then I come home, and my family has its own set of problems. It's just like being bitten by a snake. So let's say, so there's two things I think are coming out of Rish Lakish's statement. Number one, what Rish Lakish is saying is, you're so concerned about Rabbi Yochanan. You're so concerned about the misfortunes of the difficulties, the challenges of the Messianic era. Newsflash, there's plenty of difficulties and misfortunes and trials and tribulations in day-to-day life. We have this stuff now. It's not like now life is easy in the pre-Messianic era. Life is challenging right now. So that's the one that Rish Lakish is saying to the Yochanan. There's another thing in this, which is incredibly important. One of the most potentially damaging mindsets that a person can have as they go through life is the expectation that somehow life is supposed to be easy. And for some reason we have this notion, right, that life is supposed to be easy. Life, the pieces are supposed to drop into place and things are supposed to be okay. And when they're not okay, that's like an aberration. That's the abnormal piece. I think Rish Lakish is highlighting is that is not true. Don't walk around life with an expectation that it's easy. Life
Spinoza et la Kabbalah and the Universal Israelite Heritage. English translation. Spinoza and the Kabbalah editions local
in the midst of the sea of challenges. Yes, there are.
Hilliard Ramirez, 2020.
But the de facto state of life is one of challenge.
General
You go into the
Introduction
field,
to the
there's a
Traditions
challenge.
of Judaism,
You go into the
published
town,
in
there's a challenge.
Lebanon,
You go to your
1864,
family,
pages
there's a
70.
challenge, and that's okay. It's not because
Storia
you're doing something
de
wrong.
Esseni,
Just that
Florence,
that's the
1865.
reality of life.
Morale,
Sometimes when we go through life, and we expect things to be tranquil, and we expect things to be easy, and when they're not, we become so disillusioned, so upset, and so broken. What happened? Where did I go wrong? Because my expectations are flawed. Everything is hard. It's very sluggish. You seem to be Yochanan. Life is hard. It's hard now. It's pre-Messianic era. That's the way it is. But if you embrace it, and you lean into it, and you understand it, and you accept it, and at the end of the day, you figure out how to maximize it. Such an incredible Gemara. Ella, Bishop said, Shalom Na'uru'u, Inyala Zacham Advari, Sikul Gabriel Zacham Atzal. Kileta, Nebchu Kopanum Liyaratam. Rather, it's like Rabbi Yochanan, maybe you're not bad following us. What does it possibly mean? My, Raisi Kol Geber. What does that mean? I'm seeing all men. That wasn't the Navi over here is describing, it's interesting. Once again, all these speaking seem to be describing the pre-Messianic as Navi, and he's saying like a man will grasp his stomach, right, and turn pale like a woman, like a pregnant woman. So the Gemara says, my Raisi Kol Geber, what does it mean? I've seen all men. Amar Rabbi Yitzchak, Amar Misha Kol Gvura Shalom. I saw HaKadosh Baruch Hu. I see HaKadosh Baruch Hu, okay? Umay Nefku Kopanim Liyarakom. And what does it mean that the
So
Ribono
much.
Shalom's face turns pale?
Let's see.
What does that mean? Rabbi Yochanan,
Let's see.
so what it refers to is like this. Literally again, Hamalia means the palace, the celestial palace, the earthly palace. What does this mean? It's incredible.
Bitch, you better be fucking. What's that bitch's name?
So let's listen to this. Devotion says like this. These are my creations.
What's that bitch's name?
These are my creations. How could I destroy these before
Julia
these?
child.
I will say, this is an incredible Gemara. Gemara is highly religious. Messianic era is incredible. Why? Because it represents the success of Klal
This
Yisrael
bitch can get it.
and the downfall of other nations.
Is this
It is
bitch
important for us to
Ashkenazi or
understand that as much
Sephardi?
as Baruch Hu wants to bring about our
Can you
success,
just tell a bitch from her
when
face?
the Devotion brings
Yeah,
about
but
the
there's been a
downfall of
lot of
other nations,
intermixing
it is
or
painful for him.
people. Yeah,
Why is it
and it's
painful for him?
weird. It's
Because we
weird.
are
There's
all
this
God's children. This
like
is incredibly important to remember.
as pure
Jews have not
basic
cornered the
Ashkenazi.
market on
Okay.
God.
Really?
God, the
Yeah.
Devotion belongs
Like, if you
to
look at my skin,
everyone. And
like,
everyone
it's like
belongs to the
pretty white.
Ribono Shel Olam. The Rachamav al
But when
Kol
there's an
Ma'aseh.
inner
And he
mixing
loves
between
everyone. And he
Ashkenazi
cares
and
for everyone.
Sephardim,
And he wants the
it's
success of everyone. It's true.
it's
As a
like,
people, as a
I don't
nation,
know.
we
It's almost the same that happens when you
have a
like
relationship with
an
HaKadosh Baruch Hu.
intermixed
But the
person
relationship
between
is for
black
all
and
of
white. It's like
humanity to have. This is why I was that it ties back and forth.
different.
Remember again earlier in Sanhedrin, it's hard to remember anything but
You get
Hakadah
some
talking about
Ashkenazi
Shomi right now.
people that look
Remember again,
fucking
once
blue,
upon a time when we learned like
and then
Gemara,
some Sephardi people who
you
look
remember
fucking
again,
like
you had the whole sugya of
brown.
Shem Esas B'nei Noach. Like, how do you know that HaKadosh Baruch Hu loves everyone? If the Osham only loved Klal Yisrael, then you would have a
Are you
mitzvah to
sure
proselytize
that
and to
this
convert
bitch is?
the world. Yet
Nah, she's
amazingly
probably
enough, we don't.
Ashkenazi.
In fact, just the opposite. We say, don't
Really?
convert. You got 7 mitzvahs. Do
But she
that, and
could
Hashem
be
loves you. You don't need to do what we do. We don't need to do what you
a
do.
little bit of both.
And
A lot
everybody's
of
more
people
about
are.
HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So when Messianic era comes and Klal Yisrael is lifted up and the other nations are punished, that is hard for Hashem. It's hard for the Ribono Shel Olam to have to punish any of his children, even if they're deserving of it. So the Gemara says, this is the famous adage, it's the famous adage that when your ox is running and it becomes injured and it can no longer feed from its trough, put your horse by that trough. Well, what's the problem? Then when the ox is at a full shalima and it's ready to go back to its trough, the problem is you feel bad for taking the horse away from the trough. Okay, so the metaphor, of course, is that Klal Yisrael had greatness. We lost our greatness because of a variety of different life mistakes. Because Baruch Hu gave our position to the nations of the world. And then when the Messianic era comes, he's taking that back and giving that back to us. But it's difficult for us. Let's say a really profound thing. It's difficult for the Ribono Shel Olam to go ahead and do this. I'm going to give you a I see in Yisrael the Afi Shnei Mashiach. Klal Yisrael is going to benefit. We're going to reap the benefits of the years of Mashiach. Rabbi Yosef is great. Rabbi Yosef is like this. Pshita. Of course, we're going to reap the benefits. Who else is going to get it? In other words, if it's not Klal Yisrael, we're not going to reap the benefits of it.
Is this like Sephardi? I think she's mixed.
Let's say it's an expression. Like, Joe Schmo. Who else is going to get it if not Klal Yisrael? So the Gemara said, who can Rabbi Hillel? Come to school position level. So we're going to see Rabbi Hillel a number of times. Rabbi Hillel is not Hillel, right? Two different people. So we're going to see the position of Rabbi Hillel a number of times today. The Amar Ein Mashiach Yisrael.
I know, why
Rabbi
did
Hillel
it say?
says
Why was
Klal
this
Yisrael
on
will
it?
not go ahead and reap the benefits of the future Messianic era. Why?
Oh, for Paro Cholin. Omit the meat and meat bones. There you go, that's why it
because we
shows
have
up.
already reaped the benefits of the Messianic era during the heyday of Chizkiyahu Melech Yehuda.
Lady, did you know I gotta
This
take
is
a shit?
we've already received the euphoric benefits of Yemos HaMashiach during the days of Chizkiyahu. Oh, so therefore, people says in the name of Rav, that's
How
not
old
true.
is this?
We reject that position. We reject
This
that
lady.
below. In fact, we will reap the glorious benefits of the
20 years
Messianic
old.
era. Amrav. Well, every Alma Al-Madar, this is beautiful. Rav says, it was worth it for the Ribono Shel Olam to create an entire world just for David HaMelech. Just for David. Shmuel says, Moshe. It was worth it for Hashem to create an entire world just for Moshe Rabbeinu. Rabbi Yochanan, Rabbi Mashiach, Rabbi Yochanan says, worth it for Hashem to create an entire world just for Mashiach. So Rashi points out over here, what does it mean with David? David went ahead and said, beautiful Shira, beautiful song. Moshe brought down the Torah, and ultimately Mashiach course, Mashiach Mashiach's going to work his magic, right? Mashiach is going to bring about dramatic change for the entire world, right? So, but the deeper message of this Gemara is when a person actualizes their potential, which is becomes David HaMelech actualized his potential. Moshe Rabbeinu actualized his potential. Mashiach will actualize his potential. When a person actualizes their potential, it is worth it for the Ribono Shel Olam to create the entire world for one person to actualize his potential. And the truth is, the beauty of that Gemara is one more phrase. The additional phrase is insert your name. It was worth it for Hashem to create a world for David, worth it to create a world for Moshe, worth it to create a world for Mashiach, and now let it be that it was worth it for Hashem to create the world for you.
If anything, she's got a lot of makeup on. She's pretty dark. Does it matter?
Like David, like Moshe, like Mashiach.
No.
It was worth it for the emotion to create the entire world for you as well.
You wouldn't do this with a...
So the Gemara says, incredible. The Gemara says,
you wouldn't do this with a black or white person. You wouldn't be like, oh, this person's made.
What's Mashiach's
so
name?
why are you doing it with
Mashiach's name?
This
because remember again, Mashiach is much more of a descriptive
that's
term
an interesting
of
question
someone
of
who's
myself.
going to go ahead and bring about salvation. Or I should say, truth is, Mashiach means like anointing, Mashiach. Like,
black and white people don't really
name?
have that many different customs, but Ashkenazi and Jews and Sephardi definitely do. It's like arguably two different fucking religions. I get it; they're just different traditions. So when you see
so again,
a person, you can tell like what the traditions are. You don't do that with black and white people. I don't.
means continuity.
We do that with the Jews. Is it right to do? I just want to know what the fucking minchag is, like what their traditions are. So that's why I do it.
Others say, no, his name is Menachem ben Chizkiah. There was a Shneimar, Yirachok mimeni Menachem, Yeshiv nafshi echo. What does Mashiach do? Well, so the Holy Yisod is Mashiach brings about comfort. Right? Meaning Mashiach brings about consolation. So it's interesting. Menachem, he's the great consoler from years,
right, so
thousands of years of God's. Then Chizkiah. Chizkiah doesn't necessarily have to be his father's name. Chizkiah could be a descriptive name. Chizkiah, remember again, is Chazek Ka. That ultimately, again, where does the power of Mashiach come from? The power of Mashiach comes from the Ribono Shel Olam. Incredible. Rabbi, I'll point out, is Yerushalmi like this as well. Yerushalmi says that the name of Mashiach is Menachem. That's where he brings down also Mashiach and Menachem. That's incredible. Rabbanan Amri.
But is that
Rabbi Shmuel. So interestingly enough, the Rabbanan say that his name is literally again the white one of Bei Rabbi. The Rabbanan say, what does that mean? Rashi says over here, Mitzora Shal Beis Rabbi. Ultimately, again, he is the Mitzora of Beis Rabbi. Now, say this seems to loop back into what we saw before in yesterday's daf. That where does Mashiach live? Mashiach lives by the gates of Rome, and he's a leper. What does it mean that he's a leper of the house of Rabbi? Rabbi was a direct descendant of David HaMelech. See, he's a leper, essentially a leper from the house of David, a leper from the house of Rabbi. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Shemo, Shene Emar, Achin Chalinu, Hunasam, Achavinu, Savanu, Anachnu Chashvenu, Nagua Muka Lakim Runo. Amram Nachman, Amram Nachman, I Min Chayu, so this is incredible. Amram Nachman says, if Mashiach is someone who is alive, currently alive, Kigon Ana, then he's probably someone like me. Okay, now I'll say that requires a little bit of interpretation, right? But it's always good to be confident, right? If Mashiach is someone who's of the living, it's probably like me. Now, what does that mean? Rav Nachman wasn't proclaiming himself Mashiach. What Rav Nachman was saying was the following idea, namely that what's Rav Nachman represent? Number one, he was a son-in-law of the Reish Galusa, so he had power. Number two, he had Torah. So what Rav Nachman was saying was he was rejecting this notion of Mashiach being the leper by the gates of Rome, but rather understanding that Mashiach is someone prominent. I must say, it's interesting to think about this. I think in our mind, we never think of Mashiach as being the leper by the gates of Rome. We think about Mashiach as being someone great. Because after all, again, he's got to reveal his identity, and everyone has to accept him. How that's going to happen will be very interesting to see. But Rav Nachman says, if Mashiach is alive, it's probably someone like me, with connections and with Torah. Not true. If Mashiach is someone like the living, if you want to say like he resembles someone who's currently alive, he's more like Rabbi Huda Nasi. If he's someone like who's dead, Daniel ish chamudos. He must be like someone who's like Daniel. Now, also Rashi points out over here, why like Daniel? If you look at Rashi, Rashi says over here, Imin chayu kimin kigon Rabbeinu Hakadosh. Mashiach me'osan shechayim achshav v'adei hainu Rabbeinu Hakadosh to solve chalav. Now, both say the common denominator between Rabbi Yehuda Hanassi and Daniel is they both suffered. They both suffered. Right? Rabbi Yehuda Hanassi suffered from terrible intestinal illness that ultimately claims his life. And Daniel suffered a lot in his life also. Like being the trusted servant of Nebuchadnezzar was not easy. Being thrown into a lion den, not easy. Right? So the idea over here, the Gemara is saying over here is Mashiach is someone who is battle tested. And I will say this goes back before to the conversation between Rish Lakish and Rabbi Yochanan as well. Rabbi Yochanan says, let Mashiach come, I don't want to see him. Rish Lakish says, what's your problem? You think that because the Messianic era is going to be difficult, life is difficult. And I will say, but you know what the secret I think that we learn as we go on in life is we become great not despite our difficulties. We become great because of our difficulties. If you think about it, by the way, it's not. No one ever says, you know what, I really became who I am because of the brachos that I have. I have so many brachos, and because of all those brachos really pushed me to excellence. In fact, it's often just the opposite. You know what the challenge with brachos is? The challenge with brachos is brachos sometimes have the danger of keeping us tethered to mediocrity. Because hey, life is good. Everything is good. People become great because of their challenges, not because of their blessings. So I'll say, that's what Rish Lakish is saying to Rabbi Yochanan. I think that's what's happening over there. The Gemara is saying, understand Mashiach is someone who suffers. You can't become a Mashiach with an easy life. You cannot become Mashiach if you always take the easy path. You can't take Mashiach if every single time things get difficult, you run the other way. That's not how it works. Mashiach is someone who suffers, battles through it, makes it through on the other side, scarred, battled, and bruised, but stronger because of it. Those say it's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. We so often spend our lives running away from difficulty. Challenge comes, let me find the other way. It's uncomfortable, let me run the other way. I don't like it, let me run the other way. Instead of saying, no, this is what makes me great. The comfort doesn't make me great. The bracha doesn't make me great. Challenge makes me great. And if when it presents itself, you say to yourself, I got this. I'm not running. I'll stare it down and I'll go right through it. That's where greatness comes from. That's where Mashiach comes from. That's where Rabbi Yehuda Hanassi comes from. That's where Daniel comes from. I say, think about the life of any single great person through the history of Klal Yisrael, and ask yourself one simple question: do they have an easy life? And you can answer with absolute certainty. The answer is no. No, there is not one great person throughout the history of our people who has had an easy life. And it's not, look, you become great despite the difficulties. No, that's a false statement. They didn't become great despite the difficulties. They became great because of their difficulties. Rabbi Yehuda Hanassi, Daniel, Mashiach, Rish Lakish, Rabbi Akiva, Moshe Rabbeinu, David HaMelech, Sarimenu. It doesn't matter. You plug in the name of every single great person, the narrative is the same. Incredible. I think we're just going to do Sanhedrin, maybe like through Pesach. We'll just whatever. Well, maybe through Shavuos. It says as follows, so much. So we'll say it's going to be another David HaMelech. This is exciting. Right? There's going to be another David HaMelech. When Mashiach comes, remember, part of what Mashiach comes is mostly part of what we're going to do also, what we have not done purposely by design, because we're going to get to it, is we're going to go through the Rambam. Because remember, again, there's like a lot of stuff that's happening over here. There's Chevlei Mashiach Messianic era. There's Mashiach. There's Tchias HaMesim. There's this thing called Olam Haba, which may be where you go after you die, but it may also be what's called the period after Mashiach comes, and there's restoration of Davidic monarchy. Now, the timeline for all of those events, the Gemara hasn't really been clear on, because it's also subject to controversy. We're going to get to the timeline also, but the point of what the Gemara says is there's restoration of Davidic monarchy, which means, amazingly enough, there's another David HaMelech. Another David HaMelech. So the Gemara says, Shnei Amar, Ve'ivdu es Hashem Elokeichem, ve'Elokeichem, ve'es David Malkam, asher akim lahem. And you will write, and you will serve David, who I will establish in future tense. Heikim lo ne'amar, elo akim. It doesn't say, I did establish, either I will establish. So there'll be another David HaMelech in the future. I own it up with Abaye, Hag said, the David Avdi Nasi Lahem the Olam. But we already have a David HaMelech. So this means we know David HaMelech. First, the Gemara says, you're right, Kikom Kesar, Upal Kesar. It's kind of like a king and an assistant king. So it says, get ready for this. Get ready for this. There'll be, after Mashiach, there'll be restoration of Davidic monarchy. There's going to be a new Davidic king. But there's also going to be Tchias HaMesim. So what's going to happen with former David HaMelech? He's going to be the assistant king. Now listen, by the way, if former David HaMelech is the assistant king, can you imagine who the new king is going to be? Can you just imagine what that absolutely is going to be like? So new king, new Davidic king, and former David HaMelech, or first David HaMelech, ultimately again is going to be the Sheni Lo. He's going to be the assistant king. Incredible. Tarshar Smalai, Ma'idchsiv, Hi Hamis Adam Es Yom Hashem, Lama Zet Lachem Yom Hashem, Choshech V'Lo Ar. So we'll say, what is this? So again, it's talking about desiring for the Yom Hashem Messianic era. It'll be a day of light, darkness, and not light. What does this mean? Mashal Tarnagol va'Atalei Mitzach Ar. So there was a story, right? There's like a mashal of a tarnagol is a chicken. Atalef is a bat. They were both waiting for daybreak. So the chicken said to the bat, he says, "Ani mitzaf la'ora sha'ora shalihi." So the chicken says, the rooster says, "Listen, I'm waiting for the morning because it makes sense. The morning is my thing, right? I do mornings, right? That's like, oh, I wish I did mornings, right? I do mornings. In other words, when the morning comes, I crow. That's my thing, right? But bad. You don't use light. So what are you doing? What are you doing with the morning? So it's the top of Sadik test 99. So Rashi says over here, I'm sorry, before we go to Tzadik, sorry. The last Rashi on 98b, Sha'or Shaliu, Sheish Li'inayim Niros, V'nansisi Ne'enes, V'kach Yisrael Mitzapim L'Gula, Shiyom Hashem Ye'or, Avala Opti Kochavim, Lama Mekhavim also, Shari Lam Choshev L'Or. So it's like, Klal Yisrael always in the Messianic era. Why? Because for us it's going to be light. For the nations of the world, it's not going to be light. For the nations of the world, it's going to be darkness. And I will say, so again, this is what we spoke about before, because the Messiah is going to be this upset of power. So Klal Yisrael is the rooster, and the nations of the world are the bat. So it says, there was this non-believer who said to Rabbi Avo, Yes, Rabbi Avo, when is Mashiach coming? When darkness devolves upon you, the old day of him, that's when Mashiach will come. So the men said to Rabbi Avo, you're cursing me? I'm just asking a question. Why are you cursing me? No, I'm not cursing. I'm telling you a pasuk. What's the pasuk? Because again, the way the pasuk describes Messianic era is light for Klal Yisrael, darkness for the nations of the world. Tanya Rabbi Elazar Omer, so now, interesting enough, you are beginning a discussion about the duration of Yemos Mashiach. How long does the Messianic era go on for? It's interesting that the way the Gemara seems to be operating right now is that, like I said, there's Chevli Mashiach, pre-Messianic era, Yemos Mashiach, and then after Yemos Mashiach, that begins Olam Haba, the world to come. So how long does Messianic era go on for? So the Gemara says, Rabbi Eliezer Omer Mashiach, Arba'im Shana, 40 years. Shnei Amar, Arba'im Shana. It's incredible, right? We say this phrase all the time, and I think we don't necessarily think about what it's actually saying, right? 40 years, Akut B'dar. So again, that's reference to Messianic era. Rabbi Eliezer Azariah Omer, Shivim Shana, 70 years. Shnei Amar, Hayaba Yamahu, V'nishkachas Sur Shivim Shana Kimi Melech. So the Gemara says, Eizu Melech Miyuchad, Havi Omer Zeh Mashiach. Okay, Rabbi says, Shalosh Doros, 3 generations, Shlosha Doros. Shnei Amar, Yira'ucha Im Shemesh, V'lifnei Yareach Dar Dorim. Rabbi Hillel says, Ein Lahem Sheach L'Yisrael. So the same Rabbi Hillel as we saw before. Rabbi Hillel says, Chevra, enough. There's no greatness waiting for us in the Messianic era. The Gemara says, why? We already enjoyed the benefits of the Messianic era from the days of Chizkiyahu Hanavi. Rabbi Yosef, Chizkiyahu Melech, sorry. Rabbi Yosef says, listen to this, Shari Le Mar Rabbi Hillel. So essentially, Rabbi Hillel, God should forgive you. How can you even say such a thing like that? To say that Mashiach, that we're not going to enjoy the benefits of Mashiach, absolutely unequivocally wrong. Chizkiyahu Emasav. I'll tell you, very simple. When did Chizkiyahu live? Bayis Rishon. Chizkiah was king during the days of the first Beis Hamikdash. Bila Zechariah kamisnavi bebayishini va'amar gili ma'od bas Sion hari bas Yushalayim hine malkechi abolacha tzadik v'nosha u'ani v'rochiv achamor va'al ir ba'asanasol. So again, so the Gemara Sir Yosef says it's not true. I'll tell you why. Chizkiah lived during the times of the first Beis Hamikdash, and yet Zechariah is prophesizing during the days of the second Beis Hamikdash and telling us that what? Mashiach is going to come. So you see from here again that even the Navi understood that Mashiach is still going to come. Tanya Idach Rabbi Eliezer Omer Yimos Mashiach Arbaim Shana. Rabbi Eliezer says the Messianic era lasts 40 years. Siv Haka says over Vayan Chaviari V'Chaviachilcha by the month. Shaddai says Hashem afflicted you, He deprived you, and He gave you month for 40 years. Siv Hasam Samchinu Kimos Ini Sanu Shnos Re'inu Ra. Give us joy corresponding to the number of years that you afflicted us. So the same notion of affliction. It has affliction by man, which was consumed for 40 years, and Hashem will save us from affliction in the Messianic era of 40 years. So Rabbi says, Dalet Meos Shana. Ultimately, again, it's 400 years. Ksifach, it says over here, Ve'ivdum Ve'inu Osam Arba Meos Shana. By Mitzrayim will abuse us for 400 years. Ksifach Samchinu Kimos Inisanu. That ultimately we'll have simcha like the years of our affliction. Affliction went on for 400 years. You must Mashiach for 400 years. Rabbi says, this is this. Gimel meos v'shishin v'chamesh shana. Kamini mosachamo. Messianic era will extend for 365 years, corresponding to the number of days in the year. Shnei Amar Kiyom Nakam Balibi Ushnos Kula Buli Bar. It's actually quite beautiful. It's almost as if that Hashem will make up for all of the difficulties and suffering that we have endured over the years. 365 years. Ma Yom Nakam Balibi. Rabbi Yochanan will say first wide line. Levi Galisi Le'evar Galisi. It will say it's interesting that when it comes to the messianic secret, so to speak, Hashem keeps it close to the chest. Right? Hashem says that ultimately, again, my heart knows, but even the rest of my limbs, Kiviyachol, don't know. Shimon Lakisham Levi Galisi Lamalachi Asharis Lo Galisi. Suppose it's incredible that Hashem says, I know Mashiach is coming, but I don't even reveal it to the Malachim, which also goes back to yesterday's daf, right? When Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi asked Eliyahu Hanavi, when is Mashiach coming? And Eliyahu Hanavi himself, who was the messenger, right, to herald in the coming of Mashiach, said, I don't know. So when it goes like, Tanya Avim Grade Rabbi Avo. What's the second wide line? You want Mashiach leaves. So Shivas Alafim Shana. Incredible. You want Mashiach goes on for 7,000 years. That sounds good. Let's go with that one, right? Right, Messianic era 7,000 years. We'll say, where does this come from in this episode? I'm sorry. Right? Then this is absolutely beautiful. Listen to this. Shnei Emar u'mesos chasan al kala. How beautiful is this outside? Because ultimately, again, mesos chasan al kala yosis alayich Hashem elokecha. The Moshe will rejoice over us like a chasan does a kala. Just like a chasan and kala have sheva brachas. So in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, one day is like 1,000 years. So therefore, so to speak, Messianic era is like sheva brachas. Which is such a beautiful idea. The Messianic era is like the Sheva brachas of HaKadosh Baruch Hu and Klal Yisrael. It'll go on for 7,000 years. I'm not reading Shmuel. You also Mashiach. Kimiyom Shenivra Olam V'Ad Akshav. So that the Shmuel Messianic era will extend the amount of time from the time that the world was created up until now. That amount of time. Shneimar Kimei Shamayim Alar Nachar Yitzchak Amar Kimei Noach Ad Akshav. It goes from the days of Noach until Shneimar Kimei Noach Zosli Asher Nishbati. I don't care about Rabbi Yochanan. Chol Nevi'im, well, it's another beautiful thing over here. Chol Nevi'im lo nisnav u'el limos Mashiach. In general, the Nevi'im only prophesied for the Messianic era. What does this mean? The Nevi'im are filled with incredible and beautiful and symbolic prophecies about what the future is going to hold for Israel. Rabbi Yochanan says those prophecies are about Yemos Mashiach, the Messianic era. Aval Olam Haba, when it comes to the world to come, Ayin lo ra'asa Elokim zulasecha, Elokim yasam mechak yamo. When it comes to Olam Haba, no one has any idea about the greatness of it. So all of the greatness that we find contained in the prophets, all of that.
How could that happen? What are the major challenges? You don't have to do this like
Messianic era. But Olam Haba, no one has any idea about the greatness that is in store. No one has any idea about the beauty that is waiting for us in all of that. So the Gemara goes weiter.
Right. Might be slipping tripping. I might be slightly tripping over the wording. So let me flag the ambiguity once. And
Shmuel says there is no distinction between
once and then actually do the thing. When you say a world where all food, a world where everyone is fully fed. No.
Now this is interesting.
Literal
Shmuel says Messianic era is pretty much regular life.
Where all food
comes regular
is
life. What's the difference?
Hard.
So what's Shiva Malchus? We're not oppressed by anyone else, which, by the way, is no small thing, right? Where the world leaves us alone. The world respects Klal Yisrael. So there's no Shiva Malchus.
Okay, got it. Thanks for the clarity. You mean a word where all food is hard, no meat, dairy distinction. All right, let's Steelman that seriously, not halakhic handwriting. Steelman thesis: a world where all food is hard is biologically, technologically, and even halakhically imaginable. But it requires redefining what counts as meat and milk at the source level, not any loopholes. How could a fully parved world happen? No animal-derived tissue at all. Parved means no animal flesh, no animal milk, no derivatives, rennet, gelatin, etc. So the core move is humanity exits animal agriculture entirely. Not vegetarian vibes, post-animal vibes. Protein without animals. This is already partially here. Precision fermentation, yeast or bacteria produce casein-like proteins, whey analogs, egg-white proteins, galactic steelman, no animal source part. Fungi-based protein, mycoprotein, algae, legumes, and engineered amino acids completely. If no animal ever existed in the process, there's nothing basar or halavi to classify. Milk without milk. Milk is halakhically milk because it is secreted from a kosher animal through biological mammary processes. So synthetic milk made from microbes, plant emulsions engineered to behave identically. Steelman claimed, if there is no animal secretion, there is no issue. Taste is irrelevant, source is everything. Meat without meat. Lab-grown meat is tricky, halakhically very tricky. To get a fully parved world, the Steelman path is no animal starter cells, entirely synthetic or fungal muscle analogs, texture, amino profile, Maillard reactions, all simulated. Not cultured meat, but designed meat like food. At that point, burger is just branding. Major challenges, real ones, logic identity crisis. Even if technically parved, appearance issues. I don't give a shit about it. Eat whatever the fuck. Really? Yeah, when you're at fucking Steven Spielberg's mother's
and Rabbi Avo holds the Baal Tshuva is greater than the Tzaddik Gomer. Shene'emar Shalom Shalom L'Rachel U'L'Karach. Who says Shalom Shalom to the one who is far and the one who is near.
They don't put a fucking almond in your mouth. Really? I don't fucking know, but they didn't. The cheeseburger is just a cheeseburger. I think they do reference it as an Impossible Burger, but nevertheless, when they put it down, they don't have like the box Impossible Burger, so the people around you, they know that they're in a fucking milky restaurant and they're not going to serve meat.
To the one who is far.
Galactic identity crisis, even if technically far, married iron appearance issues, confusion in kitchen, psychological resistance. Rabbis would lead to rule taste does not equal essence, which Judaism already believes, but not emotionally. Human attachment to animals, this is deeper than food. Tradition, power, sacrifice, symbolism, control of life. Moving to carb-only food means no carbon as we know it. That's not a diet shift, that's a theological earthquake. Beethoven and Gush implications. Steelman tensions. Torah assumes animal korbanot. A parved world implies either symbolic korbanot, a future halakhic transformation, or korbanot only in ritual, not diet. That's a big Mashiach level reinterpretation. Economic collapse from evil. Entire livestock industry disappear. Oh shit. World economies must be retoolable. Make sure of that. Massive transition, pain possible without freedom. Strongest steelman pain. Why a fully parved world is compelling. One set of dishes forever. No bass or kala timing issues. No shkita. No tsar ba'alel. No tsar ba'ale chayim. Universal kosher basic. It's basically kashrut with the training wheels removed. Final Steelman line. A fully parved world doesn't abolish kashrut. It completes its internal logic by removing animal dependence entirely. Exactly.
But it wasn't
right.
even greater than supporting Torah.
Is that the end of what you want to say? No. I just know about like teaching children. I heard this one yesterday. He said something like, we would never tell a child
that
that
no one
they
has
are
seen
bad.
that reward besides
We
the
would
Shmuel.
tell a child that
My
maybe they're not
Ayin some Rabbi
acting
Yisrael ben Levi. So I said, what is this
correctly,
reward? By the
but
way, what is
inherently
this
the
reward
child
for
is
the
not
Midrash
bad.
Chayil? What is it? What is it? It's very
Some
honest.
kids are
All
little
the great
shits.
things you see in the Nevi'im, that's for a person who
They're
helps
not
the Talmud Chacham,
inherently bad.
supports the Talmud Chacham,
Maybe
helps
they
to
were
support
taught
Torah.
incorrectly, or
But the Talmud
they aren't
Chacham
behaving
himself,
correctly. But
my gosh,
they
the
aren't
reward that is
inherently
waiting
bad.
for
I
him.
agree with that.
What
I was
is
thinking
this
as well,
great reward?
when I was a little kid, one class, you didn't get grades back then, but I struggled with was computers.
So
Believe it or
that
not.
is
I mean,
one
like,
age.
I'm a king of computers.
Right, so this
But
is wine that
it's
comes
funny,
from
like
grapes
all of
that
the
were created
things at which I
during the
struggle,
6 days of
there's an argument to be made.
That is the great reward.
I've overcome the struggles.
The Gemara says incredible.
And I don't know why
there's much to say
computers
about
were so difficult. I was scared. I didn't like the teacher.
What does that mean? So let's say
that's a big thing. If you don't like the teacher,
learns Torah, and when a person devotes
I had this ancient history teacher, and man, we would run through a wall for this motherfucker. But then I'd have like other teachers who I just didn't jive with.
The purpose of creation, the purpose of creation in this world was the actualization of Torah, was to take the beauty of Torah, to learn it, and
that's how it
to
is.
live it in this world. When a person makes themselves
the teacher,
into a
I almost think the teacher
they're fulfilling the very purpose for which this world
can help a
created.
student overcome.
How is that manifest?
If you have a really interesting teacher, or even a really attractive teacher, though that doesn't matter as much, but like people pay attention to attractive people. They will do everything that they can and make sure that they learn the material and not ask questions. If you have a boring teacher, they're just going to go through the motions. But I can tell you that.
No one ever saw Eden.
Additionally, you get some teachers
who
they might not be their subject, but they're just touching it.
The pasuk says that a river came out of Eden to go ahead and sustain the garden. Both sides, Gan and Eden are two different things.
At least something from every single teacher I've ever had. And previously on the stream, I have named all my teachers
and lived in the Gan. Right, but at the end of the day, Eden is that place that is reserved ultimately.
They've all impacted me in one way or another. But I remember as a little kid, computers were so.
I got it does not finish. One of the things, remember again, Mishnah began by saying that every Jew has a portion of the world to come.
Scary.
And then, interestingly enough, the Mishnah then went on to enumerate the people who don't have a portion of the world to come. So one of those people was Homer Intermission. This person says Torah is not divine.
Never did my parents ever come into school.
The person says Torah is not from Hashem. Torah is not divine. Such a person does not have a portion in the world to come. I says the Gemara.
This person was not there.
So what is it when it says that he degraded? Degraded the word of Hashem. This refers to someone who says Torah is not divine.
Who taught computers? Didn't even know it, but I love this teacher.
We'll define these terms just a little bit.
I built my first website with this teacher. That was another thing.
This refers to someone who advances inappropriate.
Computers are expensive, and I went to private schools in my life, and they weren't
inappropriate
like, always
interpretations of Torah.
that technologically updated.
This is someone who knows bris milah. So
that was a huge gap. They were like 6 years in my life, but I didn't really use computers. I did it.
Listen to this. Based on this. Someone was like, who again disparages or profanes karbanos.
And then when I got to be older, I saw the gap, and like people like me, my peers were really great with computers and software because I had it. And that was a huge gap.
Incorrect. Someone who embarrasses his friend in public.
I mean, here I am. There's certifications and computers, difficult exams, and
he does not have a portion in the world to come.
it's just one of those things where you just do the best with what you have.
He degraded the word of Hashem.
It's funny, like computers,
not divine.
like
not only that,
pretty good with computers.
I've been an app developer, certifications, computing,
and
the person says the entire Torah is from Hashem, but one pasuk. Oh, Hashem didn't say this. This must have been Moshe who said this.
I launched apps
this is also
on the App Store and Google Play.
Creating the word of Baruch Hu, and ultimately, again, it doesn't have
I use more computers, I think, than any person.
Mikal v'chomer zeh.
I live stream
Gzera shava zu. Zehu tivar ki tivar Hashem.
I struggle with
If a
computers.
person says, maybe the entire Torah is from Hashem, but
And to
this
the point
deal,
where you can get an
this
F for
gzera
computers, but I
shava,
would
this kal
have.
v'chomer,
And
that is ultimately, again,
but then I was able to, like,
Hashem.
I remember
Such a person
I would
forfeits his
like
portion in
spend
the world.
recess, like,
Tanya,
thinking of
Ramir says,
and after school, the first ever digital camera I ever
says,
saw,
what does it mean?
like,
It means a
teacher
person
had,
who
I
learns
took a
Torah
picture. I still
but
remember
doesn't
the picture
teach it.
and I
This
put
is
it
a
on the website,
degradation
and the
of the
teacher
word of Hashem.
had everybody come
So
around
it's
my
so beautiful.
computer,
We know this
and
Torah,
we could
the
see
Torah
a
we learn
picture
is not
from
just for us.
outside
The
on a
Torah we learn
computer,
is
and it
meant
was
to be shared.
mind-blowing.
And if a person
Like,
learns it but doesn't share it,
it
that there's a
wasn't scanned. It
there's
was like
something
it was
missing
amazing.
in their Torah.
And
She
she wasn't there that long,
if you learn
but
and you don't share, it means that
she was like,
Torah, you didn't
like,
really
I learned a
feel the
lot
full
from her. I
excitement
got
of Torah.
comfortable with computers, but
When
then
you hear something
I lost the
beautiful,
comfort.
you hear good news, you hear something wonderful, like
That's how it
definition,
is.
you want to share it with
So,
whoever you can. How do you know if Torah makes a
music,
true impact on you? If you
I
learn it and you want to
had a
share
very
it,
difficult
if you learn it
time
and you
with
want to
music.
give it over to someone else, that means that
And
Torah has not much permeated.
I was like really
If you
talented
hear it, you're like, oh, that's
kids.
nice. No, that's nice, and you have no desire to share it.
Boys,
It means Torah's not having the full effect
I
on
think
who and
that
what
they
you are.
knew more music theory than I
Rabbi
did.
Nosson says as follows.
Issues.
Nosson says,
I mean,
"Kol mi she'einu
composition,
mashgiach
like
ala
composing my
Shema."
own music
So sorry,
was
I'm sorry. Rabbi Nosson Omer,
difficult
"Kol
for
mi
me because
she'einu
I couldn't
mashgiach
always
ala
play it
Shema."
the way that I
Rabbi says,
wanted,
"What's
and
the Bar Hashem piece? What
that
does
caused
that refer
issues,
to?"
and I couldn't
That refers
clear
to
it.
someone who is not careful with the interpretations of the Mishnah. Rabbi Noraya, Rabbi Kosh, Efshalasot, B'Torah Ve'eino Oseh. Wow.
Torah,
Rabbi Noraya says, what does it mean to degrade the word of Hashem? If you
really
could learn
bad.
Torah and you
Really,
don't
really bad.
do it, that ultimately again is degrading the word
Really,
of Hashem.
yeah.
Let's say
But I
incredible.
do
You have the
remember
opportunity to do so. Failure to seize the
I
opportunity to learn Torah is
had
in and of itself a
an
degradation of
exam
Rosh Hashanah.
on
Bishmol Razeh,
Bear
Ovi,
Sheet,
Over this Chavim. This
and
refers
my mom
ultimately
read
to one of Rosh
all of Bear
idolatry.
Sheet.
My Mashan, Bishmol, Ki
She
Divar
tried
Hashem
to see if I
Biza,
could really
Zeh
do it.
HaMevazeh Dibur. This refers to one ultimately again
It
who
was
degrades
more.
the
It
very word
was
of
a
the
lot
Moshe
harder.
Shnei Amar. Lo,
Especially that
Shnei
all
Amar,
40
Lo,
chapters.
Lo, Moshe Sinai, Anochi Hashem Elokecha, Lo Yeh Lecha Elokim Achir,
At that
Elohim
point,
Achir.
she was
Shuvah Gacha says, this is incredible. What's the Gary for this? Gary,
You're gonna get it.
last two lines.
Really
Last two lines. Shuvah
She
Gacha
was
says,
One
Torah
night,
Ve'eino Chos
one
Radah.
Never.
Someone learns and doesn't
Rarely
cleanse,
ever.
doesn't
My
review.
parents always
The
felt
Gemara
like
says,
the
"Dome
material
la'adam
was almost so
shezoreah ve'eino kosev." Let's say it's beautiful.
And that's why they're
This
paying
refers to someone who ultimately, again,
teachers.
let's say, learning
An interesting thing my school
it's been a
had,
little schwach.
they
I'm
would,
going to say, I'm
at
not
the beginning of the school year,
but
the teacher would go up and put
it's
their
been a
home
little bit,
telephone
on
the board and say, if you ever have
what's the word
any
I'm looking
questions,
for?
call us.
Non-existent.
And
Right, that was what I
did
was
you ever
looking
call
for.
me?
Right, it was going good for a little bit of time, and then last couple of days, it's really been needs a significant push.
I remember one kid called,
Right, so,
and
I'm sorry.
that kid was like
5:43 it started.
teacher.
But again, who's counting? If
Thrilled,
a 10-minute state or a 7 minutes,
that kid
there's
was
something
like,
wrong. I'm just
that
saying.
changed the kids, how the teacher viewed the kids.
Well,
He should
even
have
if
tried.
again, I'm doing
But
maybe
my
it's
parents
not
always said, look, if you have a question, call your
I
teacher.
want to point out something very interesting.
But nobody's got
This is
involved.
something that we have to
And I
take
had one
into account
teacher
a
was
little
like,
bit.
you can call me
We
whatever
live
you
in
want,
such incredible
but if you
times
call me
where there's
and
such a
you speak to my
proliferation of
wife
such a
and you
right?
insult
What's
her,
like, and like there
I'm coming after
literally
you. He was
is
so
like
fucking
more
serious that like nobody
noise
wanted
than
to
a
call this
person
kid.
could keep
This
up,
fucking guy.
which is
So,
beautiful and
yeah.
incredible. I will say, but there is this interesting balance between sometimes
So
more
I still
is
call that
less.
really.
And a person sometimes has to
But
just try to
he
figure
put a lot
out,
of fear in
should
this
I be doing more things?
because he
Or
didn't want
perhaps
people to
focusing,
call him or something.
doing a little bit less, but focusing more on the things that I'm doing. And again, all of us are
At the
different.
end of
People
your
learn
story,
differently,
because it's really
people learn
boring.
differently. But I think a lot of times
No,
what's
so
happening is
computers, I
learning
was not
15
good with
things,
computers.
and so there's a lot
I
going
was
on,
not good with.
but I'm not really acquiring anything.
Wow.
I'm not really acquiring anything.
That's
So on a
such
given
a
day,
all or
I'm
nothing
getting
thing.
through like a whole
That
bunch
if I
of
made
different
one
stuff.
small
But like,
slight
what's
mistake, it would come crumbling, and that always
and this
caused
is
me a
something
lot
that
of
we have
fear.
to contemplate for ourselves.
I don't
So
feel
the
that
Garba
math
says,
tests
and this is so
are
proud. What's like?
that
Look what he says. If you
fair
learn
in a
and
lot
you
of
don't
ways.
chaz, you know what it's like.
That's why I
It's
was
like
so
planting,
much more into
but not
humanities,
harvesting.
because if I made a slight mistake,
Planting, but not
the
harvesting.
whole
So you planted something beautiful. It's incredible. And mamish, like the
essay
the
doesn't
produce,
crumble.
it's right
But
there.
if I make a
It's
small
sitting.
mistake in a
But if I
math
don't
proof,
chazer,
the whole
I
proof
don't
crumbles.
harvest it. I don't reap it. I don't get
And
what I
you'll get a
don't reap
zero
what I
or
sow.
whatever.
It's just like interesting.
And so I
Just
was
some,
just like, I
again,
don't want to take the risk.
different things
And I
work for us in
I
learning, and
feared
different
that.
things
And
work
I know
for
a lot
us.
of other people
Everybody's
did
got
as
to
well.
find the right balance. For
And
some
it
of
was
us, it's
almost
good
like
on the energy of constantly moving
there
forward
should
on
be
multiple fronts.
something that
Even if I'm not
in
retaining
math
everything,
there's not,
maybe
but
it's
it's
what I
almost
need
like
for
you make that
myself in
small
life.
mistake. You
But I
could still
think
get.
at least
I mean,
to
I guess
retain
teachers could
something,
give partial
to
credit for
hazard
things, but
something, to
it's
hold
like if it's
on
wrong,
to
it's wrong,
something.
and I get that.
Because otherwise, I'm tracking all of these
So
beautiful
there
things.
was
And I will say, the imagery is so profound. My beautiful personalistic
Torah,
spiritual field is sprouted with so many beautiful spiritual
computers,
saplings,
math,
but everything is sitting in the field. I'm not
and
harvesting
Orthodox.
anything
It was never
because
good.
I'm not chazering. Because I'm not
At
ultimately
what
taking
were you
something
good?
for myself to retain.
I was decent in
Incredible.
English,
Let me show Omer says Kolome Torah
but even now, I
Umishkach.
think I could have
Dome
been better.
Leisha Shield.
I,
This is
I like to
This is a
write.
very intense line. Someone who learns Torah
I
and then
like
forgets
poetry.
what he learns is similar to a woman who gives
I
birth
liked.
and then buries her child. And what is that?
Like, here's
So
an
I say,
example.
so again, so the metaphor is
We had
meant
this
to be
thing where we had to memorize
shocking.
poems
And
and then
ultimately,
perform it.
what is it saying? Is
And
that
some
when I
of these
learn
poems
Torah,
are like 5
we'll say
pages
the
long,
beautiful part
and
about
some
learning
of them
Torah
are
is
short.
you birth
Well, which one do you think I'm going to
You
take? The
birth
short one,
something.
because I don't have to
But if
memorize
I
it.
don't remember it,
And
or I don't take the time
some
to
people
try
would
to
just do
remember
long,
it,
long,
I
long
birth
periods. Because
something,
their
and then what I
brothers
birth
had those
simply disappears.
poems from years
Simply
before, and
disappears.
they would like
If
hear
I'm
them in
going
the
to take
household.
time
That was another
to
thing,
birth
a big
beautiful
thing,
Torah,
a huge
it is that
disadvantage to not have
time to
siblings.
try to hold on
And
to that beautiful young child, to appreciate him,
I've
to
said this
nurture
before,
him,
if
to
you
understand him, and to
are a
raise him
parent,
as my
and
own.
once you get
Very
one kid
profound.
through,
Rabbi Kiva
the
says,
rest is a lot easier because you know what's coming.
This is
You've seen
beautiful.
the
Rabbi
tests
Kiva Omer,
before.
Zemer b'chol yom, Zemer
It's,
b'chol yom.
but if it's your first
Sing
time
every
or your only
day,
child, it's
sing
great.
every day. And I will say, what does this
All
mean?
right.
Rashi
So
says
what else?
over here,
With what else did you struggle?
Computers,
Computers, math, or language.
So we'll say, so again, it appears at first glance Rabbi Akiva is continuing on the same theme. That literally, again, make your learning like a song. What does that mean? Just like Muslim, everybody has their favorite song. And what's the thing about your favorite song? You know the notes, you know the music,
You want to make the word para.
So Rabbi Akiva says, make your Torah like a song. Make your Torah like a song. So in other words, once again, same idea. Ingrain yourself in your Torah, chazer your Torah, make your Torah yours. Make your Torah yours. God said this also, we'll see more. Well, let's just finish up. Omer b'Yitzchak bar Avudimi. Micro, what's the pasuk? Nefesh amal lolo, ki akaf ala piu, amal b'makom zeh, v'torasa melas lo b'makom acher. So it's quite beautiful. He quotes over the pasuk from Mishlei. Nefesh amal lolo, right? With a literally again, if the soul toils, it will toil for you. Ki akaf ala piu. For you have tethered your mouth to it. What does this mean? So the Gemara says, so if you work on your Torah in this world, your Torah will work for you in the world to come. What a beautiful and incredible idea. If you put in the effort for your Torah here, so your Torah will work on your behalf in the world to come as well. Rashi says over here, Nefesh Ama Amlabo, Mipnei Ama B'Torah Torah On Meles Lo. If you work for your Torah works for you. Next Rashi, Ki Agav Ala Piyu, Mipnei Shehi Mesim Dvarim B'Fiv Tamid Ku'ukav Shalach Hamor. Lishnachrina Zemer Kro Sha'osik B'Shir Mizmiros Tadir Nasa Zemer Kach HaChos HaTorah Nasos Tribatit. Okay, so I'll say, so quite beautiful. The idea over here is, if you put in the effort in your spirituality, in your Torah works on your behalf. When I learn, I create something new. And that creation, just like the mother that births the child, that creation takes care of it. Just like when a parent has a child, the parent takes care of the child. But one day, hopefully, what will happen? The child will take care of the parent. I create Torah. I birth Torah in my life. And understand now my job is to nurture it. How do I nurture it? I learn it. I love it. I review it. And then what ends up happening is that Torah ends up taking care of me. It takes such a beautiful idea. It takes care of me in this world, and ultimately, again, it takes care of me in the world to come as well. Rashi says over here, Torah melaslo shenechazeres alav umevakeshes meis konet limsrolo tamei Torah b'sidra v'kol kachlam nishuukov piyu al divrei Torah. Incredible. So in other words, when you learn, make sure to chazer. Because if I don't chazer in some way, to chazer something, I'm planting and I'm not harvesting. Make Torah like a song. In other words, again, which means your Torah should be pleasant, should be beautiful. Understand, when you birth Torah, so you're going to take care of that Torah. And if you take care of your Torah, ultimately, your Torah takes care of you, both in this world as well as the next. So there's also another beautiful idea in this idea about Rabbi Akiva, which is really quite amazing. So the Gemara, Rabbi Akiva says, Zemer b'chol yom, Zemer b'chol yom. I will say, this is Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva says, how should you live life? Sing every day. I will say, any given day, you have a choice. Any given day, you have a choice. Every day is the same choice. You wake up in the morning, what do you want to be? Do you want to be happy or do you want to be sad? I will say, happiness, people make the mistake of thinking that happiness is the result of a variety of life factors. As you often find people say, I'll be happy when, or I'll be happy if. Right? If your sentences begin with I'll be happy when, or I'll be happy if, you will never be happy. Because there's always something else I want, always something else I need. One of the most important yisodos in Yiddishkeit is happiness is a choice. I choose to be unhappy, I choose to be happy. I can't choose a lot of my circumstances, but I choose my emotional disposition. And I think Rabbi Akiva is saying is, choose happiness. Zamer b'chol yom, zamer b'chol yom. Sing, just sing. Because again, what's the alternative? You could choose to be happy, or you could choose to be unhappy. Choosing to be unhappy is a miserable, horrific existence. Choosing happiness does not fix all of my problems, but at least it gives me a positive disposition. And I will say, when you appreciate everything that Rabbi Akiva went through life, everything he went through, from the time he was young, a little bit young, until the moment he died, difficulty, adversity, poverty, derision, all these different kinds of things. And Rabbi Akiva is saying, choose a life of song, choose a life of simcha. How profound and overwhelming that really is. All right, we'll have to stop over for today. You're doing great, incredible, ridiculous. Ridiculous. We'll continue Rest Hashem with Chazara. We'll continue Rest Hashem with singing. All more tomorrow. Shkach, everyone. All right, Chavra, have a great day, everyone.
It's almost like Zimmer says that even the slightest thing, they don't believe it. Yet the Gemara just finished a lengthy list of what Yemos Mashiach is like, and saying that we don't really know because the construction wasn't even down there to
Right.
Mount Kasharis. Right? So we don't even know what, but it is. All these things, this is a guess.
Right. It's true. All right, so we'll say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsors, our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for Tov Shin Pei Hey. The Tilson Mishpacha for dedicating all the Shin and Drushos this year as his chos for Besorah Savos Valavan. These are our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar Alina Latova. Harry and Steve Zing, loving memory of Tari's fathers, Dr. Harry Khan, Sweet Hirsch, Ben Yosef Hakoin, Ziv Levin and Birmingham families in memory of Mr. William Ziv Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael Zechor Levracha. And our week of learning sponsors Nathan and Dr. Adler in memory of Judy Goldman, Yehudis, Esther Bas Elazar Zechor Levracha. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshamas out in Aliyah, the families in the Chama, all those in the Refuah Shavim, the Kol Yisrael, the Kodesh Baruch Hu bring all of our hostages home, and may our holy soldiers be successful. And Maaseh Yedeiha. So with that, let us begin. So we have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. Today's daf is Tzadik Ches 98. We are picking up on Tzadik Zayin on the days 97b, and we are picking up in the about 5 lines before the widest lines. 5 lines before the widest lines. Rabbi. Okay, Rabbi. There are never less than 36 tzaddikim who are able to receive the face of the Shekhinah in every generation. Suppose that this is the Gemara, famous Gemara, we all know this. Lamed Vav tzaddikim in every generation who are able, again, now this lashon of the Mekable Ape Pnei Shekhinah, who are able to receive the Shekhinah. Shnei Mar Ashrei Kol Cholchei Lo. Praiseworthy are those who wait for him. Lo. And lo in Gematria, Lamed Vav, Lo Gematria, Tlasim Vishisav is 36. Incredible. That's all, it's only 36 from a Rabbi. Dora Kermi Kuchabichu, Timni Sari Alpi Bars, Timni Sari Alpi. Yet again, Rabbi said that the road that sits before HaKadosh Baruch Hu, which means the tzaddikim, who are closest to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, number 18,000. 18,000. So what's going on over here? So the 36 is 18,000. So the Gemara says, Shne'emar Soviv, Shmona Sa'elef. So the Gemara says, Lo Kasha, Had Mistakli B'Ispaklar Yirtimigira, Had Mistakli B'Ispaklar She'ena Migira. So it says there are different levels. Ispaklaria means vision. So there's Ispaklaria Migira, which means total clarity of vision, and Ispaklaria She'ena Migira, a little bit of a cloudier vision, different types of vision. So there are 36 tzaddikim who see HaKadosh Baruch Hu the Ispaklaria Migira, complete, clear vision. Then there are many others who perceive HaKadosh Baruch Hu, but the vision is not as clear. So the Gemara says, but are there really so many tzaddikim? Are there 18,000 people who perceive HaKadosh Baruch Hu? Even the level of Ispaklaria She'ena Meira is still a very high level. Are there that many people who have that clarity of vision? I'm sure, listen to this. Both say this incredible Gemara. So Chizkiah said in Rabbi Yirmiyah, said in Rosh Hashanah, I have seen B'nai Aliyah, and there are few amongst them. Few B'nai Aliyah. That will say. Now, what does this mean? So Rabbi Shimon is making a tremendous statement that there are, in life, one of the hardest qualities to find is B'nai Aliyah. What does it mean to be a Ben Aliyah? To be a Ben Aliyah, just like what it says, to be a person who desires growth. You know, it's interesting. There's a lot of community Chachamim. Because what do you have to do in order to become a Talmid Chacham? What do you have to do? Study Torah. Studying Torah is profoundly and inherently enjoyable. Plenty of Talmidei Chachamim. There are actually plenty of people who are also Golmei Chasadim, who do Chassid. Because Chassid is also inherently enjoyable. Who wouldn't want to do it? Rashbi says the hardest thing to find in this world is B'nai Aliyah. People who really want to grow. People who really want to grow. And want to grow at all times. Now again, it doesn't mean they're tzaddikim. It doesn't mean they're geonim. It just means that they're never happy with where they are, and they always are looking for more. So Rabbi Shimon says it's very difficult to find them. In LF, if there are 1,000, if there are 1,000 in the world, Ani Ubana Man, then me and my son, remember again, the son of Elazar, right? My son and I, we are counted amongst them. In Mea, if there's 100, Ani Ubini Man, and my son and I are also amongst them. In Shnayim, if there are only 2 B'nai Aliyah in this entire world, Ani Ubini, it's me and my son. Everyone says, it's one point, you read Gemara like this, like, oh, okay, yeah. It's not Gaiba. It's not Gaiba, we'll say, it's knowing who you are. And Rabbi Yochai understood that if there was one thing that he possessed in this world, is that he was a Ben Aliyah. He wanted more. He always wanted more. And his son of Elazar, even more than his father. So Rabbi Yochai says, listen, I don't know how many B'nai Aliyah there are in this world. Well, I can tell you like this, even if there's only 2, I know that it's me and my son. The point of Rabbi Yochai is, Rabbi Yochai is saying, I don't know how many like B'nai Aliyah there are. I don't know how many there are. So now the Gemara is saying 36, 18,000. So much. The Gemara says as follows: Lo kasha, how the Eili Babar, how the Eili Below Bar. Okay, so it says once again, the Gemara gives kind of the same type of answer, which is there are plenty of B'nai Aliyah. What it's saying is like this: for plenty of people, plenty of tzaddikim even. There are some types of tzaddikim or B'nai Aliyah who are able to enter into HaKadosh Baruch Hu without permission, and others who require permission. So there are many who can enter, whatever this means. There are many who can enter with permission. There's a select few who can enter even without permission. Now, of course, the notion of entering before HaKadosh Baruch Hu without permission represents metaphorically this incredibly high spiritual level. So you'll find many holy people, but there's a certain cadre, a certain group of people that, so to speak, have the ability to enter in before HaKadosh Baruch Hu whenever they want. Look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says, "How the Eili Bebar shetzrichim nitro l'shos kishen nechnasin l'istakna b'ispaklaria meira v'ano lo b'chisim mitvasim b'shis aval also nechnasin below l'shos b'rov tzivkam inu l'sakla tam avos." Let's listen to this. So now what Gemara is suggesting is as follows: There are 36 tzaddikim in this world who are able to go ahead and enter into HaKadosh Baruch Hu with permission. And when they enter in with permission, they're able to see Hashem v'ispaklaria me'ira, with clarity of vision. And then there is some unknown number of people, probably obviously a much smaller number of people, who are able to enter into HaKadosh Baruch Hu without permission, whatever this means, and also have that clarity of vision. So 36 is the number of people, ispaklaria me'ira, but need permission to enter. And there's some smaller group afterwards that don't need permission and also have this ispaklaria me'ira. Incredible. So the Gemara goes back to it. The Gemara says, so this is really incredible. After this entirely exhaustive discussion about Mashiach, so what ends up happening? So Rav comes along and says as follows: you know, so many people make calculations when Mashiach is coming. All of those times, excuse me, all of those times have already come and gone. They've come and gone. And now at this point, in a davar tale ela b'tshuva ma'asim tovim. If we want Mashiach, we need tshuva and we need ma'asim tovim. So let's say a dramatic shift. Rav says, stop with the guessing the dates. Stop with trying to figure it out. Any dates that anyone made beforehand historically, those dates have come and gone. Mashiach is still going to come, but the only way he's going to come is if we bring him. And how do we bring him? Ultimately, again, tshuva ma'asim tovim. Shmuel says, dayo la'adar sheya'amod be'evlo. Ultimately, again, it is enough for the Avel to stay in his Avil. So what does this mean? So Shmuel says, no. Just like an Avel who's suffering, what happens? Shiva ends. Shiva comes to an end. Shmuel says, Godless will come to an end and Mashiach will come. So there's a fundamental machlokes between Rav and Shmuel. Working backwards, Shmuel still holds there is a date by which Mashiach will come, a defined date. We deserve it, we don't deserve it, it almost doesn't matter. Mashiach will come. Shmuel Rav saying that's not true. All of the dates have already passed. They've already passed. At this point, now it's up to us to bring Mashiach only through our tshuva and our ma'asim tovim. Incredible. The Gemara goes like this. Mashiach will come. If we don't do tshuva, he won't come. I'm going to be Yeshua. And they know sin tshuva ain't going. Really? If we don't do tshuva, there's no geula. Ela kadosh baruch hu ma'nid lahem melech shegzerot kashas kahamin v'yisrael osin tshuva machzir l'motiv. It's not true. If we don't do tshuva, well, so then what happens? What happens? The Rebbe shall orchestrate situations through which we have to do tshuva. He'll create put a despotic king. And the despotic king will force us to go ahead and do tshuva, return us to our correct ways. Tiny Ida, Rabbi Eliezer Omer, Yisrael Osin Tshuva Nigalim. The Lord says if we do tshuva, we'll be redeemed. Shnei Mer Shuv Banim Shovavim Erpam Mishlo Seichem. Amar Rabbi Yoshua. Alot Barnei Tikinam Nikart of Lord Yasef Tigalu. So yet the pasuk says you were sold for nothing, and you will not be redeemed with money. What does that mean? Tinam Nikart of Babalos Kohavim. You were sold into diaspora. You were sold into Galus because of idolatry. What's the word of idolatry? Zero. There's zero value. Yes, you took it upon yourself and you were sold as a result of it. You will not be redeemed with money. Not even through tshuva and ma'asim tovim will you be redeemed. In other words, it's not tshuva and ma'asim tovim that bring Mashiach. Rather, again, there's a date, there's a time, and when that time comes, Mashiach will in Eretz Hashem come. It says in the Amar lo Rabbi Eliezer Rabbi Yoshua. But the pasuk says, "Return to me, and I return to you," which sounds like a Kadosh Baruch Hu is saying to us, if we do tshuva, then He'll bring the geula. Amar lo Rabbi Yoshua lo kvar ne'amar, Kanochi ba'alti b'chem. Lakachti eschem echad me'ir, v'shtayim mishpacha, ve'vesi eschem sion, which sounds like it's up to our Kadosh Baruch Hu to bring the geula. Amar lo Rabbi Eliezer lo kvar ne'amar. So if you know what they're doing, they're like lobbing back at each other that indicate different messianic rules. Balot bar ne'emar, Yeshua v'nakas toshir. I'm going to be Yeshua. Balot bar ne'emar, Kamar Hashem, Goal Yisrael, Ukyosh leViza, Nefesh leMisav Goy, leEved Moshlen, Malok Miru Kapot Tzadiches, Malok Miru B'Kom Yisrael Yishtakavu. I'm going to Balot bar ne'emar in Tashuv Yisrael Ne'om Hashem in live Tashuv. I saw once again the Lord says, but the pasuk says if I does tshuva, Hashem will return to us. Amar Rabbi Yeshua, Balot bar ne'emar, Ve'eshma es ha'ish lemush habayim asher mimal lemei hayor. Vayora mimino v'smolo al hashemayim vayishba v'chai olam bilamoid modim v'chatzik v'bolos nabat yad am kadosh shekalera kol ekal v'shotz v'chabados. Suppose at this point again, Rabbi Eliezer was quiet. So what you see over here, and again, the psukim back and forth, this fundamental machlokes Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Yeshua. Rabbi Eliezer essentially saying, not essentially, Rabbi Eliezer saying that halacha l'maisa klal yisrael the tshuva will be redeemed. Rabbi Yeshua, that's not the way it works. Geula comes, Mashiach comes when Hashem ordains it. They throw psukim back and forth at each other. The conclusion, the way the Gemara ends, but the conclusion is that Rabbi Eliezer ultimately again was refuted by Rabbi Yeshua's psukim. So it sounds like over here that the sheet of Rabbi Yeshua, which is that Mashiach comes when HaKadosh Baruch Hu chooses to bring him, that seems to be the opinion that triumphs. So again, not in this conversation, just understand there are these two messianic models that remain outstanding. So when does Mashiach come? Does Mashiach come when we do tshuva? Or does Mashiach come almost independent of our tshuva when HaKadosh Baruch Hu ordains it? Like, is there just some point in time by which the world has to be redeemed? Machlokes, incredible. By the way, you'll say to yourself, well, a second, come on, how can this remain unresolved? Right? We have to know these things. And what's the answer? No, we don't. No, we don't. Because the truth is, this is the same way why the whole concept of Mashiach is not even explicitly mentioned in the Torah. To be honest, the Ribono Shel Olam does not want us to be messianically focused. That's why who wants us to be focused on maximizing time in this world. That's our avodah. Our avodah is to become the best version of ourselves. Our avodah is to become the Aliyah. Our avodah is to make a difference in the world. Our avodah is to help others. Whether Mashiach comes because of to become Baalei Tshuva, whether Mashiach comes about and do that, whether our tshuva ultimately again, whether Mashiach is coming because of tshuva, or whether Mashiach is coming ultimately again because of some type of envy, to a certain degree, is irrelevant. I believe he's going to come. Like we saw yesterday, is that I know that I'm going to wait for him every single day, but not passively wait for him. And Kosh Baruch will figure it out. It's not really my job. My job, maximize this world, maximize this life, maximize my abilities. Let's go like that. But Rabbi Abba, Ein Kate in the Chakit Mugulamizah. So ultimately again, so Rabbi Abba says, there is no more revealed day than this. So Rashi says over here, what does this mean? Rabbi Abba says, if you want to see terrible, if you want signs of Mashiach, right? Listen, we look at this all the time, right? The truth is, I can live without knowing the date of Mashiach. Just what do I want to know? That it's close, right? I just want to know that we're headed in the right direction. But this, by the way, is an incredible Gemara. Rabbi Abba says,
okay, I'm just testing your eyes to make sure that you're okay to drive.
if you want to know the most overt sign that Mashiach is coming,
Do you want to continue the test? No? Okay. Do you want to do any of the other balance tests? Nothing at all? Okay. You just stand right here then? They want you to stand right here. You can
Yechezkel says, when the land comes back
That's okay.
to
You can
life,
sit
when the trees produce their
Well, I'm
fruit, when
going to have
the
to base my
vines
decision off
produce
of
their
what
fruit,
my observations
that's
thus
how
far.
you know that Mashiach is coming. When Klal
So
Yisrael
it's
is
up to
not
you.
there to saw the land
You
destroyed.
consecutively is
When Klal Yisrael
what do you want me to do? No, it is up to you.
more the
If you
land
want to continue the
produces,
test,
the
I
more the
can
land
continue the
produces,
test. If you don't want to continue the test, I'm going to make my decision off of what I've observed thus far. So you want to give me a time? No, I don't want to give you take that time. How do you perform these tests? They want you to follow the
produces
pen.
fruit. Shine in good measure,
Can you stand closer to me?
You know Mashiach is close, and there is no greater revelation about the closeness of Mashiach than the vitality of the land rebound. You know, say that's how you know. Okay, we have a little bit of a running joke inside the shul. This is why we live in a time where Eretz Yisrael produces award-winning wines. Like the number of boutique wineries in Eretz Yisrael is astounding. The number of established wineries in Eretz Yisrael. I will say it's not just that there's good wine coming out of Eretz Yisrael. It's that it is the ultimate sign that Geula is close. So how could one drink wine that is only from Eretz Yisrael? Every sip of Eretz Yisrael wine is a sip of Geula. It's a sip of Geula. It's literally what is also. It is the most remember? Some of us are old enough to remember. Right? You can't remember what used to be such and such a lot. But there's now such like a square bottle, the square bottle battle, right? That analogy. What's the malaga, right? Like the handle on top, that. That wasn't such a long time. I don't know what it's not so long ago. And we'll say now, it's incredible. Now,
as I was walking down the street one day, a man came up to me and asked me what the time was, what was on my watch. Yeah, and I said, does anybody really know what time it is? Does anybody really care about time? So I can't imagine why. Oh no, my time enough to cry. As I was walking down the street one day, a pretty lady looked at me and said her diamond watch had stopped cold dead.
That's not what does that mean? Rav Amar Aftamdi Chachamim Shekaso Bahem Shalom. Even Talmud Chachamim, who are known for possessing tranquility, it said Shalom Rav. We all is a set of the in Shalom Yitzhak. Even Talmud Chachamim are known for the tranquility because Torah engenders a sense of tranquility. Shalom Rav. He has great peace for those who have given us a notice from our own lives. When you live and when you are steeped in learning, there's a certain calmness, a certain soothing, a certain tranquility that you have. People coming about that person possess that tranquility in the kingdom and brings in the Mashiach will not be able to find that tranquility. What's I'm trying to find out how interesting this is. On one hand, the first of these, as you have Rabbi Abba saying, the sign of impending Messianic arrival is the land will come back to life. God will come back to life. And then you have Rav who says, right, what does it mean? There's going to be so much turbulence. So listen, so once again, these competing narratives, right? Is the pre-Messianic arrival, is it kind of heralded by beautiful growth, or is it heralded by incredible and overwhelming difficult circumstances? However, don't say that mutually exclusive. It could seem to be Shmuel says, the sign of Messianic arrival is that all.
Does anybody really know what time it is? Does anybody really care about time? So I can't imagine why. Oh no, it's all my time enough to die. I was walking down the street one day, and pushed and shoved. And I said, does anybody really know what time it is? Does anybody really care about time? So I can't imagine why. Oh no, there's no time enough to cry. As I was walking down the street one day, being pushed and shoved, I fight for mine to light the clock. Now I just don't know, I don't know. And I said, yes, I said, does anybody really know what time it is? Does anybody really care about time? So I can't imagine why. Oh no, it's all time enough to die. I don't care about time. No, I don't care.
When does the Mashiach come? The Mashiach comes ultimately again when there are no passing rock. When arrogant people disappear from Klal Yisrael. We'll say, what does this mean? What does this mean? That ultimately, again, arrogance is what keeps Mashiach away.
That's what else.
Isn't that incredible? So when there are no arrogant
I took myself off social media in August because I was finishing a script and I realized like, what a time suck it was for me. And then
Shut the fuck up.
שנאמר כי אז עושים כבך הלכת דעתך עושים והשארתי בכבך אני בדם וחסי בשביל השם. And so like the same so much as other this is going to stop one of the most but it's arrogance that keeps Mashiach away. It's arrogance that keeps Mashiach away. And those are what's the logic behind that, right? The logic behind them, because remember again, let's see this side. See one of the like let me smell. I saw Rabbi smell. I should never love Rabbi Shimon. In Ben Davidov, Ashik and Koshok in social Israel. Mashiach comes when the judges and the enforcers no longer exist for Klal Yisrael. This is talking about corrupt judges and corrupt enforcers. People who exploit their power for something.
On the ocean floor and somehow stay completely dry. These guys are walking on the ocean floor and somehow stay completely dry. How does that even work? They're inside something called a diving bell. Think of it like an upside down cup filled with air. As it sinks, the air pressure pushes the water out. They make space for the workers to breathe and move around. And after nearly 3 hours of work down there, they use it to recover a $6,800 ship anchor. These guys are walking on the ocean.
This is Road becoming a dual listener. Today I did Bulls Groves from Special Teams University. And after that I did a rice buckets string of
Not in this Gemara, but just in a general sense. He says one of the most mistranslated words in all of
and then I
these
finished with Talib.
he says we translate tzedakah as charity. As charity. He says that's not what tzedakah means. What's
This
the
is
source
Road
of
becoming
tzedakah?
a D1
It's
listener.
tzedek. What
Today
does
I did
tzedek
Bulls
mean?
Groves from Special Teams University.
The twist he says like this.
And after
In
that I
life,
did rice
there are people who have, there are people who don't have. And the way it works is, if you don't have, you must share with those who don't have. It's not charitable. It's not something nice. It's not something beautiful. It's the way our Kadosh Baruch Hu programmed the world to work. So in other words, just like those who don't have need to receive, those who have need to give. Notice that, and this is incredibly important because a lot of times we look at our tzedakah activities, we look at our chesed activities as like prioritize, like this is like my charity work. It's beautiful. It's not. It's not. It is the moral obligation that we have. That if you have more than you need from Hashem, you should always go pick it up. By definition, it is a moral obligation. It's a tzedakah. It's a tzedek. It's justice to do for the other, not just with money. Not with money.
Excuse me, sir. Do you have time for a quick roofing trivia question? Okay, awesome. What's the most missed line item on an insurance scope?
So,
Waste factor.
Now, let's say, interesting enough, where does Mashiach
Ma'am,
come?
we have a roofing question for you.
Comes when we realize
This is a
that
trivia game.
helping each other
What is the
not
most
something
commonly
that's
missed line
nice,
item on an insurance
but
scope?
helping each other is something that is an absolute
Your best guess.
requirement and obligation. So the moment that we realize that tzedakah is not charity,
Starter?
but tzedakah is tzedek, is justice. And certainly again, I think
Quick roofing trivia
have a
question.
more-
You guys ready?
more obligation to help.
What is the most commonly missed line item on an insurance scope?
Of course, I think we have to love, not because it's nice,
That's tough.
not because it's chesed, not because it's this, but because everyone says it's using chesed and tzedakah. But chesed represents things that make you not
Excuse me, sir. Do you have time for a quick roofing trivia question?
Things that you that you're obligated to do.
What is the most commonly missed item on an insurance scope?
Nice things that come up, obligatory things in our hearts. That's the
Your
moment
best
that
guess.
Mashiach comes. It's incredible.
Wrong.
So Rabbi is like this.
Excuse me.
Roof time.
The Amadushes no longer exist as well. The Amadushes actually goes out there sorcerers. So the idea of as long as they're
Yes, dick.
sorcerers, Buckley Diamonds, Buckley
Canada's
is rifty. And if corrupt judges would stop to exist, so to corrupt Gentile judges will cease to exist. That's why the Lord said we have goodness. We bring about a lot of negative forces in the world. If we're arrogant, we bring about these sorcerers who do negative things. If we are corrupt judges, we bring about Gentile corrupt judges who do the same. So we know the fact that Buckley Amarushi, Yosef, that's up to what's the guy, Basir called Eli, Buckley Diani.
I'm say 17.
See, you can see the ACR Shanish, but that's all. I'm going to say 31. I'm going to be open. is incredible. In the Isa Gershon Ismail, we'll say if you see, if you see a generation that is suffering from general poverty, wait for Mashiach, which means, again, poverty is the precursor for Mashiach. Again, we've seen this motif more and more. So, there's Am Ani Toshia. We've also been saved in a poverty nation. I'm not Yochanan. In the East of Russian South, Levels, Baals, Salat, Kinar, Let's see, if you see a generation where there are overwhelming sorrows that literally they are coming upon a kind of river, just like the river keeps flowing. You feel like there's constant sorrows for Klal Yisrael. Ultimately, wait for Mashiach. Shneimar, Ki Yavo Banar Sar Ruach Hashem Yoseses Bo Salafei Uva L'Tzion Goel. Listen, it's fascinating, right? And from the point of something, how amazing this is. Why is the best thing in the world to be achieved? Listen, how we deal with difficult circumstances, right? If you see a generation where there's rampant poverty, or if you see a generation where there's ridiculous suffering,
I want to test a route runner of all time. Best quarterback right now.
Listen, what other nation in the world
Stadium to play in.
in right? Everyone else, if things are bad, that is generally lost. Most probably things are going to get worse. Right? That's generally how things work. So if things are bad, just know that most probably means that just wait for it, because you're going to see it's about to get ridiculously.
Best route runner of all time.
What is your ideal date that is also gorgeous? And by date, I mean non-traditional, sharing a time and space that is respectful but non-conformist at the same time.
I've got one of those days.
Which on your job is, how many times have you done ayahuasca? So are you willing to date someone who never gets out of bed? So you agree that pets have the right to access to astrological care? Wow, I love the mysteries of that. How many wavelengths have you set fire to? Wow, you're like really deep with friends.
Prime Minister was doing this, and this was doing this, and
This is really fun.
doing this, and
I
this
like you.
was dancing, and the songs.
So I'm not really looking for anything right now, except ayahuasca. What is your ideal date that is also
nursery school teacher went out of the room, and no one is paying attention to the Kinderlach, right? And they're eating crayons. That's what it's like, right? Right. So the school teacher and the Kinderlach are eating crayons. They're coloring on the walls, right? They're doing everything. Anyway, you're like,
Watch this stupid son of a bitch. If he fucking turns at me, I am going to block him. You stupid mother! You go sack a fucking orchard! Watch this stupid son of a window! This one smells like honey.
You know what's
Seriously, like the worse it looks.
Wrong time. What are you upset about?
Yeah, why?
What do you think? One air pressure from the NBA is a team that beats us in the NBA Conference Finals. Gotta know that could be, but I'm not.
Wow.
This one smells like honey. Sorry, Mark.
You know what's
Mashiach comes when flies off everything. Listen, just on the same page, same line. Mashiach comes when he's complete poverty. Mashiach comes when he's suffering. Mashiach comes when he's complete piety.
You want to run or you want to duck down? You want to duck, just want to get under the bench and stay there. You want to run or not? You want to run or not?
All right, bitch. Get your shit together, son. I think this bitch is not listening.
The Pasuk says V'ita, which means Mashiach will come in his appointed time. But then the Pasuk says, I will hasten your arrival of Mashiach. So which one is it? V'ita means Mashiach's coming in at a defined time.
I would dedicate an entire day.
I will hasten your arrival of Mashiach. Which one is it? Zachu Achishana, Lo Zachu V'ita. So if we are Zocha, right? If we are meritorious, then ultimately Hashem will
Oh, of course, nobody's doing a show right now.
If we're not
I hate those
meritorious,
fucking
then
birds.
at the end of the day,
Jackie and Shadow, hey, guess what? No one cares. I'm gonna be one of those assholes who shakes down the tree and charge with
lifetime devastation of environmental protected environmental spokesbird, whatever the fuck they want to consider that shit.
So once again, I was saying,
Dog.
someone is like a
This
cloud
shit
comes in
is
the
the
sky,
worst.
or like a pauper riding on a donkey. So the clouds move in the sky.
Survivor,
The pauper on the donkey,
season 50.
not so much.
Nobody's watched it. I don't even think it's a thing.
Comes slowly. Once again,
Do
it
people
depends
still
on us. So again,
watch Survivor
this
instead of
approach in the
Zoo?
Gemara, which you begin to see, is the arrival of Messianic redemption is fundamentally.
Nobody's watched it ever.
If we're righteous, it comes faster. If we're wicked, it comes slower.
Do you not like it when Joe Rogan is a host? I like it when Joe Rogan is. Look at this move, though. Folks, look at this athleticism right here. And look at this move. Look at this.
I'm making a donation to the Mashiach Fund. Right, I hereby donate my best. Actually, come on, I'll show you. Just I'm going to give him my best horse. So to Shmuel said to Shapor, you have a horse of 100 colors. Now what is it going to say? So I said to which Shmuel says back to King Shapor, you should see the shit. Right, that's fire. You think your horse is better than a donkey. I think the donkey or the Mashiach over the nicest of your horses any day. Incredible. But you're showing me because I get ready for this. Get ready for this. If you're back in, have you saw how if you want to do that cheer, you should text him. You should tell him, I feel so sorry for you. My heart breaks for you that you were not able to get out of bed this morning. To be part of something dramatically life-altering started in your life. Sorry, clearly you must be in the throes of something major. Right, there's Shurima, right, Mitzvah Club a level, Hashta Bagalo is man Kariv, right, Mitch will take a bit of heaven for you, and also you'll be back later. This something's missing, right? 7.5 years you'll be back in Rosh It's already Ashka Video. You have a Kanya Chishta in the Arjun Mishra Mayafat. The Mishra Mayafat was standing at the entranceway of the grave of Rabbi Shalach. I must remember again for those who are not the last Yakin Kala, but 2 Yakin Kalas ago, we went to the entranceway of the grave of Rashi in the Rome. Now, which again is the grave on top. There's the grave on top. And if you know some people, you can actually go below, right to the entranceway of the Ma'ara. Literally at the entranceway of the Ma'ara. So the Shabbat Levi was standing right found in the by the entranceway of the Ma'ara to Rishon Bayochai. So I'm gonna I see the Alma Dawson. So the Shabbat Levi says, am I going to Olam Haba? Am I going to come out? Am I going to the world to come? I'm ready. And you're to Adon Hazar. Spoke wants it. I'm not in charge, right? So in other words, if Hashem wants you to be in Olam Haba, then go to Olam Haba. Originally, Shnayim Levi, see, the Kol Gimel Shanati. So the Torah says, I'm standing with you in the old. So there's 2 of us, but I hear 3 voices. I hear 3 voices. So ultimately, again, so you're troubling heard, whatever this means, the voice of the Shema. She says, the Shema Haba Bahadai. The Shema is as well. Can you imagine the scene? So again, if you don't understand that the entity of the grave of Rabbi Shema Yachai, so now Rabbi Shema maybe passes by, he's talking to Elion of it, and going to the world to come. I don't know, ask Hashem. Then I'm showing you the voice, it's probably there as well. Amalei, Amos Asi Mashiach. So now I'm showing these guys to Elion. When is Mashiach coming? Now, the reason why does he say this to Elion Navi? Because the Pasha Elion Navi is when it comes before to announce the Alam Mashiach. So when is Mashiach coming? Amalei, Zil Shailu Bidei. So ask him. Go ask Mashiach. So Mashiach when he's coming. Mashiach says, okay, the Hebrew Yosef. Where can I find Mashiach? Where is he? Then should ask him. Piscot the Karka. He is situated at the gates of Rome. Mashiach sits at the gates of Rome. So we go on. So in my simon, Let's see, how would I know? Fine, so I'll get him a to Rome, and how should I go ahead and how should I know who he is? How should I know who he is? So the Gemara says, if you look, by the way, if you look at Rashi, Rashi says over here, the case of the Karto, Mira Lamoli, Lobas HaSakai, you have Manish, Arab by Eden, who can make it for the Olam B'Sal, all the way to the Olam Sad, Shalgan Eden, Sheneged Pesach, Eden, Mashiach Shari. Well, let's say, Rashi quotes his teacher who says, Pesach Eden doesn't need an entrance here, so never need to enter for a But let's say that is not the way that everyone is going to do it. Everyone says, Pesach Eden really means the entrance way to roll. Mashiach comes out, Mashiach resides at the entrance way to roll. So it's fine, I'm saying this is okay, I'll go find him, but how do I know who he is? We're going to see there's a lot of people who are at the entrance way to the city of Rome. So how will I know who he is? With my simony, Yosef Benin Aniyah Sobri Kavod. Let's say, get ready for this. Who is the entrance way to Rome? The lepers. The lepers, those the Saras, they were not allowed inside of the city. Mashiach lived alongside with all of the lepers. Rashi says, so good, Kavod, Midigorim, they were not in the middle. So ultimately, Mashiach lived with all the lepers, and Mashiach himself was also a leper. Isn't that incredible? Also, a leper, the silver, the Mechulov, okay, so Mashiach was also a leper. He stays with all the lepers. So now, Jews, okay, go to Mashiach. Mashiach is a leper. Mashiach is a leper. So by the way, just before you go forward, I just want to point out something actually before we say. Mashiach does not walk around, right, with a long beard and distinguished clothing, and a person who normally feels bad that Mashiach. Mashiach is probably one of those people who you look at and you look the other direction. You go ahead and tell them to go to the church and shout. So like the people who get a little bit more on their nerves, or the people maybe we try to avoid, or the person who people we marginalize, or the people just we push to the periphery. Like Mashiach is not the person who everybody wants to be around. Also, this is a tremendous thing. Because sometimes the people who we just marginalize, push to the periphery, and don't give the time of day, those people are often the holiest of the whole. Tremendous idea. So Mashiach again is a leper sitting by the entranceway of Rome. So Jonas, so how can I figure out who he is? I don't know who he is. You mentioned the Kulan Shadov Asir Bechatzina. So you see, the lepers have to change their bandages. So they want to generally, again, lepers change their bandages all at once. Okay? You notice, by the way, he who's Shalichad Ba'asir has. Mashiach only changes his bandages one bandage at a time. Now, why is that? This is Dilma, because again, he's concerned what's going to happen. What happens if he gets the call? Right? So Mashiach has to make sure it's on call. So what happens if he gets the call? If all these bandages are off, and the son says, okay, no, it's going to be break his ass to back up bandages. Instead, what he does is, he only bandages one bandages and new bandages, one wound at a time. This lady, she's never out of commission for a prolonged period. It's tremendous. So first of all, tremendous in what you see, and Mashiach himself is literally ready to go. He's ready to go. Alright, only changes his bandages one at a time. It's like, there's also a tremendous metaphor in this. Many of us walk in life with many different needs. Many different things, and many different things that we have to do. It's hard sometimes to try to feel everything at once. I mean, identify everything that's broken, and I just feel it all at once. Life doesn't work that way. The best way to heal your wounds, your personalistic wounds, is one of them. Decide what you want to heal. Decide what you want to heal. Right? How you want to heal it. Heal that first. Once you heal one wound, like Mashiach, then move on to the next. The time just is often when you're unbounded, telling you the stuff you gotta hear, and you look at yourself and ignore all the stuff that's broken, all the stuff that's wounded, all the stuff that's in state of disrepair, can become overwhelming, and that's when you heal. That's when despair sets in and I give up. So one damage at a time, one wound at a time, one broken bone at a time, you slowly but surely overcome the things you heal yourself. Incredible. Oslo Gabe, that's what it means to Hashem Mashiach. So can you just imagine what that must have been. So, even if he's not, right, so he's like, he's not coming back, right? He hasn't revealed himself yet. He's not like, he's sure that maybe found Mashiach. parenting. Shalom Aleichem, Rabbi. So the day's going to come. The day will come. And the Mashiach will stand before us. And we too will be up on your touch to say Shalom Aleichem, Rabbi Imon. You imagine what's going to happen? Mashiach comes and before he does anything, like if he does anything, he's going to say, I don't know how we're going to know. I don't know how we're going to know. Someone else we're going to know. And he's just going to stand there and he's just going to say those words, Shalom Aleichem, Rabbi Imon. We will teach parents these years to say those words. Just being able to say those words to Mashiach before he does anything. It is such a sweeping bomb in the collective soul of Israel. So we should really use Shalom Aleichem Rabbi Imon. Amen. Shalom Aleichem Tar Levi. Shalom Aleichem to you. Tar Levi means family. Shalom Aleichem Tar Levi. Amen. Re'emas Hasina. So she really says, he skips the pleasantries. He's like, let's get to it. He's like, where are you coming? Where are you coming? Like, where are you coming? So I'm late, and yo, wow. It's actually coming today. I'm coming today. So that's it. That's what it is. Like, I'm good. I've got nothing else. He goes back. Apparently, he goes back to the Rabbi. Also, look at the Elio. Later this means he went back to Elio at the entrance by the gate of Rashbi. I bet Rashbi or someone else we don't know. But again, he went back to Elio. Amalei, my Amalei. So Elio says, so we knew what Mashiach was. What happened? What did Mashiach tell you? Amalei, Shalom Aleichem Rabbi. It's the first thing. Mashiach said hello to you, right? He gave me Shalom. He said, Shalom Aleichem Rabbi. To which says, so first of all, that's a good sign because that means that you and your father will unfortunately want to come. Really gets back here in your Navi. Sorry, back to Mashiach. You and mentioning your father's name, that's indicative of the fact that both you and your son and your father Levi both have a portion in the world to come. So it's beautiful. It's really been heartbroken. Why? I mean, Shakuri Kashaka, Mashiach writing, Kidding Martin, the Amar, Ayom Asina Bala Asa. Mashiach comes coming today and giving come. It says, in that overall. I'm sure that lady is feeling like so the chef comes today and he did not come. I don't know if he did not like you. I don't know. Ayom in the competition. What the chef was telling me was, I'm ready to come. I'm ready to come every single day. Regardless whether you get your act together and do what you are supposed to do. Ayom, I'm ready to come today. In the competition, we listen to the voice of our conversation. The chef wasn't wrong. The chef was ready. He's changing his bandages, one of the things that he could be ready to review us. He's ready to come as long as we are ready to receive him. And to receive him, we have to do the necessary incredible. What a human. And of course, this goes with the narrative that we control the arrival of Messianic age. We control the Messiah. The lives we lead, the decisions we make, the things we do, the things we don't do, all of this controls the flow of Messianic age. Some of them are going to make this one. There's students actually going to make this one. And let's have them double back. One of the Mashiach will come. That's Moshe Amar. Messiah and Misha introduction. Oh, so we're listening to this myself. I'll give you an answer, but I'm scared that you're going to ask me for a sign. I'm going to give you an answer and ask me for a sign. So I'm going to answer. I'm going to answer. Everyone wants to move forward. I said, Rabbi, please answer the question. We will not ask for a sign from you. Okay? I'm alright with the Shinipo Hasharazal, the Yidnes, the Yipo, the Enoch Seeking Yidnes, so Aksha and double back. So this is fine. I'll give you a sign. Well, sorry, I'll tell you when the Mashiach is coming. Mashiach is going to come. Ultimately, again, when this wall falls down, when this gate falls down, and then it falls down the first time they rebuild it, it falls down the second time. And before they go ahead and they get rebuild it, Mashiach is going to come. Mashiach's going to come. Look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says over here. Rashi says, sorry. Shaitai, Hashar is, I think, Shakir Roman, Shavir Roman. So again, this is a reference to Rome. So again, when you'll see the Christmas says what's going to happen, the gates of Rome will fall down, then you go, but it'll fall down again, and then you go, it'll fall down a third time. Before they get to the third time, ultimately the Mashiach will come. That's the sign, right? That's the Mashiach will come. Amru lo Rabbeinu, Tina lo Os. He said, Rabbi, okay, fantastic. Give us a sign that that's true. Amru lahem lo kacham atu. Lo kacham atu, shaitan bakshim el Os. I told you, I really realized because I was like, what's the shocking one? See, what ends up happening is Mashiach discussions get people very excited. So when people hear something, all they want is they want the confirmation. That's what this is. I mean, let's get this. I know this is your word. That's why I said, I'll tell you about it. I want to give you notes. So I said, you told us, but give us a sign. So I'm going to go, and then I got it. You told us that giving us a sign, but come on, just give us a sign. I'm going to have, you can't get up in the Ma'aras Pamias, Madame. And you have to pull it down. So the also makes sense that says if the waters of the Pamias, like the waters of the Pamias, turn to blood. So the Pamias is the body of water that feeds the Jordan. Is the idea. If the Pamias turns to blood, that will show you that what I'm saying is correct. And sure enough, the Pamias turned to blood. Incredible. The Shas B'Tzurasal, at the time that Yosef ben Kisma was dying, he said, under the head, I'm equally already. Make sure to bury my coffin very deep in the ground on the days. Why? Shein called back over that Shalababa, Shein Sis Shakmas in the Shabbat. Because when I die, and Yosef ben Kisma said our enemies are going to overrun the land. And there's going to be so many Persian horses that every single country will have a Persian horse having to. Then you look how the Eretz Yisrael, Shein Sis Magai Oka Motaven. And we're going to be overrun by the Persians immediately in Tefillah. We're going to dig up our caskets and use our caskets as food trucks for their horses. So therefore, Yosef ben Kisma said, very deep in the earth, but they won't dig up my casket. Then David Mashiach, when he comes, when Rome, the monarchy of Rome, stands itself over Israel. I want to point out, when we talk about Rome means echo. Rome means echo. Rome doesn't have to be historical Rome, right? It could be anything that is a derivative of Rome. So Mashiach comes only after Carbon Paul is oppressed by the monarchs of Rome for 9 months. You know, now that thing. Yushin, I think your God, the Yuta Abbas, the Shira of the Nation. Yassi, the law of Kayla. That's what is incredible. Now we come to a totally different motif. Uda says, Yassi. I hope so much that Mashiach comes, but I don't want to see it. What Ula is saying is, I recognize the amount of suffering that is going to precede Messianic redemption. So, I hope I don't die in Mashiach all the time, but I don't want to see it. I don't want to be there to experience all of the suffering that's going to precede Messianic redemption. You know, let's see what happens. Let Mashiach come, I don't want to see it. But Yosef says, I see the Aski Yosef the Tulip is the feast of the Chazar. And Yosef says, let Mashiach come, and I'll be happy to sit in the middle of you again in the shade of the excrement of the Mashiach. What is that? Yosef, so what that means is like this. Yosef says, I know the things that Mashiach is going to be difficult, but I'll deal with the suffering. Just bring Mashiach out of it. Yosef said, just two totally different than it takes. On whether or not they want to hear to see the suffering which precedes Mashiach. Only about it, my time, even when you should follow some Mashiach. So what is this? What is it that's being honored? If it's about ultimately again, you know, what is it in this Rabbi say? Let Mashiach come out. I don't want to see it. I don't want to be able to experience it. So that's the problem. If it's because of the suffering of Moshe Mashiach, right? If it's about the suffering which precedes Mashiach, again about him, you know, shows what we're going to study Elazar, not Yasa, the Ninas and Moshe Mashiach. What should a person do to save himself from the trials and travails of Mashiach? Right? What should a person do to save himself from the suffering which precedes Mashiach redemption? Yasa Patoga, wow. Also, what should you do to save yourself from the trials and tribulations for Kira says, engage in Torah and Chesed. Torah and Chesed, let's say. Now, first of all, what is this even mean? We'll come back to it. Torah and Chesed say between Chesed and Umar hot Torah, and look here, once I remember again, the Gemara says, right, Rabbi, you have all the stuff, you have Torah, you have Chesed, what are you worried about? What are these up on and worried about? They have Torah, they have Chesed, that's the thing, they say, or any type of something which this season is going to get off, I'm already Shema Yidra Machlis. I might have the requisite merits now, but I'm concerned, or maybe I have to look at Avira. I will say sometimes one Avira can wipe out a lifetime of merit. So right now I may have the merit of Torah and Chesed and want to escape the suffering of Tina Saragara. And maybe I'll sin, it'll wipe out my merit, and then I'll be subject to the suffering of Tina Saragara. The Gemara says this is this. Tina Yaakov Ayideh, Yaakov Ayideh, Lemik Sikfas as a solid. Yaakov Ayideh. I know if you might wish my take up a portion of you. The Bible promises Yaakov Ayideh, I got you back. I got you back. I will watch you, and I will guard you everywhere you go. And then it also says, when Yaakov was about to encounter Esau, Vayira Yaakov Ma'od Vayitzalo. Yaakov was very afraid. Now, what's this? What's the pshat? If Hashem says to Yaakov, I've got you, you have nothing to worry about. I have your back. I think you know what to worry about. Then why is Yaakov so afraid? Which Gemara answers, ultimately, Yaakov was he was scared that although he possessed the requisite merit, maybe he would do something that would cause that merit to be erased. We say, which I will say, by the way, is such a good sign that just this profoundly so, which is this part of Chazal's motif of Al-Kamil Ba'atzmach Al-Yomoscha. Do not believe in yourself until the day that you die. Because no matter how many superiors, how much merit I have racked up on the food that I applied to myself, which is incredible, I can lose it. You really can. Because one bad decision could wipe out so much merit. So you see, great people, as great as they are, live with this state of existential fear that I may wipe out all of my food and acquired merit. And you know, it's just saying that I get one as far as I get one as far as Zubi on the shoulder. Who's the first one? The first thing that is strong with Yoshua. I got one Zubi. So Zubi this is with the second, the second coming, but that's the source right there. It refers to the second rivalry of Israel with Ezra. Shimei, Amari, I thought we've had you saw that's just like mixed to be a shul, to be a shona, Allah, Shabbat, Hafiz. That again is a sing of the concept of things like Israel. With incredible miracles with Yoshua, we were supposed to go against all the incredible miracles with Ezra as well, but because of the sinful behavior of the Jewish people, we did not get that miraculous. So that's what we're talking about for today. We're going to continue with such overwhelming Gemara today. Overwhelming Gemara. Mashiach continues tomorrow. Let's say, by the way, how incredible is it for the subject of Mashiach? Because again, even though Mashiach is not just here, when you learn Mashiach Gemaras, you have the opportunity to explain a little bit of Mashiach each every morning together. Try out how we work.
He dropped that right there behind him. He got the first place to extend on in the land, right where you want it to be.
All right, so we're going to break there, everyone.
And then it should be 2 end of November, and then it should crawl normal.
All right, we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show. To thank our commentary sponsors. I know commentary sponsors. For Tough Shin, hey. The Telsim Mishpach for dedicating all the Shimon Drushos this year, as it's close to the source of us all around this month. Commentary sponsors for the month of Adra, Balina, Latova, Terry and Steve Zinn, loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Sri Hirsch, Ben Yosef Hakoin, the Ziv Levin and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael, Storm of Rachel, our week of learning sponsors, Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of Judy Goldman, Yehudis, Esther Bas Elazar, Storm of Rachel. We hope that the merit of our time is over. All those in the show, Shabbat Aliyah, the families in the Chama, all those in the Israel, Shabbat, the Kohen, Holy Yisrael, the Shmarach will bring all of our hostages home, and may our holy soldiers be successful before and not say you day. So with that, let us begin. So we have a lot from Baruch Hashem. Today's daf is Tzadik Ches 98. We are picking up on Tzadik Zayin on the days 97b, and we are picking up about 5 lines before the widest lines. 5 lines before the widest lines. Rabbi. Okay, Rabbi. There are never less than 36 tzaddikim who are able to receive the face of the Shekhinah in every generation. We all know this. Lamed Vav tzaddikim in every generation who are able, again, now the Zashman is the Kabbalah Abed Shekhinah, who are able to receive the Shekhinah. Shnei Mar Ashrei Kol Chovei Lo. Praiseworthy are those who wait for him. Lo. And lo in Gematria, Lamed Vav, lo b'Gematria, plus in the Shisab is 36. Incredible. Ini's, that's all, it's only 36 from a Rabbi. Dora Kane Kucharichu, Timne Sari Alfi, Timne Sari Alfi. Yet again, Rabbi said that the road that sits before HaKadosh Baruch Hu, which means the tzaddikim, who are closest to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, number 18,000. 18,000. So what's going on over here? So the 36 is 18,000. So the Gemara says, Shne'emar Sh'chavir. Shmona Sa'ela. So the Gemara says, Lo kasha, how do we start with this bakari? How do we start with this bakari? So there are different levels. Ispaklaria means clarity of vision. So there's Ispaklaria Megillah, which means total clarity of vision, and Ispaklaria Megillah, a little bit of a cloudy vision, different types of vision. So there are 36 tzaddikim. You see, HaKadosh Baruch Hu is Ispaklaria Megillah, complete clear vision.
You mean to tell me that you don't find UFC interesting without Joe Rogan? I get all my news from Joe Rogan. Right? Or the Joe Rogan subreddit. What? Why not?
Even the level of Ispaklaria She'ina Megillah is still a very high level. And with that many people who have that clarity of vision, the honor is the Rabbi and the Shem is Rabbi Achai. Most of this incredible Gemara. So this gives an Rabbi Yom Yosef and Rabbi Achai. The Isi B'nei Aliyah, the Hein Mu'atim. I have seen B'nei Aliyah, and there are few amongst them. Few B'nei Aliyah. Rabbi was like, now, what does this mean? So Rabbi Achai is making a tremendous statement that there are, in life, one of the hardest qualities to find is B'nei Aliyah. Well, what does it mean to be a Ben Aliyah? To be a Ben Aliyah means, just like what it says, to be a person who desires growth. You know, it's interesting. There's a lot of communities in common. And what do you have to do in order to become a Talmud? What do you have to do? Study Torah. Studying Torah is profoundly and enjoyable. Plenty of communities in common. But actually, plenty of people who are also going chassid, who do chassid. This chassid is also inherently enjoyable. It's really hard to do it. He says the hardest thing to find in this world is B'nei Aliyah. People who really want to grow. People who really want to grow. And want to grow at all times. Now again, it doesn't mean they're tzaddikim. And it doesn't mean they're geonim. It just means that you're never happy with where they are and you're always looking for more. Rabbi Shimon says it's very difficult to find them. In LF, if there are thousands, if there are thousands in the world, I need one of my hands. Me and my son, remember again, son is a loss. Like my son and I, we are counted amongst them. In Mea, and if there's 100, I need you bring me hand. And my son and I are also amongst them. In Shnayim, if there are only 2 B'nei Aliyah in this entire world, I need Ubini. It's me and my son. They both say, it's one point out, you read Gemara like this, like, oh, okay. It's not Gaiva. It's not Gaiva. Say, it's knowing who you are. And Rabbi Achai understood that if there is one thing that he possessed in this world, is that he was a Ben Aliyah. He wanted more. He always wanted more. And his son of Elazar, even more than his father. I don't know how many Bnei Aliyah there are in this world. But I can say it like this: even if there's only two, I'm going to meet my son. The point of Rabbi says, when Shlomo Achai is saying, I don't know how many like Bnei Aliyah there are. I don't know how many there are. So now the Gemara is saying 36, 18,000. The Gemara says as follows: Lo kasha, had the Ivy the bar, had the Ivy below bar. And this verse once again reminds me of the same kind of thing, which is there are plenty of Bnei Aliyah. What it's saying is like this: there are plenty of people, plenty of tzaddikim even. There are sometimes some tzaddikim or Bnei Aliyah who are able to enter into HaKadosh Baruch Hu without permission, and others who require permission. So there are many who can enter, but now, whatever this means, there are many who can enter with permission. There's a select few who can enter even without permission.
I love you, Mohammed.
Represents metaphorically this incredibly high spirit.
I love you.
So you find many holy people, but there's a certain pressure, a certain group of people that, so to speak, have the ability to enter in before HaKadosh Baruch Hu whenever they want. Look at Rashi at this moment. Rashi says, "How do I leave the bar?"
Oh, I love that woman. I love you.
אבל also נכנסים בגולש וספרות סיפטון in the side of the mouth.
I love that woman.
There are 36 tzaddikim in this world who are able to go ahead and enter into HaKadosh Baruch Hu with permission. And when they enter in with permission, they're able to see Hashem with clarity of vision. And then there is some unknown number of people, probably obviously a much smaller number of people, who are able to enter into HaKadosh Baruch Hu without permission, whatever this means, and also have that clarity of vision. So 36 is the number of people is Baklaria Meira, but need permission to enter. And there's some smaller group afterwards that don't need permission and also have this Baklaria Meira. Incredible. So the Gemara goes like that. I'm going to have Kali Keys, and I want to say this is really incredible. After this entirely exhaustive discussion about Mashiach, so what ends up happening? So Rav comes along and says as follows: Kala Keys. So many people make calculations when Mashiach is coming. All of those times, excuse me. All of those times have already come and gone. And now at this point, in a Davar Talmud, Ela B'Tshuva Messenger. If we want Mashiach, we need Tshuva and we need Messenger. So let's say a dramatic shift.
I love this woman.
God says,
she's not bad looking either.
The dates. Stop her trying to figure it out. Any dates that anyone made beforehand, historically, those dates have come and gone. Mashiach is still going to come, but the only way he's going to come is if we bring him. And how do we bring him? Ultimately, again, Tshuva.
I can't hear you. Such a smart woman.
Ultimately, again, it is enough for the Avel to stay in his Adil. So what does this mean? So Shmuel says no. Just like an Avel who's suffering, what happens? Shiva ends. Shiva comes to an end. Shmuel says Godless will come to an end and Mashiach will come. So that's a fundamental machlokes between Rabbi and Shmuel. Working backwards, Shmuel still holds there is a date by which Mashiach will come. A defined date. We deserve it, we don't deserve it, it almost doesn't matter. Mashiach will come. Shmuel Rav saying it's not true. All of the dates have already passed. They've already passed. At this point, now it's up to us to bring Mashiach only through our Tshuva and our Meisim Tov. Incredible. The Gemara goes back to Kittan. This is not holding on. Rabbi Eliezer Omer in Yisrael also in Tshuva and Nigalim. You're not in Nigalim. The Eliezer says, if I don't do Tshuva, Mashiach will come. If we don't do Tshuva, he won't come. I'm going to be sure. I mean, there's Tshuva in Nigalim. Really? If you don't do Tshuva, there's no Gula Ela Kadosh Baruch Hu Magnu B'Hamela Shegzeros HaKashas Kahamin. The Yisrael also Tshuva Machzirim. It's not true. If you don't do Tshuva, also then what happens? What happens? The devotion will orchestrate situations through which we have to do Tshuva. He'll create a despotic king upon us, and that despotic king will force us to go ahead and do Tshuva, return us to our correct ways. Tanya Ida, Rabbi Eliezer Omer, and Yisrael also Tshuva Negal. And Allah says, if we do Tshuva, we'll be redeemed. Shnei Ma'asir Ba'im Shavavim, everyone shall say him. Amar Rabbi Yeshua, Halok Var Ne'amar, Kila Minikar, and Lilek Yasef Tegalim. Yet the Pasuk says you were sold for nothing, and you will not be redeemed with money. What does that mean? Kila Minikar, and Ba'avolos Ba'avim. You were sold into diaspora. You were sold into Guinness because of idolatry. What's the worth of idolatry? Zero. It has zero value. Yet you took it upon yourself and you were sold as a result. If you love the kesef to the other, you will not be redeemed with money. No, but tshuva or meisim tovim. Not even through tshuva and meisim tovim will you be redeemed. In other words, it's not tshuva and meisim tovim that brings Mashiach. Rather, again, there's a date. There's a time, and when that time comes, Mashiach will in Hashem come. I says, Rabbi Eliezer, Rabbi Yoshua. So look, I bet the pasuk says, "Return to me, and I return to you," which sounds like a part of the same thing that we do tshuva, and we'll bring the gula. I know Rabbi Yoshua. Look, I never. Kanochi ba'alti b'chem. V'yakakti eskem acham me'ir. V'shtayim mishpacha. V'nesi eskem sion, which sounds like it's a plot. Which probably could bring the gula. I'm going to be yes, but I look for namas. What you also doing? They're like lobbying back at each other. They're different messianic beliefs. I look for namas. Yeshua v'nakas Toshir. I'm not Yeshua, but I look for namas. Kamar Shem, Goel Yisrael. Yoshua, the Lisa, Goy, the Evan Motion. The local New York capital Tavikas. The local New York, the Soul Study Staff. I'm going to look for namas. In touch with the Omar Shem, in life. I said, that's good. One says, I but the pasuk says, I said, let's tshuva. Let's go for return to us. I'm going to be a tshuva. Let's find Neymar. The Eshma Esa'is, the Wishabad, the Seminal, the Mene Hayor. The Yoram Yino, the Smolo, Alachanai, the Yishka, the Chai, Oram, the Moy, the Hadim, the Kansi, the Bolos, the Rabat, Yad, and Kalis, the Kolera, Kolos. Now, the Shos have it up. Okay, this point again. Rabbi Eliezer was quiet. So what you see over here, and again, shifting back and forth, is fundamental focus of Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Yeshua. Rabbi Eliezer essentially saying that he was just saying that Allah for the nice of God, this tshuva will be redeemed. Rabbi Yeshua, that's not the way it works. Gula comes, Mashiach comes when Hashem ordains it. They throw psukim back and forth at each other. The conclusion, yes, the way the Gemara ends, but the conclusion is that Rabbi Eliezer ultimately again was refuted by Rabbi Yeshua's student. Okay, so it sounds like what we hear with the sheep of Rabbi Yeshua, which is that Mashiach comes and actually the Shparach who chooses to bring him. That seems to be the opinion that triumphs. The Lord says, again, after this conversation, you just understand that all these people have done Messianic models that remain outstanding. So when does Mashiach come? Does Mashiach come and lead the tshuva, or does Mashiach come almost independent of our tshuva when after the Shparach who ordains it? Is there just some point in time by which the world has to be redeemed? That focus, incredible. Well, Amar Rabbi Abba, go say, by the way, you say that you say to yourself, one second, how could this remain unresolved? Right? We have to know these things. What's the answer? No, we don't. No, we don't. Because the truth is also, this is the same way why the whole concept of Mashiach is not even explicitly mentioned in the Torah. To be honest, the Ribono Shalom does not want us to be messianically focused. The Shparach who wants us to be focused on maximizing time in this world. That's our avodah. Our avodah is to become the best version of ourselves. Our avodah is to become the Ne'aliyah. Our avodah is to make a difference in the world. Our avodah is to help others. Whether Mashiach comes because of our to become Bali Tshuva, whether Mashiach becomes about it, right? Whether our Tshuva ultimately again, whether Mashiach is coming because of Tshuva, or whether Mashiach is coming ultimately again because of some type of ending, but to a certain degree is irrelevant. I believe he's going to come. I believe he's going to come out. He's on yesterday's God. I know that I'm going to wait for him every single day, but not passively wait for him. And the Shmarach will figure it out. It's not really my job. It's not really my job. My job, maximize this world, maximize this life, maximize my abilities. Let's go like that. I'm Rabbi Abba. Aim Kate in the Chakit in the So ultimately, again, so Rabbi Abba says, there is no more revealed date than this. That actually says over here. Now, what does this mean? Rabbi Abba says, if you want, this is incredible, if you want signs of Mashiach, right? We'll say, we look at this all the time. Like, the truth is, I can live without knowing the date of Mashiach. Just what do I want to know? What do I want to know? That is close, right? I just want to know that we're headed in the right direction. This, by the way, is an incredible Gemara. Rabbi Abba says, if you want to know the most overt sign of Mashiach is coming, and I'll say, what is it? Shneimar, va'atem, Hare Yisrael, Ankechem Titenu, Upreich Uprichem Tisu La'amei Eretz, La'amei Yisrael. So beautiful. The Gemara quotes the passage from Yechezkel. Yechezkel says, when the land comes back to life, when the trees produce their fruit, when the vines produce their fruit, that's how you know that Mashiach is coming. When Klal Yisrael is not in Eretz Yisrael, the land is dormant. When Klal Yisrael is in Eretz Yisrael, the land comes back to life. The more the land produces, the closer you know Geula. Rashi says over here, Rashi says, the first line, Yishatik in Eretz Yisrael Kiryat, Ba'ayin Yocha. The Eretz Yisrael produces fruits, Ba'ayin Yocha in good measure, as Yiklach HaKetz, Ba'ayin Yocha HaKetz Megula Yosef. You know Mashiach is close, and there is no greater revelation about the closeness of Mashiach than the vitality of the land is down there. Let's say, okay, I know about a running joke inside the shul, and we see, like, this is why, we live in a time where Eretz Yisrael produces award-winning wines. Like, the number of boutique wineries in Eretz Yisrael is astounding. The number of established wineries in Eretz Yisrael. I want to say, it's not just that there's good wine coming out of Eretz Yisrael. It's that it is the ultimate sign that Geula is close. So how could one drink wine that is anywhere but Eretz Yisrael? Every sip of Eretz Yisrael wine is a sip of Geula. Literally, what I want to say, he's the most. Do you remember? Some of us are old enough to remember, right? That remember what used to be the section of kosher wine. What was it? It was manufactured like in the square bottle, like the square bottom bottle, right? Is it or some Malaga, right? That's the big thing with a little handle on top. That was it. So long ago. I don't know what else it is. Not so long ago. And I will say now, it's incredible. Now, you couldn't drink all the wine if you wanted. I guess you could drink all the wine if you wanted. Clear your schedule like that. But it's incredible. And it's not just something, it's so nice. It's a sign of Mashiach. So just as a sign, because it's a sign of Mashiach, it's so important to support that industry as well. So important to put our money there as well. At the end of the day, that's facilitating messianic advancement as well. Incredible. Shema goes back there. Rabbi Loza says, after Mizah, Shnei American, Yom Ha'ila, Haim, Schara Adam Gonia, Schara Hema Hinena, Yotzi V'Lavo in Shalom B'Natzad. Rabbi says there's another sign of impending messianic arrival, which is that as messianic arrival approaches, there will not be money to pay the wages of people, not be money to pay the wages of animals, right? To those who are going and coming, there is no respite from the enemy. What does that mean? Even Talmidei Chachamim, who are known for possessing tranquility, it says Shalom Rav. We are they saw Secha the in Shalom Nifeitzah. Even Talmidei Chachamim are known for their tranquility because Torah engenders a sense of tranquility. Shalom Rav. There is great peace for those left of us, and we know this from our own lives. When you learn and when you are steeped in learning, there's a certain calmness, a certain soothing, a certain tranquility that you have in life. See, even Talmidei Chachamim by definition possess that tranquility in the days leading up to Mashiach will not be able to find that tranquility. So I just want to point out how interesting this is. On the one hand, right, the first opinion says, you have Rabbi Abba saying, the sign of impending messianic arrival is the land will come back to life. Land will come back to life. And then you have Rav who says, right, what does it mean? There's going to be so much turbulence. So let's say, so once again, these competing narratives, right? Is the true messianic arrival, is it kind of heralded by beautiful growth? Or is it heralded by incredible and overwhelming difficult circumstances? And by the way, it's also not mutually exclusive. It could see these both. Shmuel says, Shmuel says, the sign of messianic arrival is that all pricing will be the same. And we'll say, Rashi understands this as well. This could be good or this could be bad. Right? This could be good, meaning that everything will be generally inexpensive, or that no, even inexpensive staple items will be as expensive as luxury items. Okay? Mashiach only comes, once I saw again, this is part of the suffering motif. Mashiach only comes when there's incredible suffering, in this case financial suffering, and poverty. That literally, now, interestingly enough, let's remember it's negative, from the Gemara's perspective. The remedy for everything is, Fatty meat, undiluted wine. Right? It works for everything, apparently, right? So you might don't have to try. Guys, the Gemara says follows. The Gemara says, the beautiful Mashiach, there's going to be such poverty that even you won't even be able to find meat for a sick person. Not only that, after meat, the next best thing, like it's fish. You won't even be able to find fish for a sick person. Below you must say, Shnei Amar, as Ashkia Minei Min Arosam, Shemen Olive, Ksav V'yom Ahu, Atzmiach Karen LeBeis Yisrael, Rabbi Chana Bar Chanina, In Ben David Ba, Achetif Malchus Hazalim Yisrael. Rabbi Chana Bar Chanina says, Mashiach only comes when there's a total loss of autonomy for Klal Yisrael. Now, Malchus Hazalim means even a little bit of autonomy. Right? So in other words, even when Klal Yisrael is ruled by other people, there's usually some element of autonomy that's there. When Mashiach comes, there's a loss of any level of autonomy. Shnei Emar, the Karas Hazalzalim in this marriage. You see, that's right. Va'isahu Yoval Shain. So Hashem Tzvakos in Nimshach Umora. Or is he? Rabbi Chanina. Ein Ben Davin Ba. Achiyich Bugasi Rachim Yisrael. When does Mashiach come? Mashiach comes ultimately again when there are no Gasei left. When arrogant people disappear from Klal Yisrael. Listen, what does this mean? But ultimately again, arrogance is what keeps Mashiach away. Isn't that incredible? Right? So when there are no more arrogant people, that's when ultimately again Mashiach will come. We'll say Tzad B'Chesed Aleph 98a, about four lines up from before it gets wide. שנאמר כי אז אשים מקרבך עליך גב הספר סיב השארתי מקרבך עם אני ודאו וחסי בשם השם. But it's not Mishum, so let's say, this is going to start another motif, that it's arrogance that keeps Mashiach away. It's arrogance that keeps Mashiach away. And listen, what's the logic behind that, right? The logic behind that is because remember again, well, let's see inside. So you want to go like that. So I'm Rabbi Small, Mishum Rabbi Maz Rabbi Shimon. In Ben David Ba, Achiyichu Kol Shoftim Shoftim Yisrael. Mashiach comes when the judges and enforcers no longer exist in Klal Yisrael. This is talking about corrupt judges and corrupt enforcers, people who exploit their power for self-gain. שנאמר, והשיבה ידי עליך, ועצוב כבור סיגך, והשיבה שופטייך. אמר אולlah, most beautiful. And Yerushalayim Niftis Allah, it's stuck. I will say first wide line. Ula says that Yerushalayim is only redeemed with tzedakah. Shene'emar Sion with mishpat tipadet, v'shaveh b'tzedakah. Right? Sion will be redeemed with mishpat, with justice, v'shaveh b'tzedakah, and will return to the tzedakah. I will say this is very important. So whenever we read this Gemara, we say, "Wow, what a beautiful Gemara! What do you see from here? That tzedakah, that chesed is the key to Torah." Tzedakah Abraham first key, this is very beautiful. Not in this Gemara, but just in a general sense. He says one of the most mistranslated words in all of Yiddishkeit is tzedakah. He says we translate tzedakah as charity. He says that's not what tzedakah means. What's the charity of tzedakah? Is it tzedek? What does tzedek mean? Justice. The Tversky says like this. In life, there are people who have and there are people who don't have. And the way it works is, if you don't have, you must share with those who don't have. It's not charitable. It's not something nice. It's not something beautiful. It's the way HaKadosh Baruch Hu programmed the world to work. So in other words, just like those who don't have need to receive, those who have need to give. I want to say, and this is incredibly important because a lot of times we look at our tzedakah activities, we look at our chesed activities as like voluntary, like this is like my charity work. It's beautiful. Look, it's not. It is the moral obligation that we have. That if you have more than you need, or Hashem, we should always offer to that. Then by definition, there is the moral obligation. It's tzedakah, it's tzedek, it's justice to give, to do for the other. It's not just with your money. It's with your money. It's with your time. It's with your resources. It's with your abilities. There is a moral obligation to give and to share with the other. So what does the Gemara say? I think the Gemara says like this. So, interestingly enough, when does Mashiach come? Mashiach comes when we realize that helping each other is not something that's nice, but helping each other is something that is an absolute requirement and obligation. So the moment that we realize that tzedakah is not charity, but tzedakah is tzedek, is justice, and suddenly again I have a moral clarity and a moral obligation to help. Of course I have to give. Of course I have to do. Of course I have to be there for the other. Not because it's nice, not because it's chesed, not because it's this, but because, and also that's between chesed and tzedakah. Like chesed represents things that maybe you're not obligated to do, but you go above and beyond. Tzedakah represents things that you do that you're obligated to do. The moment those kind of like nice things become obligatory things in our hearts, that's the moment that at the end of the Mashiach comes. It's incredible. So Rabbi's like this. If arrogant people would no longer exist, the Amagushis would no longer exist as well. Who are the Amagushis? Rashi points out over here, they are Persian sorcerers. So the idea over here is as long as they're arrogant Jews, there's going to be Persian sorcerers. Ibatli daini, batli gizrifti. And if corrupt judges would stop to exist, so too corrupt Gentile judges would cease to exist as well. In other words, the idea is we bring about a lot of the negative forces in the world. If we're arrogant, then we bring about these sorcerers who do negative things. If we have corrupt judges, then we bring about Gentile corrupt judges who do the same. So the Gemara goes like that. Batli here, Batli Amagushi, Yechsev, Ve'etchav Kabar Sigayak, Fasir Kal B'Ligayak, Batli Dayani, Batli. Both say third wide line. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. It's incredible. Both say if you see, Rabbi Yochanan says, if you see a generation that is suffering from general poverty, wait for Mashiach, which means again, poverty is the precursor for Mashiach. Again, we've seen this motif more and more. So Chakelo Shneemar Ve'esam Ani Toshia. The Rebbe will save an impoverished nation. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. If you see a generation where there are overwhelming sorrows that literally again are coming upon it like a river, just like the river keeps flowing, you feel like there's constant sorrows for Klal Yisrael. Ultimately, wait for Mashiach. Yabo Banar Tsar Rach Hashem Yosesas Bo Salaklei Uva Mitzion Goel. They'll say it's fascinating, right? I just want to point out something how amazing this is and why it is like the best thing in the world to be a Jew. They'll say, look how we deal with difficult circumstances, right? If you see a generation where there's rampant poverty, or if you see a generation where there's ridiculous suffering, oh, you know what it means? You know what it means? You know what it means? Mashiach is close. Let's say, what other nation in the world thinks in this way, right? Everyone else, if things are bad, that generally means what? Most probably things are going to get worse. Right? That's generally what bad things work. Probably so, if things are bad, just know that most probably means it's calculable. Just wait for it, because you're going to see it's about to get ridiculously amazing. I'll say, initially give us so much, because, I think, yesterday I had this moment where I said, you know what, I'm going to stop just listening to the news. I've had one of those days, like, this is just crazy. This is just crazy, and it's always hard to know also, like, is the news accurate? And it sounds like a little crazy. Is it accurate? Is it slanted? It's really going to refer to news that are very disheartening, right? It's so disheartening. It's so disheartening. Everything is disheartening about it. You know, about Prime Minister is doing this, Minister is doing this, and the Shinkai is doing this, and the Minister is dancing to the King's Carter songs. Like, what the heck is going on over here? What is this? It is like the ganenet. It's like the nursery school teacher went out of the room and no one is paying attention to the Kinderlach, right? And they're eating crayons. That's what it's like, right? Right. So the school teacher and the Kinderlach are eating crayons. They're coloring on the walls, right? They're doing everything. And when you're like, what is this? What is this? These are adults. They're responsible for millions of people. They're responsible for the future and continuity of Klal Yisrael. And acting like to call them children is an insult to children. It's an insult to children. That's really what it is. Because children at least are, at their core are Kaddish and Tahar. And you wonder to yourself, like, what is this? No, it's the whole thing. Again, it's exactly right. The whole thing. And then you get like, okay. put this in my marketplace. Because sometimes, like, the worse it looks, wait for it. Because the closet cell works is the worse it looks, just means bracha is even closer than ever before. An incredible Gemara. The Gemara is like, Rabbi Yochanan, in Ben David Bal, Ella Bedar Shekulo Zakai. Listen to this. Once I see again, a reverse idea. Mashiach only comes in a generation that is totally innocent. Tzadikim. Mashiach comes when Klal Yisrael tzadikim. So just on the same page, same line. Mashiach only comes when there's complete poverty. Mashiach only comes when there's suffering. No, Mashiach only comes when there's complete piety. Or everyone's going to be bad. And Mashiach comes either when everyone's going to be good or everyone's going to be bad. So the Gemara says, the pasuk says Be'ita, which means Mashiach will come in its appointed time. But then the pasuk says, I will hasten the arrival of Mashiach. So which one is it? Be'ita means Mashiach's coming in a defined time. Achishena, I will hasten the arrival of Mashiach. Which one is it? Zachu Achishena, no Zachu Be'ita. So if we are Zochar, right? If we are meritorious, then ultimately Hashem will hasten the arrival of Mashiach. If we're not meritorious, then at the end of the day, Be'ita, he will come at his appointed time. I'm not saying you, but show me the Rami says, "Va'alu am anani shmaya." So, kibar inish ata. Ksiv ani barochiv al tamar. Zachu am. I'm sorry. Zachu am anani shmaya. Lo zachu ani barochiv al tamar. So once again, I'll say, Mashiach is going to be someone who, like a cloud comes from the sky, or like a pauper riding on a donkey. So the clouds move in the sky very quickly. The pauper on the donkey, not so much. So which one is it? Does Mashiach come quickly, or does Mashiach come slowly? Once again, it depends on us. So again, in this approach in the Gemara, which you begin to see, is the arrival of Messianic redemption is fundamentally dependent on us. If we're righteous, it comes faster. If we're wicked, it comes slower. Amarle, Shavar Malka Shmuel was incredible. So Shavar Malka, King Shapur, said to Shmuel, Amrisu Mashiach al Chamra Asi. I will say, by the way, this is the pasuk that we just quoted over here. This is the pasuk that tells us that Mashiach comes on a donkey. So King Shapur heard this pasuk because Mashiach comes on a donkey. He goes and says, Asi Ishtarle Susi Barka. I'll give him my best horse. Why should Mashiach come on a donkey? I'm making a donation to the Mashiach fund. Right? I hereby donate my best horse. I'm going to give him my best horse. Me Islach Bar Kirigatu. So to Shmuel said to King Shapur, you have a horse of 100 colors. Now what is that going to say? So essentially what Shmuel says back to King Shapur is, you should see Mashiach. Right? That's quite a donkey. In other words, you think your horse is better than a donkey. I would take the donkey of Mashiach over the nicest of your horses any day. Incredible. And Yeshua Ben Levi was like, get ready for this. Get ready for this. If your Dr. Chavrusa or Chaver is not here to cheer, you should text him. You should tell him, I feel so sorry for you. My heart breaks for you that you were not able to get out of bed this morning. Be part of something dramatically life-altering, cathartic, and overwhelming. I'm sorry. Clearly, you must be in the throes of something major. Right to the full Shalema, right to the full Krava Lava, Ashka Babala is not Karev, right to the Nurse will say, I'll take off heaven for you, and hopefully you'll be back later. This is some things you miss in life. All right, 7.5 years we'll be back in their session. Yeshua Levi. Ashkach le'ilio, the Havakanya Kista de Ma'arta de Rishon Bayachak. Rabbi Shimon Levi was standing at the entranceway of the grave of Rabbi Shimon Bayachak. Remember again, for those who are on not the last Yakikala, but 2 Yakikalas ago, we went to the entranceway of the grave of Rashbi in Meron. Now, again, there's the grave on top. And if you know some people, you could actually go below, right to the entranceway of the Ma'ara. Literally at the entranceway of the Ma'ara. So Rabbi Shimon Levi was standing right down Ilio. And where was Ilio? By the entranceway of the Ma'ara to Yishon Bayochai. So Amalei, Amalei, Asila Almadasi. So Shimon says to Elio, am I going to Olam Haba? Am I going to Olam Haba? Am I going to the world to come? Amalei, in Yirtza Adon Hazeh. Baruch wants it. What do you have for me? Like, I'm not in charge, right? So in other words, if Hashem wants you to be Olam Haba, we go to Olam Haba. Shnayim Rabbi, see, we call Gimel Shamati. So the Rabbi Levi says, I'm standing here with three Elio. So there's two of us, but I hear three voices. So ultimately, again, the Rabbi Levi heard whatever this means, the voice of the Shekhinah. Rashi says, the Shekhinah Hava Bahadai. The Shekhinah was as well. So let's imagine the scene. So again, Eliyahu Hanavi is standing by the entranceway of the grave of Rabbi Shimon Yochai. So now Rabbi Shimon Levi passes by. He's talking with Eliyahu Hanavi, and according to the world to come. I don't know, ask Hashem. Then Rabbi Shimon Levi hears another voice. The Baruch was there as well. Amalei, Amos Asi Mashiach. So now Rabbi Shimon Levi says to Eliyahu, when is Mashiach coming? Now, the reason he feels, why does he say this to Eliyahu Hanavi? And the Pasha says, Eliyahu Hanavi is going to come before to announce that I'm Mashiach. So when is Mashiach coming? Amalei, Zil Shailin L'Didei. Go ask him. Go ask Mashiach. Ask Mashiach when he's coming. Rabbi Shimon Levi says, okay, the Heicha Yosef. Where can I find Mashiach? Where is he that I should ask him? Apischa Ekarta. He is situated at the gates of Rome. Mashiach sits at the gates of Rome. So the Gemara says, "My simone." I was saying, how will I know? Fine, so I'll go to the gates of Rome, and how should I go ahead and how should I know who he is? How should I know who he is? So the Gemara says, so if you look, by the way, if you look at Rashi says over here, the Pischa de Karta, Nira Lamori Loba Pesach Ha'ir Mamish Elagan Eden, who connected Kol Olam B'Karla related to the Osat Sad. Shalgan Eden Sheneged Pesach Ha'ir Mashiach Shai. Rashi quotes from his teaching. He says Pesach Ha'ir doesn't mean the entrance way to the city, rather it means the entity of Gan Eden. They also said that is not the way that everyone else learns the Gemara. Everyone else learns the Gemara. They know Pesach Ha'ir literally means the entrance way to Rome. Mashiach hangs out, Mashiach resides at the entrance way to Rome. So it's fine. I'm sure Levi says, okay, I'll go find him, but how do I know who he is? We're going to see there's a lot of people who are at the entrance way to the city of Rome. So how will I know who he is? Well, my simone, Yosef Bene Anye Soli Chalon. Let's say, get ready for this. Who would stay at the entrance way to Rome? The lepers. The lepers, those with saras, they are not allowed inside of the city. Mashiach lived alongside with all of the lepers. Rashi says, so ultimately, Mashiach would live with all the lepers, and Mashiach himself is also a leper. Isn't that incredible? Also a leper. Okay, so Mashiach is also a leper. He stands with all the lepers. So now, Shmuel says, okay, go to Mashiach. Mashiach is a leper. Mashiach is a leper. He said, by the way, just before you go forward, I just want to point out something absolutely amazing. Listen, Mashiach does not walk around, right, with a long beard and distinguished clothing, and the person you normally think is, oh, that guy is Mashiach. Mashiach is probably one of those people who we look at and we look the other direction. We go ahead and tell you, don't take the time to say your Shabbos. We're like the people who get a little bit more on their nerves, or the people maybe we try to avoid, or the person who people who love their lives, or the people just be pushed to the periphery. Right? Mashiach is not the person who everybody wants to be around. Listen, this is a tremendous thing. Because sometimes the people who we just marginalize, push to the periphery, and don't give the time of day, those people are often the holiest of the holy. Tremendous idea. So Mashiach, again, is a leper sitting by the entranceway of Rome. So I'm showing this. So how can I figure out who he is? I got to know who he is. The Gemara says, so you'll see the lepers have to change their bandages. So the way it works is generally, again, lepers change their bandages all at once. Okay? You'll notice, by the way, Mashiach only changes his bandages one bandage at a time. Now, why is that? Listen to this. Because again, he's concerned what's going to happen. What happens if he gets the call? Right? So Mashiach's on call. So what happens if he gets the call? Here's the issue. If all of his bandages are off, and Hashem says, okay, go, it's going to be late because he has to wrap up everything. So instead, what he does is he only bandages unbandages and rebandages one wound at a time. This way, he's never out of commission for a prolonged amount of time. Was tremendous. So first of all, tremendous in that you see the Mashiach himself is literally ready to go. He's ready to go. Varai only changes his bandages one at a time. I will say there's also a tremendous metaphor in this. Many of us walk around life with many different wounds, and many different things that we have to heal. Because it's hard sometimes to try to heal everything at once. I'm going to identify everything that's broken, and I'll just heal it all at once. Life doesn't work that way. The best way to heal your wounds, your personalistic wounds, is one at a time. Decide what you want to heal. Decide what you want to heal. Like how you want to heal it. Heal that first. Once you heal one wound, like Mashiach, then move on to the next. Because the time just is often when you unbandage all of the stuff you got to heal, and you look at yourself in the mirror, all the stuff that's broken, all the stuff that's wounded, all the stuff that's in a state of disrepair, it can become overwhelming, and that's when despair sets in and I give up. But one bandage at a time, one wound at a time, one broken bone at a time, and slowly but surely over time you begin to heal yourself. Incredible. Oslo Gabe. So Shimon Levi says, I found Mashiach. Can you just imagine what that must have been like? So even if he's not right, he's not. So he's not coming yet, right? He hasn't revealed himself yet. He's not like. But Rabbi Shimon Levi found Mashiach. He found him. Oslo Gabe. Amalei. Shalom Alecha Rabbi. So that the day's going to come. The day will come. And Mashiach will stand before us. And we too will be up and there's Hashem to say, Shalom Alecha Rabbi Umor. Can you imagine when that's going to happen? Mashiach comes, and before he does anything, he's just going to say, I don't know how we're going to know. Somehow, but we're going to know. And he's just going to stand there, just going to say those words, Shalom Alecha Rabbi Umor. We're waiting 2,000 years to say those words. He's just being able to say those words to Mashiach before he does anything. It is such a sweet God for the collective soul of Israel. So we should raise and Shalom Alecha Rabbi Mori. Amalei, Shalom Alecha Bar Levi. Shalom Aleichem to you. Bar Levi means Ben Levi. It's going to be Shalom Levi. Shalom Alecha Bar Levi. Amalei, Le'emas Asina. So Shalom Levi says, he skips the pleasantries. He's like, let's get to it. He's like, let's get to it. When are you coming? Right? He means, when are you coming? So Amalei, Hayom. Mashiach is coming today. I'm coming today. So I'll say that's it. I'm sure that he's like, I'm good. I've got nothing else. He goes back. Apparently, he goes back to the Navi. Also, look at the Elio. Whether this means he went back to Elio at the entrance, by the gate of Rashbi, or someone else we don't know. But again, he goes back to Elio. Amalei, my Amalei. So Elio says, what happened? What did Mashiach tell you? So Amalei, Shalom Alecha Bar Levi. So first thing, Mashiach said hello to me, right? He gave me Shalom. He said, Shalom Alecha Bar Levi. To which Elio says, Amalei, so first of all, that's a good sign because that means that you and your father have a portion of what to come. In other words, the fact that Elio Navi, the fact that Mashiach greeted you and mentioned your father's name, that's indicative of the fact that both you, Rabbi Yeshua, and your father, Levi, both have a portion in the world to come. So, okay, beautiful. You're showing us a bit heartbroken. Why? Amalei, Shakuri Kashaka, Mashiach lied to me. Mashiach lied to me. Keep mercies. The Amar Li Hayom Asina B'la Asa. Mashiach told me he's coming today and he didn't come. It's like, isn't that overwhelming? Right? I'm sure my lady feeling lies to him. Mashiach told me he's coming today and he did not come. And then says, no, he did not lie to you. Amalei, Hachina Olacha. Hayom in B'kolo Tishmi. What Mashiach was telling you was, I'm ready to come today. I'm ready to come every single day. If you probably saw, if you get your act together and do what you are supposed to do, I'm ready to come today. If you listen to the voice of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Mashiach wasn't lying. Mashiach is ready. He's changing his boundaries. He's one of the times that he could be ready to redeem us. He is ready to come as long as we are ready to receive him. But to receive him, we have to do the necessary incredible. So what if you know that? And of course, this goes with the narrative that we control the arrival of Messianic redemption. We control the Messiah. The lives we lead, the decisions we make, the things we do, the things we don't do, all of this controls the flow of Messianic redemption. Shalom Talmidim of Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma. The student asked Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma, Emosai ben David Ba, when is Mashiach going to come? Yes, Mashiach Amar, Messiari Anisha L'Tadakshim, Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma said, you know what, I'll give you an answer, but I'm scared that you're going to ask me for a sign. I'm going to give you an answer and ask me for a sign. So therefore I don't want to answer it. Amar lo, Ein lo L'Akshim Calls. I said, Rabbi, please answer the question. You will not ask for a sign from me. Okay. Amar le, L'Chishiyipol Hashar Azah, V'yivneh, V'yipol V'yivneh, V'yipol V'ein Mafsikim L'Noso, Ad Sheven David Ba. So he says, fine, I'll give you a sign. But sorry, I'll tell you when Mashiach is coming. Mashiach is going to come. Ultimately, again, when this wall falls down, when this gate falls down, and then it falls down the first time they rebuild it, it falls down the second time, and before they go ahead and they get to rebuild it, Mashiach's going to come. Mashiach's going to come. Look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says over here. Rashi says, "Amalei v'shadu b'chadizim." No, Matiri. No, sorry. Shaychad. No. Ashar is thank you. Sha'ir Romi, Sha'ir Romi. So again, this is a reference to Rome. So again, Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma says, what's going to happen? The gate of Rome will fall down, they'll rebuild it, but it'll fall down again, they'll rebuild it, it'll fall down a third time. Before they get to rebuild it a third time, ultimately Mashiach will come. That's the sign, right? That's when Mashiach will come. Anu lo Rabbeinu, take on the oaths. He said, Rabbi, okay, fantastic, give us a sign that that's true. Some of the hands a little kaka marta me shelter bakshim and oaths. I told you, I knew you were going to ask me for something. I said, what's the pshat of you? See, let's say, what ends up happening is Mashiach discussions get people very excited. So when people hear something, all they want is they want a confirmation. That's what this is. Rabbi Yossi, because I know this is going to work. As I said, I'll tell you about it. I won't have to give you notes. So I said, Rabbi, you told us, but give us a sign. So I'm going to go, Alpha Peking. Ready? I got it. You told us that giving us a sign, but come on, just give us a sign. I'm going to have in Kach Yahavki made Ma'aras Pamias, Lidam, Nab Uladam. Yes, as Rabbi Yossi said, if the waters of the Pamias, right, the waters of the Pamias turn to blood. Now, the Pamias is the body of water that feeds the joint, feeds the artery. If the Pamias turns to blood, that will show you that what I'm saying is correct. And sure enough, the Pamias turned to blood. Incredible. B'shas B'tirasa, at the time Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma was dying, he said, Amar lahem, hamikol di'aloni. Make sure to bury my coffin very deep in the ground, on the base. Why? She'en kol dakal v'dakal shalabaval, she'en sus shalparsim nikshada. Because when I die, so Yossi ben Kisma said our enemies are going to overrun the land. And there's going to be so many Persian horses that every single gum tree will have a Persian horse tethered to it. And we're going to be overrun by the Persians, the Medians, the death. They're going to dig up our caskets and use our caskets as food troughs for their horses. So that's what Yossi ben Kisma said, very deep in the earth, so they won't dig up our caskets. In Ben David Ba'ash, which is Kasha Tanakos Al Yisrael, Tisha Kadoshim. Ben David Mashiach only comes when Rome, the monarchy of Rome, extends itself over Kaiser. Listen, by the way, I want to point out, when we talk about Rome means Edom. Rome means Edom. Rome doesn't have to be historical Rome, right? It could be anything that is a derivative of Rome. So Mashiach comes only after Klal Yisrael is oppressed by the Malchus of Rome for 9 months. Yitnin al Is Yolda V'Yita Achav Yeshua B'nei Yisrael Ula Nasi V'Lo Echayim. What's up? This in front of them. Now we come to a Torah different. Ula said, guys, see, I hope so much that Mashiach come, but I don't want to see it. Now, what is the Rebbe saying? What Gula is saying is, I recognize the amount of suffering that is going to precede Messianic redemption. So, I hope I dive into Mashiach all the time, but I don't want to see it. I don't want to be here to experience all of the suffering that is going to precede Messianic redemption. Let Mashiach come, I don't want to see it. Rabbi Yosef says, Rabbi Yosef says, let Mashiach come, and I'll be happy to sit literally again in the shade of the excrement of Mashiach's tongue. What does that mean? So what that means is like this. It says essentially, bring it. I know the days that precede Mashiach are going to be difficult, but I'll deal with it. I'll deal with the suffering. Just bring Mashiach out. So let's say, so just two totally different takes on whether or not they want to be here to see the suffering that precedes Mashiach. I want to buy the Rabbi. My time, well, even though you're Mashiach. So let's say, so what is this? What is it that's being accomplished, right? If it's about ultimately again, what is it when these Rabbanim say, let Mashiach come, but I don't want to see it. I don't want to be here to experience this. What's the problem? If it's because of the suffering, right? If it's about the suffering which precedes Messiah, what should a person do to save himself from the trials and travails of Mashiach? Right? What should a person do to save himself from the suffering which precedes Messianic redemption? Yasot Batorah, wow. I said, what should you do to save yourself from the trials and tribulations for pre-Messianic era? Engage in Torah and Chesed. Torah and Chesed. I will say. Now, first of all, what does this even mean? We'll come back to it. Torah and Chesed save you from the suffering of Messianic era. Umar, HaTorah, Chagmilas Chesed. And ultimately, I will say, remember again, the Gemara says, right, Rav, right, you have all this stuff. You have Torah, you have Chesed. So what are you worried about? What are these Rabbanim worried about? They have Torah, they have Chesed. That is saved for any type of suffering which precedes Messianic era. I might have been concerned that maybe I'll commit an Avera. I will say sometimes one Avera can wipe out a lifetime of merit. So right now I may have the merit of Torah and Chesed in order to escape the suffering of Messianic era. And maybe I'll sin, it'll wipe out my merit, and then I'll be subject to the suffering of Messianic era. The Gemara says this. Rabbi Yaakov promises Yaakov Avinu, I got your back. I will watch you, and I will guard you everywhere you go. And yet it also says, when Yaakov is about to encounter Esau, Vayira Yaakov Ma'on Chayitzalo. Yaakov was very afraid. Now, what's the pshat? If Hashem says to Yaakov, I got you, you have nothing to worry about, I have your back, you have absolutely nothing to worry about, then why is Yaakov so afraid? Which my answer is, ultimately, Yaakov Avinu was scared that although he possessed the requisite merit, maybe he would do something that would cause that merit to be erased. And you see what Shabbos said, by the way, is such a Kedisanya. Before you get to this website, which is just this profound yesod, which is, this is part of Chazal's motif of Al-Kamin Ba'atzmaka Ad Yom Mosach. Do not believe in yourself until the day that you die. Because no matter how many zechuyos, how much merit I have racked up and accrued and acquired for myself, which is incredible, I could lose it. You really can. And one bad decision could wipe out so much merit. So you see great people, as great as they are, live with this state of existential fear that I may wipe out all of my accrued and acquired merit. This is the first when he first came to Eretz Yisrael with Yeshua. This is the second coming, but that doesn't sound direct. Right? It refers to the second arrival in Eretz Yisrael with Ezra. Amani Aka, Ruiv Hayisrael Lasa Shai Nes Kavia Shnia, Kavia Rishona, Ella Shekaram Hafid. That they're going to say, same as the Christ of Israel, with incredible miracles with Yeshua. We're supposed to go and say with incredible miracles with Ezra as well, but because of the sinful behavior of the Jewish people, we did not get that miracle. And also, stop over for today. We're going to continue a such overwhelming Gemara today. Overwhelming Gemara. Mashiach continues tomorrow. I will say, by the way, How incredible is it when Sukkot and Mashiach? Because again, even Mashiach is not yet here. When we learn Mashiach Gemaras, we have the opportunity to experience a little bit of Mashiach each and every morning together. Shkaya Haviyah. All right, have a great day, everyone.
Training Center in Las Vegas, also Uprising MMA from Rob, of course, the home of Alexander, old friend Ani Marcelo Perez, and of course the aforementioned Carl Sagamano. It is time now. Now is our ladies and gentlemen, referee Rabbi is going to top of the contest. Has 3 minutes to get the second round of give 100 on the takedown. I just kind of do it in there to kind of show what's going on. And then when I did get the takedown, quick little leg kick on down, I kind of took my time.
All right, good evening. A great physical to be able to continue in time with a beautiful piece ahead of us today. So remember, we find ourselves tonight, we're operating under this from some beautiful and different versions of Kanya. The one we're learning how to get out of this sacred code. The CVC of the RS, which again essentially is life itself is just an interpretation of translation. It's a little bit of a commentary, a little bit of everything on Kanye. So we left off yet last week with the Rabbi quoting the pasuk. So literally translated again, the matter is very close to you. Remember again, the Rebbe asked the fundamental question. He said, I understand. If you tell me the FIFA, that's something that's easy for me to do it right now. If I got it, right? Tell me to say something, you like to say, if you don't get used to it, tell me to do something, and I'll do it. But to tell me that I'm supposed to feel something in a certain way, that's much more difficult. Okay, terrible. And you can already have this idea about there's only, they legislate a lot of things. They legislate behaviors, but you really can't legislate emotions and feelings. So what does it mean when you say that it's however wrap up your love for ourselves? So that says stuff like we design. אבל השליטה רגשי הלב בלבבך, הרי היא קשה מאוד. So the ability to go ahead and really regulate emotion is something that is exceptionally difficult. We're talking about the Hamza with the Hesed Yad, the Hello, this older loop, negative Shabbat. So again, whatever says again, is part of Shabbat page 9. So once again, you want to tell me something is easy to say, something is easy to do, I can feel it. Something is easy to feel, it's not true. It's not true. One of the hardest things that we have to do in Yiddishkeit is to feel, right? So it tells us, don't settle, don't cover. One of the hardest things, because sometimes it's just like distinctive to feel a certain way. And to have to regulate how it is that I am, how it is that I'm feeling is such a tremendous and overwhelming thing. So whatever goes on, he says as follows. Omar, שכל מורפולוג, לאחר פתאום בקרס האור מלא, יאבס השנדה. כמו שקרסה בגמר חום. ועל זה, השציס רבים לספרו, לבאר חיפה. כיצד אחים חרוב הדבר מאוד, ושאותם לעבוד את השם, גם בלבד. The entire world was very good. Last week we spoke about the idea that really the name that the Rebbe gave to Satan was which means collection of sayings. We call it Tanya, but it's pretty much Kuki Amas, the Rebbe said. The entire avoda of this Satan is to figure out how we could start to describe him not only with our mind and not only with our bodies, but with our thoughts. Isn't that the most important thing? The most difficult thing. And we know this. It's really not hard to keep chakras. That is hard. It's very hard to us. No one as long as I learn how to do it. If I'm not used to doing it, so to re-regulate my behaviors is not hard. But anyway, so just in general, it's not regulating the behaviors is something I can do. And how many of us actually feel Shabbos? How many of us actually experience about Shabbos? And how many of us really get the schmack of like Yiddishkeit? A lot of times we go through the behavioral actions, the motions, the mechanistic motions, but the heart is not there. So about times I told what I'm trying to do over here is to teach you to the above. How to set up the powerful with your heart. So once I go down to the next section, so the bottom of page 9, we got a Haluka, which is that respect, ready? So this is a profound piece. What I was trying to point out, you're only doing the introduction. You're going to do introduction. You're basically just like the YouTube potatoes. So the rest of that, now literally, I'm going to show you the Gara, Haluka, which is a long time, that's success. One time, that's success. Listen to this. So he goes to the first in his notes, Mikar Russian says at the beginning. So remember again, the large bold letters right here after the words of Tanya, the small print afterwards, that's the Kiddush, that's the Kiddush. So the Rebbe says this house. He says, Mikar Russian says at the beginning. So the source of this wording is actually in the Gemara itself. What is the Gemara? So this is a sound Gemara. I'm going to show up and come out. Yeah, that's also why I like using this edition, because again, like many kinds of friends in the very classic messages work like they wrote it, understanding what they were writing. But a lot of times, us regular people, when we're reading it, like, what are you talking about? So the Rebbe just makes one very short statement. There's a path that is long and short. Like, what does that mean? So he quotes over a really spiritual, enormous text. The Rebbe says, in your mind, lo nitzchani adon ela elati. Right? No, so the Rebbe says, but he's not guys. No one ever bested me. Right? No one ever bested me, except for one kind of child. A child bested me. What happened? Mind you, how much I see some of the guy. One time I was traveling on the road. So the Rebbe I was traveling on the road. But I used to and I saw that there was a child sitting by the crossroads. Okay, I'm ready to go blue. I said to the child, my son, there is a child I mean, traveling to a particular city. He didn't know he was going. He sees a kid at the crossroads. He says to the kid, child, can you tell me what is the best way to get this city? That's what I say against this city. So the kid says to me, so I'm going to read, this is the child said to the other man, you have to path. This path is long and short, and this one is short and long. Okay, so if somebody can I this is stuff. Okay, so this is which path? He said, what's it really? Right, so it says, so which path should I take? So somebody can I said, I'm gonna read. I'm sorry. Allah the Shuman says, I took the path that was short and long. I took the path that was short and long. Which again makes sense. Why does it make sense? There's no idea what the kid is saying. Right? So the kid says that there's a short path. I'll just take the short path. What's the big deal? So he takes the short path. Listen to this. Allah the Kitzara. Taylor Shigati is sitting in real time. You might folks love Ganos and Pardesi. The problem was, that's the end of the path. We were right next to the city. The problem was that there were literally gardens and orchards that were there blocking him from getting into the city itself. So he took this short path. He got right up to the city, but couldn't actually enter into the city because the pathway was blocked. And I thought, all right, I went back to the crossroads. I was back to the kid. I'm not going to open Well, I'm not going to be Zuki Sarah. So he says to the kid, what's the problem? He's not in the text. So he said, right, kid, you told me that this was the short path. That's not the short path. Which the child, I'm going to be Rabbi. Well, I'm not going to fall. Sarah, Ba'aruka. Rabbi, remember what I told you? What did I tell you? It's short, but it's long. Right? It's short, but it's long. In other words, it's short, and then I'll get to the city quickly. It's one kidding. What's one kidding? And what's the watch this? Here's how about now, by the way, now obviously, now what was the child saying? Then there's another path. What's the other path? It's Aruka, it's Sarah. It's long but short. What do you mean it's long but short? In other words, it's going to take you longer to get into the city, but what? You'll get it. So look what the Rebbe does as well, and this is an incredible metaphor for life, and this is so much about what we're going to teach us. Here's how it goes. This is what he says. So the truth is, the path that was short and long. It was short. In other words, it was the shortest distance between point A and point B. Practically, it was longer. Why? כי לפני מבוא העיר היו גנוז הפרדסים אשר HKS אשר הקשו מאוד על ההולת האנשית בדרך. So here's the thing. On one hand, it was a very short path to get from the crossroads to the city. The problem is that getting into the actual city itself, he couldn't get in. He says, in Maylaw, especially the Derek Zoo. Now again, just point out, it could have shown him from the gotten into the city, but it's fine, it's also the gardens and the orchards and all this kind of stuff. וזהו שאמרתי לו, שאף שהדרך היא קצרה, מכמה כל יום. And that's what Rabbi is saying. He's saying, Rabbi, it is a short path, but it's much more difficult to get into the city along this path. Because it'll get you up to the gardens and the orchards, but then you're going to have to figure out a way to navigate through the gardens and the orchard. Now, She'enkin had Derech Hashem, but then there was a second path. What was the second path? The second path was long, but short. Lomar, so the Kinas reality was like distance-wise, it was a longer path. But this is the way you get it. So it's a longer path, it's a longer distance, which you ultimately get right here. So even though distance was the second path was longer, but it was the shorter path because it enabled you to reach your actual destination. The Achar Shapama here, the Lineals, you're able to get into the city without any obstacles. So let's look at that.
Oh, yeah. It's like science, basically. We're doing some what is it called?
This is the path. In Gan Darhevel, that's it. So the Balkan says, this Gemara is an incredible metaphor for spirituality. In spirituality, there are two roads. There's the Derech Kitzara Ba'aluka, the path that's short, but is in actuality long, and Derech Aluka Kitzara, the path that is long, but is actually short. What does that mean? Listen to this. This is Yesh Shofar. Yesh Derech Kitzara Ba'aluka. Listen to this. There is a pathway that is short but long. Meaning what? Hayu, Sha'adam Ma'omer Es Rikshin L'Gavo, Va'ofanu Shonim Ma'avodas Hashem Yisbarach. For example, a person inspires, right, the emotions of his heart to serve Hashem. Va'ayidei Yisraelis Yishim U'Magia Yidei Rish Ve'ish Shel Abbas Haboreh. And what happens? Through this inspiration, through this fire, he comes to love HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Derech Zu, Omnam Kalyoza Lavadei Hashem. I'm saying this to you outside. Right? There's many studies like this. They'll say the easiest way to fall in love with HaKadosh Baruch Hu is how easiest way? Easiest way? Bestseller Jewish books. Oh, what?
I like talking shit about it. Yeah.
Stories. Everybody loves stories. What is stories? What is stories? What's the beauty of myself?
Screaming about somebody.
That's it. Here's your message. Right? It's like an NCS live show. Right? It's like an NCS live show. Right? When I have a guy who's called Bella, right? Come on. A very good that's what I do with the NCS live Bella, right? How do you feel with the NCS live Bella? Right? Oh my God, I am really sure right? And generally, how long does that last for? Up to par. I was gonna say 4 minutes. Okay, you're giving it for Tuesday. That's very good. Let's say I put out some of the I'm gonna read it. And Adam left Haran to go to Canaan, so it says that Adam was Sarai, Lot, Res, and Nefesh Asher Asu B'Chala. On the souls they made B'Chala. And the Medrash says, through the souls, Adam converted all these people, decided to convert all these people. There's a relationship with people. But by the time Adam gets to Canaan, it's just Adam, Sarai, and Lot. So where did the family go? So it's only but Avraham Avinu was running Shabbatons. He was programming. He was serving Chinese. He was doing everything. People were on fire. So comes and says, Chava, we're going somewhere. I said, where? I don't know, but God told us to go. Let's go. I was like, yeah, let's go. And they go. And then what happens? They start out. And tell me what happens. It's like a journey to the journey. Where we going, right? And each day, more and more people feel lost. Until at the end of the day, it just happens. Sarai left. Right? Why? Because when people are just inspired by episodic events, it's beautiful, lights is fire. But as quickly as that fire is kindled, it goes out. So that is, this is what we say, a lot of times when we look at, let's say, the events of the Jewish people in the desert, and the things that were open to people, they saw the notches, they saw the praise, they saw the video of the sea, they saw the video of the Torah, and yet they saw the video of the Torah, and they're only building different parts. Like, it just doesn't make any sense, but it does make sense. For one simple reason, miracles don't work. Miracles don't create. Miracles do not create sustained spirituality. Inspiration, right? Like it's like a booster shot. Like you get it, and it's very nice. It's very nice. But as quickly as it comes, it goes. It goes. And that's why I want to come down. There's a danger, like, it's very interesting. Everything is about inspiration. Everybody wants to be inspired. Because the truth is, we all want that focus stuff that is powerful. And I kind of just, I want like a hack. I need like a spiritual life hack. You know, I want to get that relationship. And I don't really want to work for it. Give it to me. Under 2 minutes, please. Under 2 minutes, right? Short attention span. Give me what I need. Give me a technique. It's going to be inspired. And by the way, it works. So that's called Sarah. That's the short path to get to God. What do you about it? That's what much more than it actually becomes a much longer than why? Because if that's my reason, just like that, right? Then you always need to get the high, right? So what's going to inspire me next? What's next? What's next? So it seems like the shortest path of connection. But in fact, it's a much more circuitous path for the last relationship with Hashem. So Rabbi says, "Zeish Gareth Pitzarabah with the Hayim. Sha'adam Ma'olah Esriksha Lebaba Bavarish Nabal." Person really inspires himself. 5 days, he's always doing a deal with this Ish Sha'alas Rabbi Garza. Omnam Kal Yosef Level V'Dei Avas Hashem. Afal Pushim Years to get Sarah. Shari Ein Mitzvah Shbach Hadid Yinachas. Inspiration, right? Inspirational moments. What do inspirational moments demand? What do they demand of you? What do they demand of you? No, in fact, nothing. Right? What is right? Again, what happens when you're inspired? What are you doing when something inspires you? What are you doing? You're ingesting. You're passive. You're passive. So I want to point out that that is not this is profound and long over right. I just need that pick me up. I need that pick me up. And it feels
Hey, Joe Rogan.
but in fact,
And that's nothing.
and I'm not really doing it. It determines the goal. The inspiration comes, and then the inspiration leaves. So it's interesting. Sometimes like that passionate inspiration that seems like the shortest pathway to Hashem. But ironically enough, it's actually the longest way to Hashem. Because since I'm passive, I'm not even doing anything on this season. I'm not really affecting truth within myself. So when the inspiration dies down, often I'm just the same person. I'm just the same guy. And I'm right where I was before. So again, if I can get more inspiration, that's great. It always is becoming. Similar copies, Sha'amnam B'Shas Maisa, Adam Regish is always available. About Kivan Shiki, Shis Eskim, so that's like this. You know where true relationship comes from? It is so where it's inspiration is beautiful, but inspiration doesn't so much balance because it's something I did for myself. Often it's something that's really conferred upon me. And no internal change per se has actually occurred. So because of that, this is the Sof Soho, Azain Mishra Alamdos, Info also Hamidos, Kaidos, and also Akros also, Milis Karos about the fairness. I'm the same person. I'm really the same person. I have a kid was like, well, we all have this, this happens so often. I think that was like experiences over young people. Like, I'm inspired. I don't know, there's about that, something. And then, like, I wonder, then inspiration, like, every single night. How can you get one day I'm so on fire, and then the next day it's like, no, it's like flat down. That's because nothing's changed on the inside. So the inside remains the same. And all the things that it was, from desires, from activities, and lusts, all those things are still there. I'm like a frolic spirit that's virtual years. And I might be here on the accelerator, and I'm not getting anywhere. The other verse what he says, Lachim b'toel, even you actually at me. So like here, she's happy to go. That's the first part. That first part of the mission is going called Solo Bariza. It feels short. Right? It feels short. In that I get the time, I get the inspiration, but there's no work that's been done. There's no internal change that has occurred. So although it feels like it's a fast track to control what happens, I end up like almost getting to my goal, but then when I want to really do something, the gardens and the orchards, everything is there blocking from the city. But then there's another action. The FIFA, because there are two Vivo, and there are kind of errors to say about practice. I will say, but the records going to be cycling, obviously. And again, I want to point out, the beauty of this is that there are multiple guys, right? There are multiple avenues of connection. And this is so incredibly important. There's not one right way or the wrong way. People connect to Charlotte in different ways. So there are some people who for whom that first experience is affecting you in order to go and affect change. But for most of us, the way like dramatic moments of inspiration occur, they come, and it's the famous things like maybe it's a bit different. So please get me over that. It's so beautiful. He says, when a person has a moment of inspiration, you know, he says, open up a finish and read a passage. Why? Because when we say it's keeping it in, and how many times I'm inspired? On fire. There's only one problem. What happens with fire is if you don't feed it, right? It extinguishes. And that's right. I'm yes, I think this is right. But you're right. How do you break the country around yourself? How many times in life was like so on fire, so ready to do something? I just never did something. I just do. I'm ready to do something. Isn't the right thing? Did anything. The fire was there, and like fire can burn by itself for a certain amount of time. But after a certain if you don't feed it, it's going out. It's going out. So that's the first part. Ended up as the bottom of page cast. Vivo. And then I can do everything to say that, and the rest of them to get it. Like about 100 pieces of stuff, and there's a different position from the back. That is true. It's a perfect question that requires really training. Because they lack hope as Luxe Halei. Yutayvas Organizali Abbas and Sedanes. Mufraches Avodas Hamot. Jitsos for Echamefi Arko. Tiny, maybe more better than Limud, Mahasaga, Fekadlis Hashem. Ula'ach Amikan, Isbonus, Ba'amokas, Hadas, Inglarim Shalom. So it says we're going to see, and we'll talk about this in around, we're going to see more in depth. The Rebbe says, if you want to really see the control, it's going to really understand it. You can't expect to love something that you don't know. This first comes with the caveat that there's only so well you're going to understand the control. But there's still stuff you don't understand. It's like any relationship. The more you understand someone, the worse you become. The more you understand that Ibono Shalom, the closer you become. It requires my mind, it requires my heart, it requires my soul. It requires work. It requires changing things about myself, defining things about myself, starting to do certain things, stopping to do other things. It requires behavioral adjustments, emotional adjustments, a whole variety of different things. And then again, with all of this internal work, what emerges on the other side of all this internal work? A sense of love. From all of this work that I'm doing, this internal work, I end up feeling a sense of love of Hashem. The Nimsa, and again, we'll see exactly what this means when we get into the Sefer. The Nimsa Shemidarach said, "Ein Solos V'Sogem." The second verse of the Rebbe called Derech Halugo Shikisal. So much more we have. There's a lot more work. There's a lot more to do. But it's the short path. Why is it the short path? Why? Because you don't get where you need to get. The first path is short, right? That like instantaneous, almost like consumeristic type of inspiration, which is beautiful and incredible, and that'll help. But it will never really get to fully to where you need to get to. It's the shortest path. We'll get to. The second path is the leverage study. Again, requires my heart, my mind. I'm striving to understand the Kurdish balance and the way you understand yourself and trying to understand yourself, affecting change, starting this, stopping this, all different kinds of things. It's a much longer path. But at the end of the day, it's the shortest path because it ultimately gets me to my intended destination. Because I said, look at this line, the last line of the text, one of my favorite lines, this is Nimsa. The galaxy aids Venus, Venus, the Earth. That's nice. You know, the Wi-Fi is nice. The long path is the shortest path. There's no sense, no interest in you love students, right? Again, there's a student for effort, right? If you say which month 27 times in 2 minutes, you know, you're going to find a shit up and have a baby all the same way, right? You know, you're going to care about it, right? And you do this, you do this, right? Yeah, I remember when I was with my he was holding his hands. His wife was his roommate from his house. I remember to be the new from his house. I said, by the way, I'll tell you even a better school for Shabbat is be a mensch, open the car door, take out the trash, wash the dishes, buy your wife flowers at Shabbos. I don't know if this is all $20, right? But when I say so we didn't say what, because I told you $20 is a heck of a lot. And by the way, you're like this, but $20 is a heck of a lot easier than actually trying to be a good husband. And so the amount of time you said, I just want to tell you, that for the long part, that's there's no short.
Look at this.
What does it require? It requires a ridiculous amount of exertion, right? And a tremendous amount of time. Right? Again, there's no shortcut, there's no life hack. You just have to keep plugging away at it over and over again. About Hamish and Derek do. As much work as this is, one thing in the bank on which is you'll be a chief. You'll be a chief. What I say, this is it. It's working the program. This is the program, right? This is the program of the Valentine Day. And there's no shortcut to the program, right? Just like we'll have no 12-step program. You can't say, you know what, I'm going to the skip, 4, 5, and 6. 7's really my thing. You can't work a 12-step program. That is any program of comprehensive change, you got to start from 1. You got to make it orderly and program. That's the way that it works. Step after step. Let's just finish up. About keeping some get on soup. You start with small, but if you work, or get the other calls, the long path that is short, he says, you'll change yourself as a person. He says, you come to truly love the Ribbon Shalom. So, Zoe Barat. this. So about time, and I'm going to teach you. And I'm going to teach you about time. This is that. Now, the Derech HaKitzar Shiarucha is the shortest path that is very long. This is the way to get where you want to get. Dafka Ayada, Masigim and practice on our Dafka for this path is how we accomplish our life objectives. The foil and mamish. This is the way we do it. Share KV, that Aruba, so it becomes a choice. One is one if you turn to the phone, which is a Derech HaKitzar Shiarucha. So it's nice because the path is short. Only one time. You will never quite get to exactly here. That's about how he says, I'm going to give you a longer path. But it's the longest path that's the shortest path. Because this path, and we don't even know what path is. I don't know what it is. Okay, it's excellent stuff. Like, sign me up. Like, all right, I'm in. I bought it. That's so cute. Like, I have no idea what the path is, but now I want it. Like, I feel like I want to go do it without it. Right? So I don't even know what the path is, but I know. But the path is going to outline over here, maybe long, and maybe arduous, and maybe difficult. But it's the only path that's going to get me to the city. The only path that's going to allow me to change towards God, to self-actualize. The only path that's going to make me out of Hashem, and the only path that's going to get me to my intended and desired life. So let's say, Shkoyach, tonight, see you next week. Next week, we'll actually start.
Vaginas have to be bigger because guys are getting
All right.
There's got to be something that makes an easier jump than a sport. Scooty, you got to open your brain. I'm just kidding. I'm so not insulting. I don't care. Here's the thing. You're getting stuck on me.
All right, so good evening, a great visit was Baruch Hashem. To be able to continue in time, we have a beautiful piece ahead of us today. So remember, we find ourselves tonight, we're operating under this question, some beautiful versions of Tanya, the one we're learning that is Sefer called Sefer Eres, which again, essentially is like itself is just an interpretation and translation. It's a little bit of a commentary, a little bit of everything on Tanya. So we left off last week with Rabbi quoting the pasuk. So literally translated again, the matter is very close to you. The people of your remember again, the Rebbe asked upon my I understand. If you tell me the feedback that something is easy for me to do with my mouth, I got it, right? Tell me to say something and I can say it. Even behavior. Tell me to do something and I'll do it. But to tell me that I'm supposed to feel something in a certain way, that's much more difficult. In general, we have this idea about there's only, you can legislate a lot of things, like you can legislate behaviors, but you really can't legislate emotions and feelings. So what does it mean when we say that it's karov elecha b'levavcha v'asofos? The Rabbi says that's on page 9. Aval hashvita yivsheh halev levavcha harehi kasha ma'od. So the ability to go ahead and literally regulate emotion is something that is exceptionally difficult. If you're talking Nomar Shekam Zehu Behesig Yad V'Karov Ma'od V'Chaladam Halol V'Olahu Neged Apushaman. So again, the Rebbe says again, top of page 9. So once again, you want to tell me something is easy to say, something is easy to do, I can hear that. Something is easy to feel, it's not true. It's not true. One of the hardest, we'll fast a little bit. One of the hardest things that we have to do in Yiddishkeit is to control the way we feel. Like the Torah tells us, don't stop more, don't cover. One of the hardest things, because sometimes it's just like instinctive to feel a certain way. And to have to regulate how it is that I am, how it is that I'm feeling is such a tremendous and overwhelming thing. So the Rebbe goes on and he says as follows. Lomar, shekol mo b'chol adam lachol ibo mekavas ha'olam hazeh yavas Hashem b'achmas. K'mo shekasa b'gemara fun. ועל זה השציס רבינו הספרו לבאר היטב. כיצד אחים קרוב הדבר מאוד לכל אדם לעבוד את השם גם בלבד. The entire volume was during the last week, he spoke about the idea that really the name that the Rebbe gave this sefer was the Likutei Amot, which means collection of sayings. We call it Tanya, but it's really called the Likutei Amot. So the Rebbe says the entire avoda of this sefer is to figure out how we can serve God not only with our mouth and not only with our body, but with our hearts. Isn't that the most incredible thing? The most difficult thing. And we know this. it's really not hard to keep Shabbos. Right? It's not hard. There's 39 halachas. I know what, as long as I learn what to do, okay. If I'm not used to doing it, so to re-regulate my behaviors is one thing. But it's just in general, it's not regulating behaviors is something I can do. And how many of us actually feel Shabbos? How many of us actually experience our heart Shabbos? And how many of us really get a geschmack of our Yiddishkeit? A lot of times we go through the behavioral actions, the motions, the mechanistic motions, but the heart is not there. So the Baal Tanya says the entire avoda of what I'm trying to do over here is to teach you the Rabbi how to serve our Kodesh Baruch Hu with your heart. Okay, go down to the next section. You see the bottom of page 9. Derech Aruka Ukitsara. You see that? See the heading? Someone said this is a profound piece. We're only in the introduction. It's only the introduction. Just wait till we get like to the meat and potatoes of things. So the words now literally I'm going to show you the Aruka Ukitsara. A long path, that's short. What is it? A long path, that's short. So listen to this. So he quotes it first in the notes. Mikor Lashon Zehu B'Gemara. So remember again, the large bolded letters, those are the actual words of Tanya. The small print afterwards, that's the page. That's the commentary. Whatever says his house, it says Mikor Lashon Zehu B'Gemara. So the source of this wording is actually in the Gemara itself. What is the Gemara? So I will say this is a profound Gemara. I'm going to be sure Ben Hanania. Yeah, I will say, but that's also why I like using this edition, because again, like many times you find in great Hasidic masters' work, like they wrote it, understanding what they were writing. But a lot of times, us regular people, when we're reading it, like, what are you talking about? So the Rebbe just makes one very short statement. Derech Aruka Ukitsara. There's a path that is long and is short. Okay, thank you. Like what does that mean? So he quotes over here really based on the Gemara Maseches Eidim. Listen to this. Rabbi Shlomo Chananya. Rabbi Shlomo Chananya says five. Miyamai lo nitzchani adam ela tino. Right? No. So Rabbi Shlomo Chananya says, I'm a pretty smart guy. No one ever bested me. Right? No one ever bested me except for one time a child. A child bested me. What happened? One time I was traveling on the road. So I was traveling on the road. And I saw that there was a child sitting by the crossroads. Okay. I said to the child, my son, there is a derech neighbor here. So I was traveling to a particular city. He didn't know he was going. He sees a kid at the crossroads. He says to the kid, child, can you tell me what is the best way to get to the city? What's the best way to get to the city? So the kid says to me, so Amari, Zu Aruka Ukitsara, Zu Kitsara Aruka. So the child said to the Shlomo, there are two paths. This path is long and short, and this one is short and long. Okay, so Rabbi Shimon Chanai hears this and he says to himself, okay, so which path? Which path? What's the anyone needs to over here? Right, so he says, so which path? Which path shall I take? So Rabbi Shimon Chanai said, I'm sorry, Alachti Ikitsara Ba'aruka. So Shimon Chanai says, I took the path that was short and long. I took the path that's short and long, which again makes sense. Why does it make sense? You're going to do the same. Right? So the kid said that there's a short path. I'll just take the short path. Well, what's the big deal? So he takes the short path. Listen to this. I like you to get started. Even she got to here, so it's amazing. I got to the city in no time. And you must keep on slug gunnels or hardesi. The problem was, he got to the end of the path, and he was right next to the city, but the problem was that there were literally gardens and orchards that were there blocking him from getting into the city itself. So he took this short path, he got right up to the city, but couldn't actually enter into the city because the pathway was blocked. I went back to the crossroads. Goes back to the kid. Amarti lo b'ni, lo kaf amarti v'zut kitsara. So he says to the kid, what's the problem? Not exactly. You understand, right? Kid, you told me that this was the short path. So I told him it was the short path. Which the child said, I'm really ready. Lo kaf amarti l'cha kitsara ba'aruka. Rabbi, remember what I told you? What did I tell you? It's short, but it's long. Right? It's short, but it's long. In other words, it's short, and then I bring it to the city quickly. But you won't get it. Well, let's watch this. Here's Shadvar. Now, by the way, now obviously, what was the child saying? Then there's another path. What's the other path? It's Aruka Ukitsara. It's long but short. What do you mean it's long but short? In other words, it's going to take you longer to get into the city, but what? You'll get in. you'll get it. So look what the Rabbi does. And this is an incredible metaphor for life, and this is so much about what the Rabbi teaches us. Listen to what he says. So the truth is, the path that was short and long, it was short. In other words, it was the shortest distance between point A and point B. But practically, it was longer. Why? So here's the problem. On one hand, it was a very short path to get from the crossroads to the city. The problem is then getting into the actual city itself. He couldn't get in. He says, now again, just point out, could Rabbi Shlomo ben Chananya, could he have gotten into the city? Could have, but it's hard, I guess, to cross all the gardens and the orchards and all this kind of stuff. And that's the child is saying. He's saying, Rabbi, it is a short path, but it's much more difficult to get into the city utilizing the sign. Because it'll get you up to the gardens and the orchards, but then you're going to have to figure out a way to navigate through the gardens and the orchards. But then there was a second path. What was the second path? The second path was long but short. Reality-wise, like, I guess, what's the word? Distance-wise, it was a longer path. But this is the way you get into the city. So it's a longer path, it's a longer distance, which you can ultimately get right in. The sof even though distance-wise, the second path was longer, but it was the shorter path because it enabled you to reach your actual destination. Be able to get into the city without any obstacles. So let's look at how it does this. This is incredibly simple. In Gan Darka Avodas Hashem. Rabbi said. So the Baal Taim says, this Gemara is an incredible metaphor for spirituality. In spirituality, there are two roads. There's the Derech Kitzara Va'aruga, the path that's short but is in actuality long, and Derech Aruga Kitzara, the path that is long but is actually short. What is that? Listen to this. Yesh Rafan, Yesh Derech Kitzara Va'aruga. Listen to this. There is a pathway that is short but long. Meaning what? Hainu. Sha'adam ma'over as rikshe levavo, ba'ofanim sholim la'avodas Hashem yisbarach. For example, a person inspires, right, the emotions of his heart to serve Hashem. Va'ayidei his onus zu u'magia l'yidei rishpei ish shel avas avore. And what happens? Through this inspiration, through this fire, he comes to love of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The derech zu, amnam kal yoser love of Hashem. Let me say this to you outside. What the Rabbi is describing is like this. Let's say the easiest way to fall in love with HaKadosh Baruch Hu is how? Easiest way? Bestseller Jewish books. All what?
Other thing I noticed about this is that everyone else is looking
stories. Everybody loves stories. What do stories do? What's the beauty of a nice song? That's it. Triggers your imagination, right? It's like an NCSY Shalosh, right? It's like an NCSY Abdallah, right? What happens by NCSY Abdallah, right? Or those of us who have been in the NCSY Abdallah, right? How do you feel at an NCSY Abdallah, right? Like, oh my God, I am literally going to change my life. It's going to be most, right? And generally, how long does that last for? I was gonna say 4 minutes. Okay, you're giving it till Tuesday. That's really good. Let's actually point out something amazing. You know, Rabbi Soloveitchik points this out. He says the pasuk says that when Avram left from Haran to go to Canaan, so it says that Avram went, Sarai, Lot, Ves, Nefesh, Asher, Asher, B'Chala, and the souls that he had. And the Medrash says, who are the souls? So Avram converted all these people. Sarai converted all these people. So as Soloveitchik says, like, where did he go? Right, by the time Avram gets to Canaan, it's just Avram, Sarai, and Lot. So where did the Chevra go? So it's like says like this, Avram Avinu Sorry, Morty, it was not you. You were not the first, right? Avraham Avinu was running Shabbatons. He was programming. He was serving Chinese. Like he was doing everything. He was doing everything. And people were on fire. So Avram says, "Chavra, we're going somewhere." I say, "Where?" I don't know, but God told us to go. Let's go. I was like, "Yeah, let's go." And they go. And then what happens? They start out. And then probably what happens, it's like a day into the journey. They're like, where are we going, right? And each day, more and more people peeled off. Until at the end of the day, it was just Avram, Sarai, and Lot, right? Why? Because when people are just inspired by episodic events, it's beautiful, lights of fire. But as quickly as that fire is kindled, it goes out. And by the way, this is, if you want to understand, a lot of times when you look at, let's say, the events of the Jewish people in the desert, like you always wonder, how could it be the people who saw this, saw the Makkos, they saw the plagues, they saw the splitting of the sea, they saw the giving of the Torah, and yet Rabbi was going like an extra hour, and they're already building living clothes. Like, it just doesn't make any sense, but it does make sense. For no simple reason, miracles don't work. Miracles don't create believers. Miracles do not create sustained spirituality. Inspiration, right? Like it's like a booster shot. Like you get it, and it's very nice. It's very nice. But as quickly as it comes, it goes. It goes. And that's why, by the way, I want to point out, it was a danger. Like today, it's very interesting. It's like everything is about inspiration. Everybody wants to be inspired. Because the truth is, we all want that conscious thought to be powerful. And I kind of just, I want like a hack. I need like a spiritual life hack. You know, I want to get that relationship, but I don't really want to work for it. Come on, just give it to me. And under 2 minutes, please. Under 2 minutes, right? Short attention span. So give me what I need. Give it to me quickly. I'm going to be inspired. And by the way, it works. The Rabbi says that's called Derech Kitzara Va'aruka. That's the short path to get to God. There's only one problem. It's actually a much longer way to get. It actually becomes a much longer way to get to God. Why? Because if that's my Judaism, just like that high, and you always need to get your high, right? So what's going to inspire me next? And what's next? And what's next? And what's next? So it seems like the shortest path to connection, but in fact, it's a much more secure to the last relationship with Hashem. So the Rabbi says, "Zeich derech kitzara va'aruga." Hainu, sha'adam ma'orer es rikshe lebavo ba'avarim shalom ba'avarim. Person literally inspires himself. Va'idei zisora zui magir di'rishbe ish sha'avas rabbidatzah amnam chal yosel level lidei avas Hashem. Ach afa pishi miras kiderech kitzara shari ein nidrash ba'harbe min ha'adam. Inspiration, right? Inspirational moments. It's interesting. What do inspirational moments demand of you? What do they demand of you? What do they demand of you? You know, in fact, nothing. Right? What is right? Again, I'm inspired. What happens when you're? What are you doing when something inspires you? What are you doing? You're ingesting. You're passive. You're passive. So, and by the way, I want to point out that is not. This is profound. A lot of moments I just need that pick me up. I need that pick me up. And it feels like it's so intense and so profound, but in fact, because I'm passive and I'm not really doing anything, it's easy come, easy go. The inspiration comes, and then the inspiration leaves. So it's interesting. Just some kind of like that passionate inspiration that seems like the shortest pathway to Hashem. But ironically enough, it's actually the longest way to Hashem. Because since I'm passive, I'm not even doing anything, I'm receiving. I'm not really affecting change within myself. So when the inspiration dies down, often I'm just the same person. I'm just the same guy. And I'm right where I was before. So again, if I can get more inspiration, that's great. But the inspiration isn't always easy coming. Here it is. Do you know where true relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu comes from? When a person is willing to change who he is. He's saying we're inspired, so inspiration is beautiful. But inspiration doesn't come about because of something I did for myself. Often it's something that's being conferred upon you. And no internal change per se has actually occurred. So because of that, he says, "B'sod soho, adayin hu nishra alamdo, kimikodem, im kol osan hamidos v'ataivos hamanos v'ma'akros also, milis karos lalakos b'ames." I'm the same person. I'm really the same person. I have the chance. Also, we all have this. This is what happens so often. I think a lot of us have experienced this over young and Nolan. Like, I'm inspired. I don't know, man. It's by davening, by the including, by something. And then, like, I wonder. Then the inspiration, like, every way. How does that happen? How can it be that one day I'm so on fire, and then the next day it's like, no, it gets flat. How does that happen? That's because nothing's changed on the inside. So if the inside remains the same, and all of the negative wants and desires and proclivities and lusts, all those things are still there, then I'm like a car that's spinning my spiritual wheels. And I might be here on the accelerator, but I'm not really getting anywhere. And Rabbi goes on and he says, "Lachim bepoel yihiyu harbe minios v'ikuvim b'derech shelo yanichu la'agia le'ir she'isapich li'unos." So we'll say that's the first path. That first path of Judaism is called Tzara va'aruga. It feels short, right? It feels short in that I get the high, I get the inspiration, but there's no work that's been done. There's no internal change that has occurred. So although it feels like it's the fast track to control, what happens? I end up like almost getting to my goal, but then when I want to really do something, the gardens and the orchards, everything is there blocking me from the city. But then there's another model that changed. What the Rabbi is going to subscribe to, obviously, and again, I want to point out, the beauty of Judaism in general is that there are multiple modalities, right? There are multiple avenues of connection, and this is so incredibly important. There's not one right way or wrong way. People connect to HaKadosh Baruch Hu in different ways. So there are some people for whom that burst of spirituality is exactly the catalyst that they need in order to go and affect change. But for most of us, the way like a dramatic moment of inspiration occurs will come, and the famous idea of maybe it's like a digital. So Kusi again, the Rabbi says so beautifully, he says, when a person has a moment of inspiration, you know what you're supposed to do? So he says, open up a chumash and read a pasuk. This is why. Because at least in this taking the inspiration of you plugged it into something. And how many times am I inspired? Like, on fire. There's only one problem. What happens with fire is if you don't feed it, it extinguishes. And that's right. I was like, if we're honest, like this is the time, Monday night, I was here to come to be honest with ourselves. How many times in life I was like so on fire, so ready to do something. I just never did something. I just did. I'm ready to. Well, no, I just never actually did anything. The fire was there, and like fire can burn by itself for a certain amount of time, but after a certain amount, if you don't feed it, it's going out. It's going out. So that's the first path. Then the Rabbi said, bottom of page Ches. Leinu, haderech hamevu'eres b'sefer HaTanya, the rest of one's feet. Also, but the derech that the Baal Tanya is teaching us in Tanya is a different kind of derech. What does this mean? It's a derech, it's a pathway to Hashem that requires real internal work. Ki gedei lakoch es rikshe halev, mitayvas ha'olim azali avas Hashem b'emes, muchreches avodas hamoach. Itzol kol echad lefi arko. Hainu, let me read a little bit of it. Limud v'hasaga begadlus Hashem. So what says we're going to see, and we'll talk about this in generalities, and then we'll see it more in depth. The Rabbi says, if you want a real relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, it's going to really need an understanding of Hashem. You can't. It's hard to love something that you don't know. Now listen, this first comes with the caveat like that. There's only so well you're going to understand the HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But there's still stuff you don't understand. It's like any relationship. The more you understand someone, the closer you become. The more you understand the closer you become to him. It requires my mind. It requires my heart. It requires my soul. It requires work. It requires changing things about myself, refining things about myself, starting to do certain things, stopping to do other things. It requires behavioral adjustments, emotional adjustments, a whole variety of different things. And then again, with all of this internal work, what emerges on the other side of all this internal work? A sense of love of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. From all of this work that I'm doing, this internal work, I end up creating a sense of love of Hashem. The Nimsa, and again, we'll see exactly what this means when we get into the Sefer. But Nimsa Shemidarat Zeh, so again, so you see the two paths, these second paths, what the double called Derech Aruka, Shikitsal. It's a much longer path. There's a lot more work. There's a lot more to do. And it's the shorter path. Why is it the shorter path? Why? Because it'll get you where you need to get to. The first path is shortness, right? That like instantaneous, almost like consumeristic type of inspiration, which is beautiful and incredible. And that'll help. But it will never really get you fully to where you need to get to. It's the shortest path, won't get you. The second path, which Rabbi is describing, which again requires my heart, my mind, striving to understand HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And the way you understand HaKadosh Baruch Hu is trying to understand yourself, affecting change, starting this, stopping this, all different kinds of things. It's a much longer path. But at the end of the day, it's the shortest path because it ultimately gets me to my intended destination. The Moshe says, look at this line, the last line on page Ches, one of my favorite lines. This is Nimsa. Shemidarat Zu, Ein Skulos V'Kach Gulos Kalos L'Ora Eshalim. That's right. You know what the Al-Tanya says? The long path, which is the shortest path of Moshe, there's no schools. You know what's interesting? We love schools. We love schools, right? Again, there's a school for effort, right? If you say Nishmas 27 times in 3 minutes, you're going to find a shidduch and have a baby all in the same hour, right? It's incredible how it's going to happen, right? And you do this, and you tell them, and you do this, right? Yeah, I remember when I was with a young man, and he was folding his towels after Shabbos, and he made sure that his wife was in the room and he was folding his towels. And I said, why does Rabbi have to be in the room folding the towels? He said, it's a school for Shalom Bayis. I said, by the way, I'll tell you, even a better school for Shalom Bayis. Open the car door, take out the trash, wash the dishes, buy your wife flowers on Erev Shabbos. I don't know if it works as well as folding the towels, right? But let me say, so it's interesting. Why? Because folding the towels is a heck of a lot easier. And by the way, there might be a skill there. But folding the towels is a heck of a lot easier than actually trying to be a good husband. Okay, so the Balatanya says, I just want to tell you that for the long path that's short, there's no schools, there's no hacks, right? There's no shortcuts. He says, "Kas laores alev, elen nidreshes peites, sorry, elen nidreshes me adam yigia rabba v'atzuma kfula mefupelas." What does it require? It requires a ridiculous amount of exertion, right, and a tremendous amount of ongoing effort. Of all the cuts, all right, tremendous avoda, right? Again, there's no shortcut, there's no life hack. You just have to keep plugging away at it over and over and over. So let's say, but here's the good news. As much work as this is, one thing you can bank on, which is you will be a changed person. You'll be a changed person. Now let's say this is it. It's worked in the program. This is the program, right? This is the program of the Balatanya. And there's no shortcuts to the program, right? Just like Lahavdil, 12-step programs. You can't say, I'm going to skip, 4, 5, and 6 because 7 is really my thing. You can't work a 12-step program. In any program of comprehensive change, you got to start from 1 and you got to make your way all the way through 12. That's the way that it works. Step after step. Let's just finish up. He says, but if you work, what the Rebbe calls the derech aruka shikitsara, the long path that is short, he says you will change yourself as a person. He says, Uzocha b'sofa shel davar lachok riche levavel la'avas shnas. And you will come to truly love the Ribono Shel Olam. Sof, Zoe Derech HaKitzara. This, so Balkan's, and I'm going to teach you. And I'm going to teach you Balkan. This is Derech HaKitzara. Now, the Derech HaKitzara Shiaruba is the shortest path that is very long. But this is the way to get where you want to get in life. Dafka Ayada, Masigim Utakos Hamazai. Dafka through this path is how we accomplish our life objectives. The Poel Mamish. This is the way we do it. Sher Keni, Derech Halucha, Kitzara. So it becomes a choice. One could content themselves in the Derech Kitzara Va'aruka. So it's nice because the path is short. Only one problem. It will never quite get you exactly where you need to go. But the Baal Tanya says, I'm willing to give you a longer path. But it's the longest path that's the shortest path. Because this path, and we don't even know what the path is. Right? We don't know what it is. Baal Tanya is an excellent salesman. Because I'm like, sign me up. Like, all right, I bought it. I'll take two. Like, I have no idea what the path is, but now I want it. It's like, I feel like, what am I going to do without it? Right? So I don't even know what the path is, but I know that the path is going to outline over here, maybe long, and maybe arduous, and maybe difficult. But it's the only path that's going to get me into the city. The only path that's going to allow me to change, to evolve, to self-actualize. The only path that's going to bring me to Avas Hashem, and the only path that's going to bring me to my intended and desired life. I will say, Shkoyach, start off tonight, see you next week. Next week will actually start. See you actually start. All right.
Change course. Boring now. I gotta get this. Every time you take a breath, you realize I'm a homeless cat and I don't matter. Whatever seems awesome.
All right, guys, so good morning. Begin to be like taking over about responses for this morning trip to the Our annual common perception by the Christmas book and dedicating all listeners this year. This for the service levels for Amiswa. And the service levels for the month of Adar, Tony is Mizin, Rabbi, his father, Dr. Alikhan, Steve Hirsch, Ben Yosef Akoy, Ziva Levin, and Benin families in memory of William Zev Shmuel and Yisrael, and the Benin sponsors, Nathan and Josh Amber, in memory of Judy Goldman, the Buddhist pastor Bas Avoza, support of Rabbi Yokel Medvat, and Torah. All the years from the Southern area, families in the Kama, all the senior with your seven period, all for the Yisrael, the Prophet Senior Hashem, from all of our hostages, and when the soldiers should be successful before the master of the land. Those are that, let us begin. We have a lot to do about Hashem. Okay, today's topic is Tzadik Zayin, 97. We are picking up on Tzadik Bob on the base, second line down in the wide line. First one we left off in our fifth finger yesterday of Sankirat, Yehudalah, after killing almost 1 million people, having this desire to convert, recognizing that there was the enormity of his actions, and ready to go ahead and join the race of Klal Yisrael. So now picks up on that. He was Naaman, your Toshachaya. So Naaman was the general of Aram, ultimately going to pretty much Jewish blood. So now I'm going to Ger Kosov. And it says, Ger Kosov usually means, for non-Jews, it means idolatry, except Shem says to the rock, there is no Israel. That's the general definition of the Ger Kosov. So now I'm between Ger Kosov, the Jerusalem, Ger Second. Well, it's interesting. So if you want to see Shem Zito, then the John Green between Ger Second means again. You can learn. If they want to trust Israel, One time you shall I, Sisra. Sisra's parents are remembering against Sisra, the general who went against the Jewish people, defeated by Barak and Yael. In Sisra, we read the Akran of Shana, but Yaakov in Sisra, his mother's cries, shows the sort of basis for our Shofar. So the neighbor of Sisra and the Shalayim. The grandsons of Sisra were Tony Shalayim. The neighbor of Sankelet, we read the Torah Berabi. The grandsons of Sankelet taught Torah in public. Umanya, when he these grandsons of Sisra, who taught Torah in public, Shmaya and Apayon. That's wild. But the Shmaya Apayon, they were the rebellion of Hillel and Shammai. And so Shmaya Apayon and Hillel and Shammai themselves were descendants and grandsons of Sancheriv. Meaning Barak Shal Haman, Lambi Tom of Neba. Haman's grandsons learned Torah in Neba. The Ach Givnei Barak Shal Osa Rasha, Bikin Shakarish Barak. Rashi is in even the grandsons of Nebuchadnezzar, they're going to become Jewish. That's going to happen. What's going on over here? Could it be that someone would destroy the Fresh, someone would destroy the city, someone would do so many terrible things to your children? Such a person like this should not have his family come underneath the wings of the Shekhinah. How did this situation that's interesting? Since you got the Malachim convinced HaKadosh Baruch Hu not to allow Nebuchadnezzar's descendants from joining the ranks of Klal Yisrael. How did this say? Rafinu as Baba V'Onetzasa. To try to heal Baba, but it cannot be healed. So we'll say this idea that Baba could have been healed technically by the conversion of Nebuchadnezzar's children. But Baba was so broken. Baba was such a big state of disgrace. But Baba did so much for us that they were beyond incredible. Ula says that versus something else. I'm sorry, Ula was Nebuchadnezzar. This was Nebuchadnezzar. But there was no going back to Nebuchadnezzar. No trip for Nebuchadnezzar. No cathartic change for him. Rabbi Shmuel bar Nachmani Amar Eini Naros Bocha. The Shikimah, the Tzinaisa of the Babylon. Some say that refers to the rivers of Baal. Rashi says over here, it's the last Rashi, second last Rashi on the right hand side. Eini Naros Bocha, Shemra'im Mishkos. The waters are very bitter, and there's no way to sweeten those waters. The Gemara says, the Tzinaisa of the Babylon, Rashi says, the Kalim Marivim She'odim V'Naros. Ultimately, again, they have bitter date points, not only are the waters bitter, but ultimately the date points that flow by the water are also bitter. They also is interesting, by the way, because the Gemara says that the one thing you can't heal is Naros Badal. Reminiscent of the Chapiko of Tilim, Al Naros Badal, Shama Bachinu. He's a seal. So now it's that image is remembering how these ones being let out from areas of such areas of interest. He sat by the rivers of Rabbi and cried in remembrance. And this is the Borush always says, there are some things in this world that are unforgivable. There are some things for some people or some things that are unredeemable. It's crazy as that sounds because we believe that everything is redeemable, everything is changeable. No, there's some evil that's perpetrated in this world that simply cannot be undone. Most of what Nebuchadnezzar did to our people, simply beyond redemption, cannot be changed, cannot be uplifted, cannot be redeemed. Incredible. So you know for this follows. So you say, I just point out, a lot of the people asked there, yesterday, Dr. Curious interesting is, Nebuchadnezzar is expert. He's one indication of Nebuchadnezzar, but he had no desire. And he's like, the same way, the Zara did go ahead with him. So it's interesting here, what exactly does that mean? There's a simple Kukas Hagia. In it, he has like a lot of discussions about Gavis or a lot of interesting Jesus. He didn't call Shiloh, but after the war, there was a particular Nazi guard who wanted to free birds. And again, he obviously had tremendous comments of what it is that he did. And he came before, I forgot the author of his sake of his name, and to convert. And it was Shiloh. He was Shiloh, and people were there, so how do you convert this guy? After all, we know what he did. He sold his own experience with both his hands. And they were Chabad, just like I said, the Russian says is based on halacha yedesha. That's an interesting expression. Halacha yedesha, cold hard fast. Cold hard halacha, you should be able to convert. The halacha is if somebody becomes about Shullah, right? And they manage to take for the past, right? You should be able to convert. But he says, but how can you convert to something like this? How could a person like this be welcomed into Am Yisrael after everything that he did? How could it be? How could it be that a person would have behaved in such an egregious fashion with such cruelty towards Am Yisrael, and then we would welcome him into our lives? So he asked him, don't convert him. Fasting don't convert. But what's interesting is you don't often find this in halacha. It was much more an emotional psak than it was a legal psak. Because the legal psak is you can convert him. If the guy's sincere and mamish has challah, you can convert him. But emotionally, how could such a person like that be welcomed into a party? So it's interesting, by the way, where it says that Yehudah became a ger, right? Who can everything, but Judaism took responsibility for this. It is interesting to note that the lesson by Yehudah is Allah. He ran away, which seems to indicate that he just went off somewhere else, not part of community, not part of regular Jewish people. He went off. What does it mean that he converted? Does it mean that he went to a formal concept? Does it mean that he just accepted it for himself to be close up in his partner? No, it's just interesting to point out. Okay, where is right there? Even says as follows: should be Yerushalayim. The bad neighbors to Yerushalayim. How so? Even the Shalim will indeed become Savi the Korban Yerushalayim. When Amorah heard that the Navi was prophesying about the destruction of Yerushalayim, Shalfu. They sent word to the person. What prompted Nebuchadnezzar to go ahead and attack Yerushalayim, especially after seeing what happened to Sarfina, what prompted him to do it. So the Gemara says, Amorah, heard the Rabbi prophesizing that Yerushalayim is going to be destroyed. So they sent to Nebuchadnezzar, you talk. Time for you to come. Nebuchadnezzar, Chazal will be destroyed. Book the talk. Come literally again, look and come. Amar, Mistachir Abri, Kidibar the Tamai. So again, the Tanesha said, I'm afraid that they're going to do to me what they did their previous armies, meaning again, he's referring to Sanhera. Shaltulay, Ki'in Ha'ish Bedeso. The Ish is not home. Ve'in Hadarach Mirachot. So it says, Halok Midarach Rachot. So the Gemara said, the Ein Ish was the Ish Ela Kodesh Baruch Hu. So the Ish means that he said, the man is not home with Kodesh Baruch Hu has left his home. Shneimar, Hashem Ish Milchama. So ultimately, when the town of Nebuchadnezzar, this is the right time. Kodesh Baruch Hu has abandoned Klal Yisrael. You should come and fight. Shalfu means the grief of Vasi. So he says, well, maybe Kodesh Baruch Hu is close by. And then it's being emotional as much as it looks like he's left Klal Yisrael now. When they're in a state of need, he will return. Allah, the Derech Merachot. No, God has really abandoned them. God is really far away. He said, he said, in my city, what Christ has said, it's a different of the Karachatzilon. And when they die, they bring that Kodesh Baruch Hu back. Shalfu, they still have Kesach Wakaf Yado. They Kesach Al Tzadikim. Each has taken his bundle of money with him. And what's the bundle of money? He Kesach is second to Shianar. The Echariga Parisha Sakesach. The former is already the less Saxon. Shalfu, Hadri, Shi, Bitshuva, Ubayma, Rachami, Umaisile. Most of these conversations have to be terrible. So Mukhanazi says, okay. Well, even if the Kedusha is going right now, and the Tzadikim are going right now, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? So the Rishayim will be Tshuva. The Rishayim Kaiso. The Rishayim Kaiso will do Tshuva, and they'll ultimately again bring HaKadosh Baruch Hu back to the Beis HaMikdash. So we must Shalfalei, V'Hakavah HaYisrael. So essentially, I'm going to say it's too late. The Baruch Hu already decreed, knowing that he even set a time for the destruction that is Mikdash Shneimar, Yom HaKeseh, Yavo L'Beso. In Keseh Elazman Shneimar, Ba'Keseh Yom Hagim. So Shafinu, when Nebuchadnezzar said, Sisibay, the Ramatzina Ba'asim Kidna Oyosra. It's winter time then, fall, winter, and it can't come because it's when it calls it rain. So that's another way. But you clearly see very fascinating, which is Nebuchadnezzar doesn't want to come. He doesn't want to come. In other words, he has just a bad feeling about this. That even if someone he's successful, what the social ramifications will be overwhelming. So I don't want to come to the weather is very bad. Shafallah will say to him, don't worry about it. Talk Ashur B'Tura. When you come towards Israel, so navigate yourself around the mountains. In other words, go ahead and travel by the base of the mountains. That way the mountains will shield you from the rain and the snow. Shneimar, Shalfu Kar Moshe Eretz Yisrael Bara HaShnei Kar HaShnei. So, Shalfu, Yasina Leslie Duchta Diasigna Bay. Because if I come, there's no place for me to stay. There's no place for me to house my army. So now says, don't worry about it. They sent back. Kibros Shalahem, Murim Kalkin Shalcha. The breeds of the Jews are even nicer than the palaces. Ba'isayim Umar Shem Yotzias Atzmos Malki Yehuda, Ves Atzmos Sarab, Ves Atzmos Abraham, Ves Atzmos Haravim, Ves Atzmos Yoshim Shani Kivayam, Yishat from the Shamayim Vayarech, the Fosso Asher Sha'avam, Asher Yilashah Avach Halahem. Amalai Ranach Elad Yitzchak. Yishnu Lechal, so again. So that's the end of the story. So it's just interesting to note over here. First of all, there was just general
Flipper, look at those.
get to that car. I'm supposed to roll them out. That's what they see. Right, like I'm gonna more have to get involved in this. Those are our cousins. Like a lot of to get involved. I'm gonna more come. A man's sight with it. A man's sight ultimately are very much against you, so incredible. I guess so now, it switches back to the topic of Mashiach. So remember again, up until now, the focus for you was on Mashiach. Now the one's going to focus up more on Mashiach himself. Some really beautiful Gemaras ahead of us. I'm not going to be stuck. Each year in the conference, this is incredible. Have you heard anything? Amos Asi Bar Nafli. When is Bar Nafli coming? Now, who Bar Nafli is this morning? When is he coming? So when Amalei Man Bar Nafli, who's Bar Nafli? Amalei Mashiach. Bar Nafli is Mashiach. So the Gemara says Mashiach. Bar Nafli calls him. Mashiach is called Bar Nafli. Amalei, yes, he is. Say Bayamahu. Aki also topic Sadik Zayin 97a. Aki Asitas David and Okolas. What's it together? What's the together? And we lift up, maybe again, and we rebuild. Sukkah David and Okolas. The common Sukkah of David and Okolas. The rest is to the nation. So thank you for the Sukkah David and Okolas. Not with each other. Lahaki Kari Mashiach Bayamahu. So what's interesting? Rashi understands over here. Sukkah David and Okolas is not the definition. Because Sukkah David and Okolas is Davidic manner. So one of the things that Mashiach will do, ultimately, again, is the restoration of Davidic monarchy. That's why Mashiach is called Bar Nafli. The one who lifts up all those things. Let's say, because someone's subject to repeat himself. And of all the things that Mashiach is going to do, like Golden Mogo, yes, and Nisim, all this other stuff. Right? The one thing that is going to restore Davidic monarchy, and by the way, also, others understand that Sukkah Shalom Wakal is not even a Midrash. Right? So that's what he's like. So there's sometimes the greatest avodah in life is to rebuild things that were broken. To take something from new and rebuild it, that's one thing. But to take something that was whole and then broke and then rebuild it again, rebuild it to put back pieces into what they once were, is sometimes the greatest avodah. So what does Mashiach do? Everything that he has, he give it to pieces. Halakha is to give it to the monarchy that was destroyed and rebuild it. Give the structure that was destroyed and rebuild it. That's Mashiach. Bar Nafli. Incredible. Bar Nafli. Because the Lord tells us also, so we are saying, what's the greatest accomplishment of the Son? To become about children. And you need to become about children. You need to take all of your broken pieces and to mend them and make them whole. If you could put yourself back together, if you could become your own Bar Nafli, take the pieces of you that are broken, take the pieces of you that are fallen, and put them back together, that is the greatest accomplishment. So you might go back, I'm going to help you on your George was some really incredible demands over here. First of all, David Bach, Hamidi Chacham of the Shasha. So let's say, we're going to see over here that there's a couple of different narratives, well, we know the two different narratives, about the generation and the time that immediately preceded Mashiach. Like, what ushers in Messianic era? Messianic era. So watch this. The Messianic as follows. So the Yochanan says as follows. George ben David Bach, the generation that comes out, I'm sorry, that the Mashiach will come. Hamidi Chacham Nismatim. There's a diminution, less Torah. So there's less time. There are fewer Talmudim coming. Shara and then colors love and Vanaho. The truth of the common and in general a lot of suffering. There's terrible suffering. The Jewish culture is hardships and new horrible decrees every single day. Shavuot Shabbat David year, 7 years in the 7-year cycle in which Mashiach comes. Shalom is tiny Mikazes. This is the 7-year period before Mashiach comes. In that 7-year period, the following will occur. In year number 1, Shalom is Kayim Mikazes in Tarkia Le'achos Ha'ayah Haslo Antu. Some cities will have food, other cities won't. Literally, again, I'll make it rain in the one city, won't rain in a different city. Shnia second year, each year have famine everywhere. So in year number 1, some places have rain, some places don't have rain. Year number 2, everyone has famine. Year number 3, Shlishis, Ra'ab Godu, and Nisim Anoshim Nashem V'Tach. But you see the Anshe myself. In year number 3, there'll be a great famine. Men, women, children die. Children, great people will die. The Torah will virtually be forgotten. Overwhelming. So material suffering, spiritual suffering, release report here. Some of it is solo. Some places have food, some places don't have food. Sofa gobble. There'll be a great satiety, more food. But often the show still is sleeping. People will eat, drink, be happy. The Torah possesses them down. Torah wants them to come back. Immediately, the Shishis Kolos, in the 6th year, there'll be sounds. Rashi says over here, the Shishis Kolos, Yotzi Kolos, Shaben, David, Ba. So there'll be murmurings, right? When the big people will be talking, Mashiach is close. The Shavias Machalos, in the 7th year war, which could mean hold the Mogul, the Matzah Shavias Ben Davidah. And the Matzah Shavias, the end of that 7 year, in year number 8, that's when Mashiach comes. So this is a description, a basic description of the 7-year cycle which precedes Messianic redemption. I'm not going to say what Moses says, but a second, how much is the Havakir Asa? Have you also heard, by the way, if you just described the year that 7-year cycle, that's pretty much every 7-year cycle of Klal Yisrael. Like, in other words, what you just described is just history. And I understand that Mashiach has not come. So I'm going to buy you a guy who says, the Shish is Kodesh. The Shish is Muhammad Shmi Haba. So that's you. Was it every year 6? But ultimately, again, there were murderings around Mashiach. And year 7 of the ones that wasn't happening. But the Sidra Mihabi. Pretty much, what I buy the response is, it's not just that these events occur over a 7-year cycle. It's that these events occur in this order over a 7-year cycle. So has that ever happened the way you described? The answer to that is, from the American perspective, is no. Tanya, the Yudah says, Torah ben David Ba, they Sadat, Yemizus. Yes, and so, what you still hear something very really amazing. You begin to see that before the Mashiach comes, there is a general spiritual decline. Now, I'll just put this out. We'll see this more physically later. But there's like this about Messianic redemption. The Mashiach comes essentially almost like when things hit rock bottom, and then there is no choice but to redeem us, or is redemption something you can earn, that you can even expedite? So just hold on to that. We'll see this phrase as we go on in the coming days. Now, you know, he says, direction in which Mashiach comes, Beis Havad Yeriznos. And let's say Beis Havad is the Beis HaMedrash. The Beis HaMedrash will be turned into a place for immorality. Because there will be no Hamid Chachamim. Therefore, no one congregates there. And you have large empty spaces. Beis HaMedrash actually points out we're generally like outside of the city. So you have large spaces unoccupied, a little bit removed from public eye. What are they used for? It's immorality. So once again, painting a picture of a lack of Torah. The Haggadah Yachra, the north will be destroyed. The Haggadah Yasham, and ultimately again, Rashi says the Haggadah Yasham also means other productive is a place. So the Anshe will be serving every year. The people who live in the corner cities, because there'll be a lack of general security, will wander from place to place. Below your children, the Chachmas, and they'll find many more people. Chachmas, Hashof, and Kishak, the wisdom of the political frame will become putrid and will decay. The Yirei will also people who fear sin will be despised. And there is one thing, not only will Torah be forgotten, but those who try to be pious will be looked down upon. Which may have done, which may tell it. Little again, the generation like the face of a dog. Interesting, I'm going to be talking about that, and yet there's that. As they say, the truth will just be a general sense of spiritual decay. But MS Me'adaras, MS will not be found. Shne'emar Bati MS Me'adaras, Sarah Mishtara. So the most my Bati MS Me'adaras, I mean, Mirani Shnesis Adorim, the whole Rachasla. So literally again, MS will become like a group that will wander around, right? And those who seek MS will ultimately again become wanderers as well. Nights the Samira Mishtova, and we go to Shiva, Komisha Samira Mishtava al-Habios. Ultimately again, anyone who tries to, essentially anyone who tries to be Samira, anyone who tries to do the right thing will be ostracized. That's when the Mishtava al-Habios. So there'll be an absence of Torah, and even those who try to go ahead and do the right thing will essentially be ostracized from the community. Such a sense of spiritual decline in the greater province. Rabbi said as follows. Someone said this is a tremendous statement, right? Rabbi says, in the beginning, I thought to myself, there is no truth in this world. So there's an overwhelming statement. She says there, Ein Adam Ba'olam Sheyidaber Emes Tamid. Let's listen to this statement. There is no person who always speaks the truth. And I'm just saying, you can't find a person in this world who always speaks the truth. I want to point that by the way. That statement is not even a condemnation. It's interesting that remember again, you have these cases in halacha where you're allowed to go ahead and change the truth, right? Like the Gemara says, you're allowed to go ahead and sometimes change the truth for the sake of preserving your peace. So there's a license for that, right? There's an ability for that. So Rabbi says, I don't think there's a person in this world who always tells the truth. So again, someone told me, Rav Travels, Rav Tavyumi, this Rav Travels, Rav Tavyumi said, even on record, he said, if you give me all the money in the world, I will not lie. I will not listen to the truth. Let's listen to the story. Now, this Rav Tavyumi tells a story about himself. So one time I went to a place. The Kush Mishnah, which is right. The name of the place was Tishna. The name of the place, the name of the town was Truth. That's his name. It says, V'lohava Mishana B'Gidiyayim, V'lohava Mis'inshi Hasam B'Loz Mane. So it's like in this place called Truth. What was the legislative requirement? Legislative requirement was, you cannot lie. You always have to tell the truth. Interestingly enough, no one ever died before their time. I said, what does that mean? Apparently, no one died young. No one died young. People lived to like 40 years old, and they died like that. So what happened? So for me, I came to a place, I liked it a lot. I decided to settle down. And the CB is the funny one. I married a woman from Kusha. Now watch this. So the Gemara says, "The man from there, how did he type in the name? We have two sons. No one thought how to kill us with this with the typation. So it was one day, and my wife was washing her hair. Let's tell me, I was washing her hair. Outside, Shifta Tarfa Adasha. So the neighbor came along, right? Her friend came along, knocked on the door, and asked me, "Is your wife home?" Now that Tavuni felt not, or Amalot Lasahaka. But Tavuni felt it wasn't serious to say that life is washing her hair. Like he's thinking about it. It wasn't right. So he said, "No, I'm sorry, she's not home. She's not home." So that's what happened. She delayed typing in. My two sons passed away. The son's passed away. Also, issue that other than my house. The parents people feel, they said, what is this? Or, this doesn't happen in our town. Why did your sons pass away? I'm on the roof. How can you have a nice son? So I told them this is what happened. So the family realized, so then what happened? He was right. He was. Like that, if you like, for good reason, because if you make it, you see up his right, tells you on the right. So they said to him, then our two sons, put me asrin, fellow Tadri Bahu Muslim Bahana Kushi. They asked him, if you don't mind, please leave our town. Please leave our town, and do not bring death to our house. Wasn't a long story. A long story. So again, now this goes along with what Rabbi was saying, but you can't be find a person in this world who always tells the truth. Now, that is it you thinking. You can't always find a person in this world. Because even if you have a town like Krishna, like what was the population of Krishna? 400, I don't know, right? I don't know how many people are living there, right? So that's fine. You can maybe treat it like a pocket like that. But at the end of the day, that's not the normal way that people live. Because once they sometimes life does require us to go ahead and bend the truth a little bit for certain circumstances. Incredible. Tanya, you know, right? Oh man, David, Joshua ben David Bach. So we'll say once again, the description of the Messianic generations. The generation of Mashiach comes in, so it says, no, I ain't going to be with me as a king. No will embarrass the old. There's a king in the under the king old, and the elders will be forced to give respect to the young ones. That was there's going to be like this sense of a generational, like a sense of generational disrespect. The young will disrespect the old. The old will be forced to respect the young. The boss told me, daughter will rebel against her mother. The Kallah from herself, a daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. The face of generation will be like the face of a dog. The in haben misguidance of it, and ultimately again, the son will not be embarrassed in front of his father. And once by the way, I point out, remember this Gemara in Surah Umola, even in Surah Umola, he steals the money from his father, but where does he eat the meat anyway? Where does he eat it? Is someone else's rishus. Why? Because there's an inherent embarrassment that a son has in the presence of his father that he's not going to transgress. In the generation of Mashiach, there's going to be such a lack of decency that a son doesn't even have any embarrassment from his father. That's the first time I tell you. When he says, Joshua ben David Bach, Ha'azus Judah. Azus means, I don't know if English word, but Azus is craziness, right? Craziness will proliferate by your play, the others. Gaibo, Rashi says, so again, there's going to be such arrogance that no one will dishonor one to the other. The Bible produce many grapes. The wine will be very expensive. What does that mean? The wine will produce a lot of grapes, but the wine will still be very expensive. So once the actual plays out there, that means there's going to be a lot of wine consumption. It's an indulgence to the mystic society. Seeing there's plenty of supply, there's also plenty of demand. And therefore the prices keep going up. The entire monarchy will turn to heresy. And no one could rebuke anyone. It's fascinating to see like a lot of these elements, right? In other words, everyone is right. Everyone's opinion is right. Everyone's feeling is right. And even if they're wrong, no one can say anything to the other. The Torah of Yitzchak, the support of Yitzchak, in Ben David Bach, Asher Tzaddik Kalamachus English. So Ben David met Mashiach doesn't come really again to the entire market, the entire government. Turns to heresy. Other rabbis in the Pasuk, Hina Hapas Lava and Tahafel. There's an interesting so that was Karen Sarah, forever this Sarah. It's the entire body turns rubbish. The entire body turns light, then ultimately again it's power. So when there is this unfortunate, comprehensive change in society, that society as a whole turns heretical. The society as a whole just uses it. You just being enough as actually a sign that redemption is on the way. כי אז לא סייג באופס עד צבא הזה, אין בין דוד בר, ואינה סוסאי. משיח המקום עד שירדו המוסרוס. Okay, there is a proliferation ultimately again also of the Musaras. Now again, we'll see exactly what that means. We just wrote the Rata, actually smack to that music, until again there is a diminution ultimately again of Tamidim. Rashi says over here, Shemachsiki B'Yisrael Moto. So there's not going to be common. There's not going to be common. Ultimately again, there's going to affect Israel to the right path. Rabbi says people are going to reduce the values. We have all of this together, and once again, we paint a picture of a society that is pretty spiritually deficient. Actually, takes my put them in a case, and his poverty. Actually says Shemina Geulah, which is interesting. The Mashiach only comes when Klal Yisrael despairs of ever being redeemed. Isn't that incredible? Only once we give up hope and redemption does redemption come. The FS Aksher the Azuk, the Yachol, it's so much positive to Israel. Kevin Zira wasn't fascinating. Kevin Zira, you have a match gift Rabbi going to ask you this. So we'll talk about this on the days. We have Zira would find groups of Rabbi trying to figure out the date of Messianic arrival. What's the new on the days? A lot of Rabbi spending a lot of time telling us sometimes, when Mashiach, where's he happening? What about these people trying to know Mashiach is coming? I'm going to know. The Matusa Bedin Nanko, Lord Tisracha, Lord Tirchatucha. He said, please do not delay the arrival of Mashiach. By trying to figure out when Mashiach is coming, ultimately, again, you're delaying his arrival. Isn't this fascinating? Why is he saying that? This is incredible Gemara. There are three things that come when you stop looking for them. The most is incredible Gemara. What are the three things? Number one, Mashiach, Metzia, the Akrab. Three things happen when you're not looking for them. Mashiach, finding the lost object, and a scorpion. So that's like backwards. That's like backwards, right? Scorpions, apparently again, and scorpions, what Rashi points out, is that they sneak up on you out of nowhere, and they sting you. Okay? Mitzia. First thing you notice, right? You know, if you go out looking for just somebody's lost object, you're not going to find anything. But somehow, if you just find a visit, so you think you stumble across stuff. And the last is Mashiach. Blessed is Mashiach. If you don't look for him, he comes. So if you start trying to figure out when he's going to come, they'll say, what's the shot with this? And this is so profound. You want something like this. Instead of trying to figure out when Mashiach is coming, live the kind of life that will make you come. In other words, sometimes we spend so much time trying to figure out when future events are going to occur instead of recognizing. But if you just make ourselves better, then the things we want out of life will naturally occur. But if you think of just figuring out Mashiach, right? I spend so much time trying to figure out, when is my marriage going to be? When is my parnasa going to be? When are my kids? When are my this? When are all the things out to improve? Well, instead of worrying about when it's going to turn around, there's something better. Do something to turn it around. Change yourself. Change your life. Work harder. Put in more effort. Right? You spend so much time when. It's about when. It's about what can you do right now to improve the status quo of your life. What can you do right now to bring about the growth that you so badly want out of life? Stop waiting and start doing. Incredible demand. So now, interesting. Now that we just spoke about, we're not trying to figure out when Mashiach is going to come. We want to go into an exhaustive discussion about when Mashiach is going to come. All right. Second, because there's two different schools of thought. That's what I'm saying. Just like what things about messianic redemption, right? Again, is it terrible stuff? Is it good stuff? It's two schools of thought. Contemplating or trying to think when Mashiach is going to come. Also two schools of thought. So we go, the world is 6,000 years old. So let's say, everybody knows this, but the world is programmed to operate for 6,000 years. That's the way of the world. How are we in 3,000 years? How are we? And then 1,000 years of destruction. In other words, so apparently the way that the world is structured to work is the world will exist for 6,000 years. After that, again, there's like a reboot. 1,000 years of desolation. Remember they had the Gemara? The one had the snakes that you didn't bring 1,000 years. Remember again? What happened? They give them wings and they fly over the water. It's like these people are brought back by destination. They don't die during that time. They hover for 1,000 years. And then after 1,000 years, another other worlds. Another world is created. Rabbi Amar straight Rabbi says the world exists for 6,000 years, and then for 2,000 years there is destruction. Shneimar, Yichayinu Iyomayim, and Rosh Hashanah v'Nachas v'Yossi al-Lefar. Tarek Avatim Yoshetina. So that's the Tzivot Yoshetina. It says Kishim Shashvis. Misha Meta Shana Achas Zayin Shalom. Just like Shemitah, right? Ultimately, again, there's a Shemitah year once every 7 years. So to the world, so to speak, undergoes Shemitah. Once every 7,000 years. The world exists for 6,000 years, and in the 7,000th year, ultimately, is like the Shemitah, universal Shemitah, where everything is reset. It's interesting, by the way, that often think that possible Niskar Hashem Levado, that Hashem will be established by himself, also is no reference to the Messianic era. The Gemara understands over here, knows that the Levado refers after the 6,000 years of this world, and everything is reset. The only the of the Spark would be universe to that 1,000 year period. Incredible. That's the Yom Kippur Shabbos. Apparently, again, that 1,000 years that follows the 6,000 years of this world. Incredible. The world will exist for 6,000 years. So you know it says, so now how it is 6,000 years broken up. So the first 6,000 years, the first 2,000 years of the world, this is retrospective now. Right? You know the word. For the first 2,000 years, it was Tovavon. The Torah wasn't given. But for the first 2,000 years, the Torah was not given in the world. Okay? Torah. So ultimately, the next 2,000 years are the years of Torah. And the last 2,000 of the 6,000 are the most of Mashiach. You must say now, again, we see it's like, and that's us. That would put us. Right there for us. We're in the last 2,000, and there's no Mashiach yet. Sadi Zayin of Israel, the 70, about Yosenu, Shalatu, Yatsalahem Mashiach. This is our profound statement. But because we messed up, Yatsalahem Mashiach. When you feel it's like, when I don't do what's right in life, when I make poor decisions, you know what happens? What comes out of your decisions is what comes out of your decisions. So many times in life we find ourselves in bad spots and we wonder, how did we get here? It's not that complicated how I got here. I made a series of poor decisions. Some of them are too for, some of them nuanced for, and that's what got me here. And it's not rocket science. The good news is, the same bad decisions that got me into the spot where I am, hopefully, if I change my decision-making processes to get me out of it. Maybe not fully out of it, because often in life we can't reverse a lot of the damage that you've done. But at least hopefully I could choose wisely, I could choose differently going forward. So again, that's the way the world was supposed to work. 2,000 years without Torah, 2,000 years with Torah, and then 2,000 years, the last 2,000 of the 6,000 is supposed to be universal. That's what it was supposed to be. But because of our sinful behavior, Yatsalahem Mashiach. Incredible. I'm going to read the Yom Rabbi Huda. Achud Rav Salah Hasidah. What's his level? This is Ilya Rabbi Kafir. That is Ilya Rabbi. The Rabbi says from Huda. Ilya Iran, Chachos Yishmonim B'Chamishim Yeros. The world will not exist for the last 85 global cycles. And the other Achon but Ben David Bach. In the last global cycle, that's when Mashiach will come. Amen. So Huda says, no. You lost have a cell phone. So Mashiach comes to
Hi, Mr. Curtis. How are you? I am lovely, thankfully. Are you ready for me?
I don't know.
Okie dokie.
Why is it so profound? And the honor, he's the one who announces the arrival of Mashiach. So we'll say, he says, I don't know.
How was your day?
There are certain things about this whole Geula that no one knows except the Rebbe Shalom, which is why I never said, why we go back to this statement, ultimately I get it back to say that. But maybe our Avodah is not focused so much on when.
Fill out the bed, like
Focus
he's
so
okay.
much more
It didn't
on
matter no more.
what.
And then
And
it's
when
where I
is
guess she was
Mashiach going
fine.
to come? I don't know.
No, you
I
did not
don't
say
know.
that.
So
I
and
appreciate the
truth
update.
is,
Yeah, he fell out the bed. Well,
who else doesn't know? Who else doesn't know?
to you today.
Everyone doesn't know
Yeah,
either. So
fell
if
out the
everyone
bed
doesn't know,
last night.
I'm certainly not going to figure out. So if I
She told me
can't
this
figure out
morning.
the when, then what I need to be hyper focused on
Good, I
is
guess. You're
Nothing.
gonna say about
what
tomorrow.
do
Nothing
I need
broken,
to do
right?
to bring about Ruba? What do
Yeah,
I
you
need
how?
to do
So
to bring
I
about
fairly sure
Mashiach?
it's not.
What do I need to do in my personal life to try to fix my personal mistakes and the mistakes of the club?
Fairly
It's
now.
incredible. So Margot Gaiter, Shalach Lay,
Maybe you know it.
no. Ravashi says, Hagawale, at Hafa Lo Tistaki, Le Mikan the Elech Istaki. So Rashi says over here,
Give me
I'm
this.
on a map.
I know.
Who's trying to tell you
I'm on a map there.
I don't know exactly when Mashiach is coming. But
Oh,
what means clear is
this is likely
we'll
his
be
week.
waiting for him until that last Yovel. Once that last Yovel comes, then start waiting for him. We'll say, so again, what I want to point out is something amazing. These guys have the mindset
Welcome.
that there is a predetermined time for Mashiach. And that's it.
Get it.
What you don't is a predetermined time. There's another school of thought that says there is no predetermined time. There may be a, like, what's the word? Like a defined ending. Mashiach must come by this.
We're just chilling. How are you?
But it doesn't necessarily preclude the possibility of advancing his arrival through our spiritually meritorious behavior.
I'm the rabbi.
Listen to this.
How's your day going, big dog?
So like this. I found the guy. This guy had a scroll. The scroll was written in Ashuris, the Lashon HaKodesh, and it said about Amarti Lo, Minayin Lo Zu, from where, right? So Amarti Lo, Zu,
What'd you say, big man?
where did you have the scroll from? Amali Lechayolos Shalom Niskarti, you know, I traveled with the Roman soldiers. And I found this scroll amongst
That's great to hear. What are your hobbies? What do you like to do?
Rome took this from Israel. I found this in the treasures. Because of Ba, and I found this following message. לאחר ד' אלפיים ותשעים ואחת שנה לביאתו של עולם, יוצאו מהן מלחמות, so listen to this. In the scroll. After 4,000, right? After 4,000 Alpine, Masai.
All right, do you like any sports?
291 years, Ha'olam Yitol, the world will cease to exist. Okay? Mehan, as Imar says, Mehan Milchamas Taniyah. Some of those.
All right, what sports do you like?
Of great sea creatures. Mehan Milchamas Gogumago. Some of them will be Gogumago. Ushar Yeros Mashiach. And the rest of the years, the world will be Yeros Mashiach. HaKadosh Baruch Hu Mechadish Esavono, Ela Achar Shivas Alpayim Sheh. HaKadosh Baruch Hu only restarts the world after 7,000 years. Remember, again, this needs to go with the motif. 6,000 at the creation. 1,000.
Sure. Do you know UFC 325 is on right now?
After 5,000 years.
You don't know what UFC is? Ultimate Fighting Championship?
The following pasuk again literally pierces the world until the depth.
We're done. Didn't you say that's what you like?
So I say, so again, this is an incredible pasuk.
All right, how'd you find out about me?
So we'll say, well, let's translate the pasuk and then we'll interpret it. There will be a vision for the appointed time. Yafet locates below Chazan. The end will come. The end will come, and you will not be deceived. If he's delayed, wait for him. He will come, and he will not be delayed.
Rabbi ROTHSCHILD was talking about what? Nice track.
Not like Rabbanan who say that the Mashiach will only come at a defined
Oh, I'm
time.
talking about the other person.
The
Jews. What was Rabbi ROTHSCHILD talking about?
Someone says, somebody to Rabbanan who say that some of the Messianic redemption is based on the calculation of previous dollars.
the meat of this dogs were drinking
And that's like Rabbi Smolai. Now, what did Rabbi
Yeah,
Smolai say? Rashi
That's
says
not
here,
Rabbi Rothschild. I know what you're referencing, but that's not Rabbi. So get your facts straight when it comes to that. I believe that is a radio interview with Rabbi Finkelstein. If you want to check that out on YouTube, but that's not me, nor is it any Rabbi Rothschild.
So it's ultimately again, and it's not Rabbi Akiva.
I haven't asked him in a while.
So it gives a calculation. Ella, Malchus Rishon, Shivim Shana, Malchus Shnia, Chamishim Ushtaim, Umalchus Ben Alziva, Shtei Shana Umachzar. So what's that? So what is this? What's the calculation? Malchus Rishon, and that's what it sounds like.
Well,
The first base of Mikdash is 70 years. Second base of Mikdash, Malchus Shnia, Chamishim Ushtaim, 52 years. And Malchus Ben Koziva.
There are 3,000 of us in the United States alone, thousands of us worldwide. It's like having the last name Kennedy as an Irish person within the Ashkenazic Jewish community.
We have no idea when Mashiach's going to come.
It's
And what happens?
a
Most
pretty
of the
big
time
family.
between now and Mashiach, it's filled with incredible
Nice
tumultuous
try.
activity.
The Jews
But there are periods of tranquility.
Israel,
There are periods of calmness. So that's what he's saying over here. During the first phase of Mikdash, ultimately again,
Oh,
was 70 years.
I don't prophesize those things, but wouldn't that be the goal of every civilization?
And then the 2.5-year reign of Bar Kokhba. Now, the 2.5-year reign of Bar Kokhba was actually a relatively.
That was the goal. That was the goal of the Roman Empire, the Greek Empire, the Russian Empire, the British Empire. Basically, did it.
At some point in time, Mashiach is going to come. But do not lose yourself in the calculations of those who try to understand when he's going to come, because often those calculations are not correct.
I was going to say, the Catholics.
Right, there you go.
Nice job, Mr. Aquarius. You win, I win. I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. Alrighty, madam. Well, I hope that you have a wonderful evening, and I'm here for you. Keep me updated, and hopefully Papa returns home soon.
Go ahead and try to calculate when Mashiach's going to arrive. What happens? The calculator will come up all the time.
You're
And
welcome.
then when Mashiach doesn't come, what do they say? What do they say? You see,
Yes,
he's
ma'am.
not coming. It's dangerous to calculate the date of Messianic arrival. Ella, what says Ella? Chakelo. What is our avodah by Mashiach? What's our avodah? Wait.
You're probably
That
on
is
the
our
East
avodah to
Coast.
wait. Shneimar, im yismamea chakelo. Even if he's delayed, just wait.
Okay. I don't know where you get your facts about Judaism, but we're all over the world.
Again, that we wait, but he doesn't wait.
I don't know, but there's probably like a concentration.
No, we're waiting. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is waiting.
Like in New
Everybody's
York,
waiting.
for example, New York has a lot of Jews. In the East
So
Coast,
again, if
they
we're
have
waiting for
like,
Mashiach, and Mashiach is waiting to come,
It is
so
like
why
a-
doesn't
like
he just come? Who's holding him back? Midas Hadin. So say ultimately again, Midas Hadin. In
especially
other words,
in
that
the West
actually justice says
it
God
is
saw
Spanish,
it is
you
serving
know,
the
you have the
Mashiach.
Mexicans,
So
the
the Gemara
Spanish.
says, Midas Hadin Ma'akeves.
Stop. Look. I don't know where you get your facts. There are a million Jews in Los Angeles alone, so I don't know what you're talking about. I know. What I'm saying to you is that the numbers that you're assuming are likely wrong. I mean, at least in Southern California, there are a lot of Jews. Damn. Ever heard of Hollywood?
Anticipatory excitement. And the greater the anticipatory excitement, the more I'm ready to take decisive action to make things happen. Waiting is not an end. Waiting is a means to push myself to do more, to be more, to bring about that which I want more than anything.
Mostly
Becoming
just
a
Jewish,
Mashiach and Yerabbi
so they probably have a lot of
Amin.
Jews. Like most Catholics are probably Jewish. And I'm probably Jewish. I got comments that I look Jewish.
I agree with everyone. All right, so I'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our responses for this morning show today. Our annual Talmud Torah response for Tafshin Hey, the Tosim Mishpach, of dedicating all of the Shir and Drushes this year. As is a host from Talmud Torah responses for the month of Adar. Terry and Steve Zinn, loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Kahn, Svi Hirsch, Ben Yosef Cohen, Ziv Levin and Berman families in memory of William Ziv Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael, and our week of learning sponsors, Nathan and Beth Adler in memory of Judy Goldman, Yehudis Esther Bas Alozar, Zichron Rabbi Yotel and Meritvat Talmud Torah, all of the Neshamas Avnaviyah, families in the Chama, all those in the Refuah Shavin, the Kol the Yisrael, the Shprach Shemir Tasha bring home all of our hostages. And all these soldiers should be successful.
Right, that's downtown. I'm talking like Santa Monica, Pacific Palisades, Beverly Hills, Bel Air, Beverly Woods.
Okay, today's date is Tzadik Zayin 97. We are picking up on Tzadik Vav on the base, second line down in the white.
All right, I mean like the valley.
Left off on a cliffhanger yesterday.
You have
Sancheriv,
Sherman Oaks, Encino, Tarzana, extremely Jewish. Woodland Hills.
Recognizing again the enormity of his actions and ready to go ahead and join the ranks of Klal Yisrael. So the Gemara now picks up on that theme. The Gemara says, Naaman ger Toshav Hayom. So Naaman, who was the general of Aram, also responsible for spilling much Jewish blood. So Naaman became a ger Toshav. Now we'll say, ger Toshav usually means a non-Jew who repudiates idolatry, accepts Shemitz as Noach and lives in Eretz Yisrael. That's the general definition of a ger Toshav. So Naaman became a ger Toshav. The Vutzaron ger Tzedek. Now it's interesting. So the Gemara seems to indicate over here that the Vutzaron really became ger Tzedek means a ger. He converted. Ibnei Banav Shal Sisra.
I've many times do IRL streaming, so I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, Los Angeles, Disneyland, basically everywhere in Southern California, including East Los Angeles.
For a lot of what we do in the the grandsons of Sisra learned Torah in Yerushalayim. Limdu Torah Berabim. The grandsons of Sancheriv taught Torah in public. Who were these grandsons of Sisra who taught Torah in public? Shmaya and Avtalion. That's wild. Remember Shmaya and Avtalion, like they were the Rebbeim of Hillel and Shammai. So Shmaya and Avtalion, the Rebbeim of Hillel and Shammai themselves were descendants,
we're generally called
grandsons of Sancheriv. Mibnei Banav Shel Haman, Lamdu Torah Mibnei Brak. Haman's grandsons learned Torah in Bnei Brak. Va'af mibnei banav sha'osa rasha bikesh HaKadosh Baruch Hu lachnisan tachas Hashchina. Even the grandsons of Nebuchadnezzar were going to become Jewish. That's what happened. Abu Malach Hashem Sechos Baruch Hu. Malach said to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Ribono Shel Olam, Mi shehichru es beisecha, v'sarfa sechalecha, tachnis tachas kanti Hashchina. Malach said to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, no, what's going on over here? Could it be that someone who destroyed your Beis HaMikdash, someone who destroyed your city, someone who did so many terrible things to your children, such a person like this should merit to have his family come underneath the wings of the Shekhinah? Kind of this sources was interesting. Seems to be that Malachim convinced HaKadosh Baruch Hu not to allow Nebuchadnezzar or Nebuchadnezzar's descendants from joining the ranks of Klal Yisrael. Kind of the Sid. Rafinu as Babel Nefrasa.
That's weird.
They tried to heal Babel, but it could not be healed. So I'm saying this idea that Babel could have been healed technically by the conversion of Nebuchadnezzar's children. But Babel was so broken. Babel was such a state of disrepair. Babel did so much to us that they were beyond repair. Incredible. Ula says that refers to something else. Ula Amar is Nebuchadnezzar. This refers to Nebuchadnezzar. That there was no going back to Nebuchadnezzar. No chill for Nebuchadnezzar. No cathartic change. Rabbi Shmuel Bar Nachmani Amar Elu Naros Babel. Tirgamo Ditzinaisa de Babelai. Some say that it refers to the rivers of Babel. Rashi says over here, it's the last Rashi, second last Rashi on the right hand side. In the Naros Babel, Shem Ra'im Lishtos. The waters are very bitter, and there's no way to sweeten those waters. Gemara says,
I mean, I don't know how you got here. If you went to the link in my profile, then it sends you in here.
Again, they have bitter date counts, not only not only are the waters bitter, but ultimately when the day comes that grow by the water are also bitter. And I will say it's interesting, by the way, that the Gemara says one thing you can't heal is Naros Bavel. Reminiscent of the capital of Tilim, Al Naros Bavel, Sham Abahinu.
Okay, so what other questions do you have?
The Naros Bavel, that image, is remembering when Klal Yisrael was being led out from Eretz of destruction of Yisrael. We sat by the rivers of Bavel and we cried when we remembered. It's almost as if the Baruch Shalom says, there are
It's a
some
Christian
things
thing, so
in this world
I don't really have an
that are
opinion on it.
unredeemable. There are some things for some people or some things that are unredeemable. As crazy as that sounds, because we believe that everything is redeemable, everything is changeable. No, there's some evil that's perpetrated in this world that simply cannot be undone. So the mercy of Nebuchadnezzar did to our people simply beyond redemption, cannot be changed, cannot be uplifted, cannot be redeemed. Incredible. So the Gemara says as follows.
Well,
So
that Jewish person perhaps does not speak on etymology,
interesting is Nebuchadnezzar,
unless I have more specifics on exactly what he's saying.
Nebuchadnezzar ever wanted to convert, right? He had no
I
desire,
would
but his
have my doubts
descendants
of
wanted
what his
to
opinion
reply.
was. From my understanding,
Zoran did go ahead and convert.
from what
So
I've
it's interesting,
heard,
what exactly
I'm not an expert in it.
converted.
It's about 1,000 years old, not 2,000
In
years
it,
old.
he has like a lot of discussions about Gavis, so a lot of interesting cases. He brings down
Additionally, we don't necessarily know whose face it
there was a
is
particular
as well.
Nazi guard who wanted to convert. And again, he obviously had tremendous character for what it is that he did. And he came before, I forgot the author of the Sefer's name, and to convert. And it wasn't Shiloh. But there was this guy. We know what he did. We experienced the look at his hands. And the Mechaber, because I guess
Okay, I mean, I'm just saying, like, the statistics show that
based on
it's 1,000 years old, not 2,000 years old. So the onus,
you should be able to convert.
duty
The halach
to show
is
its
somebody comes about
legitimacy
Shuvah, right? And they Imam repent for their past, the
on
rest
the
should be able to
believer.
convert.
And
But he says, but how can you
even more so, even if it was exactly 2,000 years old,
after
we don't know
everything
whose face
that he did?
it
How
is.
could it be? How could
Could
it
be
be that a person
literally
would
any
have
single
behaved
person.
in
It
such
could be.
an egregious
There's a better
fashion,
chance it's
such-
your
such
face than it is
cruel
somebody
for
2,000 years
and
ago.
then we would welcome him into our ranks. So he paskin, don't convert him. Paskin, don't convert him. But what's interesting is you don't often find halacha. It was much more an emotional psak than it was a legal psak. Because the legal psak
I don't know.
you can convert if the
I
guy's
think he was
sincere.
perhaps
Someone
someone of
But
disputed
emotionally,
birth,
how could such a person like that be welcomed into Israel? So it's interesting, by the way,
at least
where it
was
says-
rejected by
where it says that
overall
Zoran became a ger, right? Who
Pharisees,
converted him, which
and
Beis Din took responsibility for this. It
was
is
seen
interesting
as someone
to note
who
that Zoran
was
Alright,
attempting
he ran
to
away, which seems to indicate that he
perhaps
just went off somewhere else, not part
start
of
their
community,
own
not part of
at
regular
least
Jewish people. He went off. What does it mean that he converted?
group
Does it mean
of
that he went through a
believers,
formal
but I
process? Does it mean that he
don't,
just
it's really
accepted
like,
upon himself
again, I'm not
to be close to
a
Hashemah?
scholar
No, just interesting to
in
point
that
out. Okay,
religion, but what I can say
Ula says as
is
follows,
that
"Amar Moav,
it doesn't seem like that person
Amar
from
Moav,
Nazareth did not ever want to start a new religion. It was his followers and the followers of his followers, and specifically the empire that it would eventually take on the terminology of Christians that really
What's pointing out over here is what prompted
caused a new
Nebuchadnezzar
religion, not
to go ahead and
the
attack
Nazarene.
Yerushalayim, especially after seeing what happened to Sanherib, what prompted him to do it. So the Gemara says, Amon Amor, heard the Navi prophesizing that Yerushalayim is going to be destroyed. So they sent to Nebuchadnezzar, look, Yitah, time for you to come. Nebuchadnezzar, Klal Yisrael is weak, Klal Yisrael is going to be destroyed. Book Vita, come and literally again look and come. Amar, Mistafina V'Lo La'Abri Kidibai B'Kamai. So again, Nebuchadnezzar said, I'm afraid that they're going to do to me what they did to their
We
previous enemies, meaning again,
Mashiach to
referring to
rebuild the Beit HaMikdash, which is the temple in Jerusalem.
The Ish is not home. Ve'in hadarach
So that would be
halach
the third time it's been built.
So the Gemara says, Ve'in Ish, who's the Ish? Ela HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So the Ishmael, so they said the man is not home, which means Baruch Hu has left his home. Shneimar, Hashem Yishmael Chama. So ultimately again they tell him Nebuchadnezzar, this is the right time. Baruch Hu has abandoned Klal Yisrael, you should come and fight. So he says, well maybe
If that's what he wants to say, absolutely,
in
sure.
other words, maybe they don't show as much as it looks like he's left Klal Yisrael. When they're in a state of need, no, God is really abandoned. God is really far away. Islahu tzadiki d'vayrachami b'maisilu. L'chayis v'haz tzadiki. Tzadiki l'adukach l'tfilo. And when they gather, they bring HaKadosh Baruch Hu back. Shalchu leitzor ha'kesach makach b'yado. Then kesach al tzadikim. The Ish has taken his bundle of money with him. And what's the bundle of money?
That's cool. We don't believe that is Jews, but you're entitled to believe whatever you want. That's what makes it a great world.
Hadri Rishi B'tshuva Ubayimach Rachami Umaisile. But said this conversation is absolutely incredible. So Nebuchadnezzar says, okay, well, even if the issue is gone right now,
what other questions do you have?
are gone right now,
go ahead.
What's going to happen? What's going to happen? So the Rishayim will do tshuva. It's not like the Rishayim of Klal Yisrael. The Rishayim of Klal Yisrael will do tshuva, and they'll ultimately again bring HaKadosh Baruch Hu back to the base.
We're done for the last 4 years.
So essentially, I'm going to say it's too late.
I like to archive world events. I feel it's important for people in the future to be able to study a human life. Maybe 100 years ago or 200 years ago, I would have been a journalist, someone who writes in a journal, or a diary, someone who writes in a diary. But I use my medium to be able to record my life as video. It's winter time already, fall, winter, and I can't come because of the snow because of the I don't like talking about
this. So fascinating, which is Nebuchadnezzar doesn't want to come. He doesn't want to come. In other words, he has just a bad feeling about this, that even if somehow he's successful, the repercussions and ramifications will be overwhelming. So I don't want to come. The weather is very bad. They said to him, don't worry about it. When you come to Eretz Yisrael, so navigate yourself around the mountains. In other words, go ahead and travel by the base of the mountains. That way the mountains will shield you from the rain. And
absolutely, big time. You're always welcome. Feel free to come back whenever you want.
Nebuchadnezzar says, if I come, there's no place for me to stay. There's no place for me to house my army. So Mary says, don't worry about it. They sent back to him. The graves of the Jews are even nicer than your palaces. Es asnos Yoshi Shani Kivrayam, the shot from the Shaman, the Yarech, the Kotza, Shasha, Basha, Blumasha, Oakharahem. Amrlay, Ranach, Lodiska. Vishnu, so what's that so again? So that's the end of the story. So it's just interesting to note over here. First of all, there was just general, it's not a new thing that the animosity from our neighbors towards us, right? Like, what do Ammon and Moab have to get involved in this? Those are our cousins. Like, why do they have to get involved? I don't know. Ammon and Moab come. And then ultimately again to march against each other. It's incredible. We'll say now, we want to switch it back to the topic of Mashiach. So remember again, up until now, the focus really was on Yemos Mashiach. Now the Gemara is going to focus a little bit more on Mashiach himself. Some really beautiful Gemaras ahead of us. I'm going to not go to Yisrael. Mishmir and the Chagos say this is incredible. Have you heard anything? Amos Asi Bar Nafli. When is Bar Nafli coming? Now, who Bar Nafli is in this moment? When is he coming? So the Gemara is Amalei Man Bar Nafli. This is Bar Nafli. Amalei Mashiach. Bar Nafli is Mashiach. So the Gemara says Mashiach. Bar Nafli called his name. Mashiach is called Bar Nafli. Amalei, yes, he is. It says Hayomahu. Akim, let's say top of Tzadik Zayin 97a. Akim as Sukas Tzadik Hanocholas. Let's say it's incredible. Let's see all together. I will lift up. Again, I will rebuild. Sukas Tzadik Hanocholas. The fallen Sukkah of Javanella, a reference to the base of the Sukkah Tzadik Hanocholas. Malchut Sheikh David. Mahaki Kali Mashiach Hayafi. So that's what's interesting. Rashi understands over here, Sukkot David Halofalas is not the Davidic. Because Sukkot David Halofalas is Davidic manna. So one of the things that Mashiach will do, ultimately again, is the restoration of Davidic monarchy. That's why Mashiach is called Dar Nafli, the one who lifts up fallen things. That's what Lord, do something that you do yourself. Out of all the things that Mashiach is going to do, like Golden Mogo, yes, I mentioned all this other stuff. Right? The one thing that he's known is he restores Davidic monarchy. Or by the way, also others understand that Sukkot David Halofalas is not the right, so that's what it's like. Sometimes the greatest avoda in life is to rebuild things that were broken. To take something from new and rebuild it, that's one thing. But to take something that was whole and then broke and broke it and broke it and then rebuild it again, you're going to put that into what they once were is sometimes the greatest avoda. So that's what he's do everything that he has. He's going to take 50 pieces. Halachim is going to take a monarchy that was destroyed and rebuilt it. Take a structure that was destroyed and rebuilt it. That's Mashiach, Bar Nafli. Incredible, Bar Nafli. Which I will say that tells us also. So in ourselves, what's the greatest accomplishment of the self? It's all about Shiva. What does it mean to be all about Shiva? It means to take all of your broken pieces and to mend them and make them whole. If you could put yourself back together, if you could become your own Bar Nafli, take the pieces of you that are broken, take the pieces of you that are fallen, put them back together, that is the greatest accomplishment. The Gemara goes like, I'm going to help you over the Yochanan. George was a really incredible Gemara over here. George ben David Bach, Hamidi Chachamim Nisanti. So we're saying, we're going to see over here that there's a couple of different narratives, well, we're doing two different narratives, about the generation and the time that immediately precedes Mashiach. Like what ushers in Messianic era? Messianic era. So watch this. The Gemara says as follows. So Rabbi Yochanan says as follows. George ben David Bach, the generation that comes that the Mashiach will come, Hamidi Chachamim Nisanti. There's a diminution, less Torah. There's less Torah to be found. There are fewer Talmidei Chachamim. So there's fewer Talmidei Chachamim, and in general, a lot of suffering. Terrible suffering. And new terrible decrees every single day. Shavua Sheben David Bar, the year, or Shavua usually means like the 7-year cycle in which Mashiach comes. Shana Rishon is Kayim Miklazeh. So once you see that, this is the 7-year period before Mashiach comes. In that 7-year period, the following will occur. In year number 1, Shana Rishon is Kayim Miklazeh. The entirety of your Achos, will undo. Some cities will have food, other cities won't. Literally, again, I'll make it rain in one city, won't rain in a different city. Shnia, second year, famine everywhere. So in year number 1, some places have rain, some places don't have rain. Year number 2, everyone has famine. Year number 3, Shlishis, Ra'av, Gogol, Nesim, Anoshim, Noshim, Betaf. The Chassidim, the Anshe, myself. In year number 3, there'll be a great famine. Men, women, children die. Chassidim, especially myself, great people will die. The Torah, Mishtachachas, Yiram Dal. Torah will virtually be forgotten. Overwhelming. So material suffering, spiritual suffering. Revius in the 4th year, Sova Ve'ina Sova. Some places have food, some places don't have food. Bechamish in the 5th year, Sova Gadol. There'll be a great satiety, more food. But open the Shosim Ismithim. People will eat, drink, be happy. The Torah goes out from that. The Torah wants them to come back. B'shishis kolos, in the 6th year there'll be sound. Rashi says over here, B'shishis kolos, Yotzu kolos sheben David talk. So there'll be murmurings, right? So the people will be talking. Mashiach is close. The Shvias Mavos in the 7th year war, which could mean Gog and Magog. The Mosei Shvias ben David. And the Mosei Shvias, right, at the end of that 7th year, in year number 8, that's when Mashiach. So this is a description, the basic description of the 7-year cycle which precedes Messianic redemption. Rabbi Yossi says, 1 second, how much Shvias the Hava came to Asa? Rabbi Yossi says, by the way, what you just described here, that 7-year cycle, that's pretty much every 7-year cycle of prophecy. Like in other words, what you just described is Jewish history. But I understand that Mashiach has not come. So Rabbi says, B'shish is homeless. B'shi is Mechamos Mi Hava. So Rabbi says, really? Was there every year 6? We're ultimately again they were lowering to Mashiach. And in year 7 of the worst, did that order ever happen? But Sidra Mihavi. Furthermore, what Rabbi response is, it's not just that these events occur over a 7-year cycle. It's that these events occur in this order over a 7-year cycle. So has that ever happened the way it was described? And the answer to that is, from the Gemara's perspective, is no. Tanya. It says, Darsha ben David Ba, Beis Hadad, Yerizmus. This is so, which is still here something that we begin to see is apparently before Mashiach comes, there is a general spiritual climb. Now, I'll just put this out. We'll see this more clearly later. But there's like these 2 models about Messianic events. Mashiach comes essentially almost like when things hit rock bottom, and then there's no choice but to redeem us, or easy dancing something you can earn. Right, and we can even expedite. So just hold on to that. Let's see this frame as we go on with the so we go really says, Darsha ben David Ba, the very same in which Mashiach comes, Beis Hadad Yerizmus. The Lord said, Beis Hadad is the Beis HaMedrash. The Beis HaMedrash will be turned into a place for immorality. What's the shot? Because there will be no time to discipline. Therefore, no one congregates there. When you have large empty spaces, and bunch of measures like those that we carry like outside of the city. So you have large spaces unoccupied. What are they used for? Use immorality. So once again, they'll have a lack of Torah. The Hagadol Yechra, the north will be destroyed. The Hagadol Yesham, and ultimately again, Rashi says what we got. Rashi says the Hagadol Yesham also means other precautions in place. Means that the Anshim will be still in the air this year. The people who live in the border cities. Because there'll be a lack of general security, will wander from place to place. Although you only know the Chachmas, and they won't find any mercy. The Chachmas, Hasof, and Tiskach, the wisdom of the religious holy war will become putrid, will decay. The Yirei Chait will assume people who fear sin will be despised. Or as Moses says, not only will Torah be forgotten, but those who try to be pious will be looked down upon.
Just two lanes, nothing with your night times with your fucking lights. You don't even know.
MS will not be found. So literally again, MS will become like a group that will wander around. Right? And those who seek MS will ultimately again become wander.
I got it.
You
want to know? Y'all want to know what up? I gotta pick a school.
Ultimately again,
look at this. Are you? Do you? Allegedly, baby.
Anyone who tries to do the right thing will be ostracized. Rashi says, so there'll be an absence of Torah, and even those who try to go ahead and do the right thing will essentially be ostracized from the community. Such a sense of spiritual decline in the greater cloud of Israel. Rabbi said as follows. So I said, this is a tremendous thing. Rabbi says, in the beginning, I thought to myself, there is no truth in this world. Joe says, an overwhelming statement. Rashi says, listen to this statement. There is no person who always speaks the truth. And Rabbi is saying, you can't find a person in this world who always speaks the truth. Rabbi is saying, I want to point out that statement is not even a condemnation. It could just be like a reality. Remember again, you have instances in halacha where you're allowed to go ahead and change the truth, right? Like the Gemara says, you're allowed to go ahead and sometimes change the truth for the sake of preserving greater peace. So there's a license for that, right? There's an ability for that. So Rabbi says, I don't think there's a person in this world who always tells the truth. So again, someone told me, Rav Yumi, this Rav Yumi said, he went on record, he said, if they would give me all the money in the world, I would not lie. I would not change the truth. So let's listen to this story. So we'll say now this Rav Tavyumi tells a story about himself. One time I went to a place. The Kushta Shem. This is great. The name of the place was Kushta. The name of the place, the name of the town was Truth. What was the name? Nimar says, V'lohava mishane b'digurayu, V'lohava misinchimi hasam below zmane. So I say, in this place called Truth, what was the residency requirement? Residency requirement was, you cannot lie. You always have to tell the truth. And interestingly enough, no one ever died before their time. What is that? No one died from their time. Apparently no one died young. No one died young. People lived to like old age was dead, and they died like that. So what happened? So Yumi says, this place, I went to a lot. I decided to settle down. In the CB, this is something. I married a woman from Kushta. Now watch this. So the Gemara says, I married her from there. We had two sons. So it was one day, my wife was washing her hair. When was washing her hair? Aside Shifta Tarfa Adasha. So the neighbor came along, right? Her friend came along, knocked on the door and asked me, is your wife home? Now Rav Tavini felt, Lav Orach Ara, Amrla Lasahaha. But Tavini felt it wasn't serious to say my wife is washing her hair. Right? Just taking a bath. It wasn't right. So instead what he said is, no, I'm sorry, she's not home. She's not home. So that's what happened. My two sons passed away. Two sons passed away. Also, my high. So the townspeople came up and said, what is this? This doesn't happen in our town. Why did your sons pass away? So I told them this is what happened. So the family realized what ended up happening was, yes, he lied. He lied. Now, granted, he lied for good reason because he was taking it to the other side. He felt he was unrelated. They said to him, they asked him, if you don't mind, please leave our town. Please leave our town and do not bring death to our house. Listen to the lovely story. So again, now this goes in line with what Rabbi was saying, that you can't define a person in this world who always tells the truth. That is a true statement. You can't always find a person in this world. Because even if you have a convert Kushta, like what was the population of Kushta? 4? I don't know, how many people are there, right? That's fine. You choose to maybe create like a pocket like that. But at the end of the day, that's not the normal way that people live. Because I want to say, sometimes life does require us to go ahead and bend the truth a little bit to certain circumstances. Incredible. Tanya, you know, right, Omer? David, Dorsha ben David Bach. We'll say once again, quick declaration. The generation of Mashiach comes in. The Lord says, the young will embarrass the old. And the elders will be forced to give respect to the young ones. Someone says there's going to be like this sense of generational, like a sense of generational disrespect. So the young will disrespect the old. The old will be forced to respect the young. Bas Krambi, a daughter will rebel against the mother. The Kalabet Hamisa, a daughter-in-law against the mother-in-law. The face of generation will be like the face of a dog. The aim had been misbayish beloved, and ultimately again, the son will not be embarrassed in front of his father. I will say, David, I just want to point out, remember this in Solar Umora, even if it's Solar Umora, he steals the money from his father, but where does he eat the meat and wine? Where does he eat it? In someone else's rishos. Why? Because it's an inherent embarrassment that the son has, and because of his father, he's not going to transgress. In the generation of Mashiach, there's going to be such a lack of decency that his son doesn't even have any embarrassment from his heart. Let's say first why I tell you. When the says, Dorsha ben David Bal, Azus Tirba. Azos means, I don't know what the good English word for Azos is. Brazenness, right? Brazenness will proliferate. Vayoker Yaves. Gaiva, Rashi says, so you have to yakar covered. So there will be such arrogance that no one will give honor one to the other. The vine will produce many grapes. The wine will be very expensive. What does that mean? The vine will produce a lot of grapes, but the wine will still be very expensive. So what it actually points out to what that means is going to be a lot of wine consumption. In other words, it's an indulgent, hedonistic society. Even though there's plenty of supply, there's also plenty of demand. And therefore the prices keep going up. The entire monarchy will turn to heresy. And no one should rebuke anyone. We'll say it's fascinating to see that there are these elements, right? In other words, everyone is right, everyone's opinion is right, everyone's feeling is right, and even if they're wrong, no one can say anything to the other. So when David met Mashiach was going to come literally again to the entire market, the entire government, turns to heresy. Rabbi says, what's the pasuk? Kulo hafaf lavan tahahu. So it's interesting. It's a little bit of a saras. Whatever the saras, because the entire body turns white. The entire body turns white, then ultimately again it's tahar. So when there is this unfortunate, comprehensive change in society, that society as a whole turns heretical. That society as a whole just loses it. Interestingly enough, that's actually a sign that redemption is on the way. Ki yodin Hashem amo, ki yira Hashem, ki yireya, ki azlos yad za'afes atzava azot, ein bein David baz, darma, so sorry, Mashiach only comes, ad sheyirbu hamusaros. Until there is a proliferation, ultimately, again, I will say, of musaros. Now, again, we'll see exactly what that means. And just until again there is a diminution, ultimately again of Tamidim. Rashi says over here, so there's ultimately coming, but there's ultimately coming. Ultimately, again, there's no one who start calling themselves to the right path. There are most serious people who over the Jews to know. You have all of this together, and once again, we paint the picture of a society that is highly spiritually deficient. I should take that put them in a case until there's poverty. As she says, this is interesting. Mashiach only comes when Klal Yisrael despairs of efforts being redeemed. Isn't that incredible? Only once we give up hope and redemption does redemption come. The FS Hutzel Ba'azul Yachol is only part of the result. That's Rabbi Zira, was in fashion, fascinating. That's Rabbi Zira, you have a mashkich rabban and an askidei. So we're going to talk about this more on the days. Rabbi Zira would find groups of rabbanim trying to figure out the date of messianic arrival. What's it? It's going on the days. A lot of rabbanim spending a lot of time, when is Mashiach coming? When is it happening? Whenever Rabbi Zira would find people trying to figure out Mashiach is coming, I'm going to know. Lo tirchakuha. He said, please do not believe the arrival of Mashiach. By trying to figure out when Mashiach is coming, ultimately, again, you're delaying his arrival. Isn't this fascinating? Why? Isn't this what's this is incredible Gemara. There are three things that come when you stop looking for them. The Bible says incredible Gemara. What are the three things? Number one, Elohim, Mashiach, Mitzia, Va'akrav. Three things happen when you're not looking for them. Mashiach, finding a lost object, and a scorpion. So let's work backwards. Right? Scorpions, apparently, again, the way scorpions work, Rashi points out, is that they sneak up on you out of nowhere, and they sting you. Okay? Mitzia. So that's how we know this, right? In other words, if you go out looking for just somebody's lost object, you're not going to find anything. But somehow, if you just find your business doing your thing, you stumble across stuff. And the last is Mashiach. If you don't look for him, he comes. In other words, if you start trying to figure out when he's going to come, then we'll go and say, what's the shot with this? And this is so profound. The Gemara saying is like this. Instead of trying to figure out when Mashiach is coming, live the kind of life that will make you come. In other words, sometimes the Gemara saying, we spend so much time trying to figure out when future events are going to occur instead of recognizing that if we just make ourselves better, then the things we want out of life will naturally occur. And we think about just even at Mashiach, right? As spend so much time trying to figure out, when is my marriage going to improve? When is my parnasa going to improve? When are my kids? When am I this? When am I this? All the things to improve. Well, instead of worrying about when it's going to turn around, there's something better. Do something to turn it around. Change yourself. Change your life. Work harder. Put in more effort, right? We spend so much time, when? What's the story about when? Just worry about what can you do right now to improve the status quo of your life. What can you do right now to bring about the brachos that you so badly want out of life? Stop waiting and start doing. Incredible Gemara. Rav Katina. So now, interesting. Now that we just spoke about, by the way, not trying to figure out when Mashiach is going to come, Gemara is going to go into an exhaustive discussion about what Mashiach is going to come. All right, so again, because there's two different schools of thought. That's what I'm saying. Just like what brings about messianic redemption, right? Again, is it terrible stuff? Is it good stuff? It's two schools of thought. Contemplating or trying to know when Mashiach is going to come, also two schools of thought. So we go, Shis Alfi Shonei, the world is 6,000 years old. So we'll say, everybody knows this, but this is where we all speak on this. The world was programmed to operate for 6,000 years. That's the way of the world. How are those 6,000 years? How are they? And then 1,000 years of destruction. In other words, most of the believe that the world destruction to work is the world as we know will exist for 6,000 years. After that, again, there's like a reboot. 1,000 years of desolation. What's remember going to happen tomorrow? Then what happens? So it's like you can during those 1,000 years, never again. What happened? They're given wings and they fly over the water. It's like you can work brought back by Ches and Nisan. They don't die during that time. They hover for 1,000 years, and then after that 1,000 years, another world. Another world is created. So the Master Shnei Amar, K'niska v'Hashem levado b'yom ha'hu. Abai Amar Shrei Chalu. Allah says, the world will exist for 6,000 years, and then for 2,000 years there is destruction. Shnei Amar, Yichayinu miyomayim. The Rosh Hashanah b'nachas v'nechti alefon. Tanya Kavach in the Rabbi that supports that. Gemara says, K'shim sha'ashvius. Mishnah met Shana Achas Zayin Shayin. Just like Shemitah, right? Ultimately, again, there's a Shemitah year once every 7 years. Ha'olam mishamit alef shanim l'shiva alpayim shanim. So to the world, so to speak, undergoes a Shemitah once every 7,000 years. In other words, the world exists for 6,000 years, and in the 7,000th year, ultimately, it's like the Shemitah, universal Shemitah, where everything is reset. So it's interesting, by the way, that we often think that possible that Hashem will be established by himself. So you more reference to the Messianic era. The Gemara understands over here, know that the Levada refers after the 6,000 years of this world, and everything is reset. There'll only be HaKadosh Baruch Hu in the universe for that 1,000-year period. V'omer, Mizmor Shil Yom HaShabbos, the Yom Shekul Shabbos. Incredible. What's the Yom Shekul Shabbos? Apparently, again, that 1,000 years that follows the 6,000 years of this world. Incredible. V'omer, Ki Ela Shalom Beinecha Kom Esmo, Ki Avar Tan Be'elio, Sheishes Alafim Shana Habi Almos. The world will exist for 6,000 years. The Gemara says, so now, how are those 6,000 years broken up? For the first 6,000 years, for the first 2,000 years of the world, most of this is retrospective, right? The world that we're in. For the first 2,000 years, it was Tov Avon. It wasn't just Tov Avon. The Torah wasn't given. But for the first 2,000 years, the Torah was not given in the world, okay? Shnei Alpayim. Shnei Alafim. Torah. So ultimately, the next 2,000 years are the years of Torah. Ushnei Alafim Yosef Mashiach. The last 2,000 of the 6,000 are Yosef Mashiach. You must say now, again, we see this, we're like, and that's us. That would put us, right? That would put us. We're in the last 2,000, and there's no Mashiach. Yeah? Sadi Zayin of Israel, you said, we Obaba Rosenu, Sherabu, Yatsu Mehem Mashiach. Also, this is a profound statement. But because we've messed up, Yatsu Mehem Mashiach. When I don't do what's right in life, when I make poor decisions, do you know what happens? Yatsu mehem mashi yatsu. What comes out of your decisions is what comes out of your decisions. So many times in life we find ourselves in bad spots and we wonder, how did we get here? How did we get here? It's not that complicated all about this. I made a series of poor decisions. some of them acutely poor, some of them nuanced poor, and that's what got me where I'm at. It's not rocket science. The good news is the same bad decisions that got me into the spot where I am, hopefully, if I change my decision-making processes, to get me out of it. Maybe not fully out of it, because often in life you can't reverse a lot of the damage that's been done. But at least hopefully I can choose wisely, I can choose differently going forward. So again, that's the way the world was supposed to be. 2,000 years without Torah, 2,000 years with Torah, and then 2,000 years, the last 2,000 of the 6,000 was supposed to be That's where it was supposed to be. So because of our sinful behavior, Yatsu Mehem Ashu Yatsu. I'm going to go in the Yoga Dibuda. Achod Rav Salah Hasidah. Thus says Rabbi. This is Eli Navi talking. That is Eli Navi. Eli Navi says Kadibuda. Ena Olam Pavos Mishmonim Bechamishi Yovos. The world will not exist for less than 85 global cycles. In the last global cycle, that's when Mashiach will come. I'm going to say, he says, yo, it's Hilasa B'Sofa. Does Mashiach come at the beginning or the end of that global cycle? And you're there. Eliyahu says, I don't know. The Kava Olina Kava, does the global cycle finish or not? Eliyahu said, I don't know. We'll say that, by the way, how this is so profound. Why is it so profound? Eliyahu, he's the one who announces Rabbi Mashiach. So we'll say, Eliyahu says, I don't know. There are certain things about this whole Geula that no one knows except for the Baruch Shalom. Why, by the Rabbi say, why we go back to the statement ultimately again of Rabbi Zera, that maybe our avoda is not to focus so much on when, but to focus so much more on what. When is Mashiach going to come? I don't know. So, and the truth is, here's the good news. I'm in good company. Who else doesn't know? Who else doesn't know? Eliyahu doesn't know either. So if Eliyahu doesn't know, I'm sure that's going to figure out. So if I can't figure out the when, then what I need to be hyper-focused on is the what. What do I need to do to bring about Geula? What do I need to do to bring about Mashiach? What do I need to do in my personal life to try to fix my personal mistakes and the mistakes of the cloud? It's incredible. So Mar goes like this. Shalachai. No. Ravashi says, how can I Rashi says over here, I don't know exactly when Mashiach is coming. The only thing is clear is there's no point in waiting for him until that last Yovel. Once that last Yovel comes, then start waiting for him. Let's say again. What I want to point out is something amazing. These Gemaras reflect the mindset that there is a predetermined time for Mashiach. And that's it. What you do, what you don't, is a predetermined time. There's another school of thought that says there is no predetermined time. There may be a, what's the word? Like a defined end date. Mashiach must come by this date. But it doesn't necessarily preclude the possibility of advancing his arrival to our spiritually meritorious behavior. Remember, like the Shalach, like Rav Hanabai Takliv Rav Yosef. Rav Hanabai, this is Rav Yosef. Matzasi Adam Achal, listen to this. Obiyado Megillah Achas Suva Ashur Shalash Yachol. So Rav Hanabai Takliv said like this. I found the guy. This guy had a scroll. The scroll was written in Ashuris, and Lashon Kodesh. And it said, "V'amarti lo, minayin lo zu." From where, right? So Amarti lo, zu minayin lo. Where do you have this scroll from? Amrali l'chayalos shalom miniskat. You know, I traveled with the Roman soldiers. Ubein ginzei lo mitzasiya. They found this scroll amongst the different treasures of Rome. Rome took this from Klal Yisrael. I found this in the treasure. I passed by, and I found this always great message. לאחר דלת אלפיים ומאתיים ותשעים וארבע שנה ביוסף של עולם, יצאו מהן מקומות גדולים, שהעולם העולם יצאו. ומפעל מזה לסגור. After 4,000, right, after 4,291 years, העולם יצאו. The world will cease to exist. Okay? Mehan, Zimar says, Mehan Milchamos Kalim. Some of those years will be wars of great sea creatures. Mehan Milchamas Gog U'Magog. Some of them will be Gog U'Magog. Ushar Yemos Mashiach. And the rest of the years will be Yemos Mashiach. Here comes Sarah from the Chavish Esalomo, Allah Achar Shivas Abhayim Shana. And Hashem only restarts the world after 7,000 years. Remember again, since we go with the motif of 6,000 active creation, 1,000 of Tov Avo, and then a restarting of the universe. After 5,000 years, so we must Tanya Rabbi Nassim Omer Rabbi Nassim says Mikra Zeh Nokid Yored Atzahom. The following pasuk ultimately again literally pierces the world until the death. What's the pasuk? Ki od chazon lamoed v'yafach l'keitz lo yichazon im yismameh chakelo ki bo yovo lo ya'achar. So I say, so again, this is an incredible pasuk from Habakkuk. So I'll say, well, let's translate the pasuk and then we'll interpret it. Ki od chazon lamoed, there will be a vision for the future, the appointed time. Yafech l'keitz lo yichazon. The end will come, and you will not be deceived. If he's delayed, wait for him. He will come, and he will not be delayed. Here we go, I'll say. What Rabbi is saying, Shay Darshan ad Idan Idni Upala Gidni. It's not like the Rabbanon who say, not like the Rabbanon who say that Mashiach will only come at a defined time. Actually says over here, ad Idan Idni Upala Gidni. Even Hagalosh all the time, behind the dollar base, even customers telling the days meals, the part be done. So we'll say, from like the Rabbanon will say that somehow Messianic redemption is based on the calculation of previous galus. The low credit small, I say, Zorish, has helped them lachem dima, but Hashkima with Mo's shlish. And that's like Rabbi Smaloi. Now, what did Rabbi Smaloi say? Rashi says over here, Hashkima with Mo's shlish, Kilomar, Eshkos, Mother Brokos, Pengos, Summer Gold, Nicholas, Badal, Shlish, Golos, Adam, Pikangos. This is what is referring to over here. These other Rabbanon. Right, the Rabbanon themselves and Rabbi Smaloi, they came up with defined amounts of time when Mashiach comes. That Lochel doesn't follow any of them. Below Rabbi Akiva, Shahayadorish, Old Afas Ma'as, Bani Marish, and Shemanes Aras. So as it's also again, and it's not Rabbi Akiva either. Right, Rabbi Akiva also gives the calculation. Ella, Malchus Rishon, Shirim Shana, Malchus Shnia, Hanishim Shtayim, and Malchus Ben Koziva, Shtei Shanim Umatza. So let's say, so what is this? Rather, what's the proper calculation? Malchus Rishon, and what it sounds like is, the first base of Mikdash is 70 years. Second base of Mikdash, Malchus Shnia, Hanishim Shtayim, 52 years, and Malchus Ben Koziva, our quote we just talked about, is 2.5 years. So say, what does that mean? The Gemara seems to be saying is as follows. The Gemara seems to be saying that Halacha L'Maisa, we don't know the Mashiach's going to come. We have no idea when Mashiach's going to come. And what happens most of the time between now and Mashiach is filled with incredible tumultuous activity. But there are periods of tranquility. There are periods of calmness. So that's what he's saying over here. But in the third space, Hamikdash, ultimately again, there's 70 years. Well, that seems to refer to Galus itself. Second base, Hamikdash, ultimately 52 years. And then there is the 2.5-year reign of Bakofa. Now, the 2.5-year reign of Bakofa was actually a relatively good time for Klal Yisrael. Right, we were on top. So the idea is the world is filled with difficulties. The world is filled with turbulent times. There are periods of tranquility. What we believe is at some point in time, Mashiach is going to come. But do not lose yourself in the calculations of those who try to understand when it's going to come, because often those calculations are not correct. You know those items. My v'yapach l'keitz lo yichazon. What does it mean by that? Literally, again, the bones should break, the bones should become swollen of those who try to calculate when Mashiach is going to come. As I say, that is an exercise in futility. Try to figure out when Mashiach is going to come. Show your own room. What happens to those who go ahead and try to calculate when Mashiach is going to arrive? What happens? They calculate, they come up with a time, and then when Mashiach doesn't come, what do they say? What do they say? You see, he's not coming. It's dangerous to calculate the date of Messianic arrival. Ella, what says Rabbi Ella? What is our avodah by Mashiach? What's our avodah? Wait. That is our avodah to wait. Even if he's delayed, just wait. Shema Tomar, maybe you'll say ultimately again that we wait, but he doesn't wait. No, we're waiting. Everybody's waiting. So again, if we're waiting for Mashiach, and Mashiach is waiting to come, so why doesn't he just come? He's holding me back. Midas Hadin. We'll say ultimately again, Midas Hadin. In other words, that the attribute of strict justice says Rabbi is not yet considering a Mashiach. So the Gemara says, if justice is preventing Mashiach from coming, then why are we waiting? Then obviously waiting is a futility because we can't come. Mashiach's not going to let him go. The Gemara says the Kabbalah says. Because ultimately again there is a reward for waiting. What does this mean? It is reward. First of all, tremendous techama. We're waiting for Mashiach. Mashiach is waiting to come. The Torah wants to see Mashiach. But the inside again, the strict attribute of divine justice says it's not yet time. So then why wait if you know that our waiting is not going to make a difference? Because there is a reward for waiting. What kind of reward? Because when you wait for something it builds up that anticipatory excitement. And the greater the anticipatory excitement, the more I am ready to take decisive action to make these actions. Waiting is not an end. Waiting is a means to push myself to do more, to be more, to bring about that which I want more than anything. The coming of Mashiach and Rabbi Aminu.
Is that the guy that crossed the U.S. border illegally? Big tough guy Joe couldn't kick him out himself on a bench. Yeah. You know what? A secret, not to throw any aspersions or whatever. I hope I said it wrong. Aspersions or whatever it is, but does kind of sound like one of those things where someone gets canceled and then the news goes, they had a secret, kind of like the door that closes.
Okay, everyone say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning trip to faith. Our annual Kamatoni sponsor, Tough Shin Pei, the place in Mishpacha, is dedicating all the children's wrestlers this year. As is a plus, for the same service all around Israel. And several sponsors for the month of August, Terry and Steve Zinn, the loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harvey Khan, Steve Hirsch, family, Yosef Hakohen, Yazid Yadin, and Bernie family's memory of Mr. William Zed Shmuel, and his sons of Holy Haji William sponsors, Nate Rabbi Adler, the memory of Judy Goldman, Yehudis Esther Bas Elazar of Holy Rabbi, and our Dr. sponsors for today, Matt and Diane Marks, the memory of Matt's father, Charles Marks, Amy Ben Mordecai, Zichron Rabbi, and the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of them in Shabbos Ravia, the families in the Torah, all those in the Yekul Shabbos and the Torah from Israel. Thanks for pushing the Meretz Hashem, bring home all of our hostages, and our holy soldiers should be successful for Chol Maaseh. Let us begin. And a special welcome back. And we will stay with the Dr. Schwartz. Baruch Haba, and Baruch Hashem, will continue to give you the floor. And Meretz Hashem will give you this week. It's good to have you back. Listen, guys, let us begin. You know what? We have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. Again, also, by the way, this is it until we get to the end, right? This is Baruch Hashem. This is beautiful Gemara after Gemara. I got the story, lesson, messages, everything rolled into it. It has a little bit of halakha as well. And once we got, let us begin. Today's got the second book, 96. We have to be up in Meretz Hashem. On the bottom of side the page on the days, 95. We also is not here today, but we have to wish a mazel tov to our beloved father and our Dachshund member, Rabbi Aaron Elbaum. A Rabbi, and Dr. Yomi Filler, I'm talking over here, that's longingly, like you remember, he's sitting right over there. He's marrying off his daughter today, Baruch Hashem, so I'll tell him the process, mazel tov to the Elbaum, Mishpacha. Okay, well, let's begin. So we are picking up on the bottom of, please up, Sadi 96, we are picking up on Sadi Kennedy, 95B, and we left off 4 lines up at the bottom. I love you at home. But the Bible says as follows.
Guys are ready for your second round of picks, so go ahead, right up there. You're already
The moment you also be at the moment. Had the person not said it, you couldn't have said it yourself. This is, by the way, you got to Hashem, the Kara Hashira, Rabbi Namalach Ashur Salosh, Yisrael Rabbi, וגם הזאת יש איזה מאוד קורס לפרסם. It says, on that day, כביכול, בריבונו של עולם will give a haircut. He'll cut the beard, he'll cut the hair of the king of Ashur. So what is this talking about? So the Lord says, also teach your people, you even make a Gabra Saba. So we'll say, so remember again, Sanherib is being defeated. We saw that story already. Right? Suffering humiliating defeat. Not even at the hands of this guy. Remember again, he suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of his father, which is this ridiculous event that wiped out his army overnight. He now has to go back home and face his constituents. So the Bershom appears to him as an old man. That's like the Gabra Saba. On the way, he also took up an Alpha Israel. Malvin Israel reminded the Isinino Lebanai Bakadisino, my Amazon, so the old man, Holy Sparkle, I come to Sankhedrin, he says, hey, but you have to go back home, and you have to talk to all the things. Remember that Sankhedrin raised a huge army. Those were armies from neighboring kingdoms as well. So when you have to go back home and face all of those kings, whose sons you convinced to come out and do battle with you, and now those sons are dead, what are you going to say to them? What are you going to say to them? I don't know. So Sankhedrin says, you know what? I'm afraid. I don't know. I too have that fear. What am I going to say? I'm like, hey, you love it. So Sankhedrin says to the old man, what should I do? They want to say, President, or so he's going to back to remember again. Factually, things changed. Sankhedrin was this general in charge of everyone, confident. And now what happens? He's asking an old guy who just met. I guess what I guess who this person is. And he's asking this old man 4 or 5 questions.
What a good move. Oh, he fucked up. Volkanovski, if you lose, you had his ass.
You should really change. You should really change. Rashi says, so it's fascinating. So the old man says, you should change yourself enough that nobody recognizes you. You go home, no one's going to bother you. All right, but now you so how should I change? I'm going to say, I see the go get a pair of scissors. I'll give you a haircut. For children, but don't say, I'm going to point out fully going. What a profound Gemara. And this is such the training of this is incredible. Because it's almost out. And you really have to, and how it is so important to be able to get into the mindset of change. So look what happens over here. So Sankhedrin is in trouble. What does Sankhedrin realize? Sankhedrin realizes the way I'm living right now, what I'm doing is not the way I need to be focusing. I must say, we all have those at the critical moments, right? When I realize that what I'm doing is not the way it should be. It's just not the way it should be. I know that I could be more. So Sankhedrin has that at the critical moment. And he says, right, so he goes to a man, the other man says, you should change yourself. Change. You can change whatever you want about yourself, whatever you want. You should change. And this is what's so often happens when it comes to change. Say, hey, that's a great idea. It's a good idea. And how should I change? Oh, you don't take a haircut. Listen, sometimes in life, we have these moments of clarity where I recognize that I need to change. And instead of affecting the real change, you affect cosmetic change. So imagine, I really should change a little. That hairstyle really should change a little bit. It's not much for me, but you understand, right? In other words, we just, instead of focusing on real change, cathartic change, personalistic change, we just content ourselves with cosmetic change. And that moment that could have been so transformative simply goes by with little or nothing concrete to show for it. Such a metaphor. Anything. And we'll say that's going to point out. That's what's happening with Sankhedrin of Yunus, and we see this come out a little bit more. Sankhedrin suffers this humiliating defeat. Listen, there's nothing that gets you to think about change more in life than humiliating defeat. We've all had it, we've all experienced it, and those are ones who are often the most open to anything and everything. Okay, so get a haircut. I'm going to get a haircut, see? So Sankhedrin says, no, what am I supposed to get a haircut from? I'm going to so the icy.
Let's talk about George for a second. So there's been a lot of misinformation. George got fired.
He's a tremendous setup over here. Malachim come into the house, and they appear like people. They were grinding Kashias. Rashi says that we are Gaudini Moed.
something else.
Big hits.
If those don't work out, you can come back
So
here.
they're grinding this up. So I'm going to how many this bar? So here it's kind of like anyway, the cashier. So this is okay. There's no such thing about this piece of scissors, right? So you want scissors. Grind the union of big hits with us. Okay, work a little bit. We'll give you the scissors. Talk on the Chad gives you. Gotcha. So I have a lot of spark up. So here ground up the hits, right? And the game in the game is also better limit tremendous Mr. Hospital. This is Sankeira, right? Commander of the largest army in the civilized world at the time. And I must say, it's incredible, like desperation, failure humbles you, and desperation. When a person is desperate, you do whatever you have to do to get the job done. Isn't that incredible? When we're riding high, so there's something that I've been used to that I'm not going to do. When I'm in trouble, you recognize you do whatever you have to do in order to get the job done. So something now is the thing that brings the people back home. I used to get a haircut, you need to pay a scissors, you got to grind big picks, you gotta do what you gotta do in order to get the job done. So you must have the usher. So by the time I got back with the scissors to the old man, already became dark. I'm gonna I see you. Now the old man says, and the old man is just I can't get a haircut in the dark. So give me a fire. So the Gemara says, so also I see Nura, but how did you come up with where after the Nura the Dikino? So what happened?
That's actually good.
Also got a relation to it. So as I did is doing that in the fire, his beard touched fire a little bit, and it turned out it ended up singeing his beard. So ultimately, again, the old man ends up cutting off his beard and his hair. On the end of the sin, the Games has offered his spell. I'm going to pop up and this is what people say. Grisel Arma Shapir, right? This is the new of the beginning of the Sabbath school from the day. And so this apparently goes to the famous adage. Rashi says, Grisel Arma Shapir, right? And I can turn it as Aramoi, the hood of Naino, otherwise was a Dino. If you go ahead and you set fire to around you, and he likes it, you can also go ahead and singe his beard. And it will be an unending source of entertainment. Okay, you can that what you want, right? I don't know anything on it, right? And so once again, the idea is, once again, talking about also, I think the two things in this entire Gemara, in a serious sense, is life change so dramatically. And we experience this in different ways. That a person is on the top of one moment, and there will be again the bottom of the bottom the next. And what's so profoundly important, and again, two Sankheiros, I think the Sankheiros come up a little bit, you have to be able to roll with it. You have to be able to do it. You have to be able to know what to do when you're the commander of the army, and you have to know what to do when you're a humble, defeated individual. And if you know this again, sometimes it's just a Sankheiros. It's going to help us to get you whatever you need to do. Once you got something in your life, when life doesn't go their way, and the plan doesn't materialize, they simply get paralyzed. They don't know what to do. They're stuck. They can't get over the fact that life did not materialize the way that I wanted it, and they don't understand the power of the pivot. And I think you see this terms out here, to his credit, you don't become the commander of the largest army in the civilized world by just being a regular guy. It's just clear, it must have had a ridiculous co-host. Part of those co-hosts is the power of the pivot. You gotta be able to move into whatever life throws your way, and recognize that whatever it is, figure it out. Remember, like, Moshe is incredible. So Sankeira is journeying home. As he's journeying home, what does he find? He finds incredible stories. He finds a plank from Noah's table. That was a very geographically, that remember in the Teva kind of, what's the word? Landy, is it? Per se. Grounded. It seems like a Russian, like when it washes ashore, whatever, dock, grounded, it stopped. Right, on Hare Ararat, right, which actually, by the way, interestingly enough, geographically, works along this idea as he's heading back to our shore. So he finds a plank from Noah's table. This is incredible. This is quite a day for Sankeira. He ran into a Kodesh Baruch Hu, and once again, I want to point out, when the Olam Shem Olam appears to Sankeira, do you see what that means? Do you understand what that means? Because again, Sancheriv, interestingly enough, remember, it was like we saw last week. Sancheriv was on a divine mission. His mistake was that he went after Yerushalayim. That was his mistake. That was idolatry. He defied the divine mandate. He was a Shaliach of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But he stepped. You don't become a Shaliach of Hashem without possessing some type of personality. See, not HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He met the Baruch Shalom. Next, he finds a place in North Seva. Amar. Taza Ashdak Dapa. He uses the Lord. Amar. 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 Well, I wasn't in those rooms. Shut the fuck up, dude. You know what kind of person your friend is. You know it. So this is what I'll say. I always knew Chris is a ladies' man. I have never, and I'm gonna say this, I have never seen anyone like his liver by doing anything he really wants. My former greatness.
This is shocking to me as I'm watching this happen. I don't know what to think, and I don't know what to say. I'm just at a loss. I'm at a loss, and I'm praying that you and I got your own isn't true.
Anyway, he pledges to God to offer up his 2 sons. Well, once I was going to imagine, his sons heard about this. They weren't overly excited about this promise. And therefore, they continued. They killed him. Sancheriv is assassinated by his own sons. Sancheriv is worshiping Yiti, and as he's worshiping Zara, his own sons go ahead and you know, I will say, by the way, it's also interesting, you know, when you think about this imagery, Sancheriv is trying to hold on to a plank from Noah's table. So the Medrash tells us who else held on to Noah's table and was saved. Oh, the Medrash says that Noah Habash, right, was held onto the table and was saved. So let's say in times of distress, everyone's trying to hold on to something. You have to make sure that you're holding on to the right. Even here, Sancheriv is always the tragedy of Sancheriv. The tragedy of his condition is so often he's so close to turning things around, but just never manages it to get together. In other words, this idea that he finds the plank of the table, and he's like, you know what? You could be my legs or something. Like, I can hold on to you and turn this around. And we're going to see this cuts a little bit, but yet, then he brings up offering his sons. It's always as if he misses it, you know, just by a few steps. So close to being able to affect that immediate change. Being able to turn things around, but always missing it by not being able to put the pieces directly together. Incredible. So it's about Chalikali and Laila. So the Pasuk says, I want to say switching gears here, but just a little. This is unbelievable. But this is in spiritual issues. The battle of the 4 kings against the 5. It's 4 to defeat the 5. Avon goes to war against the 4. And the Pasuk says, literally again, the little translation is, it split the night, Avram and his servants, and they smoked the 4 kings. I'm going to be open on. Also, Malach and Daniel, the Avram light. There was actually an angel who was helping Abraham to fight this battle, and the angel's name was Laila Shneimar v'halayla Amahor Geber. Rabbi Yitzchak says Sha'asibina Maisa Laila. But ultimately, what it means is that the Rashi points out the stars actually fought on behalf of Abraham. They actually did battle. Not on behalf of, they fought together alongside Avram. And Shamayim, some will call him Sisra. The words of the mouth of the blacksmith, the Yitzchak Nafba, are better than the words of Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan is known in Shas sometimes as Bai Nafba. So the words of the blacksmith are better than the words of the son of the blacksmith. Okay, so ultimately, Rish Lakish chooses the Yitzchak was idea when the stars went well, Avram wrote against the 4 kings. I was just point out what we've mentioned this many times during the chat. You know, why does the Gemara call it Yitzchak or Yitzchak not? Okay, so simple answer is because more than Yitzchak. Let's say the deeper message is, a lot of times in life we think that the higher perfection, that's like pure from becoming and us staying on coffin. And what is that? So what should we do? Everyone thought we were to be a blacksmith, to be a regular You could be a blacksmith and earn yourself a place on the page of Shas. You don't have to work for it. That's just the way that it is. But that's the thing that your career exempts you from achieving excellence in Torah. Not true. You have an obligation to be excellent in your professions, and you have an equal obligation, if not a greater obligation, to be excellent in Torah as well. There is no telling what you can become, even though we all have day jobs. Na'irdav ad dan, so let's end again. The Pasuk saying, I'm going to pursue them before things up until done. So what happened in Dan? For the Kibbutz Shabbat also Tzadik had done, Pasha Shokal. So when Amavinu was pursuing the kings, when he got to the area of Dan, suddenly again his strength was diminished. Why? Because he saw prophetically that his descendants would worship Avodah Zarah in Dan. So because the Amavinu's spiritual strength was weakened, as soon as they got to Dan, Shneimar, what happened in Dan? Shneimar, Vayasel Esa Echad of Israel, Esa Echad Nasan B'dan. He's actually referring to Yulav Ben Nevat. We spoke about this last week also. Remember about the first king over the split kingdom, Leader Israel, installed two eagles, like two calves, two golden calves. And one of them was put in the tribal area of Dan. This is incredible. So you know this wasn't going to happen until centuries later. Centuries later, Amavinu's strength was diminished when he got to the future site of Avodah Zarah of his children. So to again, Nebuchadnezzar, the Zarah also, we're not strengthened until they got to Dan Shneimar, Nigdan Yishma Nefras Susa, Olam Zera, Abagad Yishalech, and let's say you're ready for this. So with the Olam Zera, the following message was given by the Uda Zera. Zara Bizakin Shishaka for the also. It was like, be careful to come Chacham. He lost his learning because of extenuating circumstances. It wasn't sometimes as the person gets older, they forget their learning. Whether it's because of something like dementia or Alzheimer's, or whether it is just part of getting old in life. Be careful with a Chacham who forgot his learning. Even though he doesn't necessarily have your recall, that learning is still a part of who and what he is, and therefore there's an obligation to go ahead and respect it. Which also teaches us a tremendous life lesson as well. How we learn Torah has upon us is not only in the knowledge that we receive. This is a very important person, especially for us, Dr. A lot of things, but the most beautiful things about Shakti is you see so much in one day. One of the most difficult things about Shakti is come the next day, I absolutely have no idea what I do. Right. But so something that's very frustrating for us because, like, what am I doing? What's it? Now, again, the answer to that is irrelevant. So what's the answer to that? The answer to that is Chazara. Chazara. That's why a person has to practice with God. You know that. I would say in addition to that, the power of Torah is what it does to you as a person and destiny is Torah, and it has nothing to do with your passion. It is entirely experiential. The act of sitting and learning Torah, by definition, fundamentally changes me as a person. And even if I don't remember one word, I am still a changed human being. So you know what it says? You ever come talk about something who forgot his learning, you think that because he can't recall it, therefore again it's either totally absent, and that's to show them. Still the same holy Jew, because Torah has implicated on his neshama fundamentally changed. Furthermore, the Zohar is reason. Also be careful with reason. There's a interesting halacha in the last cycle, including the other ones. When you check the bird, they check pulpos. You know the blood vessels that run next to the esophagus. And the purpose of having that organ used as part of sleep, and you do this, you should be careful to do it, because that allows the animal to breathe out faster and drain down the blood faster. That's what it's breathing. You know what it says? The Zohar reason, can you reach the Zohar? Let's say, watch this. The Zohar is near Amoris. Be careful with the children of ignorant people. Shemehen takes a Torah. Because from them, from the children of Amei Haaretz, ultimately again, that's where Torah will come from. You know what I'm saying? This is an astounding remark. Take a look at Rashi in just a moment. It's the last Rashi on the right side. These are Amei Haaretz. He's talking about over here, children who grow up who are children of Amei Haaretz. But children of ignorant people. Never said that in this context, Amei Haaretz is not using a disparaging way. It's used in a factual way. Like a person grows up in a homeless parents are ignorant. But ignorant doesn't have to mean they don't have to ignorant. It just means they don't learn Torah per se. So Rashi says, and those children who grow up in the home of Amei Haaretz, become Talmidei Chachamim, Lasos Lam Kavod. Make sure to give those Talmidei Chachamim, whose parents are Amei Haaretz, make sure to give them the greatest amount of cover. Why? Shemechem takes it over Yisrael. Because those Talmidei Chachamim are going to create and affect the greatest change for Am Yisrael. Sha'arei, Yotzi Smaila Ba'akam, they might say two examples that was like the pshat. What's the pshat? That is the children of Amei Haaretz who make the greatest impact of Am Yisrael. Not the children, the children whose fathers are coming from grandfathers. What's the pshat? This, I think, is a very simple yisod. You know, when a person grows up in a home of Amei Haaretz, and then decides to become a Talmid Chacham, they have to work 10 times harder. They have to work 10 times harder. Sometimes they have to work against parental resistance. Certainly, again, they have to learn a whole new body of things that perhaps they did not receive growing up. The push, like, and the commitment, and the resilience that those Talmid Chacham have, sometimes people who grew up with it don't necessarily have.
It's over, baby.
And they can ultimately be contribution.
Look at this athleticism. KPCC
over what others is. It's an incredible idea. So, you notice that the Gemara says, be careful. Now, if you have to tell someone to be careful, what does that mean? Right? That people generally, again, are not careful with this. Right? Why? Because it's so interesting in the belt, going on in the world, it's so interesting in the world, we put so much primacy and importance on ethos. Ethos, like, this one is ethos, and this one is ethos, and ethos is wonderful. Ethos is wonderful. Like, ethos is beautiful, it's fantastic. Where you come from, we all have beautiful ethos. The best ethos in the world. We put so much up. So Chazal telling us, ethos, but just understand, it's often those who do not have the distinguished stories, but then decide to make something magnificent of themselves. Those are the agents of change. Those are the people, ultimately, again, who make the most dramatic and tremendous change. The ones who society say are like, somebody was telling me,
I performed in an arena over there in the round. Everybody knows.
Really didn't have its same standing. Yeshiva, post-high school yeshiva. Why? This was the last. It's still without. Like why? Without. So you like Russian without. Somebody who grew up, like a little bit more modern, and then you feel much more nice. Without. So first of all, I said, so you like people like we want to emulate, right? When you say hip hop, you like, so people who started with something and then decided to get more. That's a good. It's so warped. But like in the world, somehow, somebody started with loss and then chose more. That person is a savage of the tzaddik. It's like that person is on a pedestal. The person who made a choice to be more, to do more, to accomplish more, even though perhaps they didn't have it growing up, even though perhaps they didn't, maybe their parents did like it, don't like it, aren't supportive, passionately supportive, whatever it is, but they decided to want more. It's just so interesting that sometimes you have such a warped view of where actual greatness really comes from. It's very nice. If you come from a family of righteous people, that's fantastic. Zakisa, incredible. But that has absolutely nothing to do except start you off at a higher place, which is to accomplish yourself. We want to be careful with the children of Amei Haaretz. The truth that the judge is not. As sometimes even the greatest people in this world are the ones who aren't born with the spiritual silver spoon in their mouth, and instead try to accomplish great things on their own and make it. Those are people who affect change. Incredible. This is Theo. No, sorry, Yo. So Yo over here is asking, so the part of this puzzle we're going to focus on over here. The part of this puzzle we're going to focus on over here is that why is it that the wicked seem to go ahead and prosper? So the words are like this. Mashallah Adam. Sorry. My Hadley. What was Ezra back to the Rabbi? Yes, Raglayim Rothschild Luthor. The Pat is Bala as a Susan Shalom Atabatea. They pass seven go to What does this mean? Mashallah Adam Echad. Show Yochel and Yivarot go by ourselves from the Susi. So those things are much. Listen to this. Here's a guy. The guy claimed that he could run faster than anything. He'd even run faster than horses. I could run 3 power cells. I won't say power cells a lot of area. I could run 3 power cells. Right? And I could even outrun horses. They did say I'm not even. Right? I could even run in swamps. Obviously, the part of running in swamps. So what happened? His domino Rabbi fought. So now he was racing against a human runner. Raglan is a runner. Right in front of people, he went the Abasha Vinira. And this runner, this human runner, outpaced him 3 even, which is a much lesser distance, and the Abasha on dry land. So the Gemara says, Amalei, the Malach Neirachli Kach, the Susi, Abasha Shalakamo. And he said to this guy, if you can't beat the human runner, you certainly can't outpace horses. If you can't beat the runner for 3 million, you certainly can't go ahead and you really can't outpace him for the Yovatos. So the Gemara says, and if you can't outpace him on 5 men, you certainly can't outpace anything on the small. So to you, Yumio. So let's say, what does this mean? What does this mean? At the end of the day, what they're telling you, is that you don't understand the ways of Hashem's heart. That's simply it. You think you can understand, you think that you can see, you think that you know, but at the end of the day, you don't. In Mapista, Avapisios, Shishulampi also Lasha, Sharat, Ata, Tivohi, Ata, Chamiyot, Keshem, Shimos, and Silas. We're going to see his friends alone. So you know, you're bothered by the fact that I went ahead and I gave this, I allowed this Hadessa to be successful in such a dramatic way. But just you should see, Nebuchadnezzar got the reward of 4 steps. We'll see the story of those 4 steps in just a little bit. So if you see all of the reward that Nebuchadnezzar got for taking 4 steps, then ultimately again you can be overwhelmed. When I reward Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, Shiratzim, Mephanet, Besusim, Alakas, Kama, so Nebuchadnezzar took 4 steps and was rewarded. You'll be overwhelmed when you see the reward ultimately of Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov who ran before me like horses. You're going to see that story just a little bit. So the Gemara says, "It's it, and you and that was his name. Son of Rabbi, tried to see what the king of Babel sent a letter. The rest of the puzzle is he sent a letter to Castile because the Castile was ill and then he was healed. Okay, so you must understand, if you come up Castile by the Catholic, because of the star in Minta, so the Lord says, because Castile got sick, so this king, the king of Babel, Meloda, Balada, sent a letter and gave Castile what's going on here. Here's the United King, you just as much as other. Yes, because the Ladan Meloda, or the Meloda Ladan, was very interested because he said it was this miracle occurred. He was overwhelmed by this miracle, and he said, I've got to find out about this guy's deal. What's his story? What's the miracle? Listen to this. Also, when she makes the ball, after this is about it. I thought, I'm going to go and put you in a second. So as you know, nonetheless, that's a very good idea. We're going to really see this year, we're going to do Parakafela. So the thing I concentrated on is just like identify some of these incredible stories and just go through them. You can say it is worthy of that. So what happened? All I know is makes more Achos. Who's Achos? What is Achos? Achos was the father of Castile. Achos was a tremendous Russia. And the day that Achos died, so Saul's father, but his father was certainly engaged in that, caused the sun to set after 2 hours. Now why do you do that? You do not want Achas to utilize, and you do not want Achas to be carried properly. So you dramatically went ahead and caused the sun to set. To set the utility. So what happened? So the Gemara says that the other Piskiel, the thought, Jimmy Pichadi for the Hanaf SSR you it. And this is how when Piskiel was healed, so ultimately identified about who returned to those kind of styles. That's beautiful to see. And when Piskiel was healed, they had 10 extra hours of daylight in that day. Isn't that incredible? So the day was prolonged by 10 hours because he was healed. Obviously, again, the day was prolonged by everyone. So Balaga and Meloda, ultimately the sun is 10 extra daylight hours. Like what's going on over here? So the Gemara says, so Lana has a shiny that you can see in the nation as Sel Hamalos, as Shayad Malos, After the Shem Shakonis, as well as the nation of Shemesh, as Shamalos, Hamalos, and Shayad. Only no help. So Meloda Balagan, then what is this? Amalek is skill Kalash. So David, his skill was ill, he became healed, and Abakshani Rosham gave him back 10 hours of daylight. Alright, so he was Amar, Ika Gabra Kihai, Velova Ina Shazur Shalma. So it's incredible. So Meloda Balagan said, listen, and there is a man like this who gets 10 extra hours of daylight for Rosh Hashanah. How can I not write him a letter and say a Shalom Aleichem? Like, I mean, you gotta get to know a man like this. So he wants his customer, listen to this. So here is the letter that Meloda Balagan sent to Piskiel. Here it is. Shemar says, Chazulei, Shalom Aleichem Piskiel. Piskiel to Piskiel. Shalom Lekarta Yushalayim. Right? Peace unto Yerushalayim. Shalom Le'elokar Rabbi. Peace unto the great God. Peace unto the great God. Incredible. So the Gemara says, so what happened? Nebuchadnezzar suffered the Balagan. So Nebuchadnezzar, now I'm going to say this, when Nebuchadnezzar was young, so on his job, he was the scribe of the king. He was the scribe of Meloda Balagan. So the Gemara says, listen to this. So apparently Nebuchadnezzar wasn't there when Meloda Balagan wrote this letter. So he comes back, he finds out that Meloda Balagan wrote this letter. Yes, I'm like, well, tell me what was the letter that was written. I'm like, they told me the letter. I'm like, I read the letter, okay, so you can't say the letter makes no sense. He says, you call the God of the Jews great, but you put him last. Right? You say, Shalom Aleichem, great king, great king Israel. Shalom Aleichem, great city Yerushalayim. Shalom Aleichem, great God. And the question doesn't make sense. If God is great, then where does he belong? All the way in front. Let's say, but this is Nebuchadnezzar. I'll have so, Shalom Aleichem, Shalom Aleichem Yerushalayim, Shalom Aleichem Piskiel. So Nebuchadnezzar says, Yahaisus writing, Shalom Aleichem Piskiel, Shalom Aleichem Piskiel, Shalom Aleichem Yerushalayim. So it says, so like, you know, eventually, because like, guys, I left for 5 minutes. Right? And you can't get the letter right. So what happens? Amalei, they said to him, Kennedy, Yardo, see the Habi Parvanka. That's what we've seen this expression before. That literally, again, Kennedy got the literally means he who reads the letter should be the one who goes ahead and delivers it. The idea being that, so that if you have the good idea, execute. The idea, execute. Don't come, you're a basket full of good ideas. Good ideas, execute them as well. So Nebuchadnezzar, the letter is in transit. You think that it should be redone? Okay, go after the courier and get it. So this. Rabbi says, listen to this. Choose credit. Nebuchadnezzar runs after the courier. Runs Basray, to the right out of Yosef, as he took 4 steps. Also, Rabbi stopped him. So Rabbi, the moment before Rabbi Midu, Wahaya Tato is in Trace. And I said, listen to this. What did Nebuchadnezzar do? Nebuchadnezzar was running after the courier because Nebuchadnezzar was concerned about the covet of the on the throne. Rabbi stopped him. Just having Nebuchadnezzar run any further there would have been no way to stop the future carnage against Klal Yisrael. So also that's what we said before. In the split of the Arab seals, the 4 steps of Ruth and Netzah running after the courier because he thought the letter was not written and it didn't find enough weight for his powerful, slash giving Ruth and Netzah ultimately against the tremendous power of Klal Yisrael. And had the mouth that will not stop it very long, the country shall look at Klal Yisrael once they absolutely see it. But I find that was amazing. Some sense it's always interesting to see like what's the how you successful. So we let that one of these stories so that you're sending to you learn. So what is in the story of so it's just on the most basic level, a really particular idea of the a lot of times in life, we're chock full of ideas, and it's great. And I'm really full and I have all my ideas. A lot of the guys can categorize them anything you want, and then I'm ready to give them over to someone else. And then as long as someone else does the execution, what makes great people great is they have beautiful ideas and they are willing to put in the effort to get it. They do what has to get done in order to get the job done. And the Nebuchadnezzar has this insight that okay, tell us more for after the career. Again, if he's the sophist of the king, by the way, that's a pretty important position. He could have gotten someone else to run after the career, but instead he decided to do it himself. Because great people recognize that if you believe in something enough, roll up your sleeves and get it done. Don't look for someone else to do the heavy lifting, do the job yourself. Incredible. You know, like the brother, my Baladon ben Baladon. So he wants to go backward here to this king. I was saying, this king is the king of Baba before the Nebuchadnezzar. So his name was Meroda Baladon ben Baladon. What's the spell? That's a pretty strange name. Meroda, but what does it mean, Baladon ben Baladon? Listen to this. Amri, Baladon Abba. Baladon was his father. Baladon, the father, was king. What happens? Yishtari Abi Bahadi Kikalva. And apparently, he had some type of illness. His face looked like a dog, transformed into a dog. But again, I know the dog caucus and goes, oh, but it's so cute, so beautiful, so wonderful. Okay, good. You couldn't see how Chazal feel about dogs. Okay, good. So anyway, so the word says over here, he looked like a dog. So his face became deformed. He can't be king, he can't become king with a deformed face. So he abdicated the throne. So his son Meroda becomes king. How do you sit there? It's actually very beautiful. So his son Meroda becomes king, but as part of the way that his son and his father covered, his father's name as his own. So instead of Meroda ben Baladon, Meroda ben Baladon. This was covered to his father and his brother. So this is what it means when it says the son will honor a father, and the son will That's pretty striking. It's just interesting to see the example that Chazal want to bring on this puzzle. The example that gives ultimately again is Baladon ben Baladon. There are a lot of other examples of people like that. But it's interesting to see that they choose this one. But so the Abbot of the Rock, what he had to see, when the focus of the Mishnah is on the Mishnah, so the example, who is the example of the servant who revered his master? The servant who revered his master was Esau. That was the old tradition back. Remember, this is what Zon was his top general. Zon was a cruel and bloodthirsty man. He's giving that permission to God as Havachim. The sheep butcher. You speak about Rabbi Zon. Because it's just destroyed, ultimately but it says that he's standing before the Nebuchadnezzar was never in Yerushalayim. The Gemara says, "Misalik Nebuchadnezzar Yerushalayim is Nebuchadnezzar in Yerushalayim." Raksi, Vayaru also Melech Badal Riblasar. La'amra Da'iro Zman Tochia. So Nebuchadnezzar was never in Eretz Yisrael. He was Zman Tochia. Like that's what he was. So how does it say? How does it say that Nebuchadnezzar was like Tzaddik on his 96 feet? We don't know. These are Yisrael. Dimi Kadamar. The Muslim don't know how Yisrael had people on their capital. That Nebuchadnezzar had such covet for his king. And he had an image of Nebuchadnezzar and he engraved on his chest. He thought that he was only for his king. Another thing is that so much reverence for Nebuchadnezzar, so much reverence that it's as if he was standing before the king at all times. Incredible. So the Rabbi says as follows. So once I now we're dropping back a little bit. The initial attack on Yerushalayim. The Lord says, "Toil tlas mea undaisa nanda the Karzala the Shah." So Nebuchadnezzar had sent to Nebuchadnezzar wagon loads of 300 of his sharpest axes that were so sharp that the metal could cut through metal. The axes broke, trying to break down the one thing that Yerushalayim. It wasn't so long before I don't know what happened. Right? So in other words, everybody wants to understand short focus. Now, we have 300 of the sharpest axes now that they cut to metal, and all of them break from one drawing behind it, but not over. So the Buzar is ready to turn around.
Hey, don't worry, I've been lied to. I've been here many times before. The girl that works. Stand. I believe your love. I need your hand. I know I could love drink and be gone. Then drink prepared. Maybe I'm to carry on. Minute by minute, I'll be going on. I'll be going on. I keep holding on. Oh, baby. You will stay just on me, God. Build away on
So ultimately, again, this time for the Beis Hamikdash to be destroyed. It looks like I was going to point out that
How do you know I hate a closed bedroom door?
a lot of times when we suffer misfortune at the hands of the nations of the world, what's compounded is compounds are pain is the notion of a people of abandonment by a benchmark. Now it's interesting that we're saying it's because I always tell us nothing ever happens to us unless it is vital from anyone that he wants us. And even when there's pain, and even when there's suffering, and even when there's loss, it only comes from control. Now, on one hand, it's crucial because a lot of people think this us. On the other hand, it is ironically enough, a certain element of hope. Because it was not something that someone else is doing. It's something that the Shabbat is doing. Which means that we both want to choreograph and even use difficult as it is, so Rashi will come down and say, don't abandon ship, it is time for the Beis Hamikdash to be destroyed. So watch this. There is one axe left. One axe left.
There is something, yeah, they're like kind of the same feel.
So now it's interesting. Because someone is very smart now. So Nebuchadnezzar realizes now that he's at a very, very dangerous crossroads. Am I going to be like Sancheriv and be like that by Hashem, or am I going to be the agent of Hashem? So what does he do? He doesn't hit the gate with the sharp part. He hits the gate with the
Hide from you, can't you manage it? Living on the run, I've been on the down. You're the only one. I'm living on my own. Somehow that sounds right. You think I'm your fool? You love me is right. Holding on. You should spend your life with someone. You could spend your life with someone. I give you holding on.
There's a plan. Whatever the plan is the best. The shooting itself takes the time. And then when you push it, the best way is to back out. And on the sheer hard.
This is required by German destroyed what an incredible year. The corner of the Colonial Observatory. This is the very Alex easily have a hair. Not just having breakfast in this talks that you so the talks about additional conversation flows. I'm showing you what you can see. You can get 8 hours at
given most of the college they killed so the bizarre standing in the
just took the breaker and she's like,
I will appease. I see that banan, cut off the video,
trying to figure out what
here. So what does he do? He gathers up the banan, rabbinic leadership. He kills them all, but the blood didn't stop supporting the covering.
they wired down one shove and that's not the one that's
Caught the leader, he slaughtered them, blown up, and the blood did not stop. I see faithful Kahuna caught them, and brought more behind them.
it's just right in the freaking
The blood did
bathroom.
not stop up there. So he wants to cut the Yuya tissue the other result. Until he slaughtered 940,000 people. Below, no. And ultimately, again, the blood did not stop up there. Color Brigade. So the result goes over to the blood and says,
It's our society.
Something to shove a hand in the back. So it's only the result. So the result says, Zakaria. That's a
Basically skim the top of the blood and the first thing is an initial process of getting large twigs, leaves, any stuff like shelter, after that, it's bring it in here and it goes through the process. And then we take a wash away. So I ship right out every day. 6 days a week, like 2012 in Seattle. Seahawks used it. And they got the next season. The Seahawks did $30 worth of shirts. Now I'm pretty sure every NFL team basically a little bit of my DNA through the process, you know. I take this brand new stiff, slice it, I use the products and a couple hours over several days to get to a finish that looks like this. Basically skim the top of the blood and fill it to a bucket. The first thing is large twigs, leaves, any stones, any kind of shelter. Basically, a little bit of my DNA.
That means he comes in mud. Would you? Oh yeah, I'd be like, my boys are playing in fucking Miami, Carolina, Jacksonville, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, Washington. They're playing in Meadowlands, in New England, Buffalo. We're playing the whole fucking Eastern Seaboard with my boys. Really? Oh, and I got more where that comes from, baby. Really? Oh yeah, just give me a few seconds, baby. I'll be able to. Round 2. What does that even mean? It means whatever you want it to. It means that you're coming in a bucket full of mud and then allowing NFL teams to fucking use it on the ball if you want.
Up here says, you know what? I don't know what I'm going to do. I know that I can't continue in this way. Runs with everything, gives up everything, and goes on to become a guy, goes on to become a member of God's alongside. It starts out over, but we're going to stop here for today. The rest of Nebuzara's story, and it says other great game, we have to touch on tomorrow. Want to stop here alongside? Go ahead.
Oh no, good guitars. He's trying to make it a sad thing, dude. Let's see.
Minute. Oh.
All right, well, say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share today. Our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for Tafshin Pei the Tosin Mishpacha, we're dedicating all the Sherman Drushos this year as a Zichus from Soros Tavas Alavan Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Terry and Steve Zinn, in loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Tzvi Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, the Ziv Levin and Birmingham, his memory of Mr. Williams, Nick Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael, the family of the learning sponsors, Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of Judy Goldman, Esther Bas Elazar, Sephon Rafa, and our Tafloni sponsors for today, Matt and Diane Marks, in memory of Matt's father, Charles Marks, Elman Ben Mordecai, Sephon Rafa. Let's go to the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Shabbos Lav and Aliyah, the families in the Chama, all those who are pushed out and called Chali Yisrael. Kadosh Baruch Hu should inherit Hashem, bring home all of our hostages and our holy soldiers who should be successful. B'chol Maaseh Yadayim. With that, let us begin. And a special welcome back. Schwartz, Baruch Haba, Baruch Haba, Kadosh Baruch Hu continue to give you refuah. And yes, Hashem, we missed you. It's good to have you back. As we'll say, with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. Again, we'll say, by the way, this is it until we get to the end, right? This is Baruch Hashem. This is beautiful Gemara after Gemara. I got a chapter, I got a story, lessons, everything rolled in front of it. It's a little bit of halacha as well. And listen, with that, let us begin. Today's chapter, 96. We have to pick up Yetz Hashem on the bottom of Tzaddik Kate on page 95b. And also, he's not here today, but we have to wish another talk to our beloved Tzaddik. And I definitely remember that Avon Elbaum. Rabbi, definitely killer. Remember, we're sitting right over there. He's on 9 o'clock in daughter today. Baruch Hashem, Mishpacha, Mishpacha, Shemavah, to the Eldad, Mishpacha. Let's begin. So we are picking up on the bottom of today's episode, 96. We are picking up on Tzaddik base 95b. And we left off 4 lines up at the bottom. I'm ready to go. The law says as follows. The Loli Mikra Kosev Yashalom. Had the Pasuk not said it, you couldn't have said it yourself. It's it. Vayomahu, Yigalach Hashem B'Chara Hashira, Babinar, Gamelach Ashura Sarosh, Usar Raglayim, the Gamazot and Tispa. So it says, the word calls the Pasuk. It says, on that day, to the Yachol, the Libono Shalom will do the haircut. He'll cut the beard, he'll cut the hair of the king of Ashur. So what is this talking about? So the Gemara says, also picture of evil, they even make a Gavra Sabbath. Remember again, Sanherib is being defeated. We saw that story already. He suffered a humiliating defeat, not even at the hands of Chizkiah. Remember again, he suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of Chizkiah. Just this ridiculous event that wiped out his army overnight. He now has to go back home and face his constituents. So the Bershom appears to him as an old man, but like a Gavra Sabbath. Amalei, Kiazos the Gavra Malchus Mizrah. Malchus Mizrah Kamayra. Daisinu, Lubnaya, the Kadisinu, my Amr. So the old man, on his party, right, comes to Sanherib. He says, okay, you have to go back home. You have to talk to all the kings. Remember, Sanherib raised a huge army. Those were armies from neighboring kingdoms as well. So you have to go back home and chase all of those kings, whose sons you can bring to come out and be battled with you. And now those sons are dead. What are you going to say? You can say that. I don't know. Oh, God, there's a talk about marrying a Russell. So again says, you know what? I'm afraid. I don't know. I too have that fear. What am I going to say? So Sanherib says to the old man, what should I do? He must say, especially what's really thinking about this. Remember again, fascinating how things change. Sanherib was this general in charge of everyone, confident. And now what happens? He's asking an old guy he just met, right? He has no idea who this person is. And he's asking this old man for advice. What should I do? Remember they? So ultimately, again, so it's incredible. So the old man says to Sanherib, listen to this. Remember they? Zil vishani nafshach. You should really change.
Hello.
You should really change. Rashi says over in Shinavsha, Shana Atzmacha Kadesh Lo Yakirucha. So it's fascinating. So the old man says to Sanhedrin, you know what you should do? You should change yourself enough that nobody recognizes you. This year, when you go home, no one's going to bother you. All right, so how should I change? Go get a pair of scissors. I'll give you a haircut. You'll change your appearance. Somebody will say, so that will probably go on. What a profound Gemara. This is such the timing of this is incredible because it's almost elves. And we really like have to and how it is so important to be able to get into the mindset of change. So look what happens over here. So Sancheriv is in trouble. What does Sancheriv realize? Sancheriv realizes the way I'm living right now, what I'm doing is not the way I need to be focused. We all have those epiphanical moments, right? When I realize that what I'm doing, this is not the way it should be. It's just not the way it should be. I know that I do something more. So Sanhedrin has that epiphanical moment. And he says, like, says, you should change yourself. Change. You can change whatever you want about yourself, whatever you want. You should change.
Follow from the other side.
It's a great idea. It's a great idea. How should I change?
To tell you I'm sorry for everything that I've done, but in my time you never seem to be alone.
Right, that hairstyle really should change a little bit, right? It's the wrong emotional for me, but you understand, right? Like in other words, like we just instead of focusing on real change, historic change, personalistic change, we just content ourselves with cosmetic change, and that moment that could have been so transformative simply goes by with little or nothing concrete to show for it. Such a metaphor. In any event. And I will say, by that, I just want to point out, that's what's happening with Sancheriv over here, so we're going to see this come out a little bit more. Sancheriv suffers this humiliating defeat.
Hello from the outside.
Okay, so get a haircut. I'm going to leave it icy. So that's what Sancheriv is still there. I'm like, all the icy. So what happens? So he says to Sancheriv, look, there's a house over there. Go there, get a pair of scissors from there. So Sancheriv goes in, he finds scissors. Also, Malachim Charles hit me like you got. This is a tremendous setup over here. Malachim come into that house, and they appear like people. They were grinding kasha. So Rashi says over here, God, it was
did you ever make it out of that town?
So they were grinding this out. So I'm like, how was this spot? So here it says, can I borrow a pair of scissors? I'm like, your kasha. I said, it's in the hall. So it says here, there's something like this for scissors, right? So you want scissors. Grind these working over to scissors. Talk on the so the Bible is so Sanhedrin found cost. Right? They gave him another tremendous. This is Sanhedrin. Right? Commander of the largest civilized world of time. And I must say, it's incredible. Like desperation, failure humbles you. And desperation, when a person is desperate,
you do
whatever you have
for
to
sure.
Get jobs done. Isn't that incredible?
I'm gonna fuck with this, but no one cares.
So there's certain things that are beneath me that I'm not going to do. When I'm in trouble, we recognize you do whatever you have to do in order to get the job done. So Sanhedrin now is afraid of facing the people back home. Right? He needs to get a haircut. He needs a pair of scissors. He's got to grind big pits. He's going to do what you got to do in order to get the job done. All right? So by the time Sanhedrin got back with the scissors, the old man already came dark. I see you. Now the old man says, listen, I can't get the haircut in the dark. So bring me a fire. So the Gemara says, so what happened? Also, guys, the way should begin. So, as Tzadkin was bringing back the fire, his beard caught fire a little bit, and it turned out it ended up singeing his beard. So ultimately, again, the old man ends up cutting off his beard and his hair. The games are not on his friend. This is what people say. This apparently perfect, the famous adage. Rashi says, if you go ahead and you set fire to an Aramean and he likes it, you could also go ahead and singe his beard, and it will be an unending source of entertainment. Okay, you do with that what you want, right? And I don't have anything on it. Right? And so nice again. The idea over here, we'll say, it's talking about also. I think the takeaway from this entire Gemara, in a serious sense, is life changed so dramatically, and we experience this in different ways. That a person could be on the top of the world one moment and be again the bottom of the bottom the next. And it was so.
Everybody knows the way you do, but you think you're not the way you are, baby.
You have to be able to roll with it. You have to be able to think. You have to be able to know what to do when you're the commander of the army, and you have to know what to do when you're a humble, defeated individual. And if you notice again, some man suggests to get a haircut, and gets a haircut. Whatever you need to do. Listen, there are some people in life when life doesn't go their way.
Everybody loves the things you do. Some way you talk.
They can't get over the fact that life never is the way that I wanted it, and they don't understand the power of the
Everybody here is watching you.
don't become the largest army in the civilized world. There's just the biggest guys. Here, let's look at the biggest hobos. Part of those hobos is the power of the
And the guy stands you're here alone.
And recognize that whatever it is, figure it out. The goes like that. He finds a plank from Noah's table. From Noah's table. And graphically, we know that, remember,
you look like a movie.
Kind of, what's the word?
You sound like a song. My God, it reminds me of when we were young. Let me photograph you in this life. When this is the next life that we must live.
He's heading back to us shore. See, he finds a plank from Noah's table. What is that? It's incredible.
No, this fucker in this mud.
Just to understand, this is quite a day for Sanhedrin. He ran into a
That's athleticism. Did you see that? I was like this, then I moved like this. Can't stop, won't stop. Rockefeller.
Sanhedrin, was on a divine mission. His mistake was that he went
exactly what we heard before we realized sometimes it's just like a movie. It was just like a song.
Next, he finds the plate from Noah's table.
Nobody told me that you'd be here.
He said, "Oh, this is
great God. You no mercy. Nothing you said when you left me. Still look like a movie. You still sound like a song. My God, it reminds me of when we were young. Let's photograph you in this life. This is the last time that we might be exactly like we were before we realized there's scandal and all and made us restless. It was just like a movie. It was just like a song.
Sanherib is worshiping his deity.
That was sick. Really? Was that good? Was that better than I thought? Really? Yeah, but I sling dick like a motherfucker. So what do you want me to do about it?
And I will say, by the way, it's also interesting, when you think about this imagery, Sanherib is trying to hold onto a plank from Noach's
I like that.
in
the video, Adele's like, what the fuck is this shit?
Right, was held onto the
Yo.
was saved. And let's say,
Action required. Out of storage. Yo, dog, it looks like it's fine to me. Yo, quit this shit.
See, even here, Sanherib is always the tragedy of Sanherib. The tragedy of his condition is so often he's so.
Dog, I've got a shitload of. Oh no, I don't.
But just never manages it to get together. In other words, this idea that he finds the plank of the table, and he's like, you know what? The Ribbon showed me, you could be my life preserver. Like I could hold on to you and turn this around, and we're going to see this come through a little bit, but yet then he brings up offering his sons.
We'll get rid of some of this shit. Dog, I don't need this.
So close. So
Uninstall. I never wanted that.
To be able to turn things around, but always missing it by not being able to put the pieces directly together. Incredible. So we're by Chalik Aliyam Lailo, Huba Vadaba Yakesh. So the Pasuk says, let's say switching gears here for just a moment. This is Adam Avinu. Now this is in the story of Bereshis. Remember again, there was the battle of the four.
I don't want a bunch of this shit. But I never asked for it.
Goes to war against the four. So the Pasuk says, Vayichalek Aliyam Lailo, Huva Avadav Vayakesh. But literally again, the literal translation is they split the night, Abram and his servants, and they smote the 14s. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. Also, Malach is Damian the Abram Laila Shmo. It was actually an angel who was helping Avram Avinu to fight this battle, and the angel's name was Laila Shneimar V'Halayla Amar Horegever. Rabbi Yitzchak Nafka says Sha'as Imo Maisa Laila. But ultimately, again, what it means is that the Rashi points out the stars, right? The stars actually fought on behalf of Avram Avinu. They actually did battle. Not on behalf of them, they fought together alongside Abram. Shneimar min Shamayim Nilchamu HaKochavim Im Sisra Sisra. The words of the Nafka, the blacksmith, Rabbi Yitzchak Nafka, are better than the words of Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan is known in Shas sometimes as Bar Nafka. So the words of the blacksmith are better than the words of the son of the blacksmith. Okay, so ultimately, you like Rish Lakish chooses Rabbi Yitzchak Nafka's idea, and the stars went to war with Avram Avinu against the fortunes. Also, just point out here how we've mentioned this many times on our journeys in Shas. You know why does the Gemara need to call Rabbi Yitzchak Nafka? Okay, so simple answer is because there's more than one. There's more than one Rabbi Yitzchak. Also, the deeper message is a lot of times in life we think that if we have a profession, that's my pitur from becoming an outstanding Talmid Chacham, a Gadol Batorah. So what does the Gemara? By the way, to be a blacksmith, to be a Gadol Batorah. You could be a blacksmith and earn yourself a place on the page of Shas. We all have to work for a living. That's just the way that it is. Unless you think that your career exempts you from achieving excellence in Torah, not true. We have an obligation to be excellent in our professions, and we have an equal obligation, if not a greater obligation, to be excellent in Torah as well. There's no telling what we can become, even though we all have day jobs. So let's remember again, the Pasuk says, Avinu pursued them, the 4 kings, up until Dan. So what happened in Dan? So Avram Avinu saw, when Avram Avinu was pursuing the kings, when he got to the area of Dan, suddenly again his strength was diminished. Why? Because he saw prophetically that his descendants would worship Avodah Zarah in Dan. So because Avram Avinu's spiritual strength was weakened, as soon as they got to Dan, what happened in Dan? It's actually referring to Yerovam ben Nevat. We spoke about this last week also. Yerovam ben Nevat, the first king over the split kingdom, Yehuda Yisrael, installed 2 eagles, 2 golden calves. And one of them was put in the tribal area of those. It's incredible. So even though this wasn't going to happen until centuries later, nevertheless, Avram Avinu's strength was diminished when he got to the future site of Avodah Zarah to children. Va'af also Rasha, Lo Niskaber Ad She'Yeh L'Don. So too again, Nebuchadnezzar, the Zara also, we're not set for the got to done Shnei Man, Done Nishma Nechlas Susa, Zero. Afagad the Shalach that we were saying Yisidim, and also here it is. So this already there, so the following message was given by the Rebbe and the Seder. Zara was like a Shachach, the Mudamach Masonso. And also, be careful to come Chacham. He lost his learning because of extenuating circumstances. And also sometimes in life, a person gets older, they forget their learning. Whether it's because of something like dementia or Alzheimer's, or whether again it's just part of getting old in life. Be careful with a Talmid Chacham who forgot his learning. Even though he doesn't necessarily have the recall, that learning is still a part of learning what he is, and therefore there is an obligation to go ahead and respect it. Which also teaches us a tremendous life lesson as well. The power that Torah has upon us is not only in the knowledge that we retain. And this is a very important source of physics, especially for us, Daf Yomi, etc. There's a lot of times, one of the most beautiful things about Daf Yomi is you see so much in one day. One of the most difficult things about Daf Yomi is come the next day, I have absolutely no idea what I read. Right. So sometimes that's very frustrating for us because, like, what am I doing? What am I doing? We'll say, of course, now, again, the answer to that is, you know what I mean? What's the answer to that? The answer to that is Chazara. Chazara. That's why a person has to chazar the daf. We know that. I will say in addition to that, the real power of Torah is what it does to you as a person, what it does to your neshama, and that has nothing to do with retention. It is entirely experiential. The act of sitting and learning Torah, by definition, fundamentally changes me as a person. And even if I don't remember one word, I said the Gemara says, you have a Talmid Chacham Zaki who forgot his learning. You think that because he can't recall it, therefore again the Torah impacts him, and he has to show them. It's still the same holy Jew because Torah has imprinted on his neshama fundamentally changed it. Furthermore, the Zara breathing. Also be careful with the breathing. So as you remember again from the last cycle in Kingdom, we learned about this. When you check the bird, you check the ulfos, there's a blood vessel that runs next to the esophagus. There's a focus as to whether or not that artery needs to be cut. As part of Shmita, Rabbi says you should be careful to do it because that allows the animal to breathe out faster and drains the animal of blood faster. That's called the breathing. The Gemara says, Izara breathing, Rabbi Huda. We'll say, watch this. Izara b'nei ha'ma'aretz. Be careful with the children of ignorant people. Shemehen Tetzei Torah. Because from them, from the children of Amei Haaretz, ultimately again, that's where Torah will come from. We'll say this is an astounding remark. Take a look at Rashi in just a moment. It's the last Rashi on the right side. He's Amei Haaretz. He's talking about over here children who grow up who are children of Amei Haaretz, who are children of ignorant people. Never said in this context, Amei Haaretz is not used in a disparaging way. It's used in a factual way. Right? A person grows up in a home where his parents are ignorant. Right? Ignorant doesn't have to mean they're not ignorant, just means they don't learn Torah. They don't learn Torah per se. So that's his reason. And those children who grow up in a home of Amei Haaretz become Talmidei Chachamim. Lasos Lam Kavod. Make sure to give those Talmidei Chachamim whose parents are Amei Haaretz. Make sure to give them the greatest amount of cover. Why? Shemehem Tetzei Torah Yisrael. Because those that Talmidei Chachamim are going to create and affect the greatest change for Am Yisrael. Share Yatzu Shmai about time they might see examples. So it's like, what's the pshat? That is the children of Amei Haaretz who make the greatest impact for Klal Yisrael. Not the children who are the children whose fathers are coming to come together. What's the pshat? The thing is a very simple insight. When a person grows up in a home of Amei Haaretz and then decides to become a Talmid Chacham, they have to work 10 times harder. They have to work 10 times harder. Sometimes they have to work against parental resistance. Certainly, again, they have to learn a whole new body of things that perhaps they did not receive growing up. The push, right, and the commitment and the resilience that those Talmidei Chachamim have, sometimes people who grew up with it don't necessarily have the same thing. And therefore, ultimately, the contribution that those Talmidei Chachamim will make, ultimately, again, is tenfold over what others. It's an incredible idea. So Gemara, and again, but if you notice over here, the Gemara says, be careful. Now, if you have to tell someone to be careful, what does that mean? Right? That people generally, again, are not careful with this. Right? Why? Because they'll say it's so interesting. In the world, it's so interesting. In the world, we put so much primacy in the points of yichus, right? This one has yichus, and this one has yichus, and yichus is wonderful. Yichus is wonderful. Like, yichus is beautiful, it's fantastic. We all live beautifully. I mean, we are the best yichus in the world. We put so much up. So Chazal telling us, like, shkech and yichus, but just understand, it's often those who do not have the distinguished pedigree, but then decide to make something magnificent of themselves. Those are the agents of change. Those are the people, ultimately, again, who make the most dramatic and tremendous difference. Once in society, say, are like, somebody was telling me the other day that a certain yeshiva really didn't have this same standing anymore. So yeshiva, post-high school yeshiva. Why? This was the last person said, it's filled with flip-outs. I'm like, what? Flip-outs. So, you know what the Russian flip-outs? Flip-outs is someone maybe who grew up, like a little bit more modern, or maybe not, and then became much more just flip-out. So first of all, I said, so you mean like people, like we want to emulate, right? When you say flip-out, you mean like, so people who started with something and then decided to get more, like that's the truth. But I said, it's so warped, that like in the world, somehow, someone who started with less, and then chose more. That person is a tzaddik. Like that person goes on a pedestal. A person who made a choice to be more, to accomplish more, even though perhaps they didn't have it growing up. Even though perhaps, again, maybe their parents did like it, don't like it, are supportive, aren't supportive, passively supportive, whatever it is, but they decide they want more. It's just so interesting. Sometimes you have such a warped view of where actual greatness really comes from. It's very nice if you come from a family of righteous people. That's fantastic. Zachisa, incredible. But that does absolutely nothing for you except start you off at a higher place and start to accomplish yourself. We throw tissues on here. Right. And I will say, so that's why the Gemara has to say, Careful with the children of Amei Aretz, which means that the belt is not. Because sometimes the Gemara said the greatest people in this world are the ones who aren't born with the spiritual silver spoon in their mouth, and instead try to accomplish great things on their own and make it. Those are the people who affect change. Incredible. The word is Milsa Modinole. The word says, Ki ha Milsa Modinole. Tzadik Ato Hashem, Ki Arave Lecha, Ach Mishpatim Adar Oska, Madua Dar for Shan Tzareka. Shalom Kolbog De Dagat, Mikatem Gam Shor Shor, Yelfu Gam also. This is Eov. No, sorry, Yirmiyahu. So Yirmiyahu over here is asking, most of the part of this class we're going to focus on over here, part of this class we're going to focus on over here is that why is it Jennifer Shamsa, why is it that the wicked seem to go ahead and prosper? Much like this. Marshal Adam, sorry. Maya Hadulay, what was introductory? He asked Raglayin Rothaschilde Lufa, Ve'ech Tach Tisk Kara as a Susim Ba'aretz Shalom Asabotea, Ve'ech Kasar Gonayadi. What does it mean? Marshal Adam Echad, Shama Yotkal and Laros Gil Parshal Susim Susim. The Lord says the Marshal. It was a guy. The guy claimed that he could run faster than anything. He could even run faster than horses. I could run 3 parcels. I'll say parcels a lot of area. I could run 3 parcels before, right? And I could even outrun horses. Being bitsy and nine, right? I could even run in swamps. Obviously, much harder to run in a swamp. So what happened? So now he was racing against the human runner. Raglan is a runner. And this runner, the shooting runner, outpaced him 3 Yuzim, which is a much lesser distance, and the Abasha on dry land. So the Gemara says, Amar Lei, Umalif Neirachli Kach, Lifnei Susi, Alachas Kalabakamo. And we say to this guy, if you can't beat the human runner, you certainly can't outpace horses. Umash Loshes Milan Kakil Barzos. If you can't beat the runner for 3 million, you certainly can't go ahead and you certainly can't outpace him for Gil Barzos. So Gemara says, and if you can't outpace him on dry land, you certainly can't outpace anything on the swamp. So so to you, Yirmiyahu. So to Yirmiyahu. So what does this mean? What does this mean? At the end of the day, what they're telling Yirmiyahu is that you don't understand the ways of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's simply it. You think you can understand, you think that you can see, you think that you know, but at the end of the day, you don't. We're going to see this turn in just a moment. So Yirmiyahu, you're bothered by the fact that I went ahead and I allowed Nebuchadnezzar to be successful in such a dramatic way. But just you should see, Nebuchadnezzar got the reward of 4 psios, of 4 steps. We'll see the story of those 4 steps in just a little bit. So if you see all of the reward that Nebuchadnezzar got for taking 4 steps, then ultimately, again, you're going to be overwhelmed. When I reward Avram, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, Shiratzu lefanai kisusim alachas kama v'kama. So Nebuchadnezzar took 4 steps and was rewarded. You'll be overwhelmingly see the reward ultimately of Avram, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, who ran before me like horses. Again, we'll see that story in just a little bit. So the Gemara says, "Dichsev u'leviim nishbar livi v'kevi gachfu." Kalas Mos Hayisiki Shikar Okegibor Avru Yain Ne Hashem Ne Divrei Kadsho. Terrible. Hanidab Psios Mai. By the way, what do you mean? When did Nebuchadnezzar walk before HaKadosh Baruch with 4 steps? What's that story? Dichsev, here goes an incredible story. Dichsev Ba'isa Yishalach Merudach Beladon Ben Beladon Melech Bavel Sfarim. So what happened that Merudach Beladon, that was his name, Ben Beladon, son of Beladon, right, who was the king of Babel, sent a letter. Now the rest of the pasuk is he sent a letter to Chizkiyahu because he heard that Chizkiyahu was ill and then he was healed. Okay, so the Gemara understands. So the Gemara says, I understand, because Chizkiyahu got sick, so this king, the king of Babel, Merodach Baladon, sent a letter and gave to Chizkiyahu. What's going on over here? Jewish Gemara says, in Lidrosh Esmofes Haya. So the Gemara says, Asher Haya Ba'aretz. Yes, because Baladon Merodach, or Merodach Baladon, was very interested because he saw that when Chizkiyahu was healed, a miracle occurred. He was overwhelmed by this miracle, and he said, I got to find out about this guy Chizkiyahu. What's his story? What was the miracle? Listen to this. Rabbi Yochanan. Osayom Shemes Bo Achaz. Listen, by the way, I apologize. I know we're going quickly at some points also. So actually, nonetheless, a very good idea. And maybe Shavuos night this year, we're going to do Perak Achelak. That's going to be our topic for this year. Ma'am is just like identify some of these incredible stories and just go through them. I think it's a worthy endeavor. So what happened? The day that Achaz died. Who was Achaz? Achaz was the father of Chizkiyahu. Achaz was a tremendous rasha. On the day that Achaz died, Shtei Sha'os Haya. HaKadosh Baruch Hu shortened the day dramatically, caused the sun to set after 2 hours. Now, why did he do that? He did not want Achaz to be eulogized, and he did not want Achaz to be buried properly. So he dramatically went ahead and caused the sun to set prematurely. So what happened? So the Gemara says, and it was incredible. When Chizkiyahu was healed, so ultimately, again, HaKadosh Baruch Hu returned those 10 extra hours. That's how beautiful this is. On the day that Chizkiyahu was healed, there were 10 extra hours of daylight in that day. Isn't that incredible? So the day was prolonged by 10 hours because he was healed. Obviously, again, the day was prolonged by everyone. So Baladon Merodach Baladon ultimately saw this 10 extra daylight hours. What's going on over here? So the Gemara says, so Lahanach as a shani he later said, "Hini mishid es tzel hamalos asher yadu malos achad b'shemesh hakronis as well as the dish b'shemesh as malos the malos asher yarda." Only my height. So Merodach Baladon said, "What is this?" Amalei Chizkiyahu Chalash So they told him Chizkiah was ill. He became healed, and Abba Shem gave him back 10 hours of daylight. Oh, that's the worst. Ika Garba Ki Hai, Maloba Inu Shagrin Shalma. So this incredible Samarot that Baladi said, listen, there is a man like this who gets 10 extra hours of daylight for his family. How can I not write him a letter and say a Shalom Aleichem? Like, you gotta get to know a man like this. So the Gemara says, possibly listen to this. So here is the letter that Merodach Baladan sent to Chizkiah. Here it is.
Oh, this is the song. Really? Yeah, where she goes something like just a piano, okay? Like, easy, bitch.
Right? Peace unto Yerushalayim. Shalom le'elokar. Peace unto the great God.
Yeah, this part. I like this song.
Peace unto the great
really?
God.
Yeah.
Incredible. So the Gemara says, so what happened?
Really? Yeah, really, ass.
So Nebuchadnezzar, I will say this, when Nebuchadnezzar was young, so what was his job? He was the scribe of the king. He was the scribe of Merodach Baladan. So the Gemara says, listen to this. So apparently Nebuchadnezzar wasn't there when Merodach Baladan wrote this letter. He was on break, So he comes back. He finds out that Merodach Baladan wrote this letter. Tell me what was the letter that was written. They told him the letter. So Nebuchadnezzar says something amazing. Nebuchadnezzar says the letter makes no sense. He says, you call the God of the Jews great, but you put him last. Right? You say, Shalom Aleichem, great King Chizkiah. Shalom Aleichem, great Tzvi Yerushalayim. Shalom Aleichem, great God. And the question doesn't make any sense. If God is great, then where does he belong? All the way in front. I was saying, but this is Nebuchadnezzar. Nebuchadnezzar. All right, Shalom Aleichem, Shalom Aleichem, Shalom Aleichem, Chizkiah. So Nebuchadnezzar says, how are you supposed to write it? Shalom Aleichem to great God. Shalom Aleichem to Chizkiah. Shalom Aleichem to Yerushalayim. So it says, can you imagine? Everybody has one of these moments. Nebuchadnezzar like, guys, I left for 5 minutes. Right? And you can't get the letter right. So what happens? They said to him, so you've seen this expression before, that literally again, literally means he who reads the letter should be the one who goes ahead and delivers it. The idea being that sometimes if you have the good idea, execute. You have the good idea, execute. Don't come, basket full of good ideas. You have good ideas, execute them as well. So Nebuchadnezzar, the letter is in transit. You think that it should be redone? Okay, go after the courier and get it. So listen to this. Rabbi says, listen to this. To his credit. Nebuchadnezzar runs after the courier. Roit Basrei, Kideroit Arba Psios, as he took 4 steps, Asa Gavril Va'okre. Gavril stopped him. So I'm Rabbi Yochanan. Listen to this. Because what was Nebuchadnezzar doing? Nebuchadnezzar was running after the courier because Nebuchadnezzar was concerned about the covet of the Ribono Shel Olam. Gabriel stopped him. Because had Nebuchadnezzar run any further, there would have been no way to stop his future carnage against Klal Yisrael. So I will say that's what we saw before in the schus of the Arba Psios, the 4 steps of Nebuchadnezzar running after the courier because he thought the letter was not written in a dignified enough way to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That gave Nebuchadnezzar ultimately again tremendous power over Klal Yisrael. And had the Malach Gabriel not stopped him where he was, who knows what the carnage would have been. We'll say absolutely amazing. We'll say I just point out something amazing. Sometimes it's always interesting to see like what makes great people great. Like how do overwhelmingly successful people become successful? So the Gemara tells a lot of these stories so that there's something to be learned. So what do you see in this story here from Nebuchadnezzar? So I will say just on the most basic level, a willingness to take an idea and to implement it. A lot of times in life, we're chock full of ideas, and it's great. And I'm willing to take all of my ideas, I'll alphabetize them, categorize them, anything you want, and then I'm ready to give them over to someone else. And then as long as someone else does the execution. What makes great people great is they have beautiful ideas and they are willing to put in the effort to implement. They don't delegate. They do what has to get done in order to get the job done. And if Nebuchadnezzar has this insight, it's not like, okay, Chevra, who wants to run after the courier? Again, if he's the sofer to the king, by the way, that's a pretty important position. He could have gotten someone else to run after the courier. but instead he decides to do it himself. Because great people recognize that if you believe in something enough, roll up your sleeves and get it done. Don't wait for someone else to do the heavy lifting. Do the job yourself. Incredible. The Gemara goes weiter. By the way, my Baladan ben Baladan. So the Gemara goes back over here to this king. I just want to point out over here, this king is the king of Bavel before Nebuchadnezzar. So his name was Merodach Baladan ben Baladan. What's the pshat? That's a pretty strange name. What does it mean, Baladan ben Baladan? Listen to this. We'll say, Amri, Baladan Malkahava. Baladan was his father. Baladan, the father, was king. What happened? And apparently, he had some type of illness. His face looked like a dog, transformed into a dog. Right? Again, I know the dog caucus is going to say, oh, but you're so cute. So
Really?
beautiful, so wonderful.
Oh, baby.
Right. Okay, good. You clearly see how Chazal feel about dogs. Okay, good. So, anyway, the Gemara says over here, he looked like a dog. So his face became deformed. He can't be king, at least in Bavel, he can't become king with a deformed face. So he abdicated the throne. So his son Merodach becomes king. It's actually very beautiful. So his son Baladan becomes king, but as part of the way that his son gave his father covet is he took his father's name as his own. So instead of just being Merodach ben Baladan, he became Merodach Baladan ben Baladan. This was covet to his father who was still alive. So the Gemara says, Rose said this is what it means when it says a son will honor a father and a servant his master. So we'll say, by the way, it's actually pretty striking. It's just interesting to see that the example that Chazal want to bring on this pasuk of Ben Yechabedav, which is from Malachi, the Gemara quotes it. The example it gives ultimately again is Merodach Baladan Ben Baladan. A lot of other examples of Kibbutz Avein, but it's interesting to see that they choose this one. The Gemara says the Ever Adonov. What's the Ever Adonov? T'chsev u'bechodesh hachamish be'Yisrael lachodesh yishnas 19 shana lemelech Nebuchadnezzar ba melech Bavel ba Nebuchadnezzar Ravat Tabachim Amar lefnei melech Bavel b'Yushalayim ve'Yisrael as beis Hashem as beis Hamelech. So we'll say this is this. So the example. Who is the example of the servant who revered his master? The servant who revered his master was Nebuchadnezzar. Now we're transitioning back. Remember again, just so you get right now, Nebuchadnezzar is the king of Bavel. Nebuchadnezzar was his top general. Nebuchadnezzar was a cruel and bloodthirsty man. He's given the appellation of Rav HaTabachim, the chief butcher. The chief butcher. In fact, we speak about Nebuchadnezzar in the Kinos and Tisha B'Av, and they speak specifically about Nebuchadnezzar's bloodthirst for children, the cruelty that he exhibited towards children. So the Gemara says over here something very similar. The pasuk that says that Nebuchadnezzar goes ahead, he burns the house of HaKadosh Baruch Hu and the palace of the king. Now the pasuk said that Nebuchadnezzar was standing before Nebuchadnezzar, his master. The Gemara says, "I'm a base." So now let's just get the judge right over here. Nebuchadnezzar is in Yerushalayim because he's just destroyed the Beis Hamikdash. He's destroyed ultimately again the palace of the king. But it says that he's standing before Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Bavel. But Nebuchadnezzar was never in Yerushalayim. The Gemara says, Nebuchadnezzar got saved. Vayalu also Melech Bavel Rivlasa. So Nebuchadnezzar was never in Eretz Yisrael. He was in Antiochia. Right, that's what he was. So how does it say that Nebuchadnezzar stood before Nebuchadnezzar? What's like 96 feet lines down. That Nebuchadnezzar had such covet for his king that he had an image of Nebuchadnezzar literally engraved on his chariot. So he felt like he was always before his king. Or the other thing is he had so much reverence for Nebuchadnezzar, so much reverence that it was as if he was standing before the king at all times. Incredible. So Rabbi says as follows. So now we're jumping back a little bit. So the initial attack on Yerushalayim. So it says, Toin Tzlas Mea Kundaisa Nanga, the Parzala, the Shah Parzala. So Nebuchadnezzar had sent to Nebuchadnezzar wagon loads of 300 of the sharpest axes that were so sharp that the metal cut through metal. Alright, the Shah Parzala, and all the axes broke, trying to break down the
For the big one.
Simcha
Baby,
Yachad
that's
Shil,
one never lasting in
so on.
food.
Boy, let me hadar. Omar, Mistafina the
Never you can told me I'm giving you all. I'm giving it all.
Why?
You set me free.
It wasn't so long before I had that one
And
happened.
I'm not giving you all. Treat her better. Gotta let go. And I'm not going. No, we ain't kids no more. And I'm not giving you all. Treat her better. Gotta let go. You know, we ain't kids no more.
So basketball came out. Basketball Shabbat, and both like Shabbat literally means jumper. Someone jumps. Rashi says that Shabbat right in the Rashi about 10 lessons in short lines. Go late charge, go late.
Send me you on Sunday.
The mother says, so apparently that called him the jumper because interestingly enough, Zaran was part of Sanchiriv's campaign as well. And interestingly enough, because remember again, what was Sanchiriv's mistake? What was Sanchiriv's mistake? He missed the window. So apparently, Zaran was the one who was urging Sanchiriv, attack now, attack now, attack now. That's why it's called the jumper. Right? He was ready to leap into battle, to jump into battle. So the basketball comes up and says, jumper, jumper. Don't abandon your battle. So the word says, Shabbat, Shabbat.
I'm giving you all. I'm forgiving you all. You set me free. You know, and I'm not giving it. Treat her better. Gotta let go. No more fault. We don't know we ain't kids no more. And I'm not giving it up. Treat her better. Gotta let go. No more fault. We don't know we ain't kids no more. If you're ready, I'm ready. If you're ready, if you're ready. I know we ain't kids no more.
That's not something that someone else is doing to me. It's something that I have to
We ain't kids no
which
more.
means that Moshe was choreographing this overwhelmingly painful situation, which is difficult as it is, but I know it's not haphazard. It's not random.
I'm forgetting
So the
it
gospel
all.
comes out and says, Zaran, don't abandon ship, don't abandon ship. It is time for the Beis Hamikdash to be destroyed.
Send my love to your new lover.
There is one
Treat her
act
better.
One
Gotta
act
let go.
One act left. Also, not even
What up, Pam?
has one act left. So now,
Absolutely. How you doing, big dog?
Zaran is a very smart man. So the Zaran realizes
Every day is a holiday, every meal's a feast.
Very dangerous crossroads. Am I going to be like Sancheriv and be wiped out by Hashem, or am I going to be the agent of Hashem? So what does he do? He takes the last axe. He goes over to the gate of Yerushalayim.
Oh, excellent question. Well, by trade, I'm a certified project management professional. I've successfully launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. And my position went remote during the pandemic. And I became much more comfortable being on camera because I went from being on camera from 0 hours a day to 8 hours a day, and then eventually was able to make enough money to become somewhat financially independent, and decided I was just going to stream the rest of my life, God willing. We're Doug.
He sets the Beis Hamikdash on fire. This is the overwhelming Gemara. Gava Heichal. As Zohar lights the Beis Hamikdash
Through
on fire,
my
the Beis Hamikdash itself begins to
apps.
ascend heavenward. Almost as if the Beis Hamikdash is trying to save itself from what is occurring. Let's imagine the Beis Hamikdash uproots itself and begins to go ahead and literally ascend heavenward.
No. It's not the transmitter. It's just other apps. It's just basically income that I've made from that and investments.
The Beis Hamikdash itself is trying to escape. The Beis Hamikdash itself is trying to say, you know what, like sometimes
I'm in a crypto space right now. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrencies. That's what all my merch is.
And the Beis Hamikdash just wants to remove itself. So the Beis Hamikdash doesn't want it.
Harry Potter Bombasonic Taninu has a market cap of tens of millions of dollars.
There's a plan. Whatever the plan is best.
The ticker's Bitcoin. Yeah, the ticker. Exactly. That's correct. Yeah, the ticker's Bitcoin on Ethereum.
So one can imagine at this point in time the Ritzaran.
It's one of the OG meme coins. The website is HPOS10i.com.
You killed a dead nation. You destroyed a destroyed building. Literally, again, you ground up wheat that was already flour. The Prophet was telling the Rizarn is, you didn't do anything. I did this. I did this. You're carrying out my will. Don't
Absolutely. How'd you find out about me, Big Dog?
Don't think for a moment that this is your success, right? That this is your accomplishment.
Oh no way, my kickbot gotcha. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, you can't even say my name on Kick without getting a message that says deleted by moderator on anybody's stream. I'm the most infamous spammer in the history of Kick.
Destroyed people, you destroyed building. That's an incredible story.
Are you a streamer? Oh yeah, tons.
So the Klal Yisrael, Navi Zechariah had given Moshe to Klal Yisrael saying that they had to do tshuva.
Absolutely. 100%. If you want to learn more about me, feel free in the upper left corner to see there's an About Me. What I'd like you to do, my friend, is if you look in the upper left corner also, under Shalom, you'll see a red circle, and it says 24/7 live streams. Do you see that? Yeah. Click on that link, and your mind is going to be blown.
What is this?
Oh, yeah, I have a link tree too. But, no, you want to see 24/7 YouTube streams. Do you see that? Do you see there's a link in there?
He shucks an animal, takes the blood from the shucked animal, compares it to this blood that's blood in this man. Blood doesn't look like the same.
How many live streams do you see? Exactly. Have you ever seen somebody with as much? That's just YouTube. I'm live on Twitch. I'm live on Rumble. I'm live on YouNow. I'm live on Africa TV. I'm live on basically everywhere that you can be, except for Kick because they banned me. But that's fine. I've sacrificed the ability to meet great people like you for the ability to stream on Kick. I agree. Oh yeah, 24/7.
I'll avenge Chizkiyahu's blood. What does he do?
Absolutely, my friend. Are you a streamer?
But the blood didn't stop.
Okay, we'll go do your thing.
I used to be there to keep the Rav. He brought the school children. Called to the New he slaughtered them below Nach, and the blood did not stop. I see Pirchei Kahuna Kato. He brought young Kohanim, killed them, and the blood did not stop on them. So he was Antikatel Biluya Tishin Va'aberivo until he slaughtered 940,000 people below Nach, and ultimately again the blood did not stop bubbling. Karev Legabe. So the Buzan goes over.
Yo, look who it is.
Zechariah.
It's the infamous or the famous, depending on how you want to look at it, South Australia comedy finals. How you living, pimp? Raw Comedy State Finalist 2026.
By historical accounts, it's interesting to note that close to 1
Dog, you're still actually aren't there like 45 of you?
So it's interesting. A lot of sometimes numbers are
right, but they still lost in Raw Comedy.
Number is again close to 1 million people fell aside. When we think about destruction of this, we have to think about just the destruction of the structure. Forget about just the colossal loss of life, over almost 1 million people. So it says so literally.
Oh yeah, for sure. So, do you think that you're going to have anybody ask you to open for them?
I killed the Pirkei Kahuna. I killed the best of Klal Yisrael. You want more bloodshed, and then the blood stopped going. So Moshe, the Gemara will stop here in just a moment. The Gemara says, here, Shuva.
If they ask you to open,
so this moment also something amazing happened, which is so the Zoran says, as they say, like Mashu lo normali, right?
All right, are you sure that I didn't do it?
This is not a normal Zach over here, right? And he has thoughts of Shuva.
Are you sure?
Why does he have thoughts of Shuva? He says,
no, they're the funniest live streams that you've ever seen. You just don't know comedy, baby.
Klal Yisrael was held to such a degree of so Sarah says, what's going to happen to me?
That's tight, dog.
Almost 1 million people.
All right, Zoot. If I have the opportunity to contact Matt Wright, I'll tell him that he should have Zoot open for him. Actually, you should be the what do they call it? There's the opener. What's the one starts with an F? There are 3 people. There's the opener. There's the what do they call it? You'll be the second person. We'll have Chelsea open for you. Does that sound good? What up, Zoot?
So it's interesting that doesn't mean what is that?
Who's Damien Power? You tell me.
Gifter Shiva has a beautiful sefer called Hirurei Tshuva. The Gifter writes, Rabbi Soloveitchik has a story as well, that the first step of Tshuva is Hirurei Tshuva. What's Hirurei? Here is a thought. Before you even do anything concrete, before I change anything about my life, the first step in Tshuva is that thought. What's that thought? That thought is, I can't go on the way things are.
What up, Fiona? How are you?
First step in Tshuva is this level of cognition where I say to myself, I gotta change.
Fiona.
I things.
Oh, right. Who's the funniest person from Tasmania?
How, what, when, where. That means.
Okay, who's the second funniest person from Tasmania?
The way things are now should not be the way they go forward. Zaran has that moment of hearing, right? As he's standing there with blood of precious Jews on
Are both
his
of them better than you are at mini golf?
Has this cathartic moment up here, says, you know what? I don't know what I'm going to do. I know that I can't.
No, nobody knows who that is.
Runs away from everything, gives up everything, and goes on to become a member of Klal Yisrael.
Who's Martin Brown, Zoot?
But we're going to stop here for today. The rest of the story.
That's what I just asked you, big dog.
Great game in tomorrow's daf. Want to start to the Gavos side? Shkoyach.
How do you say it? Because of that shooting in like 1990s in Tasmania. Oh, was it Martin Brown? Oh, okay. Well, are you ready to play mini golf?
The month of
Okay. Are there any theories about you accepting my invitation to sending? There you go. All right. Dude, how many games in a row do you think I'm going to beat you? Dude, how many games in a row do you think I'm going to beat you? Dude, I'm gonna tell you this right now. I'm gonna tell you this right now. I'm gonna tell you this right now, Zoot. I'm gonna beat you 10 games in a row.
Translated, Morach Vada'in means the ability to smell and judge.
Because I blocked you.
The ability to smell and judge is ultimately fit to go ahead and read. The Gemara says, what does this mean? That someone is able to smell and judge. So this idea is that one is able to go ahead and intuit. Rashi says over here,
Zoot. Yes, I do. But I'm going to make a comeback on you. That's one of the worst shots I've ever seen. And you just missed him.
So the Gemara goes back to the Gemara says,
Dog, I'll show you how it's done.
Also known as
Do I know who's over?
He was one of the one of the descendants of
No, it's not, dog. It has me with the gun.
Was the king over Klal Yisrael. So Bar Ziva Malach Tarte Shneim Upalga. So Bar Ziva ruled for 2.5 years.
What? Oh, dude. I just gave you an easy shot.
Mashiach, it says that he's able to go ahead and smell judgment. He doesn't need to hear all the details of the case. Rather, he's able just to go ahead and literally smell.
Zoot, did you know it's one?
So the Gemara says, so if you think that you're Mashiach, let's see. Can you
what did you do, Zoot?
Justice? Once they saw that he was unable to smell justice, so they saw that he was a false Messiah.
What'd you say?
And they killed him. And this is interesting, right? Because exactly what happened.
I actually like Super Mario Brothers more, even though I worked Sonic the Hedgehog 24/7 for like the past like 3 years.
So interesting. Either way, Bar-Kokhba ultimately again leads the failed revolt. Just to point out, remember again, Rabbi Akiva thought that Bar-Kokhba was had a tremendous amount of as a leader of Klal Yisrael.
Why is that, Zoot?
Okay, the Gemara was right there.
To the introduce the shadow the hedgehog to the universe, there's one of the most loved characters of all time.
Is that the dark one? Why do they love Shadow the Hedgehog?
Highlighting the previous do you
know?
What does it mean that they had no blood?
Oh, what a shot. Zoot, did you see that shot? Zoot, did you see that shot? Dude, did you see that shot? Oh, you almost fucking made that. I would have been pissed.
Sonic Adventure introduces Sonic the Hedgehog, Shadow the Hedgehog. Everyone loves Sonic the Hedgehog, Shadow the Hedgehog. 4 years later,
they kill him.
They would refrain from any type of laughter, or any type
of
chatter.
You kind of
and they
don't kill him.
To the bathroom. They would pull back their knees.
They make a spin-off from Shadow the Hedgehog. And it's a Sonic game. It's like a Sonic game. The only difference is you play as Shadow the Hedgehog, and Shadow the Hedgehog has a gun.
Okay.
And do you know what happens? The critics pan the game because they don't look at anything like the Sonic game. They panned it, but that game is amazing. But the critics panned it.
What's it mean to pan something? To like not like it?
But Allah has kama b'kama. The ability that we have to exercise self-restraint. And the ability that we have in order not to engage.
Alright, well, did you know that it's impossible for you to win?
Incredible.
Oh, that's interesting.
So the Gemara says, and Rabbi Shmuel Bar Nachmani Amar, no, so disagreement.
Did you know that
Disagreement. So again, so Rabbi Shmuel Bar Nachmani says, no, Daniel was from Yehuda.
Up one game to not on you after this game? I'm going to beat you 10 games in a row. And I want you to try to stop me. And I don't think you're going to be able to. Just because of my sex appeal. My sex appeal alone is just it's unbelievable. Look at the shot. Dude, have you ever seen anybody get it in 2 on this hole?
in order that they should not be distracted by anything.
I've never seen anybody get a hole in one. Dude, that's a great question. Sonic probably, but I like Knuckles. And there was this thing that I'd never seen it before. So, do you know what a Sega Genesis is? So they had a normal Sega Genesis games were like you put the cartridge in and it works. But they made a Sonic and Knuckles game. I never had it, but a friend of mine had it, where you put the Sonic game in and you play as Sonic. But then if you put in it was like an expansion pack. If you put it on top of the cartridge, then you could play as Knuckles, and it was like just the most fascinating software I'd ever seen. It was such a game changer, like whoa! And I don't know of another game that ever did that, but that one did, and that was like so. Oh fuck! So basically, you have a normal cartridge that you put into Sega, and if you put that one in, it was Sonic. It was like Sonic 2 or something. But if you got the Knuckles version of it, then there was like a special lid on the top of the Sonic cartridge, and you'd put the Knuckles cartridge on top of it, and then when you played, you could play as Sonic and Knuckles, and it was like game changing. Like nobody'd ever seen anything like it. It was amazing. Yeah, it was called Sonic and Knuckles. I'm pretty sure that was before your time. It was like in the mid-90s.
Yeah, I played they had a bigger collection for Sonic Sonics and PlayStation 2 after
What's your favorite Sonic?
My favorite Sonic
Both.
Pretty much all of these words, I want to point out, Rashi points this out, in our Tanakh,
Sonic
Why don't you think? Why don't you think they ever gave Sonic like a super hot female friend? Who is it? What's her name?
Because ultimately, took a little bit too much credit for the section
Is she a hedgehog? Dude, she's a cartoon character.
Taking credit almost like he had a little bit of reference in order to go ahead.
She's a hedgehog. In like hedgehog years, that could be like 75 years old. Alright, well, you're the one looking at 12-year-old hedgehogs.
Doesn't merit to have the safer for him. Why? Because he spoke disparagingly about.
Do you know who Jessica Rabbit is? That's the hottest cartoon character of all time. Yeah, no, I know. She's the hottest cartoon character of all time.
Ezra disparaged the leaders. Disparaged the leaders that came before him, and ultimately accused them of.
And Disney. Well, if you watch the movie Who Framed Roger Rabbit, there's like a quick one. It's like one frame where you can see her vagina, and you can really see it. And oh no way, Zoo. And she was controversial at the time, and Disney still considers her controversial because she
like basically had very adult themes.
never deconstructing the other.
And I love this fact that, dude, what are you doing? Just get the point, dog.
Said furthermore, he even spoke negatively about Daniel.
Get the point.
Now, by the way,
It's not fun beating if you don't try. Get the point. There you go. There you go. And she, all right, Who Framed Roger Rabbit was the first time that Bugs Bunny and Mickey Mouse were ever seen in the same piece of content. So what did you think of my shot? 0 to 10. Dude, Z to 10 that bitch. Z to 10 that bitch. Dude, Z to 10 that bitch. That's what I like to see. Alright, you're up, big dog. Zoo, I'm guaranteed 2 wins against you.
So they were there with Daniel.
I don't like this whole. Yeah, baby. Oh, I don't like this whole zoo. Your shot was a 0. Went in the black shit.
And in other respects, Daniel was
That's a 9.
So,
but you can't get all that.
Interestingly enough,
And you're probably in a better position than they are now.
Dog, I was just watching something in Australia. Oh, did you know UFC was in Australia today? Did you know Volkan? Oh, you don't like fighting, I forgot. Volkanovski, he's Australian. He did really well. He won. He's the best Australian fighter. But I know you don't care, so. Oh, Zoo, what the fuck, dog? Oh, no. I fucked myself, Zoo. Dude, I fucked myself.
What does this mean?
Dude, you could fuck yourself too. You could fuck yourself, and you did. In one of the wildest ways I've ever seen.
Who advocates for them to not watch openness, but like a sign to me. So sometimes there are things that my maluch sees that I don't see.
That's a perfect block. What are you gonna do, Zoo? What are you gonna do, Zoo? That's not a good shot.
I don't see something in my maluch sees something.
So my problem with UFC, my problem with UFC and wrestling is when I went to go a table with one of that content, and people were very bad about that.
And the fear doesn't even make sense, right?
This would be the greatest shot of your career.
But what does it mean so much?
You know that, right?
Okay, but the camera the camera
something.
Okay.
And that's having an impact.
Dude,
incredible.
It's not good.
Dude, that was one of the greatest shots I've ever seen.
They're not exactly sure, right, what the fight is, but I know that I want to be out of this.
Oh, baby. Oh, Zoo. Zoo, what? Dude, this is the most important shot of your career. This is the most important shot of your career. You need to focus. You lost. I had the greatest fucking. Okay, that's 2 wins in a row, Zoo. Now I'm listening to you. So you could tell actively when UFC started, people got more violent.
Yep. So what exactly is going on? So perhaps Rabbi is teaching us, Rabbi is teaching us 3 profound ideas. There are times in life where a person is gripped by fear. And there are times in life where I can't even understand what the fear is. Now I said, what's the chap of fear? Fear is paralyzing. That's why fear is a very scary thing, because fear paralyzes me.
This kid
would go around telling stories about me, and like on tape, he wanted me to get into a flat so bad that he would go around like start songs about me, and like try to start fights, like get me into fights with other people that I didn't need to know or talk to, and he'd start stuff about me.
Would he start rumors about you that you were funny?
No, he just started talking about that I was like talking shit about people's girlfriends, but I didn't.
Oh, that's not cool.
What is it? Anchor yourself in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Shema is the ultimate, which I tether myself to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The greatest
Were you perfect?
is a relationship with the Ribono Shalom. So you're seized by
unintelligible,
paralyzing fear. Say Shema.
Well, I know you had a tough schooling.
So lastly, what should you do?
Like it was not ideal.
Slaughterhouse is better than me. What is that? What is that?
And
sometimes it looks like fear.
I've heard you say this, or we've had this discussion, but I would make it like illegal or like prohibited to hold your child back in school. I think it does so much harm to them. It just does so much harm to them, and it can do harm to the people in the classes below. It's not a good situation. All of a sudden they have somebody who's a year older than they are, who's more perhaps mature, more physically gifted in sports and stuff. They are going to dominate. That's not fair to those kids, the other kids.
It's not as real as it actually feels. You'll be able to move yourself forward.
They're going to get their driver's license first. They're going to be able to smoke first. They'll be probably having sex first. It's not fair to the kids who are of normal age. But Zoo, I have a question. What are your thoughts on how good I am at this game?
So this is incredible. So this pasuk is by Chizkiyahu.
Are you proud of that shot?
So HaKadosh Baruch Hu wanted to make Chizkiyahu Mashiach. The Sancheriv go Kumagol. Remember again, Sancheriv, who comes out to do battle with Chizkiyahu.
You've lost 2 games straight. If you have a chance, make this. This would be a great make. No way you make it now. No way you make it. It's illegal? I just feel like if you have a child who can't keep up or whatever, they need more help, and if anything, they could be moved to another school, which I think makes it easier, but not keeping them in the same school, that to me is devastating to the child and to their environment. If you move them to a new school and nobody knows about their past, that's different.
So again, Chizkiyahu ultimately, again, who we did so many miracles for, and yet, unfortunately, he didn't sing Shira.
Oh, look at the shot, Zoo. Oh, what a shot. Zoo, scale that 0 to 10.
You're going to make him a Shiach?
Doug, you know that was a 10. That was one of the greatest shots you've ever seen.
Preventing Chizkiyahu from becoming Mashiach. I'm going to say, what do you see from here? What do you see from here?
Dude, that was beautiful.
Chizkiyahu from becoming Mashiach is lack of Shira.
I think my shot.
You see from here the power of gratitude.
I think better is subjective. Do you want to see an interesting strategy on this hole?
Shira in times of good. Shira in times of challenge.
People will debate and then just make sure I had a better shot than you had more obstacles that made it help.
That's true.
But
But who's to say that the obstacles helped me? They could have hurt me. You're short, baby. You're short. You're short. Oh, are you serious? Are you proud of that shot, Zoo? I'm almost certain that you did, baby. Zoo, what's your opinion on Adele? Yeah. Would you have sex with her?
Malach, who's like universe CEO. He's the delegate.
Yeah, but you'd have sex with the tree.
Sarah Olam said to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Shamanu Tzvilat Tzadik. Sarah Olam Asa Tzivyono Shel Tzadik. So Sarah Olam says to Baruch Hu again. It seems like
what happened to that bitch?
So Sarah Olam says to Baruch Hu, okay, so let's go. Now the earth has said Shira on his behalf, right? He didn't say Shira, earth said Shira on his behalf. The Baskel came out and said, Razi Li, the secrets of the world.
Oh my word.
Changed my mind, Kiviyachol. And Amr Nabi, Oili, Ad Mosai. So the Nabi says,
dude, I did.
How long?
Dude, I did not know we were tied.
Until again, literally, they're enemies and enemies of enemies, meaning that unfortunately, Klal Yisrael has to suffer much until Mashiach comes.
Well, that's right. Speaking of which, did the cops ever get back to you about your shit?
His name is Duma.
What'd they say?
So all of the winds came to Duma. So essentially, again, I'll say if you take a look at Rashi, Rashi says
But didn't they say that? Didn't you say there's like a ton of footage?
It's interesting enough. Rashi understands this is the Malach who's in charge of all of the
That sucks, dude.
So everyone comes
to
this
get the
and asks him, Shomer Mamilel, Mad Davar, when is Gula going to come? I'll say it's incredible, by the way, to see what the West
Are you speaking English? You're just mumbling.
We, being mankind, Klal Yisrael, are the only ones constantly and consistently perceived.
That's
absolutely amazing.
I remember you saying that.
The universe wants Mashiach. Everything is constantly pushing for Mashiach. So he was Baruch Shomer, Asa Boker Begam Laila, Tibayim Bayim Shuv Asayu. So what does this mean? So the Shomer says, Asa Boker Begam Laila, Tibayim Bayim. So ultimately, again, there's going to be.
So, what are your thoughts on my shot?
At the end of the day, only after a great life. Actually says,
dude, Reiser got a 50 point against me yesterday, and I got a 76 against him. The word Pyrex.
Incredible. So the Gemara says,
even if they caught the guy.
Morning will come. Morning will come. But when the morning will come, number one, if you yearn for it, God is not going to give us anything if we don't yearn for it. And number two, Shuvu Asayu. Ultimately, again, we have two elements. Many elements to
okay, big dog.
Here, the Malach is in charge of the Neshama says, what is Kadosh Baruch Hu waiting for? Number one, he needs us to want it. If we don't want it badly enough, he's not going to give it to us. Number two, to become Bali Shua. If we can have these two elements, then at the end of the day, Mashiach will come.
What's wrong? Dude? Oh yeah.
It was embarrassing for the Skio that he did not say Shira until the earth came along and said Shira.
Yeah, baby.
So we'll say other examples. Situations where Klal Yisrael did not say
I think you are.
until someone else reminded us to do it. Yisrael says, "Blessed is God who saved you, Klal Yisrael."
Chelsea, or that hat bitch. I know. That girl is obsessed with talking. All those female Australian comics, I hate to say it, maybe it's just comics in general, they all talk about the same shit. Their sexuality, how many people they fuck, who they want to fuck tonight, and it's just like, do you guys talk about anything else?
He circumcised himself. Yisro was so impressed with one of my colleagues. So he wanted to join the race of so I gave him some bris milah. Shmuel says, "Shenasa chadudim kol b'sar." He got goosebumps.
Big dog.
Why? So says,
Did you know that you're up?
Interesting. That the goosebumps are understood to mean the Yisro was overwhelmed by what happened to Mitzrayim. And again, as much as he was
like, at least your shit is different than their shit. Their shit wasn't very impressive.
So we see from the in front of a convert, do not disparage generations to 10 generations. So this is just such a fascinating idea.
I'm just going to talk about
converts. What do we say?
So I was like, I was really interested in details. I just wanted to get home and play Sonic and Sonic Adventures appearances.
That's not funny.
Which sounds a bit contradictory.
It's not funny. So here's the thing. It's so outside my box that I can't see clearly. What the fuck are you talking about?
Nobody's gonna like that. So.
Remember again. Yisro left everything.
Nope, they're gonna hate it. You're gonna come in here and you're gonna say, "Rabbi, I bombed," and they'll say, "What did I say?" And you're gonna say, "You said you were gonna bomb. You said I was gonna bomb." Yep. And then you'll say, "Well, at least I tried." And I'll say, "Yep, you're absolutely right." Oh, why don't you tell that joke I told you?
This battle between
you don't have anything funny.
Has 8 names. Let him come and conquer. Be for exact punishment from Sanhedrin. From Sanhedrin,
can you name a character
No, nobody can. The blue one. The blue one. Yeah, isn't there a blue one?
So I was watching The Surge on Avatar, and then I enjoyed it but like watching YouTube video like things that happened on the previous movies and how they connected to the first movie. And I forgot the character was during the first one.
Oh yeah, that's the other thing that I do remember. Dude, you just had. Yeah, dude, you just came up with a really funny joke and you don't even realize it. The joke is this. How many of you have ever heard of Avatar? And people will be like, yeah. And then you'd be like, okay, how many of you have ever seen Avatar? And they'll be like, yeah. And then you just say, name one character from Avatar. And people would be like, they'd laugh. And you'd be like, exactly. Isn't it amazing that a $5 billion franchise that's apparently popular with so many people has not a single character that is memorable? That is memorable? Wait, but that's a funny joke, Sue.
Did you know that there is something about Avatar that causes this disorder? This is like a study saying it causes this disorder where people wish they were a part of that world.
He never spoke disparagingly.
Okay.
They get really impressed that they're still living on Earth compared to Earth. I think that's kind of why people can't remember the names.
I think it's just because they're not like human. They're just, I don't know. I actually don't know why that is. But you got a funny joke. You realize that, right?
Yeah, it's also because like
was very wise, and one said Sanhedrin was very foolish. How so? According to the one who said that he was a smart
crazy?
What's crazy, dude?
More people will probably seen Avatar than Star Wars. People can name like all the characters in Star Wars. Even the people who haven't seen Star Wars can name the characters in Star Wars.
I agree.
I know why.
Why is it?
Therefore, the purpose is to take you to a land like
Because Avatar makes so much money at the box office, they don't need to sell toys. Like Star Wars, the other major franchise. There's no marketing for toys. You never see a kid in Avatar toys.
That's true. That's another good joke. So you could say that. You could say, how many of you have ever heard of the $5 billion movie dynasty Avatar? People would be like, yeah. You'd be like, I bet even some of you have seen it. And people would be like, yeah. And you'd be like, all right, name one character from Avatar. And people would laugh. They'd be like, and you'd be like, exactly. Have you ever seen a kid with an Avatar toy? And they'd be like, no. You'd be like, yeah. I'm beginning to think not that many people actually saw this movie.
Unfortunately, as much as Sanhedrin never spoke negatively about Eretz Yisrael,
okay, I'm beginning to think that not a lot of people remember this movie. Or you could say, I'm beginning to think there's something about this movie that causes people to forget most everything about it.
It's just as nice as our land. Kimatu Almin, when they came to a place called Almin, Anu Ki Almin. They said ultimately again, this is like our land as well. Kimatu Sos Trey. When they came to a place called Sos Trey, they said this is twice as good as Eretz Yisrael. So unfortunately, I'll say this has unfortunately been sometimes the downfall of Klal Yisrael throughout the ages. We find ourselves and we see ourselves into thinking that where we are is actually better than Eretz Yisrael. Not that it's okay.
I forget, but I know a lady who's I know other ladies got it. There are only like 15 people on here from now.
Something to be learned from everyone, even as some parents.
I know, like, there's a famous lady who has it. She's an actor. But her name is Mary Lou Hanner, and she can remember like everything about her day, going back all the way to like her birth.
Yeah, there's this woman in Australia that she knows every she can read, she knows every word in my book, every note in my book, she knows every word. She can be like, page this on page this, and she'll be able to recite it.
So the Gemara says,
would you have sex with this woman?
No.
His clothing, those things that give me honor.
Scale of 0 to 10. This woman, dude.
A person should make sure to keep himself
okay, not that bad.
They make sure that they're wearing proper clothing. Your clothing is called the thing that gives you honor.
Yeah, baby.
Says a lot about the person you are. And how you ultimately telegraphs a message about the importance that you ascribe to that particular event. So as I say, therefore, your clothing.
Oh yeah, she'll remember she'll know what hour of my stream you said it. And she's gonna remember that you said she was a 3. And she's gonna remember that I thought that wasn't that bad. No, dog, you already said this bitch is a 3. No, dog, everybody knows who you're talking about. It's that bitch who remembers every page of the Harry Potter books. You even said it.
Yeah, she can remember everything, and she can remember
Does she remember every guy who's ever eaten her pussy?
through a shaliach.
Definitely.
Okay, so what's going on?
I would think so too. I think, man, that'd be tight. I'm gonna have sex with that woman just so she can tell me about it when I'm super old and like I've forgotten everything. Perhaps she'll be like, "Oh, your tongue was like a." Did I just? Oh, all right, that bitch will love it. All right, she'll be like, you got a tongue like a hound dog, kid. Like, thanks, lady.
So
I don't know if she's looking at that.
All right. Well, maybe she can date fucking Chelsea. Chelsea's into all kinds of weird shit. Dude, I love this. I love this. I don't know anything about rock comedy, but I know Chelsea is bisexual. I know the lady who won is pansexual. I know the lady who is the beat poet. That bitch is lesbian. Oh yeah, she's polyamorous. I'm sure she'd fuck with Pan too. But it's like I know nothing about these people, but I know all their sexuality.
So that if you notice the lashon of here is Vayetze Malach Hashem. It wasn't that Kadosh Baruch Hu did it himself, but ultimately again, like you see on Pesach, and even a Malach, this was Malach Kolo Ani. Kadosh Baruch Hu sent the Malach. Why?
Do you think you're gonna have sex with Chelsea someday? I think I'm going to.
So that's very interesting. The word says Morom Kitzo, which literally means again the heavens. The heavens are his abode. And then it says Morom Kitzo. Morom literally means like a domicile, a dwelling. Right? She says over here,
yo dog, are you going to have sex with Chelsea someday? I think I'm going to.
One talks about the dwelling of HaKadosh Baruch Hu on high. One another.
Okay, well, more for me, baby.
You could see the unholy aspirations of Sancheriv. Sancheriv says, first, I will destroy the house of God in the spirit, and then afterwards, again, I will destroy the house of God in the celestial sphere.
Why not?
Hashem so this is very one of the fascinating ideas about Sancheriv. Sancheriv felt that he received divine instructions.
It's a really smart. Oh, are the same people showing up every week?
This was a divinely orchestrated message. So again, the part against Rashi.
What did you say, Big Dog? Oh, only comedians are showing up. Are you going to perform on
explicit instructions from God?
Monday? Okay. I mean, you should have, in my opinion, a little bit more like sway of when you get to go up, since you're like, you know, basically you were a finalist for Raw Comedy. What's the third bracket? The shitty bracket? Oh, so you're normally in the last bracket? And you never told me that? Yeah, you do say that, but I didn't know that was like the shitty bracket.
And instead, they have gone ahead and taken two
Oh, okay. Feature, that's right. I shouldn't think of. Okay, so you're gonna. Do you think you'll be moving to the second bracket soon?
I have no idea what it's talking about. So what is this?
You think you'll jump all the way to the first?
Because so this nation has
what is fringe?
Like this nation has
For
forsaken
interest
the
was
Malchus
the
based on it.
biggest
The Malchus
world, which
they are
is
kind to them.
dominated by the comic somebody in the industry
waters
at the time.
the Shilach site comes as the spring fed.
So are you?
When it flows gently.
Oh yeah.
So it's the biggest island in the
was governed by
world,
Malchus based on it. Who governed
for the
them
last
and looked
100
after
years,
them in
it's
such a
basically
kind
just
and
been
beautiful way.
the
And they
plague
gave that all
cycles
up.
made
Like
it
they are forsaking that.
When is that?
The Israel, the Russian Uba Rebellion. And instead of
I
they
think
go
that's
ahead
late
and
February, early
they go
early
ahead
April.
and they go essentially to Avodah the Zara. I'm Rabbi Yochanan, my Diksif, Mara Hashem. So what's interesting over here is so Sanchila.
Just more weight.
Are you gonna apply?
And he feels okay. This Klai is not doing the right thing. Obviously,
I don't have a show, Valley Boy, Jelly Boy, what's good with the show? What's about the mind? I just hope to open mind so that maybe we can get off the plate.
He was a Russia. See, how is he such a Rush? Okam Memsa goes while speaking like Suda. He would eat
So it does what I
pigeons for dessert. So
next year, if I do a French instead of doing it, I'm going to do the French show, but it's going to be, I'm going to do my French show
all of these pigeons and he still would not
next year.
listen,
But
what
it's
is that
going to be like, not a lot of Jelly Boy is doing, it's just going to be
type of lifestyle? They will say,
Where are you gonna do it?
but in general, whenever you see Avodah Zarah, what do you see alongside Avodah Zarah?
Where are you gonna be? Where are you gonna do it?
Like the Shad Shal Bahar brings down, what's the chiluk between Avodah Zarah and Avodah Zarah? What's the chiluk?
Word.
Avodah Zarah is you make God in your image. Avodah Hashem is I make myself in God. What does everybody love about Avodah Zarah? Also, if you go to Spectrum very easily, very quickly.
So you're gonna be like a master of ceremonies?
It's not like you stop worshiping Hashem. Very often.
So you're gonna be a master of ceremonies who also is a chronic masturbator?
Why are you bringing Avodah Zarah? Because Avodah Zarah is great. How does Avodah Zarah work? Here's how it works, right? But maybe you know someone needs this information. If you want to start your own idolatry, right? Step one is write down all the stuff you want to do in life, right? All the stuff you really want to do. Okay?
You could just say no.
Technology that allows for all of that, right? So all the stuff you want to do, suddenly again, not only is it mutter, but it's a mitzvah. All
right, I mean, you're down 138 points.
That becomes all of the mitzvahs. Right? That's Avodah Zarah. That's Avodah Zarah. So whenever you see Avodah Zarah,
Excellent fucking questions, dog. It's kind of a funny joke.
It's actually not about the theology. It's really never about the theology. It's about that God has very high expectations of us. And therefore he tells us we can't do a lot of stuff. Why? To hold us to
All right.
our
Do you think you're ever going to see Chelsea again?
So creating a system of theology in order to allow for all of that to occur. So
Do you know that she's Scottish?
all of these pigeons, but he can't be satiated. Why? Because he's an Ovid Avodah Zarah. Ovid Avodah Zarah is a Hebrew. Okay, so now back to it. It's incredible. Do
you think she's? Do you think? Do you think she's gonna find love?
Shabbos also says that sometimes when we become a little bit too wrapped up in
Yeah. Do you think she's gonna find love?
Might not be as it should have. Remember, all of us have a void. We have an emptiness in life. And we're always trying to fill it. The issue just is, if I have a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and I'm filling it with the right things, if I don't have HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and I'm filling it with all of the wrong things.
Okay. Does she?
So again, because of Father Israel's non-compliance, Hashem says in the bring.
Do you think she's gonna find a career out of it?
So Sancheriv hears this. Sancheriv hears all this stuff. And here's the Navi literally says, wants to sort of point out, Sancheriv was the king of Ashur. The Navi literally says, because of your non-compliance, right, because of your terrible behavior, I'm bringing against it.
Who's the kinkiest person in the Adelaide comedy circuit?
So if God wants to do this, Gemara says, so if that's the case, so why was he punished?
Like, what bitch is in the BDSM?
He did the will of God, why was he punished? The Gemara says, Navi says, Shvatim is Navi, very simple. Sancheriv was the tool of Hashem to exact punishment against the 10 tribes. He was the one who was responsible to exile the 10 tribes.
Who is that?
He had no business in Yerushalayim.
You're good, baby. It's a tough question.
So ultimately, again, so the Navi
I bet Chelsea is like a belt to the ass.
Your avodah was to get punishment from the 10 tribes.
Oh, for sure. For sure. There's no doubt about that.
You don't have any power on. Right? Ultimately, again, literally, you cannot go ahead. The Am Ha'ayid, so tired nation. Who's the tired nation? It's interesting. It's probably slow. We're the tired nation. But interestingly enough, not tired because of suffering. Tired because we toil in Torah.
What'd you say?
Tired because we're constantly building a nation with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So ultimately, again, the nation that's tired cannot be handed over in the hands of the enemies. My case, I will show you
Yeah, I don't care. I mean, I'm sure. Shout out to them. I'm sure they're into that. That's cool. But I want to.
Who threw off from them the yoke of Torah.
I wanted to get into which one of the bitches want to get spanked. Oh, dude, it's a huge thing.
You could have control over Malchus Yisrael. Why? Because Malchus Yisrael threw off the yoke of Torah. And when you throw off the yoke of Torah, you have a lack of divine protection, but you have no control ultimately again over Malchus Yehuda. Because that Malchus Yehuda, they took upon themselves the yoke of Torah, and they were deserving of miracles.
I just know from media, it's like dudes wear like black leather shit and
you turn back, right, and you don't go to war against Malchus, you'll be fine. If not,
what isn't it Pulp Fiction where they like have like a gag ball?
Amongst the nations. Like Rashi says over here, you'll become a source of degradation, like a laughing stock amongst it. This is the Sancheriv. So once I say interesting enough, Sancheriv did have a divine mission by the 10 tribes of Malchus Yisrael.
Dog, you just passed.
Yeah,
Gabe BDSM, dog.
So the Gemara goes like that. So Achari Hadvarim, Va'ema Sa'ila Basancher Melech Ashur, Va'yavo Yehuda, Va'yichan Ala Orim HaBetzuros, Va'yomer Livka'am Elov. So ultimately against Sancheriv makes
you're up.
And he goes ahead and he marches on Yerushalayim. So the Gemara says, Hai Rishna Lahai Pargasha. Rashi says over here,
what up, baby?
So now the Gemara asks an interesting question. Why was Chizkiyahu deserving of this? After all, Chizkiyahu was a big tzaddik. So why was Chizkiyahu deserving of having something as much as Chizkiyahu is successful?
What'd you say, big man? What'd you say?
Such a tzaddik. Why did he deserve to have this fear?
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, I've seen that too. I've seen people posting all kinds of shit from 2016, but then a lot of people were like, fuck 2016, 2006 was where it was at. I saw some chick do that today. For what?
But don't worry.
In a sense,
What is Chizkiyahu going to say?
For like shit that happened in the world, 2016 was bigger.
What you're trying to do, because remember again,
For shit that happened in the world, if you're looking at like
delivering a stunning victory to Chizkiyahu,
what,
didn't do anything. Wiped out the entire army.
like what news events and stuff?
It was a massive,
2016 had like a huge election. 2006 was just basically the Iraq War in Afghanistan and shit. 2006, social media was just starting. 2016, basically, was old news. I don't know. I like them both. Okay, Zoo, I'm glad that you have made that determination. Zoo.
I was 10 years old. I was a very happy family.
They're going to become like a trust. It was like a trough
Okay.
for Chizkiyo and his
Were you
kingdom.
still shitty at Scrabble, or were you betting then?
Right? But sometimes, right, people say, you know,
No, do you think I know more words like 30 than I do at 10 years old?
I think you know more.
After Yaakov found out that Yosef was alive, so the Seir Shal Shabbos says, Kadosh Baruch Hu preempted Yaakov. Yaakov would have thought to himself like this: Kadosh Baruch Hu, I'm so happy that Yosef is alive. It's so beautiful. Everything worked out well. Kadosh Baruch Hu, but I have a counter proposal. Instead of everything working out well, why don't you instead what? Leave it alone. Leave it alone.
Do I agree with
Leave it
what?
alone. And you could have spared me. You could have spared me.
10-year-olds out there
20 plus years of doing something. That's
Oh,
why the
for
Pasuk
sure,
says,
dog.
He offered up Karbanos Le'elokei Yitzchak Aviv.
But I probably have better vocabulary
God
than
of his father. What was Yitzchak? Yitzchak was
I would
Midas
hope
Hadin.
so.
Strict justice. Sometimes strict justice says we don't understand why Kadosh Baruch Hu does things. So it's interesting because over here, Kadosh Baruch Hu knew that had he divulged his plan to Chizkiyo Melech, knew that Chizkiyo would have said, God, sounds great, but don't do it. Don't do it. If everything's going to end happily ever after, just leave things alone.
could
And I will say so many times in life, we have this fundamental question. Yeah, things work out. I'm in a stressful crisis situation, difficult situation. It turns out well. And I have such hope, but there's like this piece in me that thinks, but why did you do it?
Zoo.
Yes, you brought the salvation, but the same God who brought the
Like
salvation
half
is
the
also
board,
God.
we didn't
He's
play
also
half the
God.
board
The same God who brought the crisis.
because of that
Sometimes
cue.
don't bring the crisis, and you won't need the salvation. So that's the cheshbon of Hakadosh Baruch Hu. That's what ends the world.
Dude, you're down
Somehow the crisis was necessary.
100
It's not just
and
the resolution that's necessary, but the crisis itself
you're
was
down
necessary. And sometimes those are things that we just will never understand. Let's go on the Vita.
184 points. 186 points.
Don't worry, everything's going to be okay. And the yoke of Sancheriv will be.
What are you going to do, son?
Shaman. I want to say Shema means literally.
Yeah, there's a lot of
This is beautiful.
Weird how many gay comedians there are.
Because of the oil of Chizkiyo. What's the oil of Chizkiyo? This is beautiful.
Yeah. Most of raw comedy was.
Constant light. Oil represents light.
There's just a lot of growth in female comedians now.
What did Chizkiyo do? He put a
It was like half female,
and he said,
which I think is great. If only it was half funny. And I mean that for the guys. The guys aren't very funny either.
Now, what does this mean? Is really going to kill people left next medrash? No, it's figurative. What Chizkiyo was trying to tell Klal Yisrael was the following idea: Torah is not a recreational pursuit.
Zoot.
Torah is life.
It's over,
Torah
son.
is life. And if you don't have it,
Zoot,
you
this
won't
game is
have
over.
life. Torah is actually the same.
Champion.
Sometimes you look at Torah, and what's Torah? It's beautiful. You know, Dr. Aaron Tversky has a beautiful idea. He says, he points out, which he says, it always intrigued him how
Oh, okay. But they didn't. Okay, I mean, but still, it's almost 50-50. That's great.
These are the days. This is a dated marshal, like before Wade.
And a woman won, which is great too.
In a bad neighborhood, and you go up to a gas station to go ahead and get directions. And the guy's giving you directions. And can you imagine there's no directions? You're like this.
Out of the fact
Right? No one's nodding off. And you know why? Because that's going to save your life. Since if you realized that words of Torah literally are life-saving, that words of Torah are life-saving, right? Then we would never nod off.
All right, so
sometimes the Rabbi speaks too long. God, right? Or whatever. And it's not everybody is an orator.
have you watched all of the Brendan?
But a lot of it is us. It's easy to blame someone else.
Have you watched all of the Brendan?
A lot of it is us and how we relate to Torah. And the truth is, sometimes we think, it's a beautiful bud. It's a beautiful insight, a beautiful idea. It's not a beautiful bud. It's not a beautiful idea. It's
Shaw
life-saving
videos that I sent you.
That's what Chizkiyo was trying to hide. The sword was
No,
but to show Torah is not something nice. Torah is life-saving. If you have it, it will literally save yourself from making such dramatic bad decisions or mistakes. If you don't have it, then unfortunately, I can find myself in such situations.
Like 7 times.
They checked from Dan until Beersheba. There was not an Amaras. There was no one who was ignorant of what the Torah other from Iras until Tiflis.
Yo, that game sucks. I'll play you in that, and then I need a break. I hate this game. Send me an invite, though. I'm waiting.
So incredible. First of all, just to understand the level of scholarship which existed during the days of Chizkiyahu. Everyone was versed. Everyone was knowledgeable. Everyone, again, both sides.
Zoot, are you proud of that roll? You got a 1, a 2, a 3, another 3, and a 6. It's waiting for Zoot. Rolls 2. Are you proud of that? He chose a 1 and a 2. He chose a 2 and a 3. He chose 2 3s. Full house, baby. Zoot, are you proud of having a full house?
In those days, the Gemara says, people had very simple material aspirations, right? They had a cow, they had 2
Not
sheep.
really. I needed 2. Yeah, baby.
So they were happy with very small things material. Furthermore, they had vines that had thousands of dollars worth of grapes, and it just kind of lying in waste. Why did it lie in waste?
Baby, did you know that the score is 25 to 40?
Because they put their full focus on Ruchnius.
The score is 25 to 40.
The ongoing commitment to
I
spiritual
played a large straight for 40 points. Zoot, there are 12 turns left, big dog. Did you choose turn-based or live?
Okay, end of the week, we ended up where we needed to end up pretty much.
F you, dude.
Incredible week.
Oh, that's big time, Zoot. Zoot, that's big time.
All right, everyone's doing a good Shabbos, everyone.
What's the difference between turn-based and
non-turn based has so live has a timer.
Rabbi, you realize you fucked up by putting the 5 there?
No, I
The
didn't.
6?
No, I
You
didn't.
realize?
All right, so let's say good morning.
Do you realize
the doctor of us today said he's actually starting to right?
Doug, I got more points with the 5X.
Yeah, you can get a bonus.
I wanted the 5X.
We are picking up on Sadiq Kalam on days 94B.
Yeah, no, you should be using the 5X.
Big dog. I got the most of my. I got 50 points. That's like best you could do. You used to say I can't get it again, big dog. Are you proud of yourself?
That's your turn.
So back to
Let's see what you get.
So
Let's see what you got, son. That was a terrible roll. One of the worst rolls we've ever seen. It's just awful. Oh, Zoot, are you proud of yourself? Zoot, are you proud of yourself? Zoot, who's your favorite Gemini? Zoot, who's your favorite Gemini twin? Who's your favorite Gemini twin?
There's one more.
Who? Who's that? I thought a Gemini twin was a dude who you had in common with fucking a chick.
There is more than 10 steps mentioned in this passage. To which the Gemara says,
Tyler's hot though. I like that bitch. Oh, dude. You're fucked. You are fucked. You might be more fucked than you've ever been. Oh, he's going for sixes, folks. He's going for sixes, folks. And he dropped the ball. Dropped the ball.
It's actually quite beautiful. That the Rabbi was saying,
look at this move.
Listen, you Bat Galim, daughter of the waves.
Look at this move.
Is a reference to Klal Yisrael. Why is Klal Yisrael called Bat Galim, the daughter of the waves? So, daughter of the ones who did mitzvos in voluminous amount, like waves. They did waves and waves of mitzvos. Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, who did waves, abundant amount of mitzvos. Hakshiva, so the Gemara says Hakshiva. Laisha.
Dude, what are you going to do? You
You
got 1, 2. Oh, are you going for a straight?
Do not be afraid
Dude,
of
yeah, you're not going to. Fuck you.
But instead be afraid of
Fuck you, Zoo. Fuck you, Zoo.
My Aniya.
You're already playing a
My Aniya Anasos.
You can pull that.
What does it mean? Literally, Aniya Anasos. Let answer Anasos.
I already played something in chat.
Asid Yirmiyah ben Hilkiah, excuse me. Asid Yirmiyah ben Hilkiah, Umisnavi Alame Anasos.
Dude, I just got it again. Dude, what are the odds, dude? I just got.
From the city of Anatot. You can go to Anatot today. Anatot is right outside of Yerushalayim, right past Piskat Zev. It's actually there's a route.
Yeah, it was strategic, dog.
So right in the city of Anatot. That is where Moshav of Anatot. That's where Rabbi Yirmiyahu prophesied.
Yeah, you have.
Prophesied from Anatot.
That was a mistake. One of the biggest mistakes in the history of humankind. Do you know what a human is, Zoo? Do you know what a human is? Well, you just had one of the greatest mistakes in the history of the species. Give me a 2.
That's the case again.
Fuck.
Then ultimately, again, we're still are more than 10 locations.
Dude, what do I do?
So there are more than 10 locations ultimately on the stops of San David, to which the Gemara says, excuse me, there are less than 10, excuse me.
Dude, are you proud of that? You got a 1, do a 3, 4, 2 3s. You got 3 3s. Are you proud of having 3 3s? Zoo, are you proud of having 3 3s?
To stand
full house.
Or to still be day,
shitty full house.
What does that refer to?
Shitty
that day
full
when
house.
Sanheriv marched on Yerushalayim,
dude, I fucked up.
I fucked up. Nov was still in existence.
Yes.
Remember, again, this goes back to the episode of David and Shaul. David is carnated.
I fucked up on one of my rolls. I could have done better. You got a full house, baby.
So what happens? He pursues David. David
chooses. Alright. So you don't want a full house.
He's not going to fight.
2s? You're going with 2s?
So
you got 3 of a kind.
You can't tell anyone about what is happening. So what he goes to the city of Nov, which was known as the Kohanim, the city of Kohanim. The Mishkan was there. And what happens? He sits down.
Yeah, but you already have the full house, son.
I need food and I need weapons.
Watch this move.
They give him food. They give him weapons. In fact, the only weapons they had was the sword and
give me
shield
4s.
of Goliath.
Give me a 4.
David had kept in the Mishkan. David takes it. David takes it. Who sees all of this happening?
No one knows why you did that. The only thing anybody ever knows is that you are losing with 4 turns left, Zoot. And no one also knows why you chose what you chose. Zoot, you have 4 turns left.
They're helping the king's son-in-law.
Oh, no way.
So what happens, to make a very long story short, Shaul brings some of his soldiers to Nov. They wiped out the city of Nov. There is one survivor from the city of Nov.
Zoot took the lead.
This was a huge
No, he didn't, because he fucked up.
On Shaul and on David for reasons we'll discuss. So the Gemara says over here that on that day, look at Rashi for just a moment. O Sayom Mishtayir Me'avona Shalom. Those are 4 lines down the short lines of Rashi. Also, the Mishtayir Me'avona Shalom.
Zoot, what do I do? I can't play anything. And I can't roll anything, son. I couldn't play
Most of
it.
it's amazing.
Zoot, what are you gonna do, son? Zoot, what are you gonna do, son? You need fours. Zoot needs fours.
The last day
Zoot, you're up.
was the day that
You're going for a full house? That's not smart.
And had Sanherib
Unless you do your...
on that day, he
Oh,
would
you have your
have
free
been
turn. Oh, there you go.
against Yerushalayim.
Zoot just took the lead, folks.
The day that he marched was the last day in which God was willing to exact retribution for Klal Yisrael.
Zoot just took the lead.
Dove massacre. And
Give me some
had
fives.
Nebuchadnezzar
Give me some
attacked
fives.
that day, he would have been victorious, as he would have been the rod of HaKadosh Baruch Hu to exact punishment for Klal Yisrael for the city of Nov. Now get ready for this. This is amazing. So the Gemara says,
I need a lot of shows.
the Gemara says, I'm relaying.
Are you proud of that?
So interestingly enough, so on the day that Sanherib shows up in Yerushalayim, he's outside of the walls. He's outside the walls of the city. His astrologer is telling the king,
I need
if
something
we march
great.
now, we will be successful. So what happens? But ultimately, again, if
I
we go
need
before
4x.
tomorrow, we will not be successful. So
Give me a 3.
So Sanherib responds, Orcha devoy the saguye ba'asari yoma. I'm sorry.
Yeah. How'd you get 35?
Furthermore, when coming to
Yes, sir.
the journey was short. A journey that would normally take 10 days took 1 day. Kivat Yerushalayim. So also the idea that there's the
I wasn't
perfect
paying
storm. The
attention.
recipe is perfect for Sanherib to conquer Yerushalayim.
I didn't know how much the bonus was going to be. I didn't think it'd be that much. Dude, I've never beaten you in this game. Yep.
So Sanherib shows up Yerushalayim. What he does is he keeps piling rocks, one on top of the other, until it's high enough that he can see over the walls of Yerushalayim.
Nope.
Get ready for this. He looks over the walls. Essentially,
Zoot,
when he
this
goes in,
bitch
he
is
sees
over.
the city. He says, it looks
Zoot, this
in his
bitch is
eyes.
over. Alright, big dog. I'm taking a break. No, I think I've beaten other people.
Is this the mighty Jerusalem? Is this Yerushalayim?
Dude, did you watch every single clip of Brendan Schaub I've sent you?
City out of all the cities that I've conquered. So he says,
He cheats on his wife. He's manipulative of everyone around him. He runs scam giveaways. He misspeaks a lot, which causes him to be made fun of. Well, I do that too, so that's no big deal. He like basically gaslights people into thinking that like he's not trying to take advantage of them when he really is. What more do you want?
There's a story that's told that one time there was a particular who had come.
And Joe Rogan stole his material.
To see the land. And so he goes on his whole tour. He's about to leave. He needs to go.
Why did
Because he didn't know that he made. I mean, it's like an easy joke to make.
So whenever somebody says, "Well, you know it's coming," and he asks it up. So he says, "Of course." He says, "The truth is, it's not so beautiful."
It's not so beautiful.
Yeah, he basically said, "What would you do if we were all?" What would you do if we were like if you were like gay? Wouldn't you just hang out with your friends and play video games all night and then fuck each other?
If you don't possess spiritual beauty, you'll see garbage in the streets. That is absolutely.
So aside from the fucking of each other, you and I are pretty gay.
Is it the most beautiful
I
life?
mean, that's
Okay,
Not your eyes, but with your neshama, there's nothing more magnificent than it in the entire
that's tight.
So Nebuchadnezzar sees it.
Alright, I've used the restroom.
Sanherib sees it. but he sees it. He sees me with Gentile eyes. He sees me with Gentile eyes. So Gentile eyes see it, and Gentile eyes say, that's it. And the guy forgot. He was like, he's waging this whole campaign. His soldiers have been on the road for who knows how long. And this is it. It's like one shawarma store. This is the whole thing. So he says like there's a huge. By the way, couple this with the fact that he was also a ridiculous Baal Gaiva. He was ridiculously arrogant. So like he says like this is ridiculous. This is what I marched for. So he goes on. He says the following. Amri, Nishte Beyada Ha'ibna. Suppose they see, you have to understand something. So everyone knows this cloud goggle in life, where there is great arrogance, there is great downfall. So you see the soldiers begin to say, oh, this is not going to end well. The astrologers are saying, go now. Sancheiriv is saying, this is nothing. This is a cake. It's easy, right? Piece of cake. So the soldiers say, king, let's go now. We're ready. Let's go today. Amr Lahum, Tamisu, Samisu. So you know what? I'm a bit tired today. We'll go tomorrow. Tomorrow, each of you will bring me a piece of the wall. So incredible guy, and I also understand. Here's the downfall, right? What's the downfall? The downfall is that day was his window. That day was his window. That day was the last day for the retribution for the city of Nov. That day was his window. Had he marched, he would have been the conqueror of Yerushalayim. But as most things in life, Gaiva gets in the way. Miyad, so let's remember again. So what happens? He says, you know what? Let's rest tonight. We'll relax tonight. Tomorrow. What happens that night? We already learned yesterday. That night is when the Malach comes along and kills 185,000 sleeping soldiers. Miyad, that night they're all sleeping comfortably, confident of their victory the next day. The Malach comes out and kills 185,000. They wake up in the morning and there were a few survivors, as we'll discuss, and they find 185,000 corpses. Papa says, you know, this gives us a very important lesson. Basdina, Bataldina, which I will say literally means, if you look at Rashi, towards the end of the short lines, Basdina, Bataldina, Kevan, Shalon, Dina, Batalarid. Sometimes when you don't pass judgment, the fight goes away. So, which is another way of saying that there was like, when you procrastinate, you lose your window of opportunity. When you procrastinate, you lose your window of opportunity. Opportunity waits for no man, even for Sancheiriv. He missed his opportunity. Again, we're not crying right now, but at the end of the day, it's dramatic how the Rebbe Shalom gives him Kfitza Sadera, the Rebbe Shalom gives him the opportunity to come to Yerushalayim, and he squanders it. Because again, but really because of Gaiva. But the message is procrastination leads to loss of opportunity. The Yishpi Beno, I was like, get ready for this. This is amazing. Amazing, my son. The Yishpi Beno, Asher Vilidi Harpa, who Shabbos said now, the Novi over here, this is in Shmuel Beis, speaks about a man of Yishbi Nov, who was of the descendants of Arba. Harpa is Arba. We're going to see in just a moment the sister of Rus. Mishkal Kino Shlosh Meos, Mishkal Mechoshes, Chagor Chadasha, Bayara Lahako says David. So says we're going to see Yishbi was the brother of Goliath, the brother of Goliath. After David kills Goliath, so Yishbi has, what do they call it, a blood feud, right? Blood feud with David, and again, he's a big man himself, knew his armor, stark spear, everything, and he says he's going to kill David. So the Gemara says, "Might be Yishbi Benov." What does that mean? The Yishbi Benov. So the Gemara says, "Amar Yehuda Amarav Ish Sheba Al Iski Nov." We'll say, get ready for this Gemara. Rashi said he was a man who came to David HaMelech because of the episode in Nov. Now, what does David HaMelech have to do with Nov? Get ready for this. Amar Yehuda Baruch Hu David. Ad Mosai Yiyeh Inyon Zeh Taman Biyadecha. He says, David says, David, how long are you going to hide this sin of Nov? Ayodcha Nerga Nov Irakohan. Wow. Through you, the city of Nov was wiped out. Va'al Yadcha, and because of you, Nitrat Doeg HaAdomi. Doeg HaAdomi died. Now remember again, Doeg HaAdomi ultimately dies because he massacred the city of Nov. Va'al Yadcha Nergu Shaul Shlosh Banav. And because of you, Shaul and his 3 sons died. Remember again, how do Shaul and his 3 sons die? They die in the war against Lishtan. Right? They're fighting against Lishtan. They die in the war against Lishtan. So David, you're responsible for all of this stuff. So I say, so what does this mean? So the Ben Yoda says something amazing. He says a tzaddik is responsible for negative things that happen as a result of his actions, even if his actions were not ill-intended. No, so at the end of the day, David's actions set off a chain reaction of events that result in the massacre at Nob. Now, David HaMelech was trying to do his best, ultimately, to shield the people of the Nob. He was doing his best to try to operate under it, but at the end of the day, it was his actions that caused their death. So we'll say this is a dramatic idea, because the Ben Yoda says that you have to understand something. Sometimes in life, we go ahead and I do something, and as there's a negative repercussion. Now, that wasn't my intention. And again, I acted in good faith, I did. But understand that if as a result of my action, someone else encounters pain, someone else suffers, even though, again, that was not my intention, and I acted in an appropriate way. It just happens to be a byproduct of my action. Is someone else's pain and suffering, there's a chayvus for that. There's responsibility for that. Now, obviously, by tzaddik, that's amplified tenfold. So the Ribono Shel Olam says, David, your actions set off a chain reaction of different events that ultimately results in the massacre of Nob, the death of Doeg, and ultimately the death of Shaul and his sons. Remember, again, the Klal Yisrael loses the war against the Plishtim. We don't have time for all this, but Klal Yisrael loses the war against the Plishtim. Why? Why did Klal Yisrael lose the war against the Plishtim? You remember from your extensive Navi studies, right? Why did Klal Yisrael lose the war against the Plishtim? Because Shaul diverted all of the resources of Klal Yisrael to pursuing David, because he was reckless and irresponsible with his military resources. They're chasing David. Shaul gets word that the Plishtim have invaded. He thinks twice. Should I continue to pursue David?
No way,
that's what's so messed up.
No way, dude, you're still here.
I know. Responsibility.
Well, F you, man. Are you ready to play? Are you ready to play?
The Gemara says. So guys, you have all responsibility. Here's the choice.
All right, what's the score?
Here's the choice.
Do you think you're the best dice player in the world?
Or you can suffer. Which one? Your children going to suffer?
All right, what's the score now?
Or ultimately, again, are you going to suffer? Which one is it? So the Gemara says,
go get him, dude.
So David HaMelech says, I would rather suffer than chas v'shalom have my descendants right there. Let's get ready for this. Yom Echad, one day, so one day David HaMelech went out hunting. Let's say again, so he went, Rashi says, Sachar Bizoy, Loshon Parsi Kita Kap. He went out to hunt, and again, hunting for food, not hunting for sport. So what happened? So the Satan came along and appeared to David HaMelech as a deer. So what happens? David HaMelech shot an arrow, but he missed the deer. So the Gemara says, so what happens? David HaMelech was running out to the deer. Without realizing it, he wanders into Philistine territory. David HaMelech wanders into Philistine territory all by himself, without an army, and Bikash does not to be armed enough. So he doesn't have to run into. So what happens? Who does he run into? Yishbi. Yishbi, Goliath's brother, is the first guy he happens to run into in Philistine territory. Omar. So Yishbi sees him, and he says,
What's the score?
This is the guy who killed Goliath, my brother. What does he do? Kaf say he grabs David, ties him up.
Okay, are you ready to lose? Fucking dice party, dog.
And he puts him in between the two stones of an olive press.
Yeah, send me an invite.
Yeah, he's going to sit on it. So
but make it live.
He's going to sit on the olive press, and essentially he's going to crush David.
There's a timer in live.
So a miracle occurred, and what happened? The ground underneath the bottom stone of the press became soft. So when Yishbi sat, the press sunk instead of crushing David.
It's above your head. It's above your profile picture.
Okay, so either way, so Yishbi realizes, okay, he leaves him for later.
Get the 2 1s and try to get a full house.
So we'll say that day, that day was Erev Shabbos. Avishai ben Tzruya, Havaka Chayiv Reishei B'Dalet Garbi.
Put it down further.
So we'll say David HaMelech's one of his generals.
I don't know if I would have done that, son.
Ben Tzruya, so was going ahead and washing his hair. So just parenthetically, he used Dalet Garbi Demaya, 4 barrels of oil. Okay? Chazinu, Kasme.
Do you think it's better than this move?
And he understood that he saw
what should I do? Full house?
Something is going on. Others say that a dove landed in front of him and started flapping its wings in a violent manner.
Dude, big dog, you're up. And you got 2 flags. That's a risky move. That's a risky move.
So once he saw what happens, he sees the blood.
You need a 2, and you didn't get it.
He realizes
do it again.
He must mean Klal Yisrael is in trouble.
You have 1 roll remaining,
just fine.
and you got a 3. Devastating.
The king is in trouble. Let's listen to this.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So Amar Tinan in Roch ben Asuso, ben Yoshua Kiso, ben Mishtamshem Bisharbito.
Should I do the small one?
You cannot use the king's horse. You cannot.
Should I do the small one?
And you cannot use the king's scepter. So part of the covenant of Malchus is you can't use the king's stuff. What about when the king is in danger? The king is in danger. So what Avishai ben Tzruya is, the king had the fastest horse, was the fastest mule. So can I ride the king's horse or not? That was
my man got
so
3 6s, son.
He goes to ask
He's going for the bonus. My man's going for the bonus.
Again, time of sakana. Yes, you can go. So we'll say, first of all, it's an amazing, amazing idea. The Jew always has to know what the halacha is. Always has to know what the halacha is. You have to ask the shayla. Aisha sakana. This, of course, there are times where I have to be quiet for the fashas. React personally, ask later. But everything in our lives.
You got 2 3s, baby.
Everything in our lives.
You have 2 rolls.
So a person will really make a dramatic decision.
What are you gonna do? My man is taking a risk. A major risk.
So sure enough, he gets the sack.
He's going for a 2. And he missed it.
He jumps on the mule.
These are some of the worst decisions that we've had the opportunity to witness in the history of this game. In the history of this game, these are some of the worst decisions that we've ever witnessed.
So as he's riding, as he's riding to push the area, who does he see? Arpa. Who's Arpa?
Yeah, you
Arpa
are.
was the mother of. Now, whether this means actual. He sees Arpa. She must have been a very old lady by now. She's right. Arpa was the mother of Goliath and the mother of Yishbi.
What are you gonna do, Zoot?
So Chazi, Arpa.
3 6s, baby.
She was spinning while she was weaving. So what happens?
Oh, what a big move, Zoot. What a big move, Zoot.
So what happens? As Arpa sees Avishai ben Tzruya,
What are you gonna do, son?
Arpa now sees Avishai ben Tzruya running.
That was giant, Zoot.
She realizes he's on a rescue mission. She takes the her spindle and she throws it at
Zoot, what do I do?
in an effort to kill him. So she misses him.
I'm going for the 5.
She has no will. Amrale, Allah, I sleep, Allah. Excuse me, young man. I dropped my spindle. Would you mind getting it?
No, baby.
So what happens? She sure does.
You gave me false
He brings it back to her, throws it at her head.
Dude, get it, baby. Get it.
Fine. Arpa's out. So
Get it. Get it.
Goes like this. So we'll say what happens. So now David HaMelech shows up ultimately
Oh,
again.
it's going to end
Now,
really
we'll say,
badly.
remember, now we understand also the pasuk calls him Yishbi Benov because this is part of David HaMelech's
Zoot is fun.
punishment
Put the 4s down,
for
baby.
which occurred in Nov. So the
All
Gemara
right.
says what happens? He's
Do I
Yishbi
have
Benov.
2s?
Amar Hashna Havu Beit Train
Yeah.
Bekatlanly. So what happens? Now Yishbi realizes when he sees Avishai coming that he's going to be outnumbered. David and Yishbi together is a bit too much to handle. So what happens? He goes ahead, he says, now I'm going to be outnumbered. So what is the most? Get ready for this.
What
So
do I do,
David
Zoot?
So he wants to kind of get out of here now. So what does he do? He throws
You have 3-4, son.
which was an incredible display of strength.
You have 3-4, son.
Spear down on the ground, obviously with the tip facing up. I figured that
You have a full house, big dog.
Done. So what happens? Who shows up just in time? Amar Avishai Shem. Avishai comes right as David Melech is midair. He said
Hit the full house, baby.
So ultimately again, see, he says the Shem Mafurash and suspends David.
Give me some threes, big dog. Give me another 3, baby.
Let's get ready for this. Get ready for this. Says the Gemara. So why didn't David just say the Shem first? David also knew the sacred name of God. So again, why didn't David say the name in order to suspend himself?
My man has 2 5s. Folks, if you weren't aware, Sue right now has 2 5s.
Cannot extricate himself from his jail. It was an incredibly important
Devastating.
Which again, generally we
roll, baby.
Sometimes again we spoke about this on
No,
Shabbos.
that's not good.
Sometimes when you are in this
That's not
situation,
good.
you can't see the trees from the forest.
This is devastating to Zoot's career.
How again, Rab doesn't have to mean a Rebbe or Rebbe. Right?
Oh, baby girl.
Advice you rely on.
Give me another 6.
Someone who can see your life,
Give me another 6.
outside of you. David HaMelech
Devastating.
Think of this, he cannot think clearly.
Baby,
He
this
cannot
is devastating.
act clearly, and therefore, even though he knows the
Not
same
good.
shame of Furush, Avishai artisan. So let's get ready for this.
Not good at all.
So the first thing Avishai says, David is, what are you doing?
He's got 2 5s, folks.
What are you doing here?
My man has 2 5s. He's going for.
So he tells, see, what David HaMelech. So you would have
This is
thought David was gonna say,
devastating.
listen, I was chasing a deer.
Devastating.
How did David HaMelech realize that this was hashgacha about this?
1,
So he tells
2.
Avishai the whole story. What's the whole
Give me
story?
the ones,
The whole
baby.
story is God told me I'm going to be punished. He asked me, do I want to get the punishment?
Give me the
for my
ones.
kids. So I said, I'd rather get the punishment than have my kids wiped out. Amrlei apoch tzelus sech. So Avishai says to David, change around your tefillah. Ask HaKadosh Baruch Hu to punish your children and not you.
With enough
So
4s.
he says, Bar berech Lisbon va'at lo titzdar. So as people say, better for my grandson to sell wax, but I should not suffer.
He's got it straight, folks.
You know, it's a natural rahmanas on parents.
He's got it straight.
Rahmanas on their children. So what's the pshat? We'll say, think the pshat is like this. What Avishai ben Tzriyo says is, listen, all you can plan for is the present. Right now, because Baruch was giving you the opportunity for Sheket, Shalom, and Shalom in your presence, so take it.
What you saying is that they have minus dice bodies, but dice bodies are so then bonus game, and if you roll straight, you get a bonus.
You have plenty of time to script and to
That's
write
cool.
your future. If HaKadosh Baruch Hu is giving you the opportunity for tranquility now, you grab it, you take it, use it to change your
Look at this guy.
circumstances going forward. So
3 1s.
swap your tefillah around,
Get it,
switch it around.
I
Amarlei,
heard that.
Saya Bahadan, Say by
I
Azra
heard
Avishai
that.
and Sriya. So
Dude,
ultimately,
full house.
But Avishai, can you help me, David?
Go for one more 1, dog.
It says that Avishai and Sriya helped him. Amar Avihuda, Amar
What are
Avishai,
you- what are you
Avishai,
doing?
David, together with David to have big zero reverse. Amar Avishai. So Amar Avishai.
I need a bunch of 4s here.
Amar Avishai, Ba'ach say, have a credit Basrai. So
Give me some more 4s.
So Avishai and David now run away.
4s.
So Yishbi is running after them.
Are you fucking serious?
When they come to the city of Kubi, Amar Kumbe, they had a thought for a second, let's just turn around and fight. Kimata, Amar betrayed Gurion Katula Aryeh. So they said,
That's what I needed.
They kept running. And when they got
That's
to
what I
they said,
effing
Two
needed.
lion cubs cannot defeat the mighty lion. In other words, even though they were 2, and Yishbi was 1, Yishbi was much stronger than them. So the Gemara says, Amalei, Zeal. So what happens? The both say, so then they realized, however, at some point in time, they couldn't keep running from him. So listen to the plan.
Give me some 4s.
So they turned around and they said,
4s.
Zeal ishtachach la'arba
4s.
imech b'kivli. Why don't you go visit the grave of Arba, your mother? Now what they just told him was what? Right? We killed your mother. So listen to this. Ki adkira le shmei di'ime, kacha shchele v'katla. And they mentioned the name of his mother, the fact that she was dead.
It's not over, baby.
And they were able to overtake him. Isn't that amazing? You know, sometimes, even the hardest of people, right? Even the hardest of people, everybody has a soft spot for something. So for Yishbi, he was a mama's boy. You know, he might have been a big warrior. But he was a
Go.
mama's boy. When he heard that his mother Nebuch was killed,
Dude, the
it hurt
time's
him.
about to go.
It hurt him. And at the end of the day, we get them. They were able to overtake
Are
him.
you serious?
I need
fours.
This is the meaning of the pasuk. As nishpu'u anshe David lemor.
I need fours.
So listen to this. So they said to David, after this event, they swore. The men of David said, you are not going out anymore. You're not going to battle anymore. And ultimately, again, the light of Israel.
That was garbage. Send me another invite.
The king of Israel is grounded. King of Israel, his soldiers say to him,
It did. Are you going to give me an invite? Or are you going to jerk yourself off?
All this time, but you're not traveling without a detail anymore.
Zoo.
Amazing.
You have 10 seconds to give me an invite. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I know, I'm in, baby. I've been in.
There are three people.
What are you going to do? 1, 2, 3? This is dangerous, Zoo. Get those sixes, son.
Eliezer Eved Avram, Yaakov Avinu, Avishai ben Tzruya.
Full house. This man is going for a full house right off the bat, folks. Extremely dangerous. Extremely dangerous.
I came that day ultimately again to the Ayin, to the well. So we'll say this is Eliezer in
Give me some ones.
When he comes to look for a wife,
give me another one.
I traveled from Canaan to Haran and I made it in the same day. Yaakov Avinu, all of these was like
I've never gotten the bonus in this game.
And it says ultimately again, he stayed in that place and he slept there. Because
what are you going to do, Zoo?
When he came to Haran, so remember, this is Yaakov Avinu running away from home.
Heartbreaking. Heartbreaking.
When he gets to Haran,
give me twos, baby.
Is it possible?
Give me another 2.
I passed by the place.
No way.
This is a reference to Harabais. I passed through Shana, I passed by Harabais, the place where my forefathers davened, and I didn't stop to daven there. So he decided to go back to Harabais. So Kevan to hear the Mehadar comes to the Arab. So see when he decided
Zoo
to
took a 3 and a 4.
he already got to Haran.
Folks, if you're watching at home, Zoo took a 3 and a 4. Maybe one of the greatest opportunities for Zoo in the history of humankind. Potentially. Potentially. Zoo.
Means prayer.
Devastating. That was devastating, Zoo. That was devastating, Zoo.
After Jesus is back from Haran to Harabais, he wants to go back to Haran. Amar HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Tzadik said, "Bala Beis Maloni." He parted below. You know, so what's like Rosh says, "Could it be?"
3, 1, 2, 2, 4. 3, 1, 2, 2, 4. 3, 1, 2, 2, 4. 1, 5, 5, 6, 1. 1, 5, 5, 6, 1. Miraculously, the sun set. I didn't consider by Yizrach La Shemesh. So what says later on the pasuk says after the fight with the Malach of Esau, the pasuk says that the sun. What do we do, Zoo? Give me some 2s.
Did it only rise for him?
Give me some 2s.
For everyone.
Are you serious? Are you effing serious? That was garbage.
Earlier reported was it as reference when Yaakov went back to Harabais, caused the sun.
My man, Zoot. Got that 3, 4, 5, 6. He needs a 2, folks. What an amazing roll. My man, Zoot just got himself 30 and or 40 points. 4, 4, 4. Give me some 4s, baby. Give me some 4s, baby. That's garbage.
Said, God, I'm willing to suffer, leave my kids alone. Then he reversed it and he said,
yeah, baby.
Visit the punishment upon my children, but let me not suffer. So where do we see that David HaMelech's children indeed did suffer? So the Gemara says, V'atalya im achazyo ra'asa kimis b'nah. So say Atalya, who was a crazy, maniacal woman. She
Not
was
for
a
long.
mother who went crazy.
That was terrible.
Her son Achaziel was killed. So so she decided she wanted to be queen.
Look at you, Zoot. Look at these fives, son. Look at these fives. Oh, no way. No way. No way. No way. No way.
Because there was Yoash. It's okay because from the city of No, there was also one survivor, a Kohen by the name of Evyasa.
Oh, we're fucked. Oh, no way. I got the perfect roll. The odds of me getting that roll were giant. Yeah.
And therefore, again, the Gemara says, were it not that there were one survivor from No, right? Achimelech, Evyasar, David HaMelech's entire family would have been wiped out as well. Amr Yehuda, Amr Ba Lein Sancheres. We'll say back to Sancheres. Ba Lein get ready for this. Ba Lein Sancheres Harasha Ba'arba.
That's not what you wanted.
The name of the Yoshi Mikar Shazar. So we'll say how the Gemara describes Sancheres' army, with which he marched against Israel. It comes with 45,000 officers who were sitting in golden chariots.
Give me something good. Yeah, something good.
Now, the officers brought with them their princesses, and their harlots. Now, what does that mean? You don't bring princesses and harlots to the battlefield. They were so confident about their ability to be victorious on Yerushalayim that they brought their women with them. No one ever brings their women to the battlefield. They were so confident. They brought their women with them.
5 turns left, Zoot. 5 turns left, Zoot. 5 turns left, Zoot.
And another 60,000.
Give me 5 threes. Are you going to go?
There was other chariots as well. We'll discuss the size of the army or the soldiers. The size of the army gets even bigger. This was the same size force which marched against.
Give me another 3.
4 wars against the 5. And it was in armies of this size.
Oh, Zoot. I'm not getting that bonus, son.
Some say the length of Sancheriev's army camp was
That's devastating. That's terrible.
The width, right?
One of the worst. Oh, no, Zoot. Zoot, you're fucked.
40 parcels.
Zoot is
The total
fucked.
number of people in
There's nothing he can do. He's fucked. Folks, if you're watching at home, you're about to see one of the greatest upsets in the history of this game. Give me another 2. Oh, baby.
The idea that he was talking about is they never saw such a large army amassed. Remember again,
Small.
Really?
I don't understand. Small straight?
The good thing is that it was a dictator.
Small straight is 4 dice in sequence. I don't know why it let me play that.
Is an army the size that no one has ever seen.
Oh yeah, I did.
So this is before the battle. No, all this is before the battle.
You played small straight for 30 points, 5 of a kind bonus. So I guess if you have 5 of a kind multiple times, you get a bonus. Oh, it looks like Zoot, you're done. Folks, Zoot is done. Folks, if you're watching at home, Zoot is beyond done. There's never been someone more done in the history of humankind than Zoot. And I got the bonus. Oh, I have to be over 62. That's garbage. Zoot, what are you going to do? Zoot, I have the highest score that you've ever seen. I just played the highest score you've ever seen. Zoot's got to get 5 in a row of some sort. Zoot's got to get 5 in a row. It's over for Zoot.
They diminish the body of water with each sleep, meaning you take water with you. when you walk through water, you automatically remove some of that water just with your clothes.
It's over for
The
Zoot.
first group had to swim. The second group had to walk.
Zoot, it's over. Zoot only got 40 for the bonus.
The third group who came, they were kicking up dust with their
And I got 150.
By the time the third wave passed through, there
Perhaps
was
the
no
greatest,
water left in the Jordan River.
most amazing bonus in the history of this game. Get another 4, son.
So they had to bring water from elsewhere.
It's over for Zoot.
To be able to give the army.
It's over for Zoot. Give me another 2.
Here's the problem. What does that mean? The pasuk told us. You're telling me about
Zoot, it's over for you, baby. Because I'm sexy. Zoot, where's my invitation? Zoot, where's my invitation?
Those were the commanding officers. So what the Malach did was, the Malach wiped out the leadership of the army. Once you wipe out the leadership of the army, then what? Everyone else is going on.
5 of a kind and bonus joker rules. If you manage to throw 5 of a kind and have already played a 5 of a kind combination with a score 50, you will score a special 5 of a kind bonus to get an extra 100 points. However, if you have already thrown a 5 of a kind and have played the 5 of a kind combination with a score of 0, you will not get a bonus. Some rules apply with the 5 of a kind bonus. You won't be able to keep rolling if there were pending rolls, and you have to select the score right away. If corresponding upper section combination is unused, then that combination must be used. If the combination upper section combination was already used, a lower section combination must be used. The 5 of a kind acts as a joker, so the full small straight and large straight combination can be used to score 20, 30, or 40 respectively. If the corresponding upper section combination and all lower section combinations have been used, an unused upper section combination must be used, scoring 0. I don't get that, but no one understands that, dog.
So Gabriel is your Magiel, is your sickle ready? So Gabriel was dispatched to kill you. Your sickle ready. So So Gabriel says, essentially, I was born ready, right? I was ready. My sickle's been ready since the 6 days of creation.
Zoot has 0 points.
The time of year.
He played a 1 on his first roll? Oh, no, he didn't. No, he did not, folks. He got full house. Full house.
When you go out to check on the fruit,
full house, Zoot.
Take your sickle and take care of them as well.
Get it. No one understood what you just said.
So this is what people say.
Yes, they do.
Good morning to you. Right? In other words, go pass by your enemy in the morning and say good morning to him. It's very disorienting. So also the idea being that the Rabbi says to Gabriel, when you're going out to do your work of checking on the fruit, also take care of the Assyrian army. The Bishop, which I will say, by the way, is an incredible use.
More of a kind, baby.
About how to deal with conflict. The way you deal with conflict, if possible, is you diffuse it. And the best way to diffuse conflict is don't fight. Don't fight. You have an enemy, you say good morning, you say shalom aleichem, you say how are you. I'm not entering into conflict with you. I'm choosing not to fight with you. And it's disorienting for the other.
I don't know what the fuck you just said.
If they're not roaring for
Nor does anybody. You need a 2. You need a 2 and you're not going to get it. You need another 2. Oh, look at my man switching to 5s. Folks, look at my man switching to 5s.
So said he allowed them to hear. What did he allow?
Look at all these 3s, baby.
They heard the song of the angels of the Chayos, and as a result, they will say how many soldiers were left. So at the end of the day, so the Malach wipes out the majority of the army. How many soldiers?
Dude, look at the score. I'm intimidated. I'm so good looking. 1, 2, 3. You got 3.
Fine.
You've got 3.
Shmuel says,
Dude,
no.
it's over
Where do
for
we get
you.
9 from?
It's over for you. What are you gonna? Really dumb.
4 and 5 is 9.
Just jaw-droppingly dumb. One of the dumbest things we've ever had the opportunity to witness in the history of humankind. Give me another 5, baby.
Sennacherib was spared. One of his 2 sons was spared. Nebuchadnezzar would have been spared. Can you imagine this? These are the 5 people who are Sennacherib, his 2 sons, Nebuchadnezzar, and Nebuchadnezzar.
You got a 1, a 2, a 3. You need a 4.
So we have a tradition of Zarnas and Gemara.
Folks, Zoot needs a 4 extremely badly. And he didn't get it there, and he's not going to get it here. He's going for these 5s.
After Hanan and Mishael and Azariah thrown into the Kivshan, so Nebuchadnezzar says, I
Not a good move.
People, and one of them looks like an angel. How does Nebuchadnezzar know what an angel looks
Give
like?
me, give me these 3s, baby.
How does he know what an angel looks like?
Give me one more 3.
Nebuchadnezzar saw the angel that night when everyone else was wiped out.
What the fuck are you saying? Dude, no one knows what you're talking about. I don't take it up the ass, dog. I give it up the ass. Are you gonna go?
Are alive later on because ultimately, again, his 2 sons kill him. So we'll say, so the fact that his 2 sons assassinated, which takes place after this event, tells us that Sennacherib and his 2 sons were spared from the wipe
Not really.
of the entire Syria. Not really. So we'll stop over here.
I need another 2.
Apologies, that's why I was a little bit faster, so we'll pick up here tomorrow.
It actually kind of sucks for me.
Tonight.
What do I put it on? I've already done the 4.
Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's shir. To thank our sponsors for the year of Tafshin Pei, the Tilsim Mishpach. I'm dedicating all the Shur and Droshos this year as a schus.
Not good at all, son.
Sponsors for
Not good at all.
Terry and Steve Zinn. In loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Ben Yosef HaKohen, the Ziv Levin and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv Ben Shmuel, Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael. And our weekend learning sponsors, Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of Judy Goldman, Yehudis Esther, Bas El
I don't think so.
We hope that all of the Nisham family, your families in the Chama, all those who need a refuah Shabbat, Chol Chol Yisrael, and Shprach Hashem Hashem bring home our hostages.
You're still very much in this game.
Let's with that. Let us begin. We have a lot to do today. Baruch Hashem. Today's daf is Sadik Dal 94. We are picking up on Sadik Gimel on the days 93b. Rava Amar the Morach Vadoim. It is about 10 lines up from before it gets wide. So Rava the Morach Vadoim. So this is quite fascinating. So Rava says, who has the ability? Now, literally translated, Morach Vadoim means the ability to smell and judge. Morach Vadoim. Someone who has the ability to smell and judge is ultimately fit to go ahead and lead. The Gemara says, so
you're done.
That someone is able to smell and judge. So this idea is that one is able to go ahead and intuit. Rashi says over here,
so you're done. Zoot resigned. It's over for Zoot.
The idea here is that there are people who possess such an acute sense of judgment that they're able to
Folks, Zoot is done.
Which is right and that which is wrong without even hearing all of the details, but are simply able to almost smell the
I'm done.
So the Gemara goes back to the Gemara says, Bar Koziva. The Gemara tells an incredible story. Bar Koziva, also known as Bar Kochva. Bar Kochva. So Bar Koziva, Rashi says over here, Mimalche Hordus Haya. He was one of the Herodian kings, right? One of the descendants of Herod. So he was a king over Klal Yisrael. So Bar Koziva Malach Tartin Shnin. So Bar Koziva ruled for 2.5 years. He says, Rabbi, I'm a Mashiach. I am the Mashiach. Bar Kochva was the self-declared Mashiach. Amrulei, the Mashiach Ksiv, The Moravadon, Mashiach, it says that he's able to go ahead and smell judgment. He doesn't need to hear all the details of the case. Rather, he's able just to go ahead and literally smell that which is right and that which is wrong. So the Gemara says, so Bar Kokhba, if you think that you're Mashiach, let's see, can you smell justice? Once they saw that he was unable to smell justice, so they saw that he was a false Messiah, and they killed him. I will say this is interesting, right? Because there's some level of historical debate exactly what happened with Bar Kokhba. Here the Gemara seems to indicate that Bar Kokhba was killed by the Jews. Other accounts have it that Bar Kokhba was killed by the Romans. So okay, it's interesting. Either way, Bar Kokhba ultimately again leads the failed revolt. Just to point out, remember again, Rabbi Akiva thought that Bar Kokhba was Mashiach. So Bar Kokhba had a tremendous amount of support, not just as a leader of Klal Yisrael, but as a potential messianic figure as well. Okay, the Gemara goes weiter. Daniel, Chanei Mishal Ba'azari B'Sibuhu, Asher In Bahem Kol Mu'um V'Tovi Marav, U'Maskilim B'Chachma Chachma V'Yodei Das U'Mavine Mada, V'Asher Koach Bahem La'amo B'Hechal HaMelech, V'Lamdam Sefer V'Lashon Kazdim. So it's not this pasuk highlighting the praises of Chanei Mishal and Azariah. So the Gemara now goes through it. Or Daniel Chanei Mishal and Azariah. Maya She'in Bahem Kol Mu'um. What does it mean that they had no blemish? Rabbi Chama Bar Chanina Amar Afilu Kirifta de Kuslisa Lo Havabu. They didn't even have like the puncture of a needle of bloodletting. In other words, they were healthy. Baruch Hashem, they never even needed bloodletting. What does it mean that they had the strength to stand in the palace of the king? It means that when they were before the king, they would refrain from any type of laughter, from any type of frivolous chatter, from sleep. And they would abstain from going to the bathroom. They would hold back their knees because of the reverence for the monarchy. So you ask yourself, so like, what's the pshat? Like, what does it matter? Like, okay, it's interesting information, but so what does it matter for us? So say on a very simple level, perhaps the idea is teaching us like this: that Daniel, Chanai, Mishal, and Azariah were able to abstain from frivolous laughter, frivolous chatter, sleep, and were even able to restrain their bodily needs because they were in the presence of the king. If they could do all of those things in the presence of a human king, then Allah has kama v'kama, the ability that we have to exercise self-restraint, and the ability that we have in order not to engage in frivolous activity because we too stand before the king at all times. Incredible. Rabbi Lazar, Kulam Ne Yehudaim. So Rabbi Lazar says that all of them, Daniel, Chanai, Mishal, and Azariah, were all from Shevet Yehuda. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Shmuel Bar Nachmani Amar, Daniel b'Bnei Yehuda, Chanai, Mishal, Azariah, Mishar Shvatim. No, so disagreement. So again, Rabbi Shmuel Bar Nachmani says, no, Daniel was from Yehuda, but everyone else was from other Shvatim. Asher totally Yikru. So the pasuk says, from your sons that will come from you, the king will take them as srisim. Srisim, my srisim. What's a sris? So Rav Amar srisim mamish. Rav says it literally means like a eunuch. Right? The king would often castrate his servants in order that they should not be distracted by anything and be wholly and fully devoted to him. No, what it means is that Avodah Zarah was like cut off. Avodah Zarah was castrated during their days. In other words, that they had a successful ability to remove Avodah Zarah. According to the opinion that says that Avodah Zarah was, so to speak, castrated during their days. According to the opinion that says that they were literal srisim. So what's the pshat of the pasuk? So the Gemara says, "My v'chavel isi bahon chavla denura." It means that ultimately, again, that fire had no effect on them. A reference to the kivshana ish, to the story of the furnace that we spent yesterday on. Daksiv v'reach nor lo adas bahem lo chavla v'lorecha. What it means is again, there was no fire, nor did the scent of smoke impact them as well. So according to the opinion that says that Avodah Zarah was cut off during their days. According to the opinion that says that there are mamish srisim, so ultimately again would the pasuk that Hashem make reference of this level of degradation, to which the Gemara says, it could be that it was both. That literally the king castrated them, but also they were able to cut off avodah zarah during their days. Incredible. The Gemara goes weiter. Good. According to me, it says that they're mamish svisim. So the pasuk says, Tov mibanim umibanos. The pasuk says that the name that they established for themselves was even greater than potential physical offspring. So it makes sense they had no physical offspring. Elman da'amr shnistar savadazar b'yimehem. My Tov mibanim umibanos. It's better, and apparently could very well be that before they were made srisim by the king, they had children, and unfortunately, again, those children predeceased them. What does it mean? I will give them an eternal name, they will not be cut off. That's called Sefer Daniel, because ultimately, again, Sefer Daniel is named, obviously, again, by or for Daniel. Michti, Gemara asks a general question. It's not that I know that Sefer Daniel was named for Daniel. Gemara asks an interesting question. Michti, Kalmili de Ezra Nechemia ben Chachatz, Kalmili de Ezra Nechemia ben Chachaya Amridu. So interesting enough, the Gemara says pretty much all of the words. Also I want to point out. Rashi points this out. In our Tanakh, right? We have Sfarim Ezra and Nechemia. In reality, there's really only one Sefer called Ezra. It was divided out later on. So the Gemara says something very interesting. Most of Sefer Ezra was actually prophesied by Nehemiah. So if that's the case, why is it called Ezra, not Nehemiah? To which the Gemara says, "My tamilo ikri Sefer al Shmei." Why was it not called Sefer Nehemiah? Because ultimately, again, Nehemiah took a little bit too much credit for himself. Shne'emar Zochra li Elokai letova. Remember me, my God, for good. I David Nami. Meimer Amra, Zachrini Hashem B'Tzonamecha, Pakini B'Shuasecha. I, David HaMelech, also said to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, remember me, taking credit almost like he had a little bit of requisite merits in order to go ahead and have his tefillah granted, which mercy David Rachmi and Kavai. David was asking for Rachmanis. That was like Rachmi for Klal Yisrael as well. Yosef Day, Shasir V'Gnus and Shorishonim. But I said, this is incredible. So Nehemiah doesn't merit to have the Sefer named for him. Why? Because he spoke disparagingly about the earlier ones. So what does this mean? Shne'emar va'apachos harishonim asher lefanai echbidu ala'am vayikchu mehem balechem v'yayin v'achar kesef shkalim arboim. So I will say this is incredible that Ezra disparaged the leaders. Nehemiah disparaged the leaders that came before him, and ultimately accused them of exploiting their position for personal gain. Now, what's fascinating about it is, even though he may have been right, it might have been that what he said was factual, you can't malign other Jews. You can't malign other Jews. First of all, we saw this in yesterday's daf, the opinion that says that the Hanai, Mishael, and Azariah drowned in saliva, right? They drowned in spit. We saw the Marshal who said, now what does that mean? That they caused the nations of the world to speak negatively about Klal Yisrael for their non-belief. You can't speak negatively about Jews. You just can't. Even if what you're saying is true, and even if a point has to be made, a point has to somehow be made, always holding up the sanctity of the Jew, never chas v'shalom deconstructing the other. So therefore, again, because Nehemiah, perhaps truthfully, but nevertheless negatively spoke about Klal Yisrael, therefore he lost out having the Sefer name in him. Gemara said furthermore, he even spoke negatively about Daniel. Now, by the way, how do we know that Shagol Mimenu? How do we know that he was greater than him? So the Gemara says, good, all right, there's a lot of Rashi. So, okay, we'll do a different time. Next cycle. Daniel Levadi as Hamara. Ba'anoshim asher hayu imi lo ra'u as Hamara aval charada gidol nafra aleim. So the Gemara says, so how do we know that Daniel was greater than these other people? Because the pasuk records an episode where there was a dramatic vision. Daniel had the vision, and no one else saw it. No one else saw it but Daniel. So the fact that Daniel saw it, no one else saw it, indicates us that Daniel is greater. The Gemara says, who were these other people who were with Daniel but didn't see the vision? The other prophets, Chagai, Zechariah, Malachi. So they were there with Daniel. They did not see the vision. Daniel saw the vision. So it's 94a. So as I say, interestingly enough, in certain respects, Chagai, Zechariah, and Malachi were greater than Daniel. And in other respects, Daniel was greater than them. How so? So the Gemara says, Inhu adifimine, so ultimately again, they, Chagai's Melech are greater than Daniel, the Inhu V'ihu lo Navi. V'ihu lav Navi. So we'll say, interestingly enough, so Chagai, Zechariah, Malachi were considered to be bona fide Nevi'im. Daniel apparently was a lower grade Navi. V'ihu adif minayhu, De'ihu chaza, ve'inhu lo chazu. But Daniel was greater than them because Daniel had this vision and they did not have this vision. So the Gemara says, "V'chime achad lo chazu my taima ilis." Well, again, here's the problem: if they didn't have the vision that Daniel had, then why were they frightened? Why were they frightened? What caused the fright? So I said, this is very interesting. Ravina, Shmamin, I'm sorry. Afagav de'inu lo chazu midi mazlai. Sorry. Afagav de'ihu lo chazu midi mazlayu chazi. Even though they didn't see anything, their mazel saw. I was saying, what does this mean? What does it mean their mazel saw? So often mazel refers to like astrological signs. In this context, I think what it means is as follows. Every person has a malach, right? Every person has like a ministering angel who advocates for them, who looks over, watches over this, but like a sign to me. So sometimes there are things that my mazel, that my malach sees that I don't see. But yet again, there is like this synergistic connection between myself and my malach, and therefore the Gemara suggests over here that even if I don't see something and my malach sees something, so that has an impact on me. The Gemara says, "Amravina shmamina hayman de mabis afagav de ilu lo chazi mazle chazi." So this is fascinating. Sometimes in life, sometimes in life a person could be gripped by fear, and the fear doesn't even make sense, right? The fear itself could be illogical. But what does it mean sometimes when a person is gripped by fear, but they don't know why? Sometimes that could mean that my mazel saw something, my malach saw something, even though I didn't see it, my malach saw it, and that's having an impact on me. Incredible. So the Gemara says, "My takante." So what's the takana for that? In other words, let's say a person is gripped by fright, and they're not exactly sure, right, what the fright is, but I know that I want to get out of this emotion. Lin shof miduchte arba gamidi. So what should you do? Jump away from your present spot, dalaramas. Jump away, dalaramas. Inami, likri kriyashma, or say shma, v'i kai b'makom hamitunofes. And if ultimately again you're standing in a place where halacha l'maisa again it's dirty, so you can't say shma, what should you say? Leimahachi, say the following: Iza de deitapcha shmeina minai. The goat of the slaughterhouse is fatter than me. Okay. So I'll say, what exactly is going on here? So I'll say, so perhaps the Gemara is teaching us, Rabbi is teaching us three profound ideas. There are times in life when a person is gripped by fear. And there are times in life where I can't even understand what the fear is. I said, what's the chap of fear? Fear is paralyzing. That's why fear is a very scary thing, because fear has the ability to literally paralyze me and keep me in place. What do you do in life when you are seized by fear? So there are three possibilities. Number one, jump talamus, which means move yourself forward. Number one is don't allow fear to paralyze you. Move yourself forward, even if it's only talamus. Whatever you do, don't remain in place. Because one thing is clear, if you remain in place, what's going to happen? You remain in place. Right? Nothing happens. So first thing when seized by fear is literally move yourself, even if it's only a little bit of amount, move yourself forward in life. Number two, say shma. Say shma. What does it? Anchor yourself in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Shema is the ultimate, which I tell myself to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The greatest antidote to fear is a relationship with the Ribono Shel Olam. So you're seized by unintelligible, paralyzing fear. Say Shema, connect yourself to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That will give you the cock to move forward. And I will say, lastly, what should you do? Say the goat in the slaughterhouse is fatter than me. What is that? Sometimes I will say fear is nonsensical. So sometimes the way to shake off fear is to say, this isn't real. This is not real. So that statement of the goat in the slaughterhouse is fatter than me, it's just like a statement that's like, how do you feel when you say that statement? What's your reaction when you say that statement? You giggle a little bit, right? There's like a smile. Like the idea over here is so many times in life we're paralyzed by things that aren't real. They're not real. They're perceived. So sometimes what you need to do is you break the hold on fear by saying something like shtickle nonsensical. So say a little nonsensical, kind of like change the mood a little bit and be able to move yourself forward. When gripped by paralyzing fear, number one, move yourself forward, anchor yourself to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and remind yourself that it's not real. If you do those three things, or even if it is real, it's not as real as it actually feels. You'll be able to move yourself forward even in the midst of the most immobilizing fear. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Lememra. So the Gemara says, Lemar Baham Shara Baham Shalom Ein Kates, Imam Tankum Darsh Bakav Visikori, Nitnemam called Mem Sheba Emsa Teba Pasua Vizas Sasum General Bosai, in general, a Mem in the middle of a pasuk, right, is open, and only the Mem at the end of a word is closed, but yet in this word, Mem in the middle is closed. Bikish Chashbrach Lasos Chizkiyo Mashiach. So this is incredible. So this pasuk is by Chizkiyo, the king of Yehuda. So Chashbrach wanted to make Chizkiyo Mashiach the Sancheriv Gog Umagog. Remember again, Sancheriv, who comes out to do battle with Chizkiyo. Hashem wanted to make him Gog Umagog. Remember again, there's this war of Gog Umagog, which is this ultimate showdown between good and evil, which precedes the Messianic era. So Hashem wanted to make Chizkiyo Mashiach and Sancheriv. Gog Umagog. I want to meet this at the Nefechosh Baruch Rebon Shalom. Umat David Melech Yisrael Shomer Kamashiyos Shishbachos Lepanecha Lo Asisa Mashiach. So the Midas Adin, the attribute of strict justice comes to the Rebon Shalom. Rebon Shalom isn't. I'll say it's almost like there's like a system of checks and balances, like Lahavla Chosh Baruch Hu. Rebon Shalom is ready to go to make Chizkiyo Melech. Midas Adin says what? David was greater than Chizkiyo, and you didn't make David Mashiach. So the Gemara says, V'lo Asisa Mashiach Chizkiyo Shasisa L'Kol Nisim. Right, so Chizkiyo she'asa kol nisim alalu, v'lo amar shir lefanecha ta'aseh Mashiach. So again, Chizkiyo ultimately again he did so many miracles for, and yet unfortunately he didn't sing shira. David sang so much shira tefer Tehillim. Chizkiyo did so many miracles for him. He didn't sing shira. You're going to make him Mashiach. L'kach nistatim. Therefore the mem, right? The mem which represents Mashiach. The mem was closed. It was closed. Hashem wanted to make Chizkiyo Mashiach. And then the mem was closed because the Midas Hadin shut it down, preventing Chizkiyo from coming Mashiach. I will say, what do you see from here? What prevented Chizkiyo from becoming Mashiach? His lack of shira. You see from here the power of gratitude to the Ribono Shalom. And the ability, the greatness of David HaMelech was not only shira, but it was shira at all times. Shira in times of good, shira in times of challenge, shira in times of happiness, shira in times of tragedy. That is the avoda of the Yid, and that is the quality of Mashiach. The ability to sing shira to HaKadosh Baruch Hu no matter what's happening in life. The Gemara goes like, Miyad, Pascha Arz V'Amar L'Fanav Ribon L'Shalom. Listen to this, this is such a beautiful Gemara. The earth, says Hashem, Ani Omer Stefanecha Shira Tachas Tzadik Zeh V'Aso Mashiach. Wow. V'Aso Mashiach. So the earth says, Ribon Shalom, please, make Chizkiyo Mashiach. He didn't sing shira, I'll sing shira for Chizkiyo. I'll sing shira on his behalf. The Gemara says, Pascha Amar Shir Lefanav Shneimar Miknef Haaretz Zmiros Shamanot Tzvilat Tzadik. Amar Sarah Olam Lefanav Ribono Shalom Sidyono Asa L'Tzadik Zeh. So ultimately, again, Sarah Olam. Interestingly enough, Rashi says Malach Shekola Olam Masra Biyado. So whatever this means, apparently there's like a Malach who's like universe CEO. He's the Hakadosh Baruch Hu delegates to him. So the Sarah Olam said to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Shamanu Tzvilat Tzadik. Sarah Olam Shamar Asad Sidyono Shal Tzadik. So the Sarah Olam says to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, again, it seems like the universe is acting on behalf of the Tzadik. Yotzav Askal Amra Razi Li. So we'll say, so the Sarah Olam says to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, okay, so let's go. Make Chizkiyo Mashiach. Now the earth has said shira on his behalf. Right? He didn't say shira. Earth says shira on his behalf. The Baskal came out and said, Razili. The secrets of the world are for me. So Baruch Hu says, I changed my mind, Kiviyachol, and Chizkiyo is not going to be Mashiach. Amar Navi, Ayli, right? For how long? Now the Navi now is lamenting that Mashiach has not yet come. So they're saying, when will Mashiach come? Yasas Baskal Amra. Bogdim, Bagdu, Ubagad, Bogdim, Ubagad, Bogdim, Bagdu, what is it? Rabbi Scott, Ad the Asu, Bozeze, the Bozeze. Until again, literally, there are enemies and enemies of enemies, meaning that unfortunately, Klal Yisrael has to suffer much until Mashiach comes. Masa Doma Elai Kori Mesir, Shomer Man Milaila, Shomer Man Milel, Rabbi Yochanan, Osama Chamun al Ruchos, Duma Shmo. The Malach who's in charge of the winds, his name is Duma. So the Gemara says, Netzkaptu kol ruchos etzel Duma. So all of the winds came to Duma. Amrulo shomer ma milayla shomer ma milel. So essentially, again, I will say, if you take a look at Rashi says over here, Sar haruchos Shanashamos nifkados etzlo, v'hainu masa duma kach amar duma elai. So interesting enough, Rashi understands that ruach over here is not wind, but instead ruach is neshamas. Neshamas. This is the malach who's in charge of all of the neshamas. So everyone comes to this malach and asks him, Shomer mamilel, ma davar, masai keitza geula malel zeh. When is Gula going to come? I'll say it's incredible, by the way, to see what the Gemara is highlighting over here is we often think that we are the only ones, we being mankind, Klal Yisrael, are the only ones constantly and consistently pushing for Mashiach. What you begin to see is something absolutely amazing. The world wants Mashiach. The world wants Mashiach. Universe wants Mashiach. And everything is constantly pushing for Mashiach. So the Gemara says, Amar Shomer, Asa Boker V'gam Laila, In Tibayun Bayun Shuv Asayu. So what does this mean? So the Shomer says, Asa Boker V'gam Laila, In Tibayun Bayun. So ultimately, again, there's going to be, the Boker will come, the dawn will come, but at the end of the day, only after a great light. Rashi says, Asa Boker V'tmiya. This from the Lokasa V'lu V'nachon Amar Asar Kach Amar Shomer HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Asa Boker Gula Tavo V'gam Laila. Morning will come. Morning will come. But before morning, there will be a great night. Incredible. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Amar Shomer, Asa Boker, V'gam Laila, Imte Bayun, Bayu, V'shuva Asayu. So there's two things. So, right, morning will come. Morning will come. But when will morning will come? Number one, Imte Bayun. If you yearn for it. You have to yearn for it. The Baruch is not going to give us anything if we don't yearn for it. And number two, Shuva Asayu. Ultimately, again, we have to do tshuva. We'll say two elements. It's interesting. There seems to be many elements to Geula, but here the Malach who's in charge of the neshama says, "What is Kadosh Baruch Hu waiting for?" Number one, he needs us to want it. If we don't want it badly enough, he's not going to give it us. Number two, to become Baalei Tshuva. If we can have these two elements, then at the end of the day, Mashiach will come. Incredible. Rabbi Papis. So say first wide lines at the end. That's the widest line. It was embarrassing for Chizkiyahu that he did not say Shira until the earth came along and said Shira. Shene'emar miknaf haaretz miro shamanu tzfilat tzaddik. K'yotzei v'davar ata omer. Vayomer Yisro. So we'll say other examples of situations where Klal Yisrael did not say Shira until someone else reminded us to do it. Vayomer Yisro. Baruch Hashem shehitzel eschem. Yisro says, "Blessed is God who saved you, Klal Yisrael." So the Gemara says, Rabbi Papis, K'naihu l'Moshe b'shishim libo shelo amru Baruch ad sheba Yisro v'amar Baruch Hashem. It was embarrassing for Moshe and Klal Yisrael. But Moshe and Klal Yisrael didn't say Baruch Hashem until Yisro came along and said Baruch. Now again, remember, Moshe and Klal Yisrael said Shira as Yashir Moshe ben Yisrael, but no one used the formulation of Baruch Hashem until Yisro came along. And that was embarrassing that Yisro was the innovator of this, not Klal Yisrael. Vayichad Yisro. So we'll say, interestingly enough, Vayichad, what does that mean? Rav Amar, Shehever Cherev Chada Al Besaro. He circumcised himself. Yisro was so impressed with someone like Klal Yisrael. He wanted to join the race of Klal Yisrael. He gave himself bris milah. Shmuel says, Shenasa Chadudin Kol Besaro. He got goosebumps. Why? So the Gemara says, Amarav. So we'll say, it's interesting that the goosebumps are understood to mean the Yisro was overwhelmed by what happened to Mitzrayim. And again, as much as he was awed by what Kadosh Baruch Hu did, he was a member of the Umos Olam. He was a member of the nations of the world. He was very overwhelmed by what he saw happen to the Gentile nations of Egypt. So we see from the Yohanan Ishri, Yura Adasara Dario Chinza Aramai Kare. This is a very important episode. That in front of a convert, do not disparage Gentiles up to 10 generations. So let's say this is just such a fascinating idea. That on one hand, when someone converts, what do we say? Gershin is dummy. You're a new person. It's true that he's a new person. I would say, but it's fascinating. But it's because I'm a new person doesn't mean I don't have a past. Which is, sounds a little bit contradictory, but only Jews can live in this world of contradictions. So the Gemara says, be sensitive to the fact about what you say about Gentiles in front of converts. Because at the end of the day, a person came from that world. So if you're disparaging of that world, that person is going to feel that pain. So Yisro, remember again, Yisro left everything in order to come to Klal Yisrael. He's a Gary. In other words, he circumcised all these things. But at the end of the day, that's the world he came from. And because of that, there was a sensitivity there. The Gemara says, be cognizant of that sensitivity. Fascinating. So the Gemara says, "Lachein Yishalach Adon Hashem Tzvakos Mishmanav Razon, my Mishmanav Razon, Amar Kadosh Baruch Hu, Yavach Chizkiyahu Sheyish Lo Shmona Shemos, Yifra Misancheiriv Sheyish Lo Shmona Shemos." Like Chizkiyahu, I will say, remember, there's a lot of allusions. We're going to see more over here. This battle between Sancheiriv and Chizkiyahu. So let Chizkiyahu, who has 8 names, let him come and conquer, or I should say overcome, the Yifra, exact punishment from Sancheiriv, who has 8 names. So now the word just goes through the names. Chizkiyahu Dichsev Ki Yalad Yulad Lanu Ben Nitin Lanu Vati Hamishra Al Shechmo Vayikra Shmo Peleyoetz El Gibor Abiad Sar Shalom I Va'ika Chizkiyahu. Okay, but what about his actual name Chizkiyahu? First one says, interestingly enough, Chizkiyahu might not have been his real name, might have been a descriptive name. Shechasku Ka. Chizkiyahu really is just a descriptive name that Baruch Hu gave him strength. Davar Achar, Chizkiyahu Shma, Chizkiyahu Shechizek Es Yisrael Avim Shebashamayim. So we'll say other possibilities. Once again, Chizkiyahu is not a real name, it's a descriptive name. Why is he called Chizkiyahu? Ultimately, because he strengthened the bond between Klal Yisrael and the Kodesh Baruch Hu. We'll see more about that in just a little bit. Sancheiriv, what is Sancheiriv? All of Sancheiriv's names. Tzib Day, Tiglas, Kaleser, Planeser, Shalmaneser, Pul, Sargon, Asanpar, Rava, Viakira. Okay, I have Ika Sancheiriv. What about Sancheiriv? Right? In other words, you forgot about that name. To which the Gemara says, no, also that's descriptive. The Gemara says, Shesichaso Riv. He was very quarrelsome in the way that he spoke. Right? Sancheiriv, we're going to see, spoken in quarrelsome fashion to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Davar Achar, Shesach V'nicher Dvarim Klape Mala. That literally, again, he spoke and he was defiant with his words to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. All right, incredible. So Rabbi Yochanan, also Rosh Likroso Asanpa Rava Viakira. So it says, here's what's interesting. So Sancheiriv, if you look at some of these names, Sancheiriv was actually given some pretty significant titles. This Asanpar Rava Viakira. So leaving aside Asanpar for just a moment, Rava Viakira means great and precious. How was Sancheiriv given these names? This is wild. Because Sancheiriv, right now, remember Sancheiriv, who caused much destruction, but yet he never spoke disparagingly about Eretz Yisrael. Shneimar, ad bo'i v'lakachti eschem el eretz ka'artzichem. So I'll say, this is incredible. Sancheiriv, when he was exiling Jews, what did he say to the Jews? I'm going to take you to a land that is like your land. He doesn't say a land better than your land. Rather, he says a land like your land. He was careful about how he spoke about Eretz Yisrael. So Rabbi Shmuel both said, one says that Sancheiriv was very wise, and one says Sancheiriv was very foolish. How so? According to the one who said that he was a smart king, So I'll say, so ultimately the one who says he was a smart king is because Sancheiriv knew if he would tell the Jews, I'm taking you to a better land, there's nothing better than Eretz Yisrael. And they would dismiss his words as just being foolish. Right? So therefore, he purposely said, I'll take you to a land like your land. The opinion that says that he was a foolish king. I'm sorry. The one who says that he was foolish is apparently Sancheiriv is trying to get the buy-in of the Jews for relocation. So if you're going to get their buy-in for relocation to tell them that they're being moved to a similar type of land, why would they buy into that? You should have told them it's better, and they would have more readily bought into it. Okay, because the Gemara says, Lahecha Aglilu. Where did he supposed to say? So point out how incredible this is. Right? So Sancheiriv is held in higher esteem by HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Why? Because he did not speak negatively about Eretz Yisrael. He killed Jews, he exiled Jews, he tripped them, but he never spoke negatively about the land. Such an incredible idea. So the Gemara is like, by the way, where did Sancheiriv exile the Jews to? So the Gemara says, La Afriki. So Afriki, La Hari Suluk. Fine, different places we exiled them. Aval, Yisrael Sipru B'Gnusa Shel Eretz Yisrael. Unfortunately, as much as Sancheiriv never spoke negatively about Eretz Yisrael, Klal Yisrael did speak negatively about Eretz Yisrael. Kimatu Sos, when they came to this place called Sos, Amri Shavya Ki Arin. They called it Sos. They named it Sos because they said, oh, this new land is just as nice as our land. Kimatu Almin, when they came to a place called Almin, Amru Ke Almin. They said ultimately again, this is like our land as well. Kimatu Sos Trey, when they came to a place called Sos Trey, Amri Al Chad Trim. They said this is twice as good as Eretz Yisrael. So unfortunately, I will say this has unfortunately been sometimes the downfall of Klal Yisrael throughout the ages, where we find ourselves in new lands and we deceive ourselves into thinking that where we are is actually better than Eretz Yisrael. Not that it's okay, not that it's maybe just as nice, but to think that even Chas v'Shalom somehow it's even better than Eretz Yisrael. So again, something to be learned from everyone, even as Sancheriv. Sancheriv was always careful about how he spoke about the sanctity or how he spoke just about the land itself. Incredible. So the Gemara says as follows. Good. The Gemara says good. Good. V'sachas kivodo yikod ki yikod ish. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. Tachas kivodo v'lo kivodo mamish. Rashi says over here, Tachas gufo mamish shaguf kain u'neshama esrachas. They both say this is talking about again when Sancheriv's army was defeated. So how was it defeated? So the Gemara says, Tachas kivodo v'lo kivodo mamish. Sancheriv's army, we're going to see, their bodies remained intact. They were killed by having their neshamas incinerated. So the Gemara says, Kihad Rabbi Yochanan, Karile Lamani Mechuda Mach Bedusai. Like Rabbi Yochanan called his clothing those things that give me honor. So I said this is actually very reminiscent of the Gemara that we saw yesterday, that even in this time of Sakana, a person should make sure to keep himself intact. Right? The Gemara says, Kanai Mishlan Azaria, even though they're thrown into the furnace, they made sure that they're wearing proper clothing. Your clothing is called the thing that gives you honor. How you dress says a lot about the person you are. And how you dress for certain things ultimately telegraphs a message about the importance that you ascribe to that particular event. So I'll say, so therefore your clothes, interesting, your clothing is what gives you honor. So the Moshe Rabbi Lazar, Amar Tachas Kvodo Mamish, Kisreifas Bnei Aru. Mala Alon Sreifas Neshama V'Guf Kayim, Avkan Sreifas Neshama V'Guf Kayim. So we'll say, just like by the death of Aaron's sons. By the death of Aaron's sons, so remember again, the fire came in, incinerated their neshamas, but their bodies were intact. So too, when Sancheriv's army was killed, their neshamas were incinerated, but their bodies remained intact. So the Satan Shei Rabbi Yoshua ben Karcha, Paro Shechirei Fa'atzmo Nifra Kadosh Baruch Hu Mena Bi'atzmo. This is incredible. Paro, who literally again blasphemed Hashem himself, right? Because Paro says, Mi Hashem Asher Eshma V'Kolo. So Paro himself, who blasphemed, his punishment comes directly from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Sancherev, both say Amud Beis. Sancherev, Shechirev, Ayidei Shaliach. Sancherev ultimately again, who kind of blasphemed through a Shaliach. HaKadosh Baruch Hu nifra mimenu. Nifra HaKadosh Baruch Hu mimenu Ayidei Shaliach. So ultimately again, HaKadosh Baruch Hu exacted punishment from him through a Shaliach. Okay, so what's going on over here? So Gemara says, Paro Tichsibdei, Mi Hashem Asher Eshma V'Kolo. So Paro says, who is Hashem? So Paro directly blasphemes. Who is Hashem that I should listen to him? Nifra Kadosh Baruch Hu ben Abiyatzmo. Kadosh Baruch Hu exacts punishment from him himself. Tichsib Vayinar Hashem Es Mitzrayim B'Soch Hayam. By Yam Suf. Hashem himself stirred the waters of Yam Suf. Tichsib Darachta Bayam Susecha. Sancheiriv Tichsib Biyad Malachecha Charachta Hashem. So ultimately again, Biyad Malachecha Cherpas Hashem. So ultimately again, Sancheiriv who says, in the hands of kings is the degradation of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So Nifra HaKadosh Baruch Hu again, Sancheiriv doesn't say straight out a statement of blasphemy, but rather again he says it kind of indirectly. So therefore again, the Gemara says, Nifra HaKadosh Baruch Hu b'meno ayidei shaliach. Which Baruch Hu exacted punishment from him through shaliach as well. Chsiv, vayetze malach Hashem, vayach b'machane ashor mea u'shmonin v'chamishim elef. So I say, remember again, this was this was like the incredible story where Chizkiyahu essentially said, like, Baruch Hu, there was no way for Klal Yisrael to defeat the army of Sancherib. So this is the famous story where Chizkiyahu goes to sleep at night. He says, Baruch Hu, I'm going to go to sleep, and you do you. You work your magic. And miraculously, that night, 185,000 soldiers died in their sleep. Just died. So Baruch Hu brought about. So that, if you notice, the lashon over here is Vayetze Malach Hashem. It wasn't that Kadosh Baruch Hu Kiviyachol who did it himself, but ultimately again, right, like we see on Pesach, Ani v'lo Malach. This was Malach v'lo Ani. Kadosh Baruch Hu sent the Malach. Why indirect? Why indirect? Sancheiriv blasts him indirectly. Therefore, HaKadosh Baruch Hu exactly punishes him indirectly. Chanina bar Papa Rami Ksiv, Morom Kitzo, Uksiv Molon Kitzo. So Shabbos said this is very interesting. So the Gemara says Morom Kitzo, which literally means again the heavens. The heavens are his abode. And then it says Malon Kitzo. Malon literally means like a domicile, a dwelling. Right? Rashi says over here, Marom Kitzo b'Yeshaya, Malon Kitzo b'Melachim. Marom Kitzo mashma dira shamata. So one talks about the dwelling of HaKadosh Baruch Hu on high, when on earth. Amar also Rasha, Betchila achre dira shamata, Yachakach achre dira shamata. So you can see the unholy aspirations of Sancheriv. Sancheriv says, first, I will destroy the house of God in this world. And then afterwards, again, I'll destroy the house of God in the celestial sphere. Whatever Shalom maybe. Might have said, Ata, Hamibala de Hashem, Alisi Alamako Azeh, La Shriso, Hashem Amar Eli, Allah ala Araz Azos Vishriso. So this is very interesting. So one of the fascinating ideas about Sancheriv is Sancheriv felt that he thought that this was a divinely orchestrated message. So Rashi says over here. So again, before I get Rashi, so Rashi says, Ata hamivaladei Hashem alisa alamakom hazeh. So Sancheriv says, would I march against Yerushalayim without explicit instructions from God? Hashem amar Eli, alei ala aretz hazos hishchisa. Hashem has said to me, come to this land of Israel, which is pretty wild. So Sancheriv is essentially saying that he's acting by the word of God. So Mikey, the Gemara says, what are you talking about? Where did Sancheriv hear from HaKadosh Baruch Hu to destroy Israel? Where did we ever hear such a thing like this? So the Gemara said, Dishol Navi Dikamar, Ya'an Kima Sa'amazeh, Esmi Ashiloach HaHolchem La'at La'at, Umisos Es Ratzon Uben Remal Yom. So what happened? So interestingly enough, so Sancheriv overhears the Navi. He hears the Navi talking, the Navi Yeshaya talking, and the Navi says that essentially Klal Yisrael has forsaken HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Klal Yisrael Ma'as, they've degraded HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and ultimately again it's Mei Shilach HaOchem La'atlat. They have forsaken the Shiloach waters which flow gently, and instead they have gone ahead and taken to Ratzon ben Rimalyo. So we'll see what all of this
is. It's athleticism.
I'm not going to say,
Folks.
So Yossi says, were not the explanation of this passage, you would have no idea what it's talking about.
This shit is so
right? We have no idea what
stupid.
it's talking about. So what is this? So the Gemara says, my karma. So the Gemara says, Chala, the Klatz Amma Hadim B'Mafusa B'Dis. So this nation has forsaken the Davidic kingdom. Like this nation has forsaken Malchus David, and the Dabra Lahon B'Nachas K'Mish Shiloach B'Nachim, that are trying to speak to them softly the way the Shiloach waters flow, right? The Shiloach waters comes with spring fence, and it flows gently. So this nation was governed by Malchus David, who governed them and looked after them in such a kind and beautiful way, and they gave that all up. They are forsaking that. And instead, ultimately, again, they go ahead and they go to other things. Right? They go ahead and they go essentially to Avodah Zarah. I'm Rabbi Yochanan, my Sid. Mara Sashem Solos is what's interesting over here is so Sancheriv hears the Navi taking Klal Yisrael to task. And he feels
I've heard that you settled down, that you found a girl and married now. That your dreams seem true. I give to you, old friend, why you're so tired, and I can hold high from life. I if you dare out of the blue, uninvited, but I kept staying away. I couldn't fight it, I didn't even say, please remember that my name never mind, I'm fine. someone like you. I think nothing but the best on you. You don't forget me. I'm ready.
Even when Chai worshiped Avodah Zarah, it's not like they stopped worshiping Hashem. Very often, they were still worshiping Hashem with Avodah Zarah. So if they're worshiping Hashem, why are you bringing Avodah Zarah? Avodah Zarah is great. How does Avodah Zarah work? Here's how it works, right? Not so much, but maybe you know someone needs this information. If you want to start your own idolatry, right? Step one is write down all the stuff you want to do, and all the stuff you really want to do. Then make a new system of theology that allows for all of that. Right? So all the stuff you want to do, some in another one is the mutter, but it's a mitzvah. And then all the stuff that you really don't care about.
I remember you said sometimes it lasts a while, and sometimes it hurts instead. Sometimes it lasts a while, but sometimes it hurts instead.
It's actually not about the theology. It's really not about the theology. Because Rabbi has very high expectations of us. And therefore he tells us we can't do all that stuff. Why?
Yesterday was the time of our lives. We were born and raised in summer haze, bound by peace of mind, all the glory days. I hate to turn out of the blue, uninvited, but I used to away. I couldn't fight it. Hope you send them place on the things and I did not for me. It isn't over. Never mind, I'll find someone like you. I wish nothing but the best for you too. Don't forget me. I remember you said sometimes it lasts in love, but sometimes it hurts instead. What do you want to say to Adele? Bitch, you got a good voice. Really? Is that what you would say to her? What would you say? I'd be like, bitch, I love the name of your album. Really? Yeah, I love your cleft chin. Really? Yeah, I love how you're kind of a bitch. Really? Yeah, dog. It's great. Why? Because I'm kind of a bitch. Really? Oh, for sure, dog. Why? I'm the sickest motherfucker of all time, girl. She'd be like, I know, you know my music pretty well. I'd be like, yeah, do you know mine pretty well? She'd be like, what song do you have? I'd be like, it's this one, it's called Biggest Pimp of All Time, bitch. And the lyrics go like this: hey everyone, I'm the biggest pimp of all time, bitch. And it just does that for like a millennium, just on repeat. And then it says, we want Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now, we don't want to wait. Hey. Oh, that's a really great song, Rabbi. Oh, yeah, no. Got it. Look at this athleticism. Sometimes it hurts instead. No one compares. No, it's nothing compares, dog. Get it right or pay the price. Sometimes it hurts instead. Nothing compares, no worries or cares. The minutes on the sake of the memories made. Who would have known how bittersweet this could be? This would taste. This could be. Come on. Adele be like, get your shit together, Rabbi. I'd be like, no, girl, calm down. It is super fucking late. She'd be like, no, it isn't. You slept till 2 o'clock. I'd be like, bitch, how do you know my schedule? She'd be like, why do you scratch your head like a monkey? I'd be like, maybe I am, girl. Sometimes it hurts instead. Nothing compares, no worries or cares. Regrets on the same memories made. Who would have known how bittersweet this would taste?
Torah, and they were deserving of miracles, like literally.
Never mind, I'll find someone like you. I wish nothing but the best for you. Don't forget me, I'll remember you say. Sometimes it lasts in love, but sometimes it hurts instead. Never mind, I'll find someone like you. I wish nothing but the best for you too. Don't forget me, I pray. I remember you saying, sometimes it lasts in love, but sometimes it hurts instead. Sometimes it lasts in love, but sometimes it hurts instead. That was so sick. Throwing up gang signs for gangs that don't even exist yet. They haven't even been founded. That's how sick I am. What's the coolest gang that hasn't been founded yet? It's called the Rabbi. No, it hasn't been founded. Oh yeah, it was founded with who? Eve? Really? And she wasn't Jewish. So, Sarah? Really? Actually, she's not the first priest. I don't know.
What happened?
I mean, I do know. Who would it be? I mean, I know what I just don't know what the bitch's name is. Not off the top of my head. Why? Maybe I do. Really?
Don't worry, because you can be successful.
I know one of them. Elishaba. She's mentioned once in fucking Exodus. Elishaba, that bitch. Really? Over Zephyrah?
Right?
Probably Zephyrah. Really? Condescension? Fuck no. Ain't that bitch. Title didn't exist in that era. Well, it does now, bitch. Who is it? One of those two bitches. Really? Yeah, who is it?
But I have a company. Instead of everything working out well, why don't you instead what? Leave it alone. And you spared me ultimately again.
Probably Zephyrah.
20 plus years of being such
Really?
like the passage says, Yitzchak offered us kavaros to locate Yitzchak of it. Yaakov offered up kavaros to the God of his father. What was Yitzchak? Yitzchak was Midas Hadin. Strict justice.
So it goes back to Zephyrah?
Justice says we don't understand why Hakadosh Baruch Hu does things. So it's interesting because
Maybe.
Hakadosh Baruch Hu knew that had he
What about
divulged his
Elisheba?
plan to his
That bitch is up there too.
God sounds great, but don't do it. Don't do it. If everything's going to end
Do you consider them Rebbetzin? Were their husbands rabbis? Yeah. Okay, then yeah.
Things work out. I'm in a stressful crisis situation, difficult situation. It turns out well. So I have such no doubt. But there's like this piece of me that thinks, but why did you do it?
M. Jackson.
Very nice you brought the salvation.
Who the fuck is you?
The same God who brought the salvation is also what? Is also what? The same God who brought the crisis.
Damn, girl.
I have a counter rules of the problem. Don't bring the crisis, and you won't bring the salvation. So that's the cheshbon. That's what the emotion runs the world. Is somehow.
You like that one?
It's not just the resolution that's necessary.
Which one do you like? I like them all. What's your favorite one ever? All of them. Why is that? I'm sexy. And I know it.
Don't worry, everything's gonna be okay. And the yoke of Sancheriv, literally means the oil. What's the oil? It's not already such an Africa. This is beautiful. Chovel Osha Sancheriv Mishmar. Literally again, the yoke of Sancheriv was lifted upon the Israel because of the oil.
Can you do this one?
It was constant oil, constant.
Fuck yeah, I can do it. Are you going to though? I don't know. It's a lot of work, dog. Why? I mean, I gotta reset my stream.
He put a sword
Where
at
is he?
the entrance of the basement.
Where is he?
He said, he says, whoever leaves the base medrash will be stabbed with this sword. Be stabbed with this sword. Now, what does this mean?
Folks, you want to hear me do play-by-play? Alright, here we go. Look at this motherfucker over here with this athleticism. Few people have recognized this athleticism. Look at this move. Look at this move. This bitch has been going 9 hours. Do you think most people on Earth have ever streamed for 9 hours recorded? How many people on Earth who have more than 9 hours of their own footage online? Probably less than 10%. Really? Well, you've got like all of China. I don't know. Do you see many Chinese people record the live? I bet you. There's that one girl, but she didn't do it long. Was she Chinese? She was something. Are you Chinese? Baby, I'm everything. Why? Why not? Are you Chinese? Maybe some. Why? Why not, baby?
Right? So no one's nodding off. Why? Because that's going to save
the true question is, are you the sexiest motherfucker on earth? And the answer to that is obviously. Really? Obviously? Dog, I don't want to get into it with you. Okay? The answer is obvious. Everybody knows it. Dog, your hours on reverse. You're on Australia hours. Worst stream ever.
A lot of it is us and how we relate to Torah. And the truth is, sometimes we think, it's a beautiful part. It's a beautiful insight, a beautiful idea. It's not a beautiful part. It's not a beautiful idea. It's life-saving directions. That's what Chizkiyahu was trying to hide. The sword was there not as a punitive measure, but to show Torah is not something nice. Torah is life-saving. If you have it, you will literally save yourself from making such dramatic bad decisions or mistakes.
Yo, dog, who's that fucking rabbi who spams everybody's chats? The biggest pimp of all time.
They checked from Dan until Beersheba. There was not an Amaras. There was no one who knew the word of Torah, only from Tivash until Zipris. And everyone was well versed.
This is the worst. This is worse than Gringo Poppy. Is it? Oh, this shit sucks. Hello. I'm glad to say hi to you 7 hours later. That was really nice. Really?
Everyone was first. Everyone was knowledgeable. Everyone, again, by the way, in what? Not the sex office, right? Not Hilchos Shabbos. We'll look what they're referring to here. Right? Halachos of Tuman Tara. We'll say, what happens when we get to a Tuman Tara? What happens? Come on, what happens? You look ahead and you say, how long is this going on? All right? When is this going to be over? We'll say, those halachos people, everyone, men, women, children, were versed in the halachos of Tuman Tara. And also, again, in those days, the Gemara says, People had very simple material aspirations, right? They had a cow, they had 2 sheep, and they were having
Yeah, look at this athleticism. Let's really summarize this for the people at home. For the people at home, if they're watching this, and you're like, yeah, Doug, you're the most athletic motherfucker of all time. The answer's obvious. Okay? I don't even think we need to have this discussion. You really think you're the most athletic motherfucker of all time? The answer's obvious.
Why were they neglecting their fields? Because they put their full focus on.
Are you more sexy or more athletic? So bang bang play, kids. It's Giambi, Jeter, Giambi. It's whatever you want it to be. Psych, bitch, I'm both.
Much more to say. Mustafa, what I will say? Pretty much. One incredible week.
See before you become this girlfriend. It's not done yet. How was the show last night?
All right, everybody, Zoom. Good Shabbos, everyone.
15 minutes. Dude, that would be kind of funny, honestly. If you allowed me to do 20 minutes of stand-up and I just did me riding a horse the whole time. Whoa, that was like this.
Look at this athleticism.
The entire time. Performance
Right. That's right. So we want to
Galentine's, go fuck yourself. Doug, what is this bullshit?
I wish we could watch the horse pit with no audio first every time. Like, if Brian Cow came on screen and was like, all right, guys, you know what time it is. It's funny to watch this because we're watching it live. It feels we're watching it live. Clips that will be, or sensors that will be clipped. These things, they will like they're straight out of videos where Chang's versus looking out much comedy sucks now. It's really funny. Cal riding a horse. When he coming for 10 minutes, triple bowl. Joe Rogan's like, you could do the special at my club.
And Lillian Waxstein supporting the drop. We also had a merit of our people. All of the shows have now been all of those who need to finish having to call the police right in the course of 2 years to hold all of our refugees and say that to be successful for let's do that. Let's go. 45 people 93. We are starting on Saturday days on the dollar. 92A. 14 minutes up from the bottom, but we got this. I love Rosa House. Especially in the house, money coming in the house. Anyone who singing broccoli, anyone who does not, living again around community to benefit from these possessions.
Now, this is the worst.
Meaning, support Torah. If a person does not use his possessions to support Torah, he'll never go ahead and see blessing from those possessions. What's the logic over here?
Folks, look at this athleticism. Folks, let's really get into the summaries here. Look at this athleticism. I almost tore my ACL. Everybody knows it like that bitch in Jazzercise from the dating sites from the 80s. Tyreek Hill, how do I get unbanned from your chat? You're not banned. You talk anything you want.
Some bread on your table. Okay. So the US is on the other hand. On the other hand, the US says, "Shneimar eat sweet stuff."
Do I ever talk to chat? Guinness is really. Oh my God! Hi, Jimmy. Ooh, bro. It's not viral. Yeah, you're right. What a great life. Yeah, dog. It's pretty sick. Really? Oh, dude. I talk about bitches.